Chapter 1. The Blind I Douluo Su Yuntao. On the Douluo Continent, in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the Fasnuo province. In the quaint village of Holy Soul, Luban, you need not toil in the fields today. Take this time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's awakening ceremony, said the village chief, Old Jack, affectionately ruffling the hair of a child no older than 5 or 6. Luban was an abandoned infant found by Old Jack 6 years prior, left to cry helplessly by the roadside, hungry and alone. Moved by compassion, Old Jack took Luban home to raise him. Over the years, the two had become inseparable, forging a bond that was profoundly deep. Luban was not only exceptionally gifted, but also remarkably sensible for his age, often assisting with chores, much to Old Jack's pride. You and Tang San are the two prodigies of our Holy Soul village. I trust you both will awaken extraordinary martial souls and become soul masters. In his past life, Luban was the top marksman in the national server of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, who met an untimely demise due to a sudden heart attack while gaming, only to be reborn in the Douluo Continent. He had been rescued by the village chief of Holy Soul Village, becoming childhood friends with Tang San. When Luban regained consciousness, he was utterly astonished. Shocked, my brother is actually a king of the game. The more he pondered, the heavier the burden fell upon him. For years, he had silently called out for a system or golden finger, yet there had been no response. Where were the perks for traversers? Tomorrow marked the martial soul awakening ceremony, his final glimmer of hope. Rest assured, Grandpa Jack, I will undoubtedly become a soul master, Luban declared confidently, raising his small hand. Yet, internally, he was in a state of utter panic. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possesses their own martial soul, and at around the age of 6, they must undergo the awakening ceremony. The vast majority awaken worthless martial souls, devoid of soul power, rendering them incapable of cultivation. The chances of awakening a remarkable martial soul and becoming a soul master are a rarity, 1 in 10,000. Old Jack nodded with a smile and then left the house to inform other villagers with suitable children. The following morning, under Old Jack's guidance, 2 children flanked him as they made their way to the central martial soul hall of the village. Though it was called a hall, it was merely a larger wooden house. This year, 9 children from Holy Soul Village would undergo the martial soul awakening. Upon their arrival, Luban and Tang San found the other 7 children already waiting inside the hall. At that moment, apart from village chief Old Jack and the 9 children, there was a young man present. Luban looked up and saw a striking figure with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a remarkable handsomeness. Clad in a white fitted outfit and draped in a gray cloak, he bore a soul character embroidered in the center of his chest, the size of a fist. On his left chest, he sported a badge intricately carved with a long sword, featuring 3 crossed small swords, symbolizing the rank of a soul master. He emanated an aura of grandeur and authority. Respected Master Su Yuntao, I apologize for troubling you once again. Old Jack bowed respectfully. The young man nodded indifferently. I have little time, let us begin promptly. Understood, Old Jack replied and turned to the children behind him, instructing, this esteemed gentleman hails from Nodding City, and you must cooperate fully with him during your martial soul awakening. Grandpa hopes you all can awaken formidable martial souls and restore the glory of our Holy Soul Village. At this, the young man waved his hand impatiently. Enough of your usual words. Becoming a soul master is not as easy as you think. Yesterday, in the 8 villages I passed through, not one child possessed even a trace of soul power, let alone an exceptional martial soul. Sigh. Old Jack sighed deeply, retreating to the side with a downcast expression. For ordinary individuals, becoming a soul master is indeed exceedingly difficult. Children, I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master. Now, I will conduct your martial soul awakenings one by one. With that, Su Yuntao retrieved 6 dark, round stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball from his pack. He arranged the 6 stones on the ground in a hexagonal shape, approximately 2 meters in diameter, motioning for one child to stand in the center. Then, with a commanding voice, he exclaimed, Wolf Spirit, manifest. In an instant, the formerly handsome Su Yuntao's eyes glowed an eerie green, radiating chilling light, while his once brown hair turned gray. His physique surged, swelling more than twice its original size, straining against his clothing, and his fingers transformed into gleaming claws, exuding an unsettling aura. The children gasped in fright, shrieking in fear. Do not be afraid, this is my martial soul, the wolf spirit, which is a unique ability of soul masters in its manifested state. Su Yuntao's authoritative voice quelled the children's restless spirits. He then released 6 streams of soul power, infusing them into the black stones on the ground. In an instant, layers of golden ripples shimmered, swiftly coalescing into a faint golden hemispherical shield of light. Is this the martial soul awakening ceremony? Is this the power of a soul master? At that moment, in the hall, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Yuntao, Luban's eyes burned with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, glimmered brilliantly at Su Yuntao's feet. They symbolized the essence of a soul master and their power, igniting Luban's envy as he began to dream of his own martial soul. Tang San beside him was equally captivated by the spectacle, his demeanor brimming with eagerness. "Extend your right hand." Su Yuntao instructed the small boy enveloped in the hexagonal formation. The 6-year-old boy, initially appearing bewildered, instinctively reached out his right hand upon hearing Su Yuntao's command. Suddenly, a surge of golden light surged into the boy's body, and in an instant, a scythe materialized in his grasp. Your martial soul is a scythe, a weapon martial soul. Reel in your martial soul with your mind, then place your right hand on the crystal ball. With the awakening of the martial soul completed, Su Yuntao proceeded to test the boy's soul power. The boy clumsily withdrew his scythe martial soul and complied with the instructions, placing his hand on the blue crystal ball held by Su Yuntao. A moment later, Su Yuntao shook his head with a sigh. "No soul power, you cannot become a soul master." Next, the awakening ceremony continued. Your martial soul is a hoe, a weapon martial soul. No soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Next, forks, shovels, and so forth. The children who followed all awakened the most rudimentary weapon martial souls, none possessing innate soul power. Watching from the side of the hall, village chief Old Jack shook his head in disappointment. It seemed this year would once again result in a complete failure. It had been many years since a soul master had emerged from Holy Soul Village. Soon, it was time for the 7th little girl to awaken her martial soul. Standing in the center of the hexagonal formation, golden light particles gathered around her, and in an instant, a delicate blue sprout appeared in her right hand. A worthless martial soul, blue silver grass. "You may leave," Su Yuntao said wearily, shaking his head, signaling for the girl to step aside, having no desire to test for soul power further. A common weed like blue silver grass, found everywhere on the continent, was less valuable than farming tools and could not possibly possess soul power. Following the little girl, it was Tang San's turn to take the stage. Alas, yet another worthless martial soul, blue silver grass. Next, Chapter 2, Innate Full Soul Power. When Tang San awakened his martial soul, the golden light enveloping him was far more abundant than that of the previous children. Seeing this, Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy, his eyes widening as he fixated on Tang San's right hand. But as soon as he beheld the familiar pale blue silhouette, his excitement dissipated instantly. Once again, it was the worthless martial soul, blue silver grass. A moment of excitement wasted. It is worth noting that as an ordinary attendant of the martial soul hall, awakening a child with a powerful martial soul and bringing them into the hall would yield substantial rewards. The stark contrast of expectations left Su Yuntao feeling quite discontented. Old Jack, who had been observing the awakening ceremony from the side, displayed an even more pronounced sense of disappointment. Tang San possessed the worthless martial soul blue silver grass. What of Luban? He likely wouldn't fare any better. At this moment, Old Jack was already contemplating how to comfort the children in his heart. "Uncle, may I request a soul power test?" Upon hearing the announcement of his worthless martial soul, Tang San clenched his hands tightly, a look of determination on his face as he implored. However, Su Yuntao paid him no mind, feeling exhausted after awakening so many martial souls and running low on soul power. With a discontented tone, he replied, "No need for a test. I've never seen anyone with soul power emerge from a standard worthless martial soul like blue silver grass." He gestured for the last child of Holy Soul Village, Luban, to step forward for his martial soul awakening. "Uncle, please allow Xiao San to have a try. I believe his blue silver grass is exceptional, possessing the potential for divinity." Seeing the resolute gleam in Luban's eyes, Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 children were remarkably bold, truly one of a kind. "Come forth." Testing it wouldn't deplete his soul power, so Su Yuntao smiled and nodded. To satisfy the children's curiosity, Tang San approached the blue crystal ball, only to discover that it was inscribed with 10 distinct markings. As he activated his Xiantian Gong, his internal energy surged forth as if it had found an outlet for release. 1 mark, 2 marks, 3 marks. With each pulse of energy, the crystal ball radiated an increasingly brilliant light, ultimately blinding those who beheld it. Heavens! 10 marks of full soul power. In that moment, Su Yuntao was left utterly stunned, murmuring, "How is this possible? It is innate full soul power." The old village chief, standing nearby, was equally astonished, tugging at his beard in disbelief. Encountering a waste martial soul like Blue Silver Grass with innate full soul power was an unprecedented experience for him, truly a sight for sore eyes. Indeed, it was a twin martial soul. Unlike the astonishment displayed by Su Yuntao and others, Luban, positioned behind Tang San, quickly caught sight of the black hammer that had manifested in his left hand. Despite the fleeting moment, he distinctly recognized the outline of the Haotian hammer. Let me explain later next. Seeing Tang San's puzzled expression, Su Yuntao shook his head and gestured for Luban to step forward and take his place at the center of the hexagram, continuing the martial soul awakening ceremony. Relax, don't be nervous. Once he stood still, Luban noticed golden specks of light continuously flowing into him from the surrounding air, filling him with curiosity. With each influx of light, his body felt increasingly warm and comfortable, as if the shackles that bound him were being unshackled. "Oh no, insufficient soul power!" Su Yuntao exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the suddenly flickering hexagram, quickly channeling his soul power into the 6 black stones on the ground to replenish the formation's energy. He exerted himself to maintain the formation until his soul power was nearly depleted. What on earth is happening? What is going on? However, once the awakening formation stabilized, Su Yuntao found himself ensnared by a powerful suction force, rendering him unable to withdraw his soul power. Not only was the soul power within his meridians being siphoned away, but the primal soul power from his dantian began to be drawn out in succession. Goodness! In that moment, Su Yuntao felt as if he were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with fear. A level 26 Great Soul Master, and within moments his cultivation plummeted to level 25. The formation suction force showed no signs of abating. 24. 23. Stop, for heaven's sake. 20. Only when it dropped to level 20 did the suction finally cease. At that moment, Su Yuntao collapsed onto the ground, the constriction in his pupils betraying his profound fear. The yellow soul ring at his feet had noticeably dimmed. Meanwhile, Luban, standing within the hexagram, felt remarkably well, enveloped in warmth until, at a certain instant, the shackles vanished, revealing a small figure half a meter tall in his right hand. The diminutive figure possessed large, expressive eyes, with 2 buns the size of fists atop its head, clad in a light yellow outfit, and carrying a small red backpack. In its left hand, it held a dragon-mouth gun, and in its right a shark-mouth cannon. It came equipped with a taunting voice. "Come and hit me. You can't touch me." Upon witnessing his awakened martial soul, Luban was momentarily frozen in place, mouth agape, struck with astonishment. "Isn't this Luban number 7? Simultaneously, a system panel appeared before Luban. Host, Luban. Martial soul, Luban number 7. Martial soul talent. Archer domain resisting aura. Invincible shark mouth cannon. 3000 thunderfalls. Qualification. Innate full soul power leveling up in the wild. Soul power, 20-100. Soul rings, none. Soul bones, none. Soul skills, none. Items, beginner's gift pack. Wow, the astonishing Luban number 7. Not only did he possess a talent domain, but he also had innate full soul power at level 20. This meant he could immediately absorb 2 soul rings and become a great soul master right from the start. Seeing his personal information, Luban was filled with exhilaration. His talent and qualifications were undoubtedly unparalleled in Douluo Continent, even surpassing Tang San's dual martial souls and Xian Rengshu's innate full soul power at level 20. This is impossible. How can it be a waste martial soul dwarf? On the other side, Su Yuntao was rendered speechless upon seeing Luban number 7. He could hardly believe that after expending so much soul power, the martial soul that awakened was, in fact, a waste martial soul. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. It is well known that Blue Silver Grass is the archetype of waste martial souls among weapon martial souls, while the dwarf is the quintessential example among beast martial souls. In Su Yuntao's memory, these 2 martial souls were closely matched, and he had never expected to encounter both today. What a calamity! Sigh. How can it be another waste martial soul? Observing from the sidelines, the village chief, Old Jack, had initially been exhilarated by the commotion created by Luban, but upon hearing Su Yuntao's remarks, his spirits plummeted like a roller coaster, sinking to the depths of despair. He understood all too well what a waste martial soul signified. Waste martial soul? Following the awakening of his martial soul, Luban's senses, hearing, sight, and other faculties had been significantly enhanced, and he clearly overheard Su Yuntao and Grandpa Jack's whispered lamentations. Luban's lips quivered, filled with indignation. Damn this little dwarf. No wonder he's acknowledged as the blind Douluo. Uncle, may I test my soul power? Chapter 3, Beginner's Gift Pack. Su Yuntao glanced at the exquisitely delicate short-haired boy before him and nodded, handing over the blue crystal ball. His demeanor was markedly different from how he had treated Tang San. After all, this was a martial soul awakened from the absorption of his level 6 soul power, and even though it was universally recognized as a waste martial soul, he was curious to see how the soul power manifested. Luban extended his small hand and placed it upon the blue crystal ball, which was about the size of his head. He summoned his soul power through sheer will, continuously channeling it into his right palm. As the first thread of soul power was infused, the testing crystal ball awakened like a ferocious beast, flinging open its gaping maw and voraciously absorbing energy. Luban's internal soul power surged forth uncontrollably, being devoured by the crystal ball. 1 mark, 2 marks. As the 10 marks filled, a resplendent blue sun once again appeared in the center of the hall, shining so brightly that it left everyone momentarily blinded. Gasp! Su Yuntao inhaled sharply, another innate full soul power. He was on the verge of madness. Why was it that both were waste martial souls? The stark contrast between the two awakenings left him in a state of disbelief, helplessly watching as this golden opportunity slipped away from his grasp. Uncle, what is innate full soul power? As soon as Luban completed the soul power test, Tang San hurriedly stepped forward, eager to inquire. The innate soul power level determines the subsequent speed of soul power cultivation. Following the conclusion of the martial soul awakening ceremony, Su Yuntao tidied up the apparatus, composed himself, and briefly elaborated on the fundamental knowledge concerning martial souls. The strength of a soul master hinges upon 2 aspects, the martial soul and the level of soul power. For similar or identical martial souls, a higher level of soul power bestows greater attribute bonuses upon the soul master, thereby enhancing their overall prowess. Moreover, the innate soul power level establishes the upper limit for a soul master. Those with innate soul power below level 7 will never attain the rank of Title Douluo, while those beneath level 1 will forever remain unable to surpass the threshold of a 30-level soul sorcerer. As for possessing full innate soul power, it is the aspiration of all soul masters, representing the pinnacle of soul power achievable post-awakening. It is said that in subsequent phases of cultivation, one encounters no obstacles. Alas, it is regrettable that had you both possessed even the most basic martial souls, your futures would have been boundless. With that, Su Yuntao shook his head in lamentation. He retrieved the seal of the martial soul hall from his satchel and pressed it onto 2 sheets of paper, the content of which had been prepared during his earlier explanations. Well, the certificate from the martial soul hall is ready. The martial soul awakening ceremony concludes here. Children, remember my name, Su Yuntao, your guide on the path of soul mastery. With that declaration, Su Yuntao slung his pack over his shoulder and departed with a despondent expression. Today was indeed unfortunate. Not only did he fail to discover any talent, but his soul power had inexplicably regressed by 6 levels. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? Master, can blue silver grass and the little dwarf truly not cultivate? As Su Yuntao stepped out of the gates of the Sacred Soul Village's martial soul hall, he was met with the urgent inquiry of the village chief, Old Jack. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao turned back and offered a wry smile. What do you expect a mere blade of grass to cultivate into? Can a little dwarf possibly evolve into a Titan grade 8? Awakening is the pinnacle, such a pity. With the awakening ceremony concluded, Old Jack instructed Luban to return home first, as he intended to escort Tang San. Their home is adjacent to the martial soul hall at the village's center, while Tang San's dwelling lies at the village's western edge, quite a distance away. Old Jack was concerned about allowing a 6-year-old child to roam alone. After bidding farewell to Luban, Old Jack made his way. Luban returned home promptly and summoned his personal system panel for a meticulous examination. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban No. 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Full Innate Soul Power, Wild Level Up, Soul Power, 20, 0, 100, Soul Rings, None Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, None Items, Beginner's Gift Pack in this awakening of martial souls. The talent domain surprisingly possesses 3 extraordinary domain skills. Resistive Halo. Upon activation, this skill instantaneously forms a circle of golden, elastic energy around the user, capable of deflecting incoming attacks while also rebounding against nearby foes. Enemies repelled by the resistive halo will be rendered momentarily dazed for 1 second, experiencing a halving of their overall attack, defense, speed, and strength for a duration of 5 seconds. The skill lasts for 20 seconds, with both its duration and effects increasing as the host level rises. Invincible Shark Cannon. Upon activation, the shark cannon in the right hand of the user unleashes a fiery red soul power projectile, executing explosive attacks on any adversaries within the marksman domain. The damage inflicted is twice the current level's attack power. 3,000 Thunder Strikes. Upon activation, this skill continuously summons 9 waves of Divine Thunder within the marksman domain, targeting enemies with either single or group assaults. The initial attack inflicts damage equivalent to 10% of the user's current level attack power, while the second wave doubles this effect. The subsequent 7 waves will continually double the damage of the preceding wave. The skill endures for 9 minutes, releasing a wave of Divine Thunder attacks every minute. After reviewing the domain skills, the user, Luban, could hardly contain his excitement and activated his marksman domain. Currently, the marksman domain centered around his body extends to a radius of 20 meters. Within this domain, his attack, defense, speed, strength, and other physical attributes are astonishingly augmented to twice their normal capacity. Having comprehended the domain skills, Luban then focused his thoughts to access the Novice Gift Package. Novice Gift Package includes a jungle knife, a storage bracelet, and the Game Boy skin, among other items. Upon examining the system panel's information, Jungle Knife, a divine artifact that doubles attack power when hunting spirit beasts, featuring an armor-piercing effect that ignores all defenses of spirit beasts. During consecutive attacks, it boasts a critical hit rate of 20, with a maximum critical effect reaching 10 times the current level's attack power. Game Boy Skin, a divine artifact that, when utilized, transforms the appearance and form of the martial soul, augmenting attack power by an additional 50%. After perusing the item descriptions, Luban concentrated his thoughts, and a seemingly ancient black storage bracelet materialized on his right wrist. Wow, what an immense space! Akin to a small mountain. Upon delving into the vastness of the storage bracelet, Luban was astounded by its expanse, recognizing it as yet another divine artifact. At that moment, a 3-foot gray curved blade quietly rested in a corner of the storage bracelet. With a mere thought, the blade instantly appeared in his hand, exuding an aura of antiquity and restraint. Is this the legendary jungle knife? Gazing at the serrated blade and the dull surface of the knife, Luban couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Had he not seen the introduction beforehand, he might have mistaken it for a discarded butcher's knife. After examining the novice gift pack, Luban began to explore his martial soul. Luban 7 Manifest. In order for a soul master to unleash powers beyond the mortal realm, it is imperative to awaken their martial soul. Soul masters possessing beast martial souls must undergo the manifestation process. Tap, 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 tap. Upon successful manifestation, and lacking any soul skills for the moment, Luban attempted a standard attack. Chapter 4. The Junior Soul Master Academy of Nodding City. With an attack range of 20 meters. It matched that of the Archer's domain. At that moment, the trunk of a sycamore tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was punctured repeatedly by the fist-sized orbs of soul power. Luban, wielding the dragon-mouth gun in his left hand, unleashed a torrent of flames, firing a soul power orb every second. In quick succession, he created 5 holes in the trunk. Hiss! What formidable power and astonishing range! If his memory served him correctly, Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, only boasted a range of 5 meters. Now, after the manifestation of his martial soul, the range of his basic attack already surpassed that of most soul masters' first soul skills. As his soul power increased and soul rings were added, the attack range would undoubtedly extend even further. Isn't this the quintessential template of a past life marksman? Returning to his old profession, Luban felt a surge of joy. In the presence of the national server marksman, Wang Tang's little trio had no chance to engage. Tremble, O rulers of the Douluo Continent, in one-on-one combat. Before his extreme output flow, control types were destined to become mere jesters. The initial attack range and power of Luban's 7th spirit soul were sufficiently formidable. Consequently, the single target attack would suffice when soul rings were later added. The recent soul power orb was the pinnacle of his 20-level soul power, its potency surpassing even the bullets of his previous life. Just one shot could claim the life of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the power of basic attacks, akin to the domain of marksman, could be adjusted at will. The smaller the power of the soul power orb, the less soul power consumed. Similarly, reducing the coverage area of the marksman domain would also significantly decrease soul power expenditure. After conducting a series of experiments, Luban gained a clear understanding of his spirit soul. Alas, this appearance is far too conspicuous. Upon concluding his experiments, Luban approached a bronze mirror to assess his form after his spirit soul's manifestation, feeling a sudden rush of slight embarrassment. In his left hand, a dragon's mouth gun, in his right, a shark's mouth cannon, and behind him, a small red backpack. For now, in his youth, it seemed rather inconsequential, even somewhat endearing. However, should he maintain such a guise into adulthood, it would be more embarrassing than the Shrek Academy's infamous green uniforms. Fortunately, after the manifestation of the 7th spirit, his height had not diminished. Adopting the digital boy skin, Luban concentrated, and the divine level item, the spirit soul skin, instantly adorned him. According to the system panel, divine skins could alter the appearance of spirit souls, prompting Luban to hastily experiment. Transforming into a descendant, a handsome warrior clad in golden armor, wielding the sun-shooting bow, emerged. Transforming into the radiant feather Douluo, an elderly child with flowing silver hair and an icy gaze in his left eye, brandishing the radiant feather bow, appeared. Astonishing. The ability to disguise oneself is truly remarkable. After a series of trials, Luban was filled with excitement. With the divine skin disguise, his future endeavors would be considerably safer. Otherwise, the conspicuous nature of the seventh spirit soul would make it impossible for him to remain low-key, leading to endless troubles. His grandfather had returned. With the manifestation of his spirit soul, Luban's awareness and mental strength had significantly increased, allowing him to ascertain that old Jack was not far from home. Recalling his spirit soul, Luban reverted to his youthful appearance. Seeing old Jack bent over and shuffling into the house, Luban scampered over with his short legs. "Grandpa Jack." Old Jack, upon noticing, beamed with joy. "Luban, I have decided to send you to the Soul Master Academy for your studies. Are you willing? As long as it brings joy to Grandpa, I shall do whatever he asks." Luban raised his head earnestly and replied. Old Jack rubbed his eyes. "Good child. As long as you acquire a soul ring, you can become a soul master. Grandpa and the Holy Soul Village are waiting to bask in your glory." Hearing this, Luban, gripping his youthful novel, assured, "Grandpa, rest assured, I will certainly become the pride of the entire village." Old Jack, amused by Luban's little adult demeanor, burst into hearty laughter. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, it happened to be the enrollment day for new students at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Early in the morning, old Jack set off with his horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by Luban and Tang San, heading towards Notting City. "Thank you, Grandpa Jack, for granting me the only work-study position available in Holy Soul Village." Tang San expressed sincerely from the carriage, filled with heartfelt gratitude. Attending the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City typically required at least 10 gold soul coins each year, a sum that ordinary families could hardly bear. However, Holy Soul Village, having once produced a soul sage, is entitled to one work-study position annually, allowing for exemption from tuition and accommodation fees. This time, the village chief, old Jack, relinquished the position of work-study student for himself. As a result, Luban could only enroll as a self-study student. "Don't be modest, little San. Grandpa still has some savings. I can support Luban's studies for a few years," he said. "Alas, it is you who must bear the burden of having such a negligent, drunken father. These years will be tough for you." The thought of the alcoholic Tang Hao filled old Jack with sorrow. "Do not worry, Grandpa Jack. Once I become a soul master, there will be numerous ways to earn money," Tang San confidently replied, holding Luban's hand. "While at the academy, I will certainly take care of Luban and ensure no one bullies him." Very well, very well. You and Luban have grown up together. Make sure to support each other at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy." Seeing Tang San's understanding, old Jack was exceedingly pleased. Luban, too, displayed a joyful expression, bumping fists with Tang San. Standing behind Tang San felt significantly safer, especially with a formidable Title Douluo covertly safeguarding him. In the world of Douluo Continent, lacking connections could lead to dire consequences if one exhibited extraordinary talent. Even the Pope, Bibi Dong, could not escape such misfortunes, let alone someone without any backing like him. Bibi Dong had been taken as a disciple by Qiang Sunji solely due to her twin martial soul's exceptional talent and was later coerced into bearing children for the angel lineage. Devoid of any freedom, should he display remarkable talent without a support system, his fate would likely be worse than Bibi Dong's. The best-case scenario might involve being appropriated by a powerful family or sect for breeding, while the worst could see him snuffed out in his cradle. Having lived 2 lives, Luban had a keen understanding of human nature. St. Soul Village was adjacent to Notting City, and old Jack arrived at the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy in no time with his horse-drawn carriage. Although Notting City was not particularly large, the Soul Master Academy exuded grandeur. The 30-meter-wide iron archway and 3-meter-high courtyard walls were all constructed from high-quality granite. Flanking the archway was a rectangular wooden plaque crafted from precious red sandalwood, engraved with the words Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Just from the grand entrance, one could discern the esteemed status of soul masters in the continent. "Stop. What are a group of country bumpkins doing here? This is not a place for you." As old Jack, Luban, and Tang San approached the entrance, they were halted by the gatekeeper. "Little brother, I have brought the children to register. This is the certificate issued by Master Su Yuntao, an attendant of the Martial Soul Hall," old Jack explained, aware of the arrogance of the city dwellers. He dismissed the gatekeeper's rudeness and handed over 2 pieces of beast hide paper. "Humph." The gatekeeper scoffed, taking a glance at the certificate, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "St. Soul Village? The martial soul of Blue Silver Grass? When did the useless Blue Silver Grass qualify as possessing innate soul power?" He sneered. "A Blue Silver Grass and a little dwarf. I say, old man, you have quite the audacity to deceive your way into the Soul Master Academy." With that, he flung the certificate to the ground, his face a mask of disdain. Scram! Old Jack's face flushed with anger as he felt the gatekeeper's blatant provocation. "It is clearly written in black and white, with the seal of the Martial Soul Hall's attendant. You are deliberately making things difficult for us. We will go to the Martial Soul Hall and seek out attendant Su Yunhao for justice." "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. A bunch of country bumpkins really think they can waltz into the Martial Soul Hall like it's a market." The gatekeeper spat contemptuously, an old con man. accompanied by two little tricksters. What a joke. You little brat, who are you calling a con artist? Old Jack, leaning on his cane, questioned with a tremor of indignation. Humph. What? Old man, do you want to throw a punch? The gatekeeper's taunts were cut short as a small yet powerful fist suddenly struck him. The punch was not large, but incredibly forceful, resembling a piece of natural jade upon closer inspection. Boom. At that moment, Tang San activated his Xuanwu hand and landed a punch squarely in the gatekeeper's abdomen, sending him flying. He had already silently recited the essence of the Tang sect Xin Tian Bao Lu. There was no need to show mercy to an enemy intent on causing harm. Whoosh. Infuriated by being struck by a child, the gatekeeper quickly blew the whistle around his neck to summon reinforcements. Who dares to cause trouble at the Soulmaster Academy? Soon, the captain of the guards arrived with a group of subordinates, fury written all over their faces. Captain, it's them. That old man tried to sneak into the academy with a forged martial soul hall certificate, and when I stopped him, they took advantage of my momentary lapse to harm me. The gatekeeper gestured dramatically to the captain, who instantly grasped the situation. A 5 or 6-year-old child could knock down an adult, clearly indicating that he had awakened his martial soul and possessed soul power. However, they were unaware of the academy's unspoken rules and had failed to offer the necessary tributes upon entry, leading to the current predicament. How dare they bully our Soulmaster Academy? Take them down, the captain declared, unwilling to lose face for the guards, for otherwise, how could they continue to collect tolls in the future? With that, the bald captain bellowed, activating his martial soul, revealing a dark red brick in his hand. The 7 or 8 subordinates behind him simultaneously awakened their martial souls. In an instant, a brigade of bricks charged menacingly toward Old Jack and the others. Though the brick was also a useless martial soul, its intimidating presence was sufficient to frighten the common folk. Little San, come back and hide behind Grandpa. Old Jack, alarmed by the approaching thugs, called out to Tang San, fearing for his safety. At that moment, however, Tang San stood his ground, frowning in defiance, his right hand raised, ready to unleash his silent crossbow. The last of the trio, Luban, also wore an angry expression. These gatekeepers had truly gone too far. It was time to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, once Tang San made his move, these thugs would either be gravely injured or worse. After awakening his martial soul, Luban's vision and hearing had significantly improved. He was acutely aware of every movement Tang San made. He had already heard the sound of the silent crossbow being readied. Little San, watch me. At a critical moment, Luban stepped out from behind Old Jack, directly manifesting his martial soul. His left hand wielded the dragon mouth gun, which suddenly brightened. Upon seeing this, Tang San halted the activation of his silent crossbow, stepping aside to observe. This was the first time he had witnessed Luban using his martial soul to attack, and he was filled with curiosity. Could it be that the seemingly useless martial soul of a dwarf possessed some unique offensive capabilities? Was not called back, and Luban darted out from behind. Old Jack was startled and filled with concern. He attempted to intervene, only to realize it was too late. Suddenly, a barrage of soul power orbs erupted from Luban's dragon mouth cannon, striking swiftly at the guards. The bald captain and his minions were caught off guard, sent flying by the powerful impact of the orbs, landing several meters away with a thud. The vicinity of the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy was soon filled with wails. Remarkably, Luban had intentionally reduced the firing speed of the soul power orbs, diminishing their lethality. Otherwise, they would have pierced through the bodies of the guards. It is important to note that Luban currently possessed a full innate soul power of level 20, thanks to the enhancement brought by his awakened martial spirit, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. In a previous life, this would equate to a master with 20 years of internal energy, effortlessly defeating a group devoid of such power. The dominance was undeniable, with no chance of mishap. What an astonishing display of power. Is this truly a waste martial spirit? At this moment, Xiao Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by Luban's thunderous assault. A hint of envy flickered in his gaze as he increasingly regarded his blue silver grass with disdain. It was no surprise that many claimed beast martial spirits were superior to weapon martial spirits. Luban's performance today certainly validated that notion. The soul power orbs Luban had unleashed instilled an acute sense of threat within him. What was happening? The commotion near the academy's entrance caught the attention of several individuals within. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s with short black hair, rushed over. Despite his unremarkable appearance, adorned with a beard, he exuded an air of authority akin to that of an academy leader. Greetings, esteemed teacher. I am the village chief of Holy Soul Village, here to enroll 2 children who have awakened their martial spirits. Old Jack, having been a village chief for a lifetime, was keenly observant. Sensing the panic among the guards, he quickly recounted the events that transpired. May I see the documents from the spirit hall? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Old Jack had already placed the documents in his hands. Martial spirit, blue silver grass, full innate soul power. Martial spirit, dwarf, full innate soul power. Upon reviewing the spirit hall certificates, the middle-aged man's breath quickened. What exhilarating news! His hands trembled, and the excitement on his face was impossible to contain. A waste martial spirit with full innate soul power? According to his theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits, he understood precisely what this implied. The authenticity of these spirit hall documents was unquestionable. Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the previous incident. Please entrust these children to me. After examining the documents, the middle-aged man approached Old Jack, bowing slightly as a gesture of apology. Old Jack's gloomy demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer delight. No trouble at all, esteemed teacher. I leave these two children in your capable hands. After a few words of caution, Old Jack willingly departed, leaving Luban and Tang San in the middle-aged man's care. You all head to the Academic Affairs Office for your punishment. The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the guards, speaking with a calm demeanor. Terrified, the guards broke into a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly as they supported each other towards the office. They could not afford to offend this man. Not only a grandmaster but also a friend of the dean. Seeing the middle-aged man radiate integrity, Tang San spoke up. Thank you, teacher. The middle-aged man, looking at the two sensible and obedient children before him, shook his head with a wry smile, clarifying that he was not their teacher. Confused, Tang San paused for a moment. If he represented the academy, he must be a leader. However, the middle-aged man continued to shake his head, revealing a hint of melancholy and unfulfilled ambition in his expression, unmistakably a man with a story. Blue Silver Grass and Dwarf, typical representations of waste martial spirits, yet possessing full innate soul power. How narrow-minded and superficial the world is, only believing in their own perceptions, unaware of the brilliance of the genius standing before them. Dual martial spirits, aside from the two of you, only two others have emerged across the continent in the past century. Hearing the middle-aged man mention dual martial spirits, both Tang San and Luban displayed surprise. Tang San clenched his youthful hands tightly, silently reciting the essence of the Tang sect's secret text. Master, you have the power to take life. Reborn in an unfamiliar world, Tang San was exceedingly wary of strangers, his heart filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Luban, astonished, harbored his own doubts. The master truly deserves the title. His theories are invincible, but unfortunately, they encounter an anomaly in him. Hey, master, that theory won't apply to me. Do not be surprised. I have devoted my life to studying martial spirit knowledge, earning the title of master in the field. According to the first principle of my 10 core competencies of martial spirits theory, the level of innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. Thus, it is inconceivable that the so-called waste martial spirits, Blue Silver Grass and Dwarf, could possess such immense innate soul power. Therefore, I am certain that besides Blue Silver Grass and Dwarf, you both possess another martial spirit, an exceedingly powerful one. As the master spoke passionately, his pride in the 10 core competencies of martial spirits theory shone through. Nothing is absolute. Can we not be an exception? Upon hearing the master's explanation, Tang San's tense demeanor gradually relaxed, relieved that the master was merely speculating. Nevertheless, even this theoretical conjecture garnered his internal acceptance. At that moment, Tang San was unexpectedly astonished to discover that Luban was also a dual martial spirit wielder. Noticing the vigilant expressions on the two children, the master couldn't help but chuckle. While indeed there are exceptions, such anomalies would never occur with Blue Silver Grass or Dwarf. In the past century, there have been 19 individuals with full innate soul power across the continent, each a formidable presence in their respective fields. Aside from hereditary traits, powerful martial spirits could only emerge through exceedingly rare mutations. Among those 19 with full innate soul power, 5 possess such mutations. Over the past decades, I have investigated 647 individuals who awakened Blue Silver Grass martial spirits, and none exhibited any mutations. The same goes for dwarf martial spirits. In my study of 520 individuals, not a single case of mutation was found. The master, with an air of confidence, elaborated with great enthusiasm. When it came to the theory of martial souls, it was undoubtedly his forte, a subject he could expound upon for years without pause. Meanwhile, Luban listened intently, captivated by the discourse. Having awakened the unique Luban No. 7 martial soul, he found himself perplexed, still grappling with the intricacies of cultivation and the proper application of soul rings. In accordance with his nature, he was inclined towards a full offensive build. Yet he remained uncertain about which type of soul beast could provide the greatest attack attributes. The interplay between the attributes of martial souls and soul rings was indeed a complex matter. With a renowned master guiding him, the journey would be significantly smoother. Otherwise, a misstep in the application of soul rings could lead to irreparable consequences, impacting one's entire life. From his previous life, he understood that the master treated his disciples with utmost care, akin to a nurturing guardian on the path of cultivation, offering immense support to Tang San in the early stages. This laid an incredibly solid foundation for Tang San's later explosive growth. As Luban pondered these thoughts, Tang San boldly interjected, "Please accept us as your disciples. Are you truly willing to take me as your teacher?" The master exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment, a flicker of excitement betraying his calm demeanor. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he found it nearly impossible to surpass the 30th level, relegating himself to theoretical research. His once mighty blue lightning tyrant dragon had transformed into a mere Luo sand cannon, subjecting him to ridicule. Although he believed his theories to be invincible and beneficial to soul masters, no one was willing to experiment with them. After all, who would acknowledge the theories proposed by someone deemed a failure? It was a profound regret to have his lifelong efforts unrecognized. Yet now, with the emergence of two extraordinary talents, Tang San and Luban, the master glimpsed a glimmer of hope, envisioning a day when his core theories would gain the admiration they deserved within the realm of soul masters. Indeed, esteemed teacher, your vast knowledge is unparalleled. I believe no one in the entire Nodding Academy could rival your brilliance as a theoretical master. Upon hearing the praises from young Tang San and Luban, the master's eyes welled with warmth. Very well, from this moment forth, you two shall be my cherished disciples. He affectionately ruffled their hair, his face alight with tenderness. Subsequently, he led them to the administrative office to complete their enrollment procedures. In the Holy Soul Village, Tang San, with the martial soul Blue Silver Grass, possessed innate full soul power. Luban, with the martial soul of a dwarf, also boasted innate full soul power. What? Both children possess innate full soul power? Director Su gasped in amazement upon examining the Martial Soul Hall's certification, utterly astounded. Innate full soul power. The other teachers in the office sprang to their feet in disbelief. Innate full soul power is a legendary phenomenon. To encounter it today, and not just once but twice? As the teachers gathered around, Director Su sighed. What a pity. One is Blue Silver Grass, the other a dwarf, both deemed useless martial souls. How can this be? In the office, several teachers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting regret as they perused the certifications. The line between genius and failure is indeed razor-thin. Director Su. Tang San and Luban are my disciples. Please assist them with their enrollment, the master stated nonchalantly, oblivious to the teachers' reactions. He then turned to Tang San and Luban, advising them, complete your enrollment, familiarize yourselves with the academy environment, and I will find you afterward. With that, the master departed, hands clasped behind his back. Wait, what? You two have chosen to become the master's disciples? The teachers, including Director Su, looked on in astonishment. Is that not permissible? Tang San furrowed his brow in confusion. Noticing Director Su's expression, the other teachers hesitated, swallowing their words. Tang San, a work-study student from Holy Soul Village, tuition and accommodation are free, assigned to Dormitory 7. Luban, a self-study student from Holy Soul Village, tuition and accommodation together cost 10 gold soul coins, assigned to Dormitory 6. After completing their enrollment, Director Su handed Tang San and Luban each a set of school uniforms. With this, you are now first-year students at the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. You may proceed to the rear courtyard to arrange your accommodation. There, a dedicated teacher will assist you. As Tang San and Luban exited the administrative office, they overheard the mocking voices of the professors within. As expected of useless martial souls, they've chosen a failure as their teacher. Indeed, the master is merely a joke in the soul master community. It's amusing that they've taken him seriously. Starting today, our academy has gained 2 more little failures. The master's theory of failure will be perpetuated. Awakened martial souls, coupled with innate full soul power, significantly enhanced Tang San and Luban's physical attributes. As they walked away from the administrative office, the derisive comments echoed in their ears. Luban, do not let their words affect you. Trust in my judgment, Tang San reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Having lived 2 lives, his resilience was formidable. Unshaken by external disparagement, he worried only for Luban's tender spirit. I believe in you, little San. Luban nodded firmly, resolute in his trust. The 2 companions left the lecture building and crossed the playground, arriving at the dormitory in the rear courtyard. The dormitory was 3 stories high, an impressive structure easily identifiable. The first floor housed the dormitory management office, the second was for student accommodations, and the third for teachers. Tang San and Luban entered the office on the first floor to complete their housing registration. The managing teacher provided a detailed overview of the dormitory situation. The academy boasted only 7 student dormitories. Each grade had its own self-study dormitory, while the final one served as a mixed dormitory for work-study students from grades 1 to 6. After understanding the layout, Tang San and Luban departed the office to find their respective beds. Little San, I've arrived. See you later. At the entrance of Dormitory 6, Luban bid farewell to Tang San. Nodding in response, Tang San made his way towards Dormitory 7. Dormitory 6 housed first-year students who had just awakened their martial souls. Spacious and well-appointed, featuring 30 single beds, each 1 meter wide, arranged in 2 rows. The bedding was pristine, and the environment was inviting. Upon entering, Luban was greeted by the sounds of children playing and laughter. A group of 6-year-olds surrounded a chubby boy clad in luxurious attire, chanting his praises. Boss Xiao is magnificent. Ignoring them, Luban proceeded to his designated bed. Number 30. This is the bed number assigned to him by the dormitory manager. The bedding is complete and quite satisfactory. Luban placed his luggage on the bed and was about to organize it when a childish voice called out, Hey, newcomer, hurry over and pay your respects to Boss Xiao. Upon hearing this, Luban glanced at the group nearby but remained silent, continuing to arrange his bed. Where did this wild kid come from? He really knows nothing of etiquette. Boss Xiao remarked, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. Listen here, boy, I'll count to 10. If you don't come over to greet me, I'll make you unrecognizable to your own mother. 1, 2. As Boss Xiao counted, his followers were instructed to confront Luban. When they had barely taken a few steps, A resounding roar echoed, and a magnificent blue dragon appeared. The dragon, towering at 3 to 4 meters high, coiled around Luban, ascending to the ceiling. The pressure emanating from the 20-level soul power was immense for a 6-year-old child whose soul power had barely awakened and was still under level 10. At that moment, all the children in Dormitory 6, including Boss Xiao, were paralyzed with fear, trembling on the ground. Seeing this, Luban couldn't help but smile, thoroughly amused. Truly, with such a divine skin, the gaming boy's disguise could indeed instill fear. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? How is that possible? Are you from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the dragon, Boss Zhao's face went pale, exclaiming in shock. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan was a formidable power across the continent, far beyond the reach of their small Xiao family. Humph, young lad, though you are not old, your knowledge is not lacking. With that, Luban dismissed his spirit, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and sauntered over to Boss Xiao. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you not to act recklessly. My father is the Lord of Notting City, and my brother is the chief of the entire academy. As Luban approached with a fierce expression, Boss Xiao nearly burst into tears. Oh, no wonder you're so arrogant. Do you think I fear your Xiao family? Luban stood before Boss Xiao, lightly patting his face with disdain. So you were the leader of Dormitory 6? At this, Boss Xiao instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head in denial. That was in the past. From now on, you are the leader of our dormitory. Boss Xiao rose, his face flushed, speaking begrudgingly with a servile demeanor. Do you have any objections? With Boss Xiao conceding, Luban turned to the other students in Dormitory 6 and casually inquired. The others shook their heads in unison, replying, no objections. Very well, from this moment onward, I, Luban, shall be the leader of Dormitory 6. Since I am the leader, what forms of respect should you all show? At this moment, Luban exuded an overwhelming presence, radiating authority. The students of Dormitory 6 split to either side, bowing in unison, greetings, boss. Chapter 8. What is so great about the second floor? Being the leader undoubtedly comes with its perks. Luban surveyed the room and addressed everyone, starting with Boss Xiao. Please introduce yourselves. Boss, my name is Xiao Chenyang. My martial spirit is a wolf, and I possess innate soul power of level 2. Hailing from the Xiao family of Notting City. After Xiao Chenyang finished introducing himself, the others followed suit with their introductions. Luban nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. For everyone from Notting City, a greeting gift of 1 gold soul coin each. Xiao Chenyang, you receive 2. Huh? Upon hearing Luban request a meeting gift, the members of the 6th dormitory exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. They inwardly scoffed, questioning whether the illustrious Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family truly lacked such trivial funds. What are your thoughts? Luban inquired, raising his clenched right fist and exhaling softly, his voice laced with a hint of challenge. Startled, Xiao Chenyang shivered and hastily retrieved 2 gleaming gold soul coins from his inner pocket, bowing as he presented them to Luban, following his lead. The other students from Notting City, not daring to be remiss, quickly produced their own gold soul coins. With the coins in hand, they made their way to the academy's cafeteria as lunchtime had arrived. The cafeteria of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy stood adjacent to the dormitory, a standalone 2-story building divided into upper and lower levels. The first floor offered inexpensive meal sets, a gathering place for work-study students, while the second floor featured a la carte dining at a higher price, frequented primarily by the aristocratic students and faculty of Notting City. As Luban approached the entrance of the cafeteria, he was met with a cacophony of voices and the sounds of an argument within. Isn't that Wang Sheng and his band of work-study students? They'll be confined to the first floor for life. A voice sneered. What is so impressive about the second floor anyway? Upon entering, Luban noticed a small girl clad in a blue uniform, adorned with rabbit ear decorations and sporting a scorpion braid hairstyle, fiercely shaking her fist at the second floor, ready to charge up and confront someone. Despite her fierce demeanor, her round, cherubic face exuded an undeniable charm. At that moment, she was being restrained by Tang San, preventing her from storming upstairs. Wang Sheng, a senior student, leaned in closer to whisper, Sister Xiaowu, the second floor is a la carte dining. It's quite expensive, and we truly cannot afford it. Tang San echoed his sentiments. Xiaowu, let it go. Don't stoop to their level. Humph. Little San, I never knew you were so timid. Xiaowu pouted, clearly displeased by the mockery from the upperclassmen. It's just a meal. How expensive can it be? Xiaowu, don't be impulsive. Without a gold soul coin to your name, venturing to the second floor could lead to an unexpected bill, Wang Sheng continued to advise. Gold soul coins? What are those? Xiaowu inquired, her brows furrowing in confusion. The surrounding work-study students exchanged bemused glances, astonished that Xiaowu was unaware of what gold soul coins were, reflecting the poverty of her family. Just then, Luban arrived, flanked by a group of first-year juniors, exuding an air of authority. Luban, you're here, Tang San exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing his fellow village companion. What are you all doing standing here? Come, let us head to the second floor. It's on me, Luban declared, waving his hand nonchalantly, embodying the essence of a wealthy patron. Really? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, while Xiaowu's face brightened with delight. Little San. Is he your friend? She asked, her gaze flitting between Tang San and the equally petite Luban. her heart fluttering at his striking appearance, which she deemed far superior to Tang San's. Yes, this is my childhood companion, Luban, Tang San affirmed. Luban, this is our dormitory leader, Xiaowu. And the others are my dorm mates. Hello. Luban greeted them with a warm smile. Since he was a friend of little San, Xiaowu eagerly approached Luban, playfully tapping his shoulder. From now on, if anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you, she declared. Let us head to the second floor. I'm curious to see what all the fuss is about. She shot a disdainful glance at the crowd gathered on the second floor, snorting in derision. Luban rubbed his nose, feeling slightly awkward at her boldness. But, Luban, are you sure about this? Tang San questioned, knowing well the financial situation of old Jackass family. Why do you doubt me? Luban replied with a calm smile, signaling his juniors behind him. Boss, you just arrived. There is no need for you to treat everyone. Let us all go to the second floor. Xiao Qinyang. We'll cover today's expenses, Xiao Qinyang asserted nonchalantly, as if the cost of the meal was inconsequential to him. Tang San, seeing this, ceased to protest and followed Luban to the second floor. Wait, what is happening? The work-study students are going to the second floor? Are they mad enough to confront Xiao Laoda? Wang Xing exclaimed, his incredulity evident. Didn't Xiao Laoda just get into a scuffle a few days ago? What audacity do these work-study students have to challenge his authority? As Tang San and Xiaowu, along with their work-study companions, reached the second floor, they were met with a barrage of curious stares and pointing fingers. Wang Xing and his entourage, who had previously mocked them, quickly surrounded them. Feeling brave today. Wang Xing? Planning to eat dirt for the foreseeable future? Wang Xing's taunt provoked raucous laughter from the second floor, as everyone knew that the meager finances of the work-study students meant that a single meal there equated to a semester's worth of meals on the first floor. Little Qinyang, you seem well informed. Care to enlighten me about this raucous dog before us? Luban asked, unfazed by the attention. The student he pointed out, however, had his head lowered, looking like a wilted bean sprout, clearly feeling the weight of shame. Boss, he is the top dog at Notting Academy, Xiao Qinyu, a sixth-year student. One of Luban's juniors whispered. Xiao Qinyu? Luban echoed, intrigued. Isn't that Xiao Qinyang's elder brother? No wonder when the formidable Xiao Laoda made an appearance. Xiao Qinyang discreetly sought refuge behind him, too timid to show his face. In that instant, Luban comprehended everything. Brother, what brings you to associate with this group of student workers? The Soul Masters possess an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, and as soon as Xiao Qinyang spoke, his brother Xiao Qinyu took notice. Speak the truth. Luban turned and warned with an air of indifference. At this, Xiao Qinyang, frightened, nodded in agreement and timidly stepped forward. Brother, this is our sixth dormitory's leader, Luban. Chapter 9. Revealing the second martial soul. What did you say? Upon hearing his brother acknowledge Luban as the leader, the arrogant expression on Xiao Qinyu's face vanished, replaced by an ashen countenance. A scion of the illustrious Xiao family, hailing from the prestigious lineage of the foremost family in Notting City, was now recognizing an inconspicuous brat as his superior. How utterly disgraceful. Brother, I will explain everything when we return. Xiao Qinyang scratched his head, a look of helplessness adorning his face. What could he do? Not only was he unable to defeat them, but he also could not afford to provoke them. Prior to enrollment, the city lord had repeatedly cautioned him against antagonizing the offspring of noble families, a lesson Xiao Qinyang recalled vividly. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, a royal lineage, would not dare to provoke them, let alone their humble Xiao family. Little Qinzi, considering he is your brother, let today's incident be forgotten. Donned in blue school attire, Luban waved his hand authoritatively, leaving the surrounding students in a state of shock. They began to murmur among themselves. Who is this guy? Wow, how impressive. Lead the way. Let us dine. Luban casually stated, his hands clasped behind his back, prompting Xiao Qinyang to quickly take the lead. Subsequently, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the other student workers followed Luban to the second floor, indulging in a lavish feast that left Xiao Qinyu and the other noble youths fuming with indignation. Luban, you were magnificent just now. At the dining table, Xiaowu praised while munching on a carrot, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Luban. You are the leader of the 6th dormitory, and I am the leader of the 7th. We should have a sparring session sometime. Huh? Upon hearing this, Luban's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting. Truly a violent and unruly rabbit. After lunch, the master summoned Tang San and Luban, leading them back to his residence. The master resided on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, in a spacious teacher's apartment comprising 3 rooms and 2 halls, equipped with a study. Though not opulently decorated, it exuded cleanliness and elegance, filled with a scholarly atmosphere. Release your second martial soul. Let me observe it. Tang San, you go first. Upon the master's command, Tang San extended his left hand, channeling his soul power into it. Soon, a dark hammer with purple golden stripes materialized. The handle measured 3 feet in length, and the head resembled a forging hammer, perfectly cylindrical in form. Its ancient and understated exterior conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. The master recognized it at a glance as the Haotian hammer, the most esteemed among weapon martial souls. All right, put it away. The master, suppressing his excitement, instructed with a fervent expression. Remember, do not use your second martial soul in public unless absolutely necessary. Why? What is the name of my second martial soul? And is there some kind of taboo? Tang San inquired, confusion etched on his face. That hammer is called the Haotian hammer, the most powerful among weapon martial souls. As for other details, you will learn in due time. Remember, everything I do is for your benefit. Now, enlighten me about your family's circumstances. Haotian hammer? Noticing the master's reluctance to divulge more about the Haotian hammer, Tang San ceased his inquiries. He began to recount his years in Holy Soul Village, living with his father in a state of mutual dependence, to which the master listened with an expression of understanding. He could hardly believe that his idol had fallen to such a state. He yearned to know what had transpired in the past, yet felt he lacked the right to ask. Luban, please release your second martial soul. After gaining insight into Tang San's martial soul, the master's attention shifted to Luban. Well, actually, I only possess one martial soul, Luban awkwardly admitted, scratching his head. He had intended to clarify earlier, but the master had not afforded him the opportunity. Impossible. My theory cannot be flawed. The master categorically rejected Luban's assertion of having a single martial soul. Release your diminutive martial soul for me to see. Then, pondering that a 6-year-old child would likely not lie, he mused whether there might have been an error during the martial soul hall's assessment. Such a situation has indeed occurred before. In the study, Luban fell into a deep meditation, channeling his spiritual energy towards his right hand. Soon, the spirit of Luban 7 manifested once more, standing at the height of an adult's knee. It wielded a dragon's mouth gun in its left hand and a shark's mouth cannon in its right, with a small red backpack slung over its back. Its pair of captivating, large eyes sparkled with an enchanting charm, exuding an extraordinary cuteness. Upon witnessing this, the master displayed a look of astonishment. The appearance indeed resembles that of a diminutive warrior spirit, albeit with slight variations. The craftsmanship of Luban 7 is exceedingly elaborate, and in his hands, he clutches a toy, presenting a comical visage of a warrior spirit that the master has never encountered in his lifetime. Luban, are you absolutely certain that you have awakened only one spirit? The master inquired at last. Luban nodded earnestly, affirming his claim. That shouldn't be the case. The master scratched his head, a look of confusion etched upon his face. Teacher, could it be that what you previously mentioned about mutated spirits holds true? Tang San interjected thoughtfully. The master shook his head, acknowledging that the current situation could indeed only be explained by the notion of a mutated spirit. However, the transformation of a waste spirit into a top-tier innate spirit with full soul power seemed almost impossible. The likelihood of a mutated spirit manifesting is already exceedingly low, let alone evolving into such a formidable elite spirit. The events transpiring with Luban are truly astonishing. Teacher, might it be possible that the spirit I awakened is an entirely new type, one not recorded in the annals of the continent? Luban feigned curiosity. The probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent. The master proceeded to elucidate the origins of spirit manifestation to both Luban and Tang San. For most individuals, the emergence of a spirit is inherited either from the father or the mother. Additionally, there exists the previously mentioned low probability variant of a mutated spirit. Yet, even a mutated spirit arises from the foundation of one parent's spirit. It cannot spontaneously generate a new species from thin air. According to historical records, the Douluo Continent has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and in such an extensive time frame, the spirits that ought to exist have largely been documented. Over the past several millennia, no new spirits have been recorded. Luban, why do you believe that the spirit you awakened is something novel? The master pondered, utterly perplexed. Luban refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a counter-question. Teacher, is it true that the maximum innate full soul power can only reach level 10? Indeed. Once soul power attains level 10, it encounters a bottleneck, necessitating the slaying of soul beasts to acquire soul rings, permitting further cultivation. The master seized this opportunity to briefly educate Luban and Tang San on the knowledge surrounding soul rings. Yet, I feel as though my soul power surpasses level 10. Luban queried again, leaving the master momentarily taken aback. He mused to himself how this child harbors an abundance of peculiar inquiries, finding his disciple rather eccentric. Could it truly be a mutated spirit? He was well aware that certain mutated spirits could render one foolish. Currently, Luban's intellect seemed evidently compromised. Chapter 10. The limit of output flow impossible. According to the historical records of the continent, no one with innate full soul power has ever exceeded level 10. The master shook his head, a wry smile escaping his lips, his stance resolutely dismissive. Such an occurrence, defying all logic, seemed utterly impossible in his eyes. Teacher, does the Academy possess any equipment for testing soul power? I wish to ascertain my soul power level. It is time to showcase my innate talent. Otherwise, how can I persuade the master? Since you wish to test your soul power, follow me, the master replied with a calm smile. Surely, the Academy would have soul guide devices for such tests, and it was merely a matter of indulging a child's curiosity. Thus, the master led Luban and Tang San to the Academy's laboratory. The laboratory was undoubtedly the most precious place within the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, housing a set of soul guide devices capable of testing soul power levels, with a maximum threshold of 30. Xiao San, you go first. The master gestured for Tang San to proceed with the test. Upon entering the laboratory, Tang San approached a circular platform in the center, approximately 2 meters in diameter and tiered in design. Atop the platform, a 1-meter-high jade column stood, crowned with a blue crystal orb the size of a basketball. Tang San ascended to the top tier, extending his small hand to press gently upon the crystal orb, mimicking the prior test at the Spirit Hall in Shahan Village. As Tang San's soul power was absorbed, the crystal orb blazed with brilliance, and the numbers on the display beneath surged rapidly. 1, 2, 3, until it halted just shy of 10. Do you see? Innate full soul power is at level 10, the master remarked, ruffling Luban's hair with a confident smile. Then gestured for Luban to take his turn. Luban, with his short legs, climbed the steps and placed his small hand on the blue crystal orb. Once again, the orb radiated intensely, and the display numbers soared. 1, 2, 3, 10. Under the watchful eyes of the master and Tang San, the numbers climbed higher, 11, 12. A gasp escaped the master, astonished. Beside him, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Teacher, what is happening? Tang San inquired, but the master was fixated on the display, hardly blinking. Level 20? My heavens, how is this possible? Upon seeing the final value on the screen, the master was rendered speechless, having witnessed a miracle within the realm of soul masters. Innate full soul power at level 20 was akin to a dream. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, he realized this was indeed a reality, not an illusion. His theory of the 10 core competitive powers of martial souls would henceforth require an additional tenet. The current circumstances could not merely be attributed to an anomalous martial soul. It was more likely that a new martial soul had emerged in the world of soul masters, and he was a witness to it. After the testing concluded, the master returned to his residence with Luban and Tang San, his heart racing with excitement. His 2 disciples were truly extraordinary, each more gifted than the last. If dual martial souls were the hallmark of an unparalleled genius, then an unheard-of innate full soul power of 20 levels was undoubtedly an unrivaled prodigy, a paragon of an era. The events of today regarding the soul power testing must remain confidential. Upon returning to his study, the master turned to his 2 disciples with a serious expression. Luban, in situations where you lack self-defense, do not reveal your soul power in front of outsiders. Tang San possesses dual martial souls, even if outsiders learn of it. His background provides a degree of safety. However, Luban, your circumstances differ. Without a strong background, should powerful families or the Spirit Hall discover your prodigious talent, your position could become perilous, either being coerced into servitude or facing eradication. Understood. Luban and Tang San nodded in unison. Excellent. The master felt a wave of relief and happiness at their understanding. Teacher, is there a distinction between innate full soul power at level 20 and level 10? Luban inquired, his large, expressive eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, there is a significant difference, the master replied, suppressing his excitement. According to my theory of the 10 core competitive powers of martial souls, innate soul power not only dictates the speed of later cultivation but also has a profound impact on the soul ring attachment. The higher the innate soul power level, the swifter the cultivation rate, and the greater the longevity of the first soul ring, based on my previous experiments. The maximum age of a soul beast required for obtaining the first soul ring is 423 years. Exceeding this limit renders absorption impossible, leading to fatal consequences. Once attached, the soul ring not only grants a soul skill but also enhances all physical attributes. The stronger the physical attributes, the greater the longevity of the soul ring obtained from hunting soul beasts. With innate full soul power at level 10, the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. I dare predict that with innate full soul power at level 20, this limit will undoubtedly multiply. The master continued to impart foundational knowledge about soul masters to Luban and Tang San. Tang San felt a pang of envy, realizing that Luban's talent surpassed his own as a transmigrator. Xiao San, do not be disheartened. Your dual martial soul talent is not significantly inferior to Luban's. While Luban's soul ring longevity may be greater, your second martial soul can continue to acquire soul rings, ensuring your overall strength remains formidable. The master noticed Tang San's shifting expressions and offered comforting words, recognizing that such comparisons were natural among children. Now, let us discuss the developmental direction of your martial souls. The master resumed his lecture. The Junior Soul Master Academy primarily focused on imparting foundational knowledge about martial souls, as mastering theoretical principles is crucial to avoiding missteps in future development. Soul masters can generally be categorized into beast martial souls and tool martial souls. For instance, Xiao San's blue silver grass, a plant martial soul, falls under the category of tool martial souls. Beast martial souls function by harnessing the power of the beast, while tool martial souls operate externally. Consequently, various developmental paths for soul masters have emerged, such as control type, combat type, healing type, reconnaissance type, and food type, among others. Before attaching soul rings, a soul master must determine the future developmental direction of their martial soul to maximize its potential. Upon concluding his lecture, the master offered his thoughts. Xiao San, your blue silver grass, as a plant martial soul, is best suited for the control type path. As for Luban, the master paused, suddenly embarrassed. realizing he had been so preoccupied with testing soul power that he had neglected to investigate Luban's martial soul abilities. Luban, your martial soul is quite unique. I believe it represents a newly emerged martial soul on the continent. As a new martial soul, it requires careful consideration when choosing a developmental path. The master's brow furrowed as he articulated his thoughts. Given Luban's remarkable talent, selecting an erroneous path could lead to complications. It was essential to conduct thorough research moving forward. Teacher, I wish to pursue a path of extreme output. Just as the master found himself perplexed regarding the future direction of Luban's development, Luban resolutely articulated his thoughts. With the system panel at hand, he possessed a clear understanding of his martial spirit. What constitutes the extreme output flow? Where did you hear that? The master was momentarily taken aback by Luban's sudden introduction of a new term, filled with curiosity. How could a 6-year-old child have come across such an unusual phrase? Master. When my martial spirit awakened, I instinctively grasped some knowledge pertaining to martial spirits, Luban explained. The so-called extreme output flow refers to an all-out attack, following the path of maximum offensive capability. Henceforth, any additional soul ring attributes should align with the offensive direction. Upon hearing Luban's explanation, the master was left astounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Luban's martial spirit would possess such extraordinary characteristics, almost as if it came with its own manual. To his knowledge, the extreme output flow had only been observed in one sect on the continent, the Haotian sect. Within the Haotian sect, all disciples wield the Haotian hammer, and many of them pursue the path of pure strength and maximum attack. These secrets were uncovered from the extensive archives of the Spirit Hall, which had invested considerable resources to obtain them. It is astonishing that a mere 6-year-old child like Luban could effortlessly articulate such remarkable truths. Suddenly, the master recalled something and, with a heavy breath, expressed his concerns. Luban, the drawbacks of pursuing an extreme output style are significant. I advise you to consider a more balanced development approach. The path of extreme output is exceptionally challenging for soul masters. Take for instance the disciples of the Haotian sect who have chosen to focus on extreme strength. Their successes are few and far between. The requirements for extreme output are exceedingly high when it comes to soul beasts. While most soul masters hunt soul beasts for their soul skills, those pursuing extreme output prioritize the enhancement of extreme attributes. Disciples of the Haotian sect, dedicated to extreme strength, must specifically seek out soul beasts that possess pure strength for their hunts. Their focus lies on the attribute enhancements provided by soul rings rather than on soul skills. However, such soul beasts with extreme attributes are extraordinarily rare, especially the high-level soul beasts that embody pure extreme strength, which are nearly extinct on the continent. This rarity imposes significant constraints on the Haotian sect disciples pursuing extreme output, while other soul masters typically spend their time training. Those following the extreme path are either searching for soul beasts or journeying to find them. Much of their future success hinges on luck. If fortune does not favor them, and they fail to find suitable soul beasts, their extreme output aspirations may be rendered futile. The risks associated with an extreme output style are considerable. The master articulated his concerns, noting that the types of soul beasts possessing pure attack attributes are not only scarce, but also exceedingly difficult to locate. The time before a soul master turns 20 is particularly precious. We cannot afford to squander it on fruitless hunts for soul beasts. By the way, summon your martial spirit. I wish to assess its offensive capabilities. Upon hearing the master's request, Luban unleashed his martial spirit, Luban number 7, and began a simple demonstration. Master, the most striking feature of my martial spirit is its long attack range. Even without an attached soul ring, it can reach a distance of 20 meters. With that, Luban activated his martial spirit, moving to the window of the study and unleashing a barrage at a nearby tree. The dragon's mouth gun in his left hand fired repeatedly, and a flock of sparrows perched on the tree was instantly struck from a distance of about 20 meters. Both the master and Tang San stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Good heavens, such an incredible attack range. Even without an attached soul ring, it is already so far. One can only imagine the spectacle if a soul ring were to be added. In future confrontations, you could unleash a torrent of attacks from a distance, causing the enemy's health to plummet without them even knowing who struck them. Now I understand why you wish to pursue the path of extreme output. At that moment, the master finally discerned the terrifying potential of the ultimate output stream. Do you agree with this? Luban inquired, raising his gaze. This matter must garner the recognition and guidance of the master, for he presently lacks the capability to hunt soul beasts, especially those of exceedingly rare pure attack attributes. You two should return for now. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly over the next few days. After Luban and Tang San departed, the master stood by the window for a considerable time, occasionally sighing. Old friend, it seems I must trouble you once again. Had it not been for the arrival of Luban and Tang San, the master would have resolved to seclude himself within the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, to conclude his remaining days in peace. The arrival of these two prodigious disciples transformed everything, reigniting the flames of his once frozen heart. With a newfound clarity, The master descended from the dormitory building and made his way towards the nodding city post office. In Soto City, at the Shrek's Soul Guidance Device specialty store, a middle-aged man in his 50s reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a magazine, when suddenly he heard a shout from the entrance. "Is Mr. Flander here? There is an urgent letter for you." Upon hearing of the urgent correspondence, Flander rose and stepped outside to retrieve the letter from the postal worker. Who could this be? Flander adjusted his black-framed glasses, a perplexed expression adorning his face. It had been many years. He never expected anyone would send him a letter. Upon opening the missive, Flander was momentarily stunned. "Ah, Xiaogang, you finally thought to contact me." The sight of Yu Xiaogang's handwriting stirred deep emotions within Flander, as fond memories of their youthful adventures alongside Lu Erlong flooded back. Fasno Province, Nodding City. Who would have thought you ventured to such a remote place? Without a moment's hesitation upon receiving the letter, Flander summoned his martial spirit and set off for Nodding City. His martial spirit, the four-eyed cat eagle, was a flying-type beast spirit, known for its remarkable speed. Within half a day's time, he arrived in Nodding City that very evening and met with the master. At the full guest fragrance restaurant in Nodding City, in a private box on the second floor, Yu Xiaogang hosted a banquet for Flander, revealing his intentions. Upon hearing the news, Flander shook his head in amusement. "Xiaogang, I thought you had come to a realization, but it seems you have merely taken on 2 disciples. What kind of disciples could warrant such importance? Furthermore, is it truly necessary for a soul sage like me to assist in obtaining the first soul ring?" Flander was taken aback when the master requested his help in hunting soul beasts. Assisting a 6-year-old in such a task seemed rather excessive. After all, he was a level 78 soul sage. "These 2 disciples I have taken under my wing are no ordinary ones. They possess innate full soul power." "Is it the innate full soul power or 2? Upon hearing this, Flander was momentarily stunned. When did innate full soul power become so commonplace? Yet, even with innate full soul power, surely the Nodding City Soul Master Academy could manage it? Chapter 12. A test of skills. After the initial shock, Flander calmed down, his expression one of confusion. Hunting a soul beast to obtain the first soul ring. With Master S strength at 29 and the assistance of the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, should be feasible. After all, the age limit for the first soul ring S soul beast is merely a few hundred years. No. Upon hearing this, Master shook his head and explained. "The soul beast I plan to hunt is approximately 800 years old. It would be challenging to accomplish this without the entire faculty of the Nodding Academy being mobilized. Most importantly, it must not be done. Otherwise, the talents of my 2 disciples would be exposed." "What? 800 years?" Flinder's eyes widened in shock at Master S' words. "Are you out of your mind? An 800-year-old soul beast exceeds the limit for a soul master of over level 20 to absorb a soul ring. Xiaogang, are you speaking nonsense? 800 years?" Faced with Flinder's skepticism, Master waved his hand and continued. "Have you ever seen innate full soul power at level 20? One of my disciples possesses twin martial souls, and the other has innate full soul power at level 20. As Master spoke, his face reflected the same astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering anything that would stir his emotions until today, when he met the prodigies, Luban and Tang San. Hiss. Twin martial souls? Innate full soul power at level 20? Flinder nearly dropped his jaw, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having spent considerable time with Master, he knew that Master was not one to speak lightly, yet he found it hard to accept such astonishing occurrences. "Indeed," Master nodded, "to be honest. I was just as incredulous at first, and even after personally verifying it, I felt as though I were in a dream. What are we waiting for? Bring those 2 boys out. I wish to see them." Flinder suddenly rose, unable to contain his excitement. Shrek Academy had not enrolled students for 2 years, and the teachers were growing restless. "Calm down, it's quite late. We shall discuss this tomorrow." The following morning, as dawn broke, Luban and Tang San were summoned by Master. They followed him to the woods behind the academy, where a figure was already waiting. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my good friend, Flinder." "Hello, Uncle Flinder." Upon hearing that he was Master S' friend, Luban and Tang San greeted him politely. Flinder smiled broadly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the 2 boys, filled with delight, as if he were gazing at treasures. "Hello, Luban. Unleash your martial soul and attack me with all your might," Flinder said to Luban with a calm smile. Luban was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Flinder intended to test him. It was likely that Master had informed him of his innate full soul power at level 20. Master nodded at Luban, signaling that it was fine to proceed. Luban number 7, manifest. Without hesitation, Luban activated his martial soul. Hearing the name Luban number 7, Master could not help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, the name his disciple chose was indeed grand. Who would have thought he would dare to name his martial soul after himself? Haha. Is this the new martial soul born in the world of soul masters that Master spoke of? It looks splendid. Flinder laughed heartily upon witnessing Luban summon Luban number 7. The appearance of this new martial spirit is undeniably amusing and endearing, yet its offensive power remains uncertain. Just as Flinder's laughter subsided, the formidable Luban launched an assault. The Master and Tang San stood by, observing in silence. Seizing this opportunity, the master aimed to comprehend the capabilities of Luban's martial spirit, intending to provide guidance for his future cultivation. The normal attack range reached 20 meters, with soul power orbs firing at 1 per second, unleashing a relentless barrage directly at Flinder. Flinder was taken aback by the extraordinary distance of the attack. It was indeed his first encounter with such a martial spirit. The mere basic attack could reach such lengths without deploying soul skills, truly impressive. His first soul skill could not achieve such a range. Flinder conjured a protective barrier with his soul power, and through the vibrations felt within the shield, he discerned the formidable intensity of Luban's strikes. The master was correct. Such intensity was certainly beyond the capabilities of a 10th-level soul master. Without utilizing any soul skills, the power demonstrated suggested a minimum soul power of at least level 20. Luban, is that all your martial spirit can do? Do you possess no other exceptional talents? Flinder provocatively inquired, sensing that having innate full soul power at level 20 was not as simple as it appeared. Not just him, but the master, who was also spectating, felt an eagerness to witness the true potential of Luban's martial spirit. Luban, do not hold back. Unleash your full power. Upon hearing Flinder and the master's encouragement, Luban nodded. Internally, he chanted, DG Boy Skin activated. The DG Boy Skin not only transformed the appearance of his martial spirit, but also doubled his attack power. Upon successful activation, Luban underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from a youthful and adorable figure into a fiery youth of spectral flame. The dragon mouth gun in his left hand discharged a series of 5 consecutive attacks, leaving Flinder, the master, and Tang San in astonishment. They clearly observed the protective barrier created by Flinder ripple under the force of the assault. It was evident that the strike was at least twice as powerful as before. Haha, splendid. Feel free to showcase all your abilities, Flinder cheered, increasingly delighted by Luban's exhibited potential, urging him onward. The martial spirit domain was activated. Luban decisively unleashed his innate domain, resulting in an immediate doubling of all his attributes and further augmenting his attack power. The soul power orbs emitted from the dragon mouth gun surged in potency once more. Amidst the overwhelming astonishment of Flinder and the others, Luban retracted the dragon mouth gun, aimed the shark mouth cannon forward, and began to charge. Invincible shark mouth cannon. Luban triggered his domain skill, launching a colossal crimson soul power orb, akin to a basin, that shot forth with tremendous speed, targeting Flinder. Boom. Upon contact with the protective barrier, the soul power orb detonated violently, its power again enhanced by another factor of 2. Hiss. A domain skill. The master was rendered speechless at witnessing Luban's first display of a domain skill. Flinder, equally astounded, marveled at the prowess of Luban's martial spirit, which astonishingly possessed a domain skill. Teacher, what is a domain skill? Tang San inquired, noticing the astonishment of both the master and Flinder. Skills are generally categorized into single target and area of effect skills. In addition to these 2 types, there exist even more formidable domain skills. Typically, only soul masters who reach the rank of Title Douluo have a minuscule chance of acquiring a domain skill. Once activated, domain skills tend to provide immense enhancements, comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. Martial spirits naturally endowed with a domain are exceedingly rare and powerful across the continent. Chapter 13. Departure to Soto City. Tang San was profoundly inspired by the master's explanation, utterly amazed. Though he did not fully grasp every detail, he understood that it was something extraordinary. Very well, very well. At this moment, Flinder was overwhelmed, with waves of astonishment washing over him. Innate full soul power at level 20. Coupled with a domain skill, Luban's talents were indeed extraordinary, making him the most gifted individual Flinder had encountered in many years. 3,000 lightning strikes. Just as Flinder and the others were still in shock, Luban activated his domain skill once more, depleting a significant portion of his soul power in an instant. The 3,000 lightning strikes, as a supreme move, consumed considerable soul power, and with Luban's current level, he could only execute it once. Boom. In that moment, the woods in the backyard were suddenly engulfed by a fierce wind, swirling dust and debris as the heavens transformed dramatically. Soon, a dense mass of dark clouds materialized above Flinder and his companions. Upon closer inspection, this ominous cloud had a radius of approximately 20 meters, entirely coinciding with the domain of the Luban number 7. With a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, descended directly upon Flinder. The speed was so astonishing that Flinder was caught off guard, unable to evade, and was struck directly. Oh. The first bolt of lightning possessed merely 10% of Luban's peak attack power. Although it made contact, it inflicted minimal damage upon Flinder, akin to a mere static shock. Well done, my friend. You have certainly surprised me today. Luban, devoid of a soul ring, was evidently utilizing an innate skill bestowed by his martial soul. One that possessed 2 innate abilities. A phenomenon Flinder had never encountered nor witnessed before. Hiss. Another innate skill emerged. This newly manifested martial soul was astonishingly formidable. At that moment, Master, who was observing from the sidelines, gasped as Luban unleashed yet another domain skill. Truly, one could only marvel at his innate soul power, which was at a remarkable level 20, despite Master having previously elevated his expectations of Luban number 7's talents. Still, he was taken aback. The capabilities displayed by Luban 7 were unparalleled across the continent. With a crackling sound, as Flinder reveled in excitement, a second bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Rather than dodging, he chose to embrace the potency of Luban's skill, realizing that this strike was twice as powerful as the previous one. Naturally, such a transformation did not escape Master's keen observation, as he absorbed every detail. "Luban, how many waves of this heavenly thunder can you summon?" Master inquired with palpable excitement, his eyes glimmering with fervor. This skill, capable of altering celestial phenomena, has truly opened his eyes. "Teacher, this technique comprises 9 waves of divine thunder, each wave's offensive power exponentially amplifying from the previous one." "What? 9 waves of divine thunder?" Upon hearing Luban's introduction, Flander and the Master were both taken aback. They hurriedly began to calculate in their minds. Goodness, if this continues, how many times would the final attack power increase? Hiss. With the 9 waves of divine thunder unleashed, the attack power could ultimately surge to an astonishing 25 times. My goodness, what on earth is this skill? At that moment, the Master and Flander exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. If Luban were to become a Title Douluo, who could possibly rival him on the continent? Indeed, the inherent talent of his martial soul, coupled with 2 additional skills, is truly beyond imagination. At this moment, the Master was so elated that he danced about, urging Luban to remember that unless absolutely necessary, he should refrain from demonstrating this domain skill in front of outsiders. After the initial excitement, the Master regained his composure. Luban's displayed talent was exceedingly extraordinary. Should it be witnessed and spread, he would inevitably become the adversary of all soul masters across the continent. "Actually, I possess 3 innate skills, but one of them is solely for defense," Luban remarked playfully. 3 domain skills? Upon hearing this, both the Master and Flinder were taken aback, nearly losing their balance. Good heavens, is this still human? They were stunned. My disciple is akin to a deity. Soon, the experiment concluded, and the Master gained a profound understanding of Luban's abilities. "Luban, given your exceptional talent, why not pursue a balanced development approach instead of fixating on extreme output?" In the forest behind the mountain, the Master gently patted Luban's head, attempting to persuade him. Indeed, soul beasts suited for extreme output were rare and could adversely affect his cultivation speed. Flinder echoed this sentiment, sharing their significant concerns about Luban's inclination towards an all-offensive strategy, wishing to shield him from such risks. "Teacher, Uncle Flinder, pursuing extreme output aligns with my martial soul's intent. I believe that only in this way can I unleash its utmost potential," Luban asserted, his youthful visage displaying resolute determination. Seeing this, the Master could only shake his head with a wry smile, conceding, "Since you are so steadfast, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Luban, your ideas are commendable, and I support you." Observing Luban's stubbornness, Tang San felt a twinge of jealousy, silently muttering to himself, "Teacher, if Luban does not pursue a balanced path, I shall take that route and prove your theory," Tang San declared confidently to the Master. This elicited laughter from Flinder, who found the 2 youngsters quite amusing. "Xiaogang, this is beneficial. With Luban pursuing extreme output and Tang San opting for a balanced control approach, your theory can be mutually validated," the Master nodded in agreement, increasingly satisfied with his newly acquired disciples. "Now that you have determined the direction for your martial souls, it is time to hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Prepare yourselves, we shall journey to Soto City." The Master decided to head to the bustling Soto City, as the hunting forest near Notting City lacked pure attack-type soul beasts, and Flinder was more familiar with the larger city, making their endeavors more convenient. On that midday, Luban Tang San meticulously packed his belongings and hastily departed from the academy. The Master hired a carriage in Notting City, and the 4 of them set off directly towards Soto City. Throughout the journey, the Master did not cease his teachings, continuously imparting fundamental knowledge about martial souls to Luban and Tang San. The 2 boys listened with rapt attention, as they were in dire need of theoretical understanding. "Once this soul-hunting expedition concludes, you shall bring these 2 youngsters to my Shrek Academy. Although the facilities at Shrek Academy may not rival those of the Empire's premier Soul Master institutions, they are certainly superior to those of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City." Flandra incessantly encouraged from the carriage. The 2 children were easily persuaded. However, he feared the Master's disapproval. Given Luban Tang San's extraordinary talent, he should receive a more refined education at Shrek Academy. As the Master listened to Flandra's entreaties, his serious demeanor and dazed expression clearly indicated he had entered a contemplative state. After a moment of reflection, the Master finally spoke a single word that sent Flandra into a frenzy of excitement. "Splendid! The Master has finally reached a conclusion. Luban, henceforth you shall be the eldest senior brother at Shrek Academy, and Tang San, you will be the second senior brother." Chapter 14, The Beast Arena. Upon hearing this, Luban's mouth twitched. A 6-year-old senior brother, Flandra certainly had a knack for humor. It seemed that at this juncture, Shrek Academy had not yet enrolled any students. Luban, with his past experiences, understood this well, but Tang San, standing beside him, wore a bewildered expression, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Uncle Flandra, what about the others at Shrek Academy?" Tang San, hailing from the Tang clan in his previous life, was well aware of the implications of being the eldest and second senior brothers. Within the confines of the door, there exists a figure of paramount significance among the disciples. Ahem. Upon encountering Tang San's skepticism, Flinder found himself in a state of acute embarrassment. His mind raced, desperately seeking an explanation. It was imperative to persuade these two extraordinary prodigies to join Shrek Academy. My dear San, our Shrek Academy is not a place for the mediocre. We exclusively admit exceptional talents, true monsters of skill. The last genius student has only just graduated, and currently, we have no others. However, from this moment forth, everything shall change. You and Luban will henceforth serve as the representatives of Shrek Academy. Thus, throughout their journey, Flinder ceaselessly extolled the virtues and strengths of Shrek Academy to Luban and Tang San. Soto City stands as one of the two principal cities of the Barak Kingdom. Nestled in the southwest of the Heavendo Empire, bordering the Fasnuo province, and merely 500 kilometers from Notting City. By carriage, one could reach it in a mere 2 days. At noon that day, Luban and his companions finally arrived at Soto City. Soto City is significantly larger than Notting City, bustling with a continuous flow of people and a cacophony of vehicles, exuding an air of extraordinary prosperity. Upon entering the city, Flanders guided the horse-drawn carriage directly to a specific location, renowned for being the best place to inquire about information regarding soul beasts. Here we are, let's disembark. As Luban stepped down from the carriage, he looked up to behold an imposing structure. Its entirety was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to comprehend. Yet the arched components adorning the front revealed it as a circular edifice. The building towered at least 20 to 30 meters high, presenting a majestic facade. A grand plaque hung above the resplendent arched entrance, inscribed with the words, Soto City Arena. This arena serves as the battleground where soul masters engage in combat with soul beasts. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Luban and Tang San's faces, the master elaborated on the origins of the arena. The Douluo Continent is home to a myriad of soul beast species, each possessing unique characteristics and skills, knowledge that every soul master must acquire. Failing to do so could pose a lethal threat when encountering soul beasts in the wilderness. The arena, thus, stands as the most direct and expedient avenue for soul masters to familiarize themselves with these creatures. Hurry! I've heard that the Demon Moon Squad is challenging the Firefox again. Is it that Firefox with nearly 800 years of cultivation? Indeed. This squad has dared to challenge it 7 times. Good heavens, how brave. The Firefox rules the first level, and it's astonishing that anyone would dare confront it. Yes, the squads that previously challenged the Firefox met with either death or grave injury. Their fates were quite tragic. As Luban entered the arena, he overheard spectators discussing a Team S challenge against the Firefox. Xiaogang, take Luban and Tang San to witness the battle, allowing them to broaden their horizons while I gather information. The interior of the arena was vastly more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Astonishing Luban with its underground structure, the towering building above served solely as office space. The scale is truly astonishing. Bidding farewell to Flander, the master leads Luban and Tang San through the first floor. The arena's ground level serves as a gathering place for soul masters to form teams and engage in discussions. As they walk, the master provides insights into the arena's conditions. Upon reaching the entrance to the underground level, the master continues to guide them forward. Through a spiraling staircase, the trio swiftly arrives at the subterranean level. At the entrance stands a grand arched doorway, towering 3 meters high, flanked by 4 soul master guards. The master approaches the door, presents a credential, and ushers Luban and Tang San inside. Although referred to as the first floor, the height is at least 10 meters. And the space is remarkably vast, resembling an underground palace. The moment they step in, the enthusiastic cheers of the audience erupt around them. The underground arena features a main battling ground at its center, surrounded by 8 smaller arenas. Each arena buzzes with excitement, and the circular seating resembles that of a football stadium. The main arena is twice the size of the smaller venues, yet the overall structural design is almost identical. The master leads Luban and Tang San to the ticket booth at the entrance of the main arena. Good day, sir. How many tickets would you like to purchase? Are there discounts for children? Indeed, those under 2 meters tall may enter for free. Thank you. A single ticket will suffice. After purchasing the ticket, the master guides Luban and Tang San into the arena. Dear audience, I am Dodo, your host for today's event, and I warmly welcome you all. The battle will commence in 10 minutes. Please bear with us. As they settle into their seats, Luban notices a short-haired beauty standing in the center of the arena, energetically introducing the event. The Firefox, a formidable opponent for nearly 8 centuries, is being challenged by the brave team known as Yahweh. Luban, Tang San, pay close attention. They have faced this challenge 7 times without any casualties. I dare say the members of the Yahweh team are undoubtedly extraordinary talents. The master observes the arena with a calm demeanor. The Firefox is a soul beast skilled in charm, possessing overwhelming attack power with its demonic flames. It is both controlling and aggressive, making it quite formidable. Its 8 centuries of cultivation surpasses that of many thousand-year soul beasts. Otherwise, it would not have maintained its status as the dominant force in this arena. Any soul master team daring to challenge it must possess considerable strength. Only a soul master of level 40 or above can hope to defeat the 8th century firefox. Those in their 30s would likely flee upon encountering it. According to the arena's rules, soul masters in the underground level cannot exceed level 20 and are prohibited from having a second soul ring. Teams may consist of up to 7 members. However, 7 soul masters without a second soul ring would be akin to tinder prey for a nearly 8th-century-old firefox. Easily taken down without much effort. The Soto City Arena showcases the firefox on this level merely to establish a commanding presence, never anticipating a challenge from a soul master team. As the master explains, 10 minutes pass swiftly. Now, please welcome the 7 members of the Yaoyue team to the arena. With that, host Douluo announces loudly, prompting an immediate eruption of cheers from the audience. The arena is structured in a cylindrical shape, with the battle space at the bottom and tiers of audience seating above. At this moment, as the members of the Yaoyue team enter, the atmosphere becomes electric. Chapter 15. The first encounter with Luban is swept up in the audience's fervor, gazing out to see 7 youthful figures, around 11 or 12 years old, confidently stride into the arena. Leading the group is a golden-haired girl, her age belied by her nearly perfect physique. Her enchanting eyes glisten with charm, while her long, graceful legs dance as if she were a fairy in flight. Every movement exudes an air of nobility, combining beauty with elegance, allure with dignity. Yaoyue team, Captain, Hulaina. Martial Soul, Demonic Fox, Level 20 Control System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Xiaoyu, Martial Soul, Moonblade, Level 20 Attack System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Yin, Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Level 20 Attack System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Zhangping, Martial Soul, Golden Waste Swallow. Level 20 Agility System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Sun Xuantao, Martial Soul, Circular Giant Blade, Level 20 Attack System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Suyu, Martial Soul, Brilliant Golden Scepter, Level 19 Support System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Li Kai, Martial Soul, Blackhorn Dragon Pig. Level 20 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. After announcing the members of the Yaoyue team, host Douluo is met with another wave of applause from the audience. Heavens, where did this prodigious Yaoyue team come from? Their talent is astonishing. Look at their age. They can't be more than 11 or 12, yet they possess a soul power of level 20. Are they even human? Indeed. They must be the offspring of some grand sect, out here honing their skills. How incredible that they dare to challenge the Fire Fox at such a young age. The emergence of such prodigious young warriors in Soto City has caused quite the stir. During the Yaoyue team's challenge against the Fire Fox, their following has grown exponentially. Despite 7 prior failures, the team suffered no casualties, which is remarkable in itself. The martial souls of the 7 youths, Demonic Fox, Moonblade, Flame Lord, and others, are of the highest caliber, indicating their extraordinary lineage. At this moment, the master is equally astonished by the prowess and talent of the Yaoyue team. To find 7 such unparalleled geniuses in one place is a testament to the formidable power of the force backing them. Such a formation, the master mused, would surely be a challenge for the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire to assemble. Teacher, do you believe they can succeed in this challenge? Luban inquired curiously. His understanding of soul beasts was still quite limited, making it difficult for him to form a judgment. The formation of the Yaoyue battle team was remarkably comprehensive, encompassing offense, control, defense, and support. Against other teams, such strength could ensure an effortless victory. However, this time they faced a soul beast with nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. One that excelled in control, rendering victory almost impossible. The master shook his head in negation, all the while providing insights into team dynamics for Luban and Tang San. Glancing at Luban, the master suddenly smiled, remarking that if the Yaoyue team had a long-range damage dealer like him, victory might be within reach. Hearing the master's praise, Luban felt a surge of pride. After all, he was a formidable marksman in the national arena. As the 3 conversed, the Beast Arena Challenge officially commenced. I hereby declare the challenge to begin. The host's words resonated, and the audience fell into an anticipatory silence, their gazes fixated on the battleground below. All 7 members of the Yaoyue team had summoned their martial souls, their feet adorned with swirling yellow soul rings, a sight to behold. Suddenly, the sturdy iron gate on the opposite side of the arena swung open, revealing a fox, resplendent in fiery red, entering the arena. The atmosphere charged with tension as the impending battle loomed, with the audience holding their breath, filled with anxiety. Those seated in the front row, closest to the arena, felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Even through the protective barrier, the intense pressure emanating from the Fire Fox was palpable. The 800-year-old Firefox, possessing considerable intelligence, caught sight of the Yaoyue team and instantly succumbed to its primal instincts, fury etched across its face. The incessant provocations of these insolent youngsters have become intolerable. Their audacity knows no bounds. It is imperative to take action against them. In a moment of fury, the Firefox let out a piercing howl, summoning the battle cry and baring its fangs. Defend yourselves. Captain Hulaina shouted urgently upon witnessing the Firefox suddenly vanish. If the Firefox were to launch a successful surprise attack, the team would be in grave peril, for a single swipe from the firefox could easily obliterate them. Fortunately, after 7 prior encounters, the team members had become well acquainted with the firefox's tactics. Responding swiftly to Hu Laina's command, the defensive soul master Li Kai, in perfect harmony with his teammates, activated his first soul skill, Dragon Armor Shield. The members of the Yao Yu team clustered together. Encircled by a protective barrier formed of black scales, Li Kai's first soul ring was acquired from the hunt of a 400-year-old black-horned armored dragon, granting formidable defensive capabilities sufficient to withstand the firefox's standard assaults. With a resounding crash, the firefox's claws struck the protective shield, sending ripples through the barrier and forcing the 7 members of the Yao Yu team to stagger backward. Charge! Captain Hu Laina commanded as the firefox revealed itself once more. The agile attacker Zhang Ping, imbued with the spirit of the golden waste swallow, sprouted black wings from her back and swiftly exited the protective barrier to engage the firefox in a proactive assault. First soul skill, Falling Wild Geese. With a whoosh, Zhang Ping's speed surged, her legs enveloped in a layer of soul power scales resembling dragon claws, launching a series of powerful kicks toward the firefox. However, her agile strikes merely succeeded in entangling the firefox, restraining its speed without inflicting significant harm. Observing this, Hu Laina issued another command. In an instant, 3 powerful attack-type soul masters from the Yao Yu team sprang into action, simultaneously unleashing their first soul skills, Xiaoyu, Crescent Slash, Yin, Regional Lava Surge, and Sun Chuantao, Whirlwind Kill. Support. At the moment the offensive team struck, Captain Hu Laina signaled for the auxiliary soul skills to follow. Heeding her call, the auxiliary soul master Xiaoyu activated his martial soul, the brilliant golden staff, decisively employing his first soul skill, group support skill, brilliant staff, 1-day attack. Upon activation, 3 beams of light shot forth, striking Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, significantly enhancing their offensive capabilities. The team members unleashed their attacks, and as their captain, Hu Laina was not idle either. As a control-type soul master, her role was to hinder the firefox's movements. First soul skill, Foxfire Command. With a commanding shout, Hu Laina summoned the spirit of the demon fox, and 2 blood-red flames materialized in her hands. With a gentle push, she sent the fiery orbs hurtling toward the firefox. The temperature of the demon flames was exceedingly high, capable of corroding the mental fortitude of the opponent, greatly diminishing their state and impairing their actions. Chapter 16. Flander is captured. The moment the firefox was spotted, the Yao Yu team, under Captain Hu Laina's leadership, launched their full-scale assault. At this moment, the audience held their breath, captivated by the exhilarating spectacle before them. The beast battle was truly remarkable. The firefox initiated the assault but was quickly ensnared by the agile spirit master Zhang Ping of the Yao Yu team, significantly reducing its speed. Simultaneously, the team captain Hu Laina unleashed her control skills. With the invocation of the Foxfire command, the myriad of demon flames submitted to her will. A barrage of fiery orbs rained down upon the firefox, further diminishing its mobility. The combination of restrictions and control utterly quelled the firefox's speed advantage. In a swift execution of strategy, as the firefox was immobilized, the formidable trio of offensive spirit masters, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, unleashed their most devastating attacks. Xiaoyu's lunar slash struck relentlessly, each blow more powerful than the last. Yin's first spirit ability, Hell Lava Charge, followed suit, conjuring a hellish sea of flames to launch a ferocious onslaught against the firefox. Sun Chuantao's whirlwind slash accelerated the massive blade's rotation, creating an attack reminiscent of a tornado, poised to devastate all in its path. With the enhancement of their supportive spirit masters, the offensive power of these 3 warriors reached its zenith. Amidst the Yao Yu team's relentless assault, the firefox emitted a chilling wail. The intensity of the attack was evident from its cries, and keen-eyed spectators could already discern the injuries marring the firefox's form. Behold, this is the essence of teamwork. This is synergy. As the master observed, he elucidated the remarkable coordination of the Yao Yu team, epitomizing the true spirit of collaboration. No spirit master can achieve perfection in every aspect. Remember, there are no flawless spirit masters, only a flawless team. Master, the firefox is clearly at a disadvantage. How could you previously assert that the Yao Yu team would not succeed? Tang San inquired, witnessing the fierce onslaught of the Yao Yu team. That is because soul beasts possess skills akin to those of spirit masters. Most soul beasts awaken bloodline abilities once they reach a certain age. Although the firefox is currently struggling, it has yet to unleash a single skill, indicating it has not truly exerted its strength, the master explained. No sooner had he spoken than the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. The firefox, besieged by the Yao Yu team, let out a series of piercing shrieks. The call of the fox is imbued with a beguiling allure. Once heard, it can ensnare the heart and plunge one into a state of intoxicating reverie. Fortunately, after several encounters with the firefox, the members of the Demon Moon team have devised a strategy to counteract the enchanting melody of the fox's cries. As soon as the piercing shriek of the firefox resonates, they swiftly channel their spiritual energy to block their hearing, evading its entrancing grasp. Although the fox's captivating sound is successfully muted, it momentarily hampers the team's actions, granting the creature an opportunity to escape. Regroup. The firefox's retreat signifies the conclusion of the initial wave of assault, and Hulaina decisively commands her team to fall back and fortify their defenses. In battles between spirit masters and spirit beasts, or even among spirit masters themselves, combat typically unfolds in a turn-based manner. Each side possesses unique skills, and unless one party can decisively overpower the other from the outset, they inevitably become enmeshed in a war of attrition, exchanging blows in a cyclical fashion. In this instance, the Demon Moon team and the Fire Fox find themselves in such a predicament. Defend. Observing the Fire Fox, its body ablaze with crimson flames, Hulaina hastily orders a defensive stance. This state represents another skill of the Fire Fox, akin to the demonic fire command of Hulaina. It can be both offensive and defensive, making it exceptionally troublesome. After enduring a fierce assault, the fiery temperament of the Fire Fox, being a soul beast, could not remain restrained. Seizing the opportunity, it unleashed a barrage of attacks. At that moment, the Fire Fox opened its mouth wide, spewing fireballs the size of fists, which struck the dragon armor shield with relentless force. Consequently, both sides found themselves ensnared in a war of attrition. The outcome was evident. The Yao team faced yet another defeat. After battling for an hour, the soul power of the 7 members of the Yao team was nearly depleted, leaving them with no choice but to concede. Sister, given our current lineup, it is utterly impossible to defeat that Fire Fox. I believe you need not cling to this endeavor. Let those above intervene, suggested Xiaoyu, recognizing Hulaina's stubborn nature. During this expedition, she was unwilling to rely on the powers of the Spirit Hall. However, the nearly 800-year-old Fire Fox was perfectly suited to become her second soul ring, truly tailor-made for her. If she were to abandon this pursuit, finding such an exquisite soul beast again would be almost impossible. Have you all surrendered to setbacks after just a few failed challenges? Hulaina retorted defiantly, casting a glance at her brother Xiaoyu. Have you not noticed how our team's coordination is becoming increasingly proficient and harmonious? I am the captain. We shall continue our challenges. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression turned woeful, feeling utterly despondent. A continuous string of failures could tarnish their resolve. Among the Yao team, none dared to oppose Hulaina except for Xiaoyu, which only reinforced her domineering disposition. Sister, the key issue is that we can barely afford to eat now. Money is simple. Let us seek out some simple tasks. Hulaina waved her hand dismissively, boldly declaring as she took the lead to the task area on the 2nd floor of the arena. The 2nd floor of the arena was where soul masters could publish and accept tasks. Tasks such as finding people, treasure hunting, and searching for rare items were plentiful and varied. As long as one could afford the price, even the slightest detail about the city lord's wife could be uncovered. After parting ways with the master, Flandre arrived here to inquire about aggressive, extreme attribute soul beasts. Unfortunately, after inquiring for quite some time, he found himself empty-handed. Ultimately, he was compelled to publish a bounty task. Once the task was posted, Flandre had just stepped out of the task hall when he was approached by the staff, informing him that the task had been accepted. Flandre was overjoyed. To see progress in such a short time was astonishing. The 2nd floor task hall was exceptionally spacious, with the inner counters for posting and accepting tasks, while the outer area was filled with sofas and conference tables for discussions. At that moment, Flandre sat at one side of a conference table, facing 7 youths aged around 11 or 12. The leader was a girl with short golden hair. If Master Luban Tang San were present, he would recognize this group of young individuals at a glance. Indeed, they were the members of the Yao team, headed by Hulaina. I do know of a pure offensive soul beast, but the bounty you offered is far too meager to satisfy me, Hulaina said nonchalantly, crossing her legs with an air of authority that belied her youth. 10 golden soul coins is a substantial amount for a mere piece of information. Flandre adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. 1 golden soul coin is sufficient to cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 3 months. Offering 10 golden soul coins for information on a soul beast is already quite generous in my view. However, what he did not realize was that the individuals seated across from him had grown up in the Spirit City and were no strangers to grand affairs. Mister, though we are young, we are not naive, Hulaina remarked, swirling her glass of fruit wine with a serene smile. If you were inquiring about an ordinary soul beast, I would not bother to respond. But since you seek the exceedingly rare, pure, offensive, extreme attribute soul beast, 10 golden soul coins is woefully insufficient. If I am not mistaken, you must have descendants pursuing the extreme flow. Hulaina's words astonished Flandre, who was taken aback by the depth of knowledge exhibited by the 11 or 12-year-old girl before him. She adeptly seized the negotiation's rhythm, placing him at a disadvantage. Truly, the youth are formidable. Then how much do you desire? Tenfold, 100 golden soul coins. Ah, young one, you truly do not comprehend the value of wealth. Do you realize that 100 golden soul coins represents a significant fortune? Moreover, I am unaware of the specific details regarding the soul beast you possess. I know of a pure offensive soul beast with nearly 800 years of cultivation. For a soul beast under 1,000 years, demanding 100 golden soul coins, do you take me for a fool? Farewell. With that, the negotiation failed, and Flandre rose to leave, his expression one of regret. The age of the soul beast mentioned by that golden-haired girl was ideally suited for Luban's first soul ring. However, he lacked the golden soul coins. Thus, he could only feign an inability to reach an agreement and depart temporarily. He needed to return to consult with the master on the first floor of the arena. In the resting area, when Flandre returned, the master and his companions had been waiting for some time. So, did you manage to gather any information? The master inquired eagerly as Flandre entered. Flandre recounted his earlier negotiation with Yu Xiaogang. I do have the information, but the money is insufficient. An 800-year-old pure offensive soul beast? Splendid. It would be perfect for Luban's first soul ring, the master exclaimed, visibly excited. He had previously opposed Luban pursuing the extreme output flow due to the scarcity of suitable soul beasts. Now that news had finally emerged, regardless of the cost, it was imperative to uncover it. Xiaogang, I suggest we hold off for a few days. Perhaps those children will lower their price. Flandre lamented about their financial constraints. Shrek Academy had not received students in several years, and he was currently in dire financial straits. Each year, the salaries of the teachers had to be paid, adding immense pressure. No, if those youths depart, where shall we find them? The master resolutely shook his head in disagreement. Years have passed, yet Flandre's avarice remains unchanged. First, he must borrow 100 golden soul coins from the money house, and only then can he acquire the information he seeks. As the master finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang descended from the second floor accompanied by the members of the Demon Moon Squad. Upon seeing her, Flandre pointed towards Yu Xiaogang, exclaiming, "Do you see? That very girl was the one I negotiated with." The master, Luban, and Tang San followed Flandre's gesture and beheld the Demon Moon Squad. "Is it truly them?" The master exclaimed in astonishment. "I did not anticipate such a coincidence." "Do you know them?" Flandre inquired. The master nodded, succinctly recounting their previous encounter during the Soul Beast Challenge on the first floor. No wonder. Flandre's suspicions were confirmed. With such remarkable talent, she must be a scion of a formidable power. He had sensed her extraordinary nature from her discourse. Noticing Flandre and the master troubled over the financial matter, Luban stepped forward, recognizing that this dilemma stemmed from the hunt for the soul beast. "Teacher, Dean Flandre, I can assist the Demon Moon Squad in slaying the Fire Fox, thus eliminating the need to expend 100 golden soul coins." Upon hearing this, the master quickly shook his head in disapproval. "No, that cannot be. Doing so would expose your talent, and that is absolutely unacceptable. Indeed, Luban, let me and Xiaogang devise a solution for the financial concern." "You need not worry about it." Flandre echoed his opposition. At 6 years old, and at level 20, should Luban's abilities be revealed, the entire arena would be in turmoil. Luban, fully aware of the master and Flandre's apprehensions, continued to explain, "Teacher, my martial soul is capable of changing form. Thus it will not be exposed." With that, Luban activated his martial soul, his form rapidly transforming into that of an adult, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings appearing beneath his feet. This transformation is indeed taxing on soul power. Once depleted, the disguise will vanish. However, enduring through a single challenge would provide ample time. Gasp. Witnessing Luban's martial soul transformation, both the master and Flandre were left in utter astonishment. What kind of martial spirit is this, capable of altering its form, disguising itself, and even mimicking soul rings? This is truly astonishing. Beside him, Tang San was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Luban's talent had once again surpassed his comprehension. Well then, if that is the case, let us meet the Demon Moon team. After witnessing Luban's disguise, the master acquiesced to his request. The perfection of Luban's martial spirit disguise left no trace of flaw, eliminating any concern of exposure. With no worries, they could proceed without hesitation. To facilitate negotiations, the master instructed Luban to embody the form of a youth around 15 years of age. At 15, with a soul power of level 20. This talent could be considered moderate among soul masters. In the Soto City Arena, on the second floor of the mission hall, the master, accompanied by the disguised Luban and Tang San, took a vacant seat. Soon, Flandre summoned Yu Xiaogang and her companions to join them for a renewed negotiation. "Hey, old man, I heard you can help me complete the challenge of hunting the Fire Fox?" Yu Xiaogang inquired skeptically as she settled across from the master. "Incorrect. It is not I, but my disciple here," the master replied, shaking his head with a composed smile while gesturing towards Luban. At that moment, Luban had transformed into a figure resembling Hou-Yi, a towering individual clad in golden armor that shimmered brilliantly. "I have observed your previous battle with the Fire Fox, and it is evident that your attack power was insufficient. If the Demon Moon team were to replace their agile attackers with my disciple, they would undoubtedly succeed in slaying that Fire Fox." Haha. The members of the Demon Moon team could not contain their laughter. They glanced at Luban, shaking their heads in disbelief. This old man truly underestimated the strength and depth of the Demon Moon team. Chapter 18. Agile Attackers versus Output Specialists. To think that merely presenting someone could substitute for a member of the Demon Moon team was utterly ludicrous. Take Zhang Ping, an agile attacker. Her Golden Waste Swallow martial spirit boasts a first soul ring acquired from a soul beast of 400 years of cultivation. The attack attribute enhancement brought forth by this extraordinary soul ring surpasses that of an ordinary assault-type soul master. It is essential to recognize that attaining the maximum age for each soul ring in Douluo Continent is not a feat achievable by just any soul master. Rather, It is a privilege reserved for the illustrious families and sections. Yet today, an old man has audaciously proclaimed that his disciple exceeds the agility-type soul masters of the Yaoyue team in prowess, which is indeed laughable in the eyes of Hulaina and her companions. A glance at Luban elicits a shake of her head. At merely 15 or 16 years of age, he has yet to surpass level 20, indicating a rather lackluster talent. If you doubt it, feel free to test him. The master remarked calmly, unperturbed by the impudence of the youthful assembly. Should your agility-type members defeat my disciple, I shall unconditionally present you with 100 gold soul coins. Very well, it is a pact, Hulaina promptly agreed, for the importance of gold soul coins had become apparent to her, especially as she found herself in dire straits financially, unable to afford even a meal. With the duel agreed upon, both parties departed the second-floor task hall and ascended to the third floor. The arena on the third floor contains trial rooms for soul masters to engage in combat. Zhang Ping, a 20-level agility-type battle soul master with the martial spirit of the Golden Waist Swallow, stepped onto the stage. In a show of mutual respect, both opponents introduced their cultivation levels, a customary practice in the realm of soul masters. Tang Air, wielding the sun-shooting bell, also declared his status as a 20-level output-type soul master. Upon hearing Luban's declaration, the audience from the Yaoyue team erupted in laughter, having never encountered the term output type before. Meanwhile, the master and his two companions exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Luban's caution had taken them by surprise, although they felt the name was somewhat frivolous. Little 3, who is older, you or Luban? Flinder inquired instinctively. Luban is merely a few days my senior, came the response. Flinder nodded, realizing that had Tang Air been born a few days earlier, he would have been known as Tang 4. They had witnessed Luban's extraordinary martial spirit capabilities before, thus they held no apprehensions regarding the impending contest, as both competitors unveiled their martial spirits. Zhang Ping scoffed and launched an immediate offensive. First soul skill, falling wild goose in the desert. Remember, to be defeated by me, Zhang Ping, is a mark of pride. With the Golden Waist Swallow activated, Zhang Ping sprouted wings and charged at Luban with remarkable speed. On the opposite side of the arena, Luban simulated a yellow soul ring beneath his feet. His left hand transformed the dragon beak gun into a magnificent golden bell. First soul skill, 3,000 thunderfalls. The arena, a circular expanse of approximately 70 to 80 meters in diameter, found Luban's domain limited to a radius of merely 20 meters. Initially, they occupied opposite sides of the arena, but as Zhang Ping advanced, she swiftly entered the range of Luban's domain. At that moment, Luban drew his bow, enveloped in crackling electricity, resembling a deity of thunder. Above the arena, dark clouds began to gather. This spectacle left even the seasoned members of the Yaoyue team utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. As Zhang Ping approached Luban, she felt an overwhelming pressure the moment she entered his domain, an indescribable sense of impending danger. With a shout from Luban, the first bolt of lightning struck, not from above, but rather manipulated by Luban into a lightning arrow, shot forth with astonishing speed. Zhang Ping, unable to evade, was struck directly, her body jolted by the impact, though she remained on the stage as the duel continued. Is this all the might you possess? Stung by her initial setback, Zhang Ping was filled with indignation, realizing that the power of Luban's lightning arrow was not as formidable as she had perceived. Her earlier misfortune had merely been a misstep, causing her to fall from the air. With the experience of battle under her belt, Zhang Ping quickly devised a strategy to counterattack. As she re-entered Luban's domain, he decisively unleashed a second lightning arrow. Once again, Zhang Ping found herself struck, the recoil propelling her backward. The ensuing arrows followed a similar pattern, each attack leaving her in a state of disarray. The audience, captivated by Luban's unconventional tactics, watched in awe. This is the output type? Hulaina exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if they might pop from their sockets. How can this duel continue? Zhang Ping cannot even approach. Her brother, Xiaoyu, shared in her shock. On the stage, Luban had already launched 6 lightning arrows, each one significantly more powerful than the last. The Yaoyue team could clearly gauge the increasing potency of the arrows based on Zhang Ping's escalating plight. Zhang Ping, a mere 12-year-old girl, has never been so thoroughly defeated. They observed. Tang Air, if you possess any skill, let us settle this with fists rather than arrows. Luban's brow furrowed at this suggestion, and he shook his head. No, as an output type, I excel at range combat. I concede that I cannot match you in close quarters. How dare you? I shall end you. Zhang Ping cried, charging once more. I advise you to concede. The 7th arrow will bear tremendous force and could gravely injure you, Luban warned. However, Zhang Ping was too enraged to heed his counsel. Reluctantly, Luban adjusted his aim, targeting Zhang Ping's feet, having discerned that her lower extremities bore the strongest defense. Chapter 19, The New Yaoyue Team. We concede. At a critical moment, Hulaina spoke up from the audience. She sensed a lethal threat emanating from the 7th arrow of Luban. Should it be released, Zhang Ping would likely be unable to withstand its force. The goodwill gesture of Luban was not lost on the members of the Demon Moon team. who accepted this soon-to-be ally for their upcoming challenge the moment Luban adjusted the arrowhead. As an agile attack-type soul master, Zhang Ping's feet were her most crucial asset. Her wings were for acceleration, signifying agility. Her feet were for offense, representing attack. The harmony of both was essential for a top-tier agile attack specialist. Should her feet be rendered useless, Zhang Ping's life would be irrevocably altered. The Demon Moon team could neither afford to gamble nor to lose at this juncture. Although Hulaina had conceded, the seventh lightning arrow in Luban's hand had already been loosed, and there was no turning back. In her rage, Zhang Ping, blinded by fury, pressed on without restraint, invoking her first soul skill, Desert Sand Falling Wild Goose, and re-entering the offensive range. It was only then that she truly grasped the essence of a life-and-death crisis. This is a seasoned sensation. She is certain that she cannot withstand the arrow before her. This sensation cannot be mistaken. Moreover, the target of the lightning arrow attack is precisely her most cherished limbs, the legs. In that moment, a cold sweat instantly covered Zhang Ping's forehead. Her complexion turned ashen, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within her. It was over. Her beautiful legs were doomed. At the instant the lightning arrow was unleashed, Luban had already closed his eyes, fully aware that Zhang Ping could not possibly withstand it. All he could do was hope that the defense of her legs was sufficiently robust to mitigate the damage as much as possible. The assault from the seventh lightning arrow was no trifling matter. He believed that apart from the defensive soul masters in the Yayue team, no one else could endure it. It is worth noting that his current soul power was at level 20, equating to a fundamental attack power of 20. Within the marksman's domain, the attack doubled, elevating the base attack to 40. The first lightning arrow represented 10% of the attack power, with each subsequent arrow exponentially increasing in strength. By the seventh arrow, the attack power had escalated to 6.4 times the base attack power. That amounted to over 250 points of attack power, far beyond what a soul master with merely one soul ring could withstand. Although Zhang Ping's first soul ring was a near-limit 400-year-old ring, it is crucial to understand that most of that 400-point attribute enhancement was allocated to speed and attack attributes. The defense attribute, at best, barely reached 50 points. One must ask, how could a defense value of 50 possibly withstand an attack exceeding 250 points? The outcome was a foregone conclusion, utter defeat. Dragon Armor Shield. The moment Captain Hulaina recognized the situation, Li Kai, the defensive soul master of the Yayue team, leaped onto the arena and promptly activated his martial soul, unleashing his soul skill. This exemplifies the profound synergy among the members of the team. The greater the degree of cohesion within a squad, the more formidable their collective strength becomes. After a period of external training, the camaraderie among the 7 members of the Yayue team has reached an impressive level of perfection. As Zhang Ping activated the Dragon Armor Shield, a formidable barrier appeared before her in an instant. Thunderous roars echoed as the lightning arrow collided with the dragon armor, creating a tempest of soul energy that gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the dragon armor shield successfully deflected the 7th lightning arrow, safeguarding Zhang Ping from harm. Magnificent! As the contest concluded, Flander took the lead in applauding. The Master's face flushed with excitement, brimming with pride for his exceptional disciple. Luban, this child possesses extraordinary talent at such a tender age. He has already displayed an invincible demeanor. He further encouraged Tang San, you must strive to keep up. Your talent is not inferior to Luban's. Tang San nodded earnestly, affirming. Rest assured, master, I will. Humph, you insolent boy, do you not understand the value of cherishing delicate beauty? Upon witnessing the 7th lightning arrow being thwarted by the dragon armor shield, Zhang Ping patted her chest, a wave of relief washing over her. Before she turned to Luban and unleashed a torrent of words. Do you realize that the legs are a point of significant concern for girls? Where were you aiming with that broken bow just now? Luban, taken aback, scratched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, I didn't tee at your face. Shouldn't you be grateful? The thought process of girls truly was intriguing. However, Luban refrained from retorting as Zhang Ping, hands on her hips and sleeves rolled up, appeared poised to unleash her fury at any moment. I dare not provoke you, he mused. Fully aware of the formidable reputation of the individuals before him, members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall, surely with powerful protectors behind them, should a conflict arise. Even Master Flander and his 3 companions would be no match for them. Ping Ping, please cease your unreasonable antics. Tang San had clearly shown restraint earlier, Hulaina interjected, preventing Zhang Ping from causing further disruption. The 7 members of the Yayue team all possessed notable backgrounds, with influential figures supporting them within the Spirit Hall, leaving Hulaina with little room to speak out. Shall we now engage in conversation? The master stated nonchalantly, his expression imbued with a sense of pride as if to say, behold the prowess of my disciple. Hulaina nodded, and the group promptly returned to the task hall on the 2nd floor. You have all witnessed my disciple's capabilities with him on your side. Your chances of successfully challenging the Firefox are undoubtedly enhanced. Upon hearing the master's familiar words, the Yayue team members did not mock as they had previously, but instead fell into contemplative silence. They occasionally glanced at Luban, astonished by the myriad of extraordinary talents present on the continent. Had it not been for this training expedition, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of output-type soul masters. Uncle, could you elucidate the concept of output-type soul masters for us? Unlike their previous arrogance, Hulaina lowered her head and earnestly sought knowledge. The recent battle between Luban and Zhang Ping had left them deeply impressed. If the Yao Yu team were to gain another output-type soul master akin to Luban, the sheer magnitude of their combat prowess would be unfathomable. Certainly. Let us use my disciple as an example. He embodies the epitome of extreme output. The master proceeded to explain the concept of extreme output types. Using Luban as a reference, he noted that he had never encountered a pure attack output-type soul master like Luban before. Historical records bore no mention of such a being, rendering him unable to provide extensive details. Upon completing his explanation, Hulaina and her companions were left in profound astonishment. All attributes focused solely on attack. What a madcap notion. Hulaina sighed, her gaze fixated on Luban without wavering. She had not anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary soul master on the continent. With the endorsement of the Soto City Beast Arena, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. The master, having learned of the coveted soul beast whereabouts, and Hulaina, with Luban temporarily joining, saw the formation of the new Yao Yu team. Once again, they issued a challenge to the Firefox. The news spread, igniting a fervor within Soto City. Chapter 20, The Dominance of Output Types. My goodness, have you heard? The Yao Yu team is challenging the Firefox once more. Is that for real? They are indeed relentless. It's true, the challenge is set for tonight, and it seems there have been changes in the team composition. The Yao Yu team doesn't actually believe they can defeat the Firefox by merely altering their lineup, do they? It seems a bit fanciful. The nearly 800-year-old Firefox was purchased to serve as a spectacle for the arena. How could the Yao Yu team hope to contend with it? Their previous lineup was already formidable. Any changes would yield only marginal improvements. These offspring of great powers clearly faced much adversity. They are destined to experience a significant setback. The Yao Yu team's renewed challenge against the Firefox, the sole beast sovereign of the arena's lower tier, was a topic of great intrigue and spectacle, swiftly garnering widespread attention. That night, the prominent nobles of Soto City gathered in the main arena of the lower tier to witness the new Yao Yu team's challenge. Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to tonight's Beast Arena event. I am your host, Douluo, and I thank you for joining us for this thrilling challenge. Now, let us welcome the challengers. As Douluo's introduction echoed, the new Yao Yu team, led by Captain Hulaina, confidently strode into the arena. The host continued to present the lineup. The composition of the Yao Yu team has undergone adjustments. They have replaced a speed-type member with a new output-type soul master. Team member, Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, a level 20 output-type soul master. With the announcement of the lineup, a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Output type? What on earth is that? Where did this output-type soul master come from? What a revelation. I've never heard of an output-type soul master before. Why are they switching lineups? Without our speed type, this challenge is bound to end in disaster. Luban's substitution of Zhang Ping sparked considerable skepticism. The audience had never encountered the concept of output types, particularly the speed-type soul masters, who expressed their dissatisfaction, rallying in defense of Zhang Ping and disparaging Luban. I hereby declare the challenge officially commenced. With the host's declaration, the murmurs gradually subsided as the Firefox was released into the arena, and all eyes turned to observe the unfolding challenge. Whoosh! As the Yao Yu team reappeared, the Firefox was engulfed in fury. This group of individuals is truly relentless, as they have been arriving to provoke it almost every single day during this period. This time, they must secure victory. With a piercing scream, the Firefox launched a renewed offensive. As before, Hulaina commanded her team to take up a defensive stance. Defense! Cried the defensive soul master Li Kai, immediately unleashing his first soul skill, the Dragon Armor Shield. The 7 members of the Yao Yu team huddled closely together, enveloped in a protective barrier resembling dragon scales. Bang! 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 They successfully withstood the Firefox's initial wave of attacks. With the absence of agile attack-type soul masters to impose restrictions, Hulaina, the control-type master, seized the opportunity to strike first. As the Firefox drew near, she decisively released her first soul skill, the Foxfire command. A barrage of soul power fireballs surged toward the Firefox, while simultaneously, the support-type soul masters within the team activated their enhancements. Attack! With the Firefox's speed halved, Hulaina signaled the assault-type members to engage. Unlike their previous passive stance, the audience noted that the new Yao Yu team displayed an assertive aggressiveness, actively pursuing the Firefox. This approach was exceedingly draining on their soul power, unsustainable for long. The trio of assault-type soul masters, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Sun Chuanhao surrounded the Firefox. As with their last encounter, their strikes were initially effective, causing minor injuries to the Firefox, yet failing to inflict any significant damage thereafter. They also had to remain vigilant against the Firefox's counterattacks. As time passed, their offensive capabilities would swiftly diminish. Just as the audience began to worry for the Yao Yu team, Luban finally found the opportune moment to act. At this juncture, the Firefox had been cornered against the edge of the arena, perfectly positioned within his shooting domain. In a matter of moments, escape was impossible. Brilliant night. 9 Thunderpath. Luban commenced the release of his first soul skill. In this moment, the avatar of the gaming hero transformed into a descendant. Adorned in resplendent golden armor, bathed in the brilliance of thunder and lightning, resembling a deity emerging from the stormy seas of thunder. The arena above was a spectacle of tumultuous winds and clouds, as an immense thundercloud took shape. The first arrow. Luban drew back his sun-shooting bow, aiming at the firefox, unleashing a volley of thunder arrows. The second arrow. One struck true, diminishing the firefox's speed by 10%, prompting a shriek of distress. In that instant, within the realm, it sensed a dire threat to its existence. It had to escape this tempest of thunderclouds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the firefox was devoid of its previous calm demeanor, no longer holding back, fighting desperately to break free. It ceased to linger in battle, fending off the fierce onslaught from the Yu battle team before making its swift retreat. The seventh arrow. The arrow boasted an impressive attack power exceeding 250 points, striking directly at the firefox, causing it to spew forth blood. Although the firefox possessed nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, a significant portion of its attribute points had not been allocated to defense, as it was not a defensive spirit beast. Consequently, the 7th arrow shot by Luban inflicted considerable damage upon it. Fortunately, sensing the imminent threat to its life, the firefox did not hold back. It activated its demonic fire shield, enveloping itself in a brilliant crimson glow, capable of withstanding both physical assaults and spirit technique attacks. This is how serious injuries are avoided. Tang, could you hasten your archery? As the firefox skillfully evaded its assailants, Hulaina was filled with urgency. Should the firefox escape this siege, they would be left with no choice but to adopt a passive stance, finding themselves ensnared in the same predicament as before. The crux of their success lay with Luban. Once his 8th arrow was released, Hulaina had faith that the firefox would be unable to withstand it. Yet, Luban's archery was painfully slow, each arrow requiring an agonizingly long time to aim. Hearing Hulaina's complaints, Luban felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was not for lack of desire to be swift, but rather the nature of his domain skill, which allowed him to summon only a single wave of divine thunder every minute. He longed to be faster, yet was powerless to do so. 8th arrow. As Luban prepared to unleash his 8th thunderous arrow, the firefox's eyes blazed with fury, sensing the imminent threat of death from the approaching bolt. With a swift motion, it unleashed its charm skill, launching a final counterattack. Defend. Seeing the firefox in such a state, Hulaina issued a new command, signaling everyone to be cautious. The members of the Yu team understood that this was the firefox's most formidable charm skill. They hurriedly sealed their hearing with soul power and averted their gazes from the creature's eyes. The arena was confined, and despite their quick reactions, they were still momentarily ensnared by the charm. By the time they regained their senses, the firefox had successfully extricated itself from the siege, already stepping beyond the range of the archer's domain. Chase it! Luban cried out in urgency, urging the Yu team to pursue. If the firefox were to escape the archer's domain, all their prior efforts would be rendered futile. However, Luban's call garnered no response. The Yu team traditionally adhered to Hulaina's commands. No one heeded Luban's directions. A team must have a singular voice, particularly in the heat of battle. Hulaina shot Luban an exasperated glance, finding his words futile. In their ranks, there were no agile attack-type soul masters to facilitate the chase. Their speed paled in comparison to that of the firefox. Fortunately, the firefox was significantly injured, its speed considerably diminished. Otherwise, they would be left lamenting its fleeting form. Support. At this moment, Hulaina was the fastest in the team. She swiftly hoisted Luban onto her back and pursued the firefox. Although the primary soul skill of the support type was to enhance attack power, is martial soul. The radiant golden staff possessed minor acceleration properties. Though seemingly negligible, this slight boost was crucial. Carrying Luban would undoubtedly hinder Hulaina's speed as she chased the firefox. At this moment, the assistance perfectly counterbalanced the weight consumption of the firefox. In a captivating chase, both parties exhibited remarkably synchronized speeds, preventing the firefox from fully escaping the archer's domain. The 8th arrow. After pursuing for a distance of merely 2 meters, the 8th lightning arrow finally achieved its charge. And with a swift whoosh, it was released amidst the tense gaze of the audience. Swift as lightning and fierce as thunder, it pierced through the abdomen of the firefox in an instant. A final mournful cry echoed through the arena as the firefox succumbed to its injuries, lying on the stage with but a breath remaining. Since a soul master must personally hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring, Luban intentionally avoided aiming for the firefox's head, knowing it would have resulted in an instant kill. Success. Witnessing the firefox's dire state, Hulaina exclaimed with excitement. They had ultimately triumphed in their challenge. The second soul ring she had longed for was now within reach. Hulaina set Luban down and leaped toward the firefox, delivering a decisive blow. A yellow soul ring materialized in the arena, prompting a chorus of screams from the audience. According to the rules of all battle arenas on Douluo Continent, the soul ring obtained from hunting a soul beast belongs to the challenger. No one could contravene this. Hulaina sat cross-legged, releasing her martial soul, and with her telekinetic power, she summoned the soul ring to her martial soul. Haha. Seeing Hulaina's appearance, Luban could not contain his laughter. The other members of the Yao Yu team stifled their chuckles as well, having chased the fire fox while carrying Luban. Hulaina was naturally drenched in the remnants of lightning. Her golden short hair stood upright, resembling an explosive spherical hairstyle, with wisps of smoke occasionally wafting from it, rendering the scene hilariously comical. Humph, what are you laughing at? After absorbing the soul ring, Hulaina, noticing Luban's demeanor, retorted angrily. No one had dared to mock her so before. Without offering an explanation, Luban hastily jumped off the stage and made a swift exit. Moments later, Hulaina's shriek pierced the air. Tang San, I will kill you. The news of the Fire Fox's demise at the hands of the Yao Yu team rapidly spread throughout the arena, creating a sensation. My heavens. The Yao Yu team actually defeated the Fire Fox. It was simply unbelievable. The battle was intensely fierce. Those who were not present could not comprehend. I tell you, the output-type Soul Masters are truly the most formidable. This challenge has opened my eyes. I never anticipated the existence of output-type Soul Masters in this world. Indeed, the Yao Yu team's ability to slay the Fire Fox hinged on that very output-type Soul Master. It was a spectacular fight, the most breathtaking match I have ever witnessed. One I shall never forget. With the task accomplished, although Master and his companions departed from the arena, the legend of the output-type Soul Master continued to spread far and wide. Consequently, for a considerable period thereafter, instructors from various Soul Master academies in Soto City found themselves inundated with inquiries from students eager to understand what an output-type Soul Master was and how to pursue that developmental path. In the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Tiando City, 400 miles to the northwest, lies a vast forest, aptly named the Frozen Forest by the Snow Knight Emperor. This locale serves as the royal reserve for soul beasts. At this moment, Master Flanders and his 3 companions, after 3 days and nights of travel, finally arrived. Hulaina mentioned that she had once seen a swarm of purely offensive blood-sucking mosquitoes in the heart of the frozen forest. The leader of that swarm appeared to be a soul beast with an age of 800 years. Purely offensive soul beasts possess immense attack power without the need to employ soul techniques. The blood-sucking mosquitoes, for instance, lack any skills. They are incredibly swift and possess strong stealth capabilities. Once they select their target, their rock-hard proboscis can pierce through any creature's defenses. After feeding, they vanish without a trace. Such skill-less soul beasts may seem trivial to other soul masters, yet they are perfectly suited to Luban's martial soul. Hence, upon hearing about the blood-sucking mosquitoes, Master was filled with excitement, bolstering his confidence in Luban's pursuit of extreme output. Master, why is it so lively at the outskirts of the frozen forest? As they entered the frozen forest, Luban was astonished by the bustling scene before him. The perimeter was lined with buildings, bustling vendors, and an atmosphere of extraordinary prosperity. Of course, Soul Masters are the wealthiest profession across the continent, Master explained with a calm smile. Producing his official document, he presented it, allowing the guards at the perimeter to grant them passage. Master Flanders and his companions entered the frozen forest. In areas like the frozen forest, which are designated for the imperial breeding of soul beasts, a special permit issued by the Martial Soul Hall is necessary to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Along the way, Master imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the soul-hunting forest to Luban and Tang San. Given that there are no 10,000-year soul beasts in the frozen forest and with Flanders, a soul sage of level 78, present, their safety was essentially assured. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the heart of the frozen forest. Shoo! Master signaled for silence, and the group proceeded to search cautiously. The core area of the frozen forest spans roughly 5 miles in diameter. Although not vast, the ground is overrun with weeds and brambles, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate. Towering ancient trees obstructed much of the sunlight, casting the area in dim light. Such a gloomy environment is precisely what the blood-sucking mosquitoes favor. Buzz buzz buzz. Shortly after Master and his companions arrived at the center, they encountered a multitude of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Most of these mosquitoes were of relatively low age, with those exceeding 10 years being quite remarkable, and those reaching a century being exceedingly rare, let alone the 800-year variety. If Hulaina's words held true, they would indeed strike it rich this time. Chapter 22, the first Soul Ring. Master Flanders and his companions continued their search. The number of blood-sucking mosquitoes increased steadily, and the 800-year-old one should be nearby. The core area of the frozen forest was exceptionally dark, making it nearly impossible to locate it actively. Fortunately, having been forewarned, Master was well prepared. Soon, once the group found a flat area, Master produced a mosquito-attracting incense from his storage soul guide and lit it. This incense emits a fragrance that irresistibly lures the blood-sucking mosquitoes, a temptation deeply rooted in their bloodline. After igniting the mosquito-attracting incense, Master also lit a 5-poison incense. The 5-poison incense released a green mist that enveloped the mosquito-attracting incense. This was intended to repel the lower-age blood-sucking mosquitoes. As anticipated, once the mosquito-attracting incense was lit, the core area became agitated within moments. Buzz buzz buzz. From all directions, the buzzing intensified, and soon Luban beheld a dense swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes. They encircled the green poisonous mist, forming a thick black barrier that continued to grow. They could not breach the barrier, for contact with the toxic mist would result in their immediate demise. It is worth noting that blood-sucking mosquitoes are purely offensive soul beasts, possessing no resistance to poison. Even those over 100 years old would perish upon contact. Soon, the area outside the poisonous mist was littered with the carcasses of blood-sucking mosquitoes, piled high in heaps. This most primal temptation, fully aware of its fatal consequences, remains irresistible, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, persistently seeking to traverse the noxious fog. After approximately an hour, a tremendous roar reverberated as a powerful wind began to swirl at the periphery of the toxic mist, striving to disperse it. Such a display of sagacity undoubtedly indicated the emergence of the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. It had appeared, ready to engage. At this moment, the four masters were seated upon the ancient tree branches, awaiting this long-anticipated encounter. The instant the bloodthirsty Mosquito King manifested, the master promptly alerted Flander. 7th Soul Skill, Cat Eagle Incarnation. Upon receiving the warning, Flander swiftly activated his martial spirit, unleashing its true form. In this state, all his attributes experienced a significant enhancement. With keen eyes, Flander immediately located the 800-year-old bloodthirsty mosquito. There it was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid assault commenced. As the speed advantage of the agile assault-type Soul Master erupted forth. At level 78, Flander outpaced the bloodthirsty Mosquito King by a considerable margin. Extending his claws, he executed a low aerial maneuver, seizing the bloodthirsty Mosquito King and lifting it into the heights, swiftly delivering a barrage of violent strikes. With the attack successful, the master, accompanied by Luban and Tang San, followed Flander's trajectory, hastening towards the outer reaches of the frozen forest. Soon, in a clearing at the periphery, they successfully regrouped once more. We shall guard, Luban. You must quickly absorb the soul ring. Upon hearing President Flander's command, Luban nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching the bloodthirsty mosquito, he unsheathed a dagger and swiftly dispatched it. Almost immediately, a yellow 100-year soul ring coalesced from the mosquito's remains. The soul ring could only linger for an hour, thus. Luban concentrated his mind, attuning himself to his martial spirit, and began the absorption process. Noticing Luban's momentary daze as he gazed at the soul ring, the master offered a reminder. Luban settled into a meditative posture, releasing his Luban number 7 martial spirit, drawing the soul ring onto it with his soul power, and commenced the absorption. During this process, Luban's body endured a tremendous surge of energy. Fortunately, his innate full soul power at level 20 allowed him to absorb the 800-year soul ring with relative ease. Before long, approximately half an hour later, Luban exhaled lightly, the heaviness dissipating, leaving him feeling remarkably light. He had successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Spirit, Luban No. 7 Martial Spirit Talent, Archer Domain, Resisting Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Upgrade, Soul Power, 20, 400 100, Soul Ring, Yellow Soul Bone, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet. The first soul skill directly augmented his basic attacks by 700 points. The additional 100 attribute points further enhanced his other capabilities. Wow, such an astonishing boost. Upon reviewing the introduction of his first soul skill, Luban was utterly astonished. Now, even without activating the Archer Domain, his fundamental attack had reached an impressive 724 points. The attack power is truly formidable. If I were to challenge the nearly 800-year-old Firefox in the Soto City arena with my current strength, a mere basic attack would suffice to easily vanquish it. Xiao San, what is your first soul skill? Quickly, Xiao San, unleash your soul skill so I may witness it. Just as I stood up after absorbing the soul ring, Flandra and the master approached me, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at me as if I were a treasure. Teacher, Dean Flandra. My first soul skill enhances basic attacks by 700 points. An enhancement to basic attacks? Upon hearing this, the master nodded, as it fell within his expectations. Something they had anticipated prior to hunting the blood-sucking mosquito. After all, it is a soul beast purely focused on attack, devoid of any skills. 700 points of attack enhancement? The master and Flandra were both taken aback, gasping in astonishment, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Is a 700-point enhancement truly formidable? Xiao Tang San, oblivious to the significance of this revelation, inquired curiously upon witnessing their reaction. The master took a deep breath, striving for composure as he explained. Not merely formidable, but extraordinarily so. One must understand that the attribute enhancement provided by a soul beast to a soul master is typically balanced. Even when hunting specialized soul beasts, the attribute enhancements obtained rarely deviate significantly. For instance, a soul master of the assault type, when hunting an 800-year-old soul beast, would usually see an enhancement of no more than 500 points. A being like Luban is indeed a miracle within the realm of soul masters, as there are no documented precedents of such a phenomenon in the continent's records. Moreover, let us not forget that this is merely his first soul ring. Other soul masters' second soul rings may only yield soul beasts with a maximum age of 764 years, far from matching Luban's attack power. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Tang San finally grasped the concept of disparity, feeling the pressure Luban's prowess exerted upon him. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly strong. Luban's first soul skill could effortlessly sweep aside any opponent at the 30th level, making battles a complete domination. At this moment, the Master and Flandre were practically dancing with joy, their excitement akin to that of children. What an extreme output flow. Luban, it seems your choice was indeed wise. Indeed. If the first soul ring is this extraordinary, I dare say, should all future enhancements follow suit. No one in the entire continent will stand a chance against Luban in one-on-one confrontations. The successful acquisition of the first soul ring brought even greater joy to Flandre and the Master than to Luban himself. Chapter 23. The Imperial Combat Team. The Frozen Forest serves as a sanctuary for soul beasts reared by the royal family of the Tiando Empire, and having made this journey, it would be unthinkable to return so easily. Thus, following Luban's successful acquisition of his first soul ring, the Master and his companions resumed their search. They sought a suitable soul beast for Tang San while harboring a glimmer of hope, wishing to encounter a pure attack soul beast with a lifespan of 1,500 years. Given that Luban possessed an innate soul power of level 20, he could directly attach a second soul ring without further training. Furthermore, the age of the soul beast associated with the second soul ring would be double that of an ordinary soul master. Through practical experience with Luban, the Master's theory regarding the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls underwent significant alteration, with the age of the soul ring being a crucial factor. Luban's success validated his hypothesis. A soul master with an innate full soul power of level 20 would possess a soul ring with an age enhancement twice that of a soul master with an innate full soul power of only level 10. The four of them remained in the frozen forest for 2 days before departing. During this time, they did not encounter any additional pure attack soul beasts. But they did assist Tang San in hunting a mandala snake, allowing him to successfully acquire his first soul ring. The pursuit of a pure extreme attribute development path proved exceedingly challenging, which explains the rarity of such soul masters in the present continent. On their return journey, Flandre lamented, "Damn it, we nearly scoured the entire frozen forest yet failed to find a second pure attack soul beast." The Master shook his head with a wry smile, noting that, in this regard, soul masters and soul beasts share a commonality. Pure extreme flow soul masters are exceedingly rare, and so too are pure extreme flow soul beasts, as their survival requirements are exceedingly high. Indeed, if the path of extreme flow were easily traversable, such beings would not be so seldom seen across the continent. According to what he had heard, only the esteemed sect, Haotian sect, had ever produced a pure power-type extreme flow battle soul master. Other forces and academies in the Tiando Empire that aspired to extreme flow have met with failure, the most notable example being the Five Elements Academy, which initially aimed for a pure extreme flow but ultimately produced no successes, leading them to abandon that path in favor of an attribute flow that, while appearing singular, remained fundamentally balanced. In the imperial city of Tiando, the four of them strolled along the spacious streets, allowing Luban and Tang San to experience the grandeur of the capital. As a metropolis, the splendor of Tiando City was indeed unmatched by the smaller cities below. Here, every street surpasses the prosperity of Nottingham. The arena of Tiando City resembles that of Soto City in its layout, yet its scale is several times larger. From the exterior, Soto's arena reveals at least the outline of a circular structure, whereas Tiando's arena only displays a gentle curve. From the entrance, one cannot discern that it is a colossal circular edifice. Xiaogang, take the children to the underground arena for a glimpse, while I ascend to the mission hall to gather some news, said the Master. As before, upon entering the arena, Flandre bid them farewell to investigate the soul beast information, while the Master, accompanied by Luban and Tang San, descended to the ground level to witness the beast challenges. The main arena below was nearly filled with spectators, all engaged in animated discussions about the upcoming challenge. The Imperial Battle Team is incredibly brave. This marks their 7th challenge against the Thunderstorm Dragon. Incorrect, it's the 8th. Their audacity borders on recklessness. Indeed, each challenge had seen team members grievously injured, with one agility-type soul master perishing during the 3rd attempt. Yet, they still dared to take on the Layer's overlord. Rumor has it they have enlisted a formidable support soul master this time. Perhaps they might prevail. It's highly improbable. The Thunderstorm Dragon boasts nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. The fact that the Imperial Battle Team could exit unscathed would be miraculous. As the challenge time approached, the host appeared. Welcome to this Beast Challenge. I am your host, Yaya. Now, let us welcome the challengers, the members of the Imperial Battle Team. Her announcement ignited a wave of fervent cheers from the audience. At the center of the circular platform, the 7 members of the Imperial Battle Team, led by their captain, Yu Xiaogang, stepped forward. The host introduced the lineup. Captain, Yu Xiaogang, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a level 20 Assault-type Soul Master, with 1 yellow Soul Ring. Vice Captain, Douluo, Martial Soul, Emerald Python, a level 20 Control-type Soul Master, with 1 yellow Soul Ring. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 20 Defensive Soul Master, with 1 yellow Soul Ring. Team Member, Shirhu, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, a level 20 Defensive Soul Master, with 1 yellow Soul Ring. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Bell Bird, a level 20 agility type soul master with 1 yellow soul ring. Team member, Outa Biao, martial soul, ghost leopard. A level 20 agility type soul master with 1 yellow soul ring. Team member, Yi Lingling, martial soul, 9 hearts begonia, a level 20 support type soul master with 1 yellow soul ring. Compared to their previous lineup, the introduction of the support soul master, Yi Lingling, garnered significant attention. Teacher, do you think the Imperial battle team can defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon? Luban inquired. Upon hearing this, the master shook his head, proclaiming that a victory was unattainable. They could only hope for a draw. A draw? Who is this old man making such bold claims? Indeed, you must be unaware of the Thunderstorm Dragon's prowess. Please. Sir, do listen carefully. That is the Thunderstorm Dragon, a layer overlord with nearly 800 years of cultivation. The Imperial battle team is destined to fail. Just then, the master's words attracted derision from nearby spectators. The Thunderstorm Dragon had ruled the lower level for many years. How could the Imperial battle team, lacking a second soul ring, hope to succeed? They had been thoroughly defeated in all 7 previous attempts. The master furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage further with the naysayers. Yet, to satisfy his students' thirst for knowledge, he elaborated, the Thunderstorm Dragon is a formidable soul beast with both strong offense and defense capabilities. With nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, it develops a highly resilient thunder armor. This defense is not a skill but a rare innate ability. In comparison to its defensive might, the Thunderstorm Dragon's attack power is truly terrifying. It ranks among the most powerful assault soul beasts. The Thunderstorm Dragon possesses an incredibly potent skill known as Thunderbolt, which boasts formidable offensive capabilities that few soul masters of equivalent rank can withstand. Hearing the master's explanation, Luban and Tang San nodded in understanding, absorbing the information. The previously mocking audience members fell silent, taken aback by the middle-aged man's profound knowledge of the Thunderstorm Dragon. The reason I predict a draw lies in the presence of the support soul master within the Imperial battle team, the master continued. The 9 hearts begonia martial soul is exceedingly rare and is known as the undying martial soul. With her in the fray, it becomes exceedingly difficult for her teammates to fall before her soul power is depleted. Upon hearing this, the nearby spectators were left speechless, astonished at the potential strength of the 9 hearts begonia. However, sensing the master's credibility, anticipation for the battle began to swell within the crowd. As the Imperial battle team entered the arena, the host declared the match to commence. Activate your martial souls. At the captain's command, all 7 members instantly unleashed their martial souls, their feet enveloped in swirling yellow soul rings, creating a spectacular scene. Boom. At this moment, the grand gates on the opposite side of the arena swung open, allowing the Thunderstorm Dragon to enter, eliciting a chorus of gasps and shrieks from the spectators. Towering at approximately 10 meters, the Thunderstorm Dragon, with its nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, resembled a colossal dinosaur, its immense form dominating the arena. Upon entering, it laid eyes on the 7 members of the Imperial combat team and was instantly overcome with rage. This group of individuals dared to challenge the supremacy of the underworld's sovereign once more. With a fierce roar, the Thunderstorm Dragon erupted in fury, launching the first attack. Its 3-meter-long tail swept across with force. Defend. Upon witnessing this, Yu Tianheng bellowed, and the 2 defensive members of the Royal Combat Team immediately activated their first soul skills. Shimo invoked Guardian of the Black Tortoise, while Shirhu unleashed Guardian of the Earth. The dual layers of defensive soul skills successfully thwarted the Thunderstorm Dragon's assault, causing it to stagger back, its footing unsteady. Strike. Recognizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng decisively commanded his agile teammates to engage. Yu Feng and Aedibio swiftly released their first soul skills, initiating the first wave of attack. Windblade. Leopard Shadow Assault. Yu Feng transformed into a windbell bird, while Aedibio morphed into a ghost leopard, both directing their assault towards the Thunderstorm Dragon. The wind wings became blades, and the ghost leopard's steel claws unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the dragon. Clang, clang, clang. Although the battle appeared intense, the Thunderstorm Dragon's thunderous armor remained intact, as the agile attackers merely restricted its movements with their speed. Control. Yu Tianheng issued another command. The vice-captain, Du Guyan, unleashed her first soul skill, Phosphor Red Poison. The Bailin Snake, a rare beast spirit, carried potent venom, more fearsome than that of the Mandragora snake, instilling dread in soul masters across the realm. However, her Phosphor Red Poison was beneficial for her allies, augmenting their speed and attack power by 20%. Conversely, it had a detrimental effect on their foes. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan had always demonstrated remarkable synergy. Following the release of the Phosphor Red Poison, Yu Tianheng promptly activated his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At that moment, the arena resonated with the roar of a dragon. As the mightiest beast spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex wielded immense power, with Yu Tianheng's singular attack reaching an astonishing 300 points, coupled with Du Guyan's assistance. The 20% enhancement propelled the Royal Combat Team to unleash their most formidable assault. The over 360 points of this extraordinary soul skill struck the Thunderstorm Dragon, breaching its defenses and leaving a deep scar on its body with a single claw. Although the Royal Combat Team's attack did not inflict fatal damage, The continuous injuries would inevitably weaken the thunderstorm dragon. Enraged, it prepared to unleash a devastating counterstrike, its jaws agape, gathering thunderous energy, transforming the arena into a scene reminiscent of a second sun. Defend. The thunderstorm dragon unleashed its attack skill, Thunderbolt Strike, sending forth a bolt of lightning as thick as a waist, aimed directly at the royal combat team. With 800 years of cultivation, this strike possessed at least 600 attack points, shattering both the Guardian of the Black Tortoise and the Guardian of the Earth defenses. Crashing into Yu Tianheng and the others. Assist. This strike severely injured the two agility-type Soul Masters, whose defenses were relatively weak. As the petals of flowers drift away and water flows, fortunately, Yu Lingling decisively activated her healing ability. The Nine Hearts Begonia, her martial soul, exhibited a stunning gradient of pink and white hues, and its healing effects were remarkably effective. The agility-type Soul Masters of the Royal Battle Team, who had suffered significant damage, experienced an instantaneous recovery, much to the delight of the audience in the Beast Arena. Many were left agape, exclaiming in astonishment at the prowess of the Nine Hearts Begonia. With a support Soul Master like Yu Lingling, sustaining injury seemed a daunting task. Lingling, splendid work. Yu Tianheng turned to praise her, expressing his profound satisfaction with this new teammate. Finally, the Royal Battle Team had altered the dismal trend of having members severely injured in each match. Charge. The Thunderstorm Dragon unleashed a devastating blow, leaving it momentarily weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng organized another assault. The ensuing situation unfolded almost exactly as the Master had anticipated. With both sides locked in a fierce stalemate, the Royal Battle Team had only Yu Tianheng, the sole attack-type Soul Master, whose offensive prowess was insufficient to inflict lethal damage on the Thunderstorm Dragon. We concede. As the support Soul Master Yu Lingling's spirit power approached depletion, Yu Tianheng resolutely opted for surrender. Continuing the battle would undoubtedly result in casualties. He could not be so selfish as to allow his teammates to suffer serious injuries for the sake of his second soul ring. Especially with the newfound potential exhibited by this new team, he was astounded. He believed that it would be impossible to find another Soul Master team as exceptional as theirs within the entire Tiando Royal Academy. The loss of such outstanding members must be avoided, not to mention the classmates who had fought alongside him for so long. Upon Yu Tianheng's concession, a level 60 Soul Emperor emerged at the edge of the arena, swiftly subduing the Thunderstorm Dragon and facilitating the withdrawal of the Royal Battle Team. Tianheng. Perhaps we should have the Academy intervene to purchase that Thunderstorm Dragon, suggested Dugu Yin, furrowing her brow. The Thunderstorm Dragon was of immense importance to Yu Tianheng. Its nearly 800 years of cultivation would serve as a perfect second soul ring for him. Having attempted various strategies without success, they understood that they could not complete the challenge given their current strength. Thus, it would be prudent to have the Academy step in to acquire the Thunderstorm Dragon. Yu Tianheng's expression turned bitter upon hearing this. Acquiring a Thunderstorm Dragon would require a substantial sum of gold soul coins, and he was reluctant to ask his family for assistance. Alas, it seems I must undertake tasks for a while to earn some gold soul coins. With a sigh, he made his way towards the task hall on the second floor. Captain, there is no need for concern. That Thunderstorm Dragon is simply beyond the capabilities of any Soul Master team to capture. Yu Feng remarked wisely. Indeed, the Thunderstorm Dragon is primarily a showcase for the Beast Arena. Even in defeat, there is no reason to lose heart. I dare say there is not a Soul Master team across the continent capable of defeating that Thunderstorm Dragon. How can this group of young individuals appear so despondent? At this moment, Flanders, who was searching for information in the mission hall, furrowed his brow upon seeing the Royal Battle Team. Dear children, it's merely a Thunderstorm Dragon. It's nothing to fret about. Do not be disheartened by failure. Take a moment to reflect on your strategies, and perhaps next time you shall triumph. Chapter 25, A Second Encounter with the Agile Attack System. Observing Flanders approaching with an air of admonition, the members of the Royal Battle Team were left bewildered. Who is this old man, speaking so boastfully without fear of being struck down by his own tongue? It is evident that he lacks experience. How could they be unaware of the formidable presence that is the Thunderstorm Dragon? Good sir, that is a Thunderstorm Dragon, not some trifling thunderstorm bug. If you don't understand, it is best not to prattle on. Indeed, do you really think just anyone would dare to challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon, which has nearly 8 centuries of cultivation? It is truly laughable. Perhaps it might deceive those Navi children who have yet to see the world, but it is rather comical to flaunt such ignorance before us. Observing a group of children barely out of their infancy murmuring in confusion, Flander's temper flared instantly. Who is Flander, after all? If he cannot handle a bunch of little brats, how could he ever serve as a principal? Whether it be a Thunderstorm Dragon or a Thunderstorm Bug. In the eyes of our Shrek Academy, they are merely soul rings. One of our Academy's disciples, with just a single soul ring, single-handedly defeated an 800-year-old firefox in the Soto arena. What a boast. Hearing Flanders' words, Yu Tianheng and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Forget it. Why waste breath on you? In our academy, individuals like you are mere underlings. Waving his hand dismissively, Flanders said with nonchalance, reveling in the sight of Yu Tianheng and his companions' darkened expressions. Little children, how I dread comparisons. To be honest, upon hearing Flanders' words, The expressions of Yu Tianheng and his 7 companions turned decidedly unfriendly. They are all the most gifted students of the Tiando Royal Academy. And to be labeled as the underlings by outsiders is enough to provoke anyone's ire. Such bravado cannot be taken lightly. We have never even heard of Shrek Academy. If you possess any skill, let your student compete against us. Douluo Yin huffed disdainfully. Little girl, I am in search of a purely offensive soul beast. I have no time to engage in verbal sparring with you. Flander turned to leave, only to be intercepted by Yu Tianheng. What kind of pure offensive soul beast are you looking for? Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's inquiry, Flander's eyes widened, sensing a glimmer of hope. A soul beast around 1,500 years of age would suffice. Haha, what a coincidence. I happen to know of a purely offensive soul beast that fits that description perfectly. At this, Flander's breath quickened, and the jesting tone vanished from his demeanor. With a serious tone, he confirmed, Young one, you are not jesting, are you? If what you say is true, I can arrange for my student to compete with you and even assist you in hunting that thunderstorm dragon. With the arena as a guarantee, how could I speak lightly? Yu Tianheng smiled, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. In the resting area of the arena, having finished watching the royal fight team's match, Master awaited with Luban and Tang San. Soon, Flander descended from the 2nd floor, his face aglow with excitement, leaving Master astonished. It is well known that Flander is typically serious, donned in dark glasses, and possesses a rather stern visage. Have you gathered news? Flander nodded, contemplating how to explain. Master leapt up, his face alight with fervor, barely able to believe it. Purely offensive soul beasts are notoriously difficult to find. Could it be that one has been located so soon? This situation mirrors the last, and Luban will need to intervene once more. Flander organized his thoughts and recounted the agreement made with the royal fight team. Hunt the thunderstorm dragon? Flander, did you encounter the royal fight team? Having not witnessed the previous arena challenge, Flander shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Master continued. Is there not a girl in that team with purple hair and green eyes? Upon mentioning the distinctive features, Flander nodded vigorously. That girl was so strikingly unique that he could recall her with just a glance. Excellent. Everything aligns perfectly. This will be manageable. Next. Master instructed Luban to once again transform into his descendant form, and the group proceeded to the task hall on the 2nd floor. There. Upon entering the hall, Flander pointed to the location of the royal fight team. He then moved to their opposite side and took a seat. These are the students of our Shrek Academy, the one I mentioned earlier. Upon hearing Flander's introduction, Yu Tianheng and his companions turned their gazes towards Luban, standing at a height of 6 feet. Clad in golden armor, Luban exuded an extraordinary presence. Are you certain he is capable? Yu Tianheng inquired skeptically, observing Luban's appearance. It was evident he was at least 15 years old, yet had not acquired a 2nd soul ring. How lacking in aptitude must he be? To call him a genius was nothing short of absurd. Douluo Yin and the others shared similar sentiments, their expressions betraying their disbelief as they gazed at Luban. What a remarkable talent from Shrek Academy, capable of defeating an 800-year-old fire fox. Truly, how audaciously one can boast. We shall see if he can prove himself. Following their agreement, both sides ascended to the 3rd floor trial room. The agile member of the royal fight team, Yu Feng, leapt onto the stage to face Luban. Yu Feng, with the wind bell bird as his martial soul, was a level 21 agility type soul master. Before the battle commenced, both parties introduced themselves as a sign of respect. Tang Air, martial soul sun shooting bow, level 21 output type soul master. Output type? What sort of classification is that? They had never heard of such a development direction for martial souls. Upon hearing Luban declare himself as an output type, both Yu Feng on stage and Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin below were left utterly baffled. At this moment, a yellow 100-year soul ring circled Luban, which, in terms of soul ring configuration, seemed acceptable. Begin. Remember, you only have one chance to attack. On the stage, Luban said to Yu Feng with a calm demeanor. With an attack exceeding 700 points, striking Yu Feng would be akin to squashing an ant. One hit would suffice to claim his life. Fortunately, his soul power projectile could be controlled. Otherwise, this match would hold no merit. How arrogant. Yu Feng was thoroughly incensed by Luban's words. Between Flander and this youth before him, how could they be so brazen? At this moment, not only Yu Feng but even the other members of the royal fight team glared furiously at Luban. Douluo Yin, too, was enraged and laughed in disbelief. How dare he look down upon us? Yu Feng, do not hold back. Teach him a lesson. Below the stage, Douluo Yin placed her hands on her hips. Resembling a fiery chili pepper, her mouth incessantly chattering. One would think she was eager to leap onto the stage to confront Luban. Remember, the one who will defeat you is Yu Feng. After Yu Feng made his grand declaration, he unleashed his first soul ring, Windblade. The Windbell Bird martial soul activated, sprouting wings and conjured wind blades that surged towards Luban. Whoosh. At this moment, Luban drew the sun shooting bell. Chapter 26, The Royal Combat Team. To allow a swift attack-type soul master to approach, should one deem it arrogance or folly? As Yu Feng flapped his wings, only 3 steps away from Luban, he noticed that no arrow had yet been released and smirked with derision. Witnessing Yu Feng's wind blade nearing Luban's face, the Royal Combat Team erupted in shouts. Still incensed by Luban's earlier bravado, seizing the opportunity, they did not hesitate to mock him. In battle, permitting a swift attack-type Soul Master to close in is indeed a grave misstep. Do not laugh. My disciple is merely adjusting the force of his attack to avoid harming you. The master calmly elucidated from below the arena, observing Luban's prolonged aim with the bow. Uft. Ha. Now I understand. It seems the greatest specialty of Shrek Academy is boasting. First it was Flander, then Luban. And now the master. These individuals appeared to have an endless supply of bluster. The members of the Royal Combat Team could no longer contain their laughter. Hey, kid. Why are you shaking your head? At that moment, Douluo Yin noticed a small boy, about a meter tall with short blue-black hair, standing beside the master. Shaking his head as he watched the arena, and teasingly inquired, wondering if even this little brat would join in the show of bravado. You swift attack-type Soul Masters are truly foolish, unable to maneuver properly. Charging in a straight line like that makes you a target. Tang San sighed and shook his head. Huh. Upon hearing this, the members of the Royal Combat Team were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that a 5- or 6-year-old child would dare to speak so boldly before them. Damn, Shrek Academy has truly opened our eyes. They had never encountered such brazen boasting, and here it began from a young age. Yet, just as Tang San finished speaking, Luban released an arrow. At that moment, Yu Feng's wings were nearly at his nose, and he could distinctly feel the pain of the wind blades gust against his face. Whoosh! The sun-shooting bow was unleashed, and a soul power arrow shot forth, as swift as thunder and as fast as lightning. At such a short distance, it could be described as instantaneous. The powerful force of impact hurled Yu Feng from one side of the arena to the other, across the 100-meter diameter arena, and before he could regain his balance. The tremendous force of the soul power arrow had not yet dissipated. Boom! Yu Feng was slammed against the wall of the trial room, losing consciousness. With a mere ordinary attack, Luban rendered him utterly defenseless. Hiss! At this moment, the Royal Combat Team, including their captain Yu Tianheng, was left dumbfounded by the scene before them. They collectively inhaled sharply, their faces etched with disbelief. Was an output-type battle Soul Master truly that formidable? They had clearly witnessed from below the arena that Luban's strike had not employed any soul skill, just a simple, casual attack. Yet, despite this, Yu Feng, one of the top swift attack-type Soul Masters among his peers at the Tiando Royal Academy, had been sent flying by his opponent. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such a spectacle. How about that, kids? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Flander waved his hand at the members of the Royal Combat Team, smiling. Prepare yourselves quickly, restore your soul power and challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon as soon as possible. We are quite busy and cannot afford to linger here for too long. Luban's casual strike had thoroughly shattered the Royal Combat Team's pride, allowing them to experience, for the first time, the true essence of fear. Such formidable offensive power is truly unprecedented in their lives, an astounding revelation. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and Flander fulfilled their task agreement under the watchful eyes of the arena. Yu Tianheng informed Flander about the whereabouts of the purely offensive soul beasts, while Flander assisted Yu Tianheng in vanquishing the Thunderstorm Dragon. Oh my, have you heard? The Royal Battle Team is set to challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon once more. Really? Didn't they just face it today? Absolutely, it's confirmed. I heard the Royal Battle Team has revamped their roster. Is it true that there are so many prodigious youths now? They can change members at will? Indeed, there are 11 or 12-year-olds already reaching the 20th level of soul power. Even the most prestigious families in Tiando City might struggle to find such talent. The last challenge against the 9 Hearts Begonia Spirit Master was astonishing enough. And this time the Royal Battle Team might just surprise us again. I've heard they've brought in a formidable attack-type Soul Master. Let us await the spectacle. That night, the underground level of the Sky Arena was once again abuzz with excitement. The Royal Combat Team was undoubtedly the star ensemble of this venue, particularly for the young aristocrats. The prodigies of the Royal Combat Team were revered idols. Their challenges were an event not to be missed. In the main arena of the underground level, at this moment, the streets were deserted, with 60,000 tickets completely sold out. Even the empty spaces beside the seats were filled with onlookers. Even those who had to stand were eager to witness this eagerly anticipated beast fighting challenge. Welcome to the Heavenly Fighting Arena. I am your host, Yaya. Now, let us welcome the challengers, the Imperial Fighting Team. As the host's voice faded, the audience erupted with cheers as the members of the Imperial Fighting Team, led by their captain, Yu Tianheng, made their entrance. Throughout the entrance, the host busily introduced the lineup of the Imperial Fighting Team. This time, they replaced the Agile Attack-type Soul Master, Yu Feng, with the Output-type Battle Soul Master, Tang Er. Upon hearing the term Output Type, the audience was momentarily bewildered. What on earth is an Output Type? They had never encountered such a concept before. Indeed, it is an Output-type Battle Soul Master, as confirmed by the credentials provided by the Imperial Fighting Team, validated by the seniors of the arena. The host offered a brief explanation, leaving the audience in suspense regarding the true nature of the Output Type. Now, I declare the challenge to begin. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. At Yu Tianheng's command, all 17 members activated their martial souls simultaneously. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, the Azure Scaled Serpent, the Black Tortoise, the 9 Heart Sea Peach, the Ghost Leopard, and the sun-shooting bow all made their grand appearances, each standing upon a century-old yellow soul ring. The spectacle was magnificent and imposing. Oh my! Look at that youth clad in golden armor. He is the output-type Soul Master. Ah, the output-type Soul Master is so handsome. What did he consume to grow up so striking? Humph, a bunch of infatuated fools. The Soul Master's worth lies in their strength, not in mere looks. Indeed. Can good looks defeat the lightning Tyrannosaurus? Can they earn the favor of the Spirit Hall? What exactly is an output-type battle Soul Master? Can they rival the prowess of an agile attack-type Soul Master? That output-type Soul Master's martial soul is a bow? Surely. Not being able to shoot far makes them an output-type. How superficial. What does it matter if they can shoot far? Can they slay the lightning Tyrannosaurus? Alas. It seems the Imperial fighting team has little hope for this challenge. I've never heard of any formidable bow-wielding Soul Master on the continent. Archers are indeed weak. I could take on 3 opponents by myself back in the day. The Imperial fighting team has grown accustomed to losing. We might as well join in their acceptance. Chapter 27. An unexpected arrow roar. Boom. As the gate on the opposite side of the arena swung open, the lightning Tyrannosaurus entered slowly, causing the ground to tremble and the audience to feel as though their seats were shaking. Its towering height of over 10 meters exuded an immense pressure, resembling a prehistoric beast to those who were not Soul Masters. Roar. Damn it, it's you lot again. Upon seeing the Imperial fighting team once more, the lightning Tyrannosaurus's temper flared instantly. With its 3-meter-long tail dragging behind, it charged forward. Defense. At the command of Captain Yu Tianhing, Shimo and Shihua swiftly unleashed their first soul skill. Black Tortoise Guardian. Earth Guardian. A protective shield resembling the shell of a tortoise enveloped the Imperial fighting team, reinforced by a 1-foot-thick wall of earth attribute soul power standing in front. The lightning Tyrannosaurus was utterly enraged. This strike was different from its previous playful approach. It summoned the essence of thunder, and its massive tail crackled with electric energy, resembling a colossal lightning rod, radiating an unparalleled might. At this moment, a profound silence enveloped the stands as the audience held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the Thunderstorm Dragon's monumental strike. With a resounding crash, just as the Thunderstorm Dragon's tail was about to collide with the Earth Guardian, it fell to the ground with a thunderous thud. Its lantern-sized crimson eyes were filled with terror. Hiss. At this moment, the entire audience collectively gasped, each one fervently rubbing their eyes in disbelief, eager to comprehend what had transpired. The sight of the Thunderstorm Dragon collapsing left the members of the Emperor battle team utterly astonished. They understood that it was Luban who had struck, yet they were bewildered by the manner in which he had executed his attack. The lightning arrows shot from the sun arrow bow had eluded their perception entirely. However, the gaping wound, roughly the size of a bowl, at the heart of the Thunderstorm Dragon was unmistakable evidence of the assault. What are you still dawdling for? If the Thunderstorm Dragon perishes, you will lose your chance to absorb its soul ring, Luban stated, standing resolutely on the stage, his demeanor calm and composed. His words swiftly jolted the stunned crowd back to reality. Yu Tianhing hurried forward to slay the Thunderstorm Dragon and claim the soul ring, knowing that one of the prerequisites for obtaining it was that the Soul Master must personally defeat the Soul Beast. Tang, just how swift is your arrow? Dugu Yin inquired, turning to Luban, her eyes still reflecting a lingering astonishment. My arrow is beyond the grasp of your sight, before you even sense it. I have already released it. In the audience, Yu Feng, who had been replaced by Luban, trembled visibly, a chill running down his spine. Throughout the entire battle, he had focused intently on Luban, yet despite his utmost concentration, he had only witnessed Luban drawing his bow, failing to capture even the trajectory of the arrow. That previous arrow from Luban had been instantaneous. By the time he shifted his gaze back to the Thunderstorm Dragon, a gaping hole had already formed in its chest. This arrow is comparable to the speed of light. In the previous contest, the opponent not only held back but, judging by the current circumstances, it can be said that they hardly made a move at all. As I watched Luban's tall figure, my breath became increasingly labored, feeling as though I were confronting death itself, the pressure overwhelming. Within moments of the Thunderstorm Dragon's collapse, the entire arena erupted with fervor. The spectators were rubbing their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, as if their jaws might just drop to the ground. What on earth just happened? How did the Thunderstorm Dragon fall? I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. It feels as if I have entered a hallucination. Goodness. Someone pinch me and assure me this isn't a dream. How on earth did that wound appear on the Thunderstorm Dragon's chest? A damage dealer? My heavens. It must have been that damage-dealing spirit master who struck. I saw it too, but regrettably, I only caught a glimpse of him drawing his bow. I missed the moment he released the arrow. Oh my, is the damage-dealing spirit master truly that formidable? Indeed, their strength is astonishing, leaving the other members of the Imperial battle team feeling like mere bystanders. Oh, how incredibly impressive. So striking that it makes my nose bleed. I wish to bear a child for that damage-dealing spirit master. In the commercial district of Tiando City, even at this late hour, the neon lights still flicker, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. This soul guide device can only be afforded by major cities like the capital of the Heavendo Empire. After exiting the arena, Master Flanders, Luban, Tang San, and others began to procure daily necessities. In the coming days, they intended to venture into the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts, the soul beast mentioned by Yu Tianhing. Possessing a cultivation age of 1,500 years and purely offensive attributes, resides near a particular mountain within the Sunset Forest. Yu Tianheng sketched a rudimentary map for them. The terrain of the Sunset Forest is exceedingly intricate, with mountains and hills abound, making it impossible to draw a detailed map. Thus, they needed to prepare ample provisions for their quest to locate the soul beasts. Luban, your performance in the recent battle was remarkable. Reminiscent of my youthful days traversing the continent, Flanders remarked, his voice filled with nostalgia as he strolled through the market. He recounted tales of his adventures with the master. But noticing the master's frown, he refrained from discussing the third member of the Golden Iron Triangle further. Luban, we should spar when the opportunity arises, Tang San interjected eagerly. His small fists clenched in anticipation. Very well, little San. I shall allow you one arm, Luban replied playfully. Not necessary, Tang San retorted, causing Flanders and the master to burst into laughter at their banter. Flanders shot a glance at Tang San, bemused by his audacity to provoke Luban. Soon, their shopping concluded, and the group found a tavern to rest in, awaiting the dawn to set forth. Meanwhile, at the Heaven-Do Arena, shortly after the departure of Luban and his companions, rumors regarding the output-type soul masters began to circulate wildly. Yes, it worked. On the arena stage, after absorbing the Thunderstorm Dragon's soul ring, Yu Tianheng was brimming with excitement. His second soul skill, Thunder Strike, was a formidable technique, fully unleashing the offensive capabilities of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Other members of the royal battle team approached to congratulate him. Yu Tianheng then pondered, what about Tang Er and the others? They vanished right after the challenge concluded. Why didn't anyone stop them? A teammate inquired. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by the thought of halting an output-type soul master known for their overwhelming attack power. Output-type soul masters are incredibly formidable. Our royal battle team must have won as well, Yu Tianheng mused. The events at the arena quickly spread like wildfire, each retelling amplifying the mystique, ultimately causing a stir throughout the entire Heaven-Do city. Curious individuals sought to uncover the truth behind the output-type soul masters, perplexing the faculty of the Royal Academy, who were bewildered by the sudden interest in such unorthodox pursuits. Chapter 28. The Cunning Golden Eating Rat. The following day, at the break of dawn, Flanders and his companions boarded a carriage, departing from Heaven-Do City towards the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is situated in the heart of the Heaven-Do Empire, specifically to the east of Heaven-Do City and west of the Tian-Do Empire. It borders much of the Douluo Empire but does not adjoin the main cities of any empire. The forest derives its name from its unique natural environment. Each evening, as the sun sets, it emanates a gentle golden glow, as if the entire forest is enveloped in the afterglow of twilight. Unlike the soul-hunting forests where soul beasts are domesticated, the Sunset Forest features a complex terrain filled with dense trees, thorns, and marshes, interspersed with clear streams and lakes. These water bodies serve as habitats for numerous aquatic soul beasts, making it one of the 3 renowned locations on the Douluo Continent for wild soul beasts. Every day, many adventurers and soul masters venture into the Sunset Forest in search of exploration and soul beast hunting. As they traveled towards the Sunset Forest in their carriage, the scenery outside whizzed by, while the master regaled Luban and Tang San with tales of his experiences across the continent. This is a fundamental course that every soul master must comprehend. In the continent, cultural classes at junior soul master academies are indispensable. Understanding the wilderness survival environment can aid soul masters in extricating themselves from perilous situations. The foundational knowledge I just imparted should be etched in your minds, as it may one day prove vital for your survival during your future adventures, the master spoke calmly. Luban and Tang San nodded repeatedly. Before long, a day had elapsed. At dawn the following day, the carriage finally arrived at the edge of the Sunset Forest. After disembarking, Flinder and his companions inhaled the refreshing air. They had finally arrived. The 4 then plunged into the depths of the Sunset Forest. Flinder produced a rudimentary map illustrated by Yu Tianheng and led the way. A light mist enveloped the forest, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. They tread carefully upon the damp soil, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid thorns and vines. Flinder, wielding a long sword, remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the surroundings. His face bore a resolute expression, clearly prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Behind him, Luban and Tang San followed closely, with the master bringing up the rear. The Sunset Forest is unlike the other soul-hunting forests of the Empire. It is abundant with high-level soul beasts. Each step required extreme caution. The 4 navigated for half a day before they reached the approximate location indicated on the map. At this moment, they beheld an abandoned metallic mine emerge before them. This should be the place. Everyone, be careful and stay close behind me, Flinder instructed as he retrieved a lighting soul guide device and ventured into the mine first. According to the information provided by Yu Tianheng, a golden devouring rat, aged 1,500 years, resided near this mine. The golden devouring rat is exceedingly rare. Most soul masters have never even heard of it. As a purely offensive soul beast, the golden devouring rat, akin to the blood-sucking demon mosquito encountered earlier, lacks inherent skills and relies solely on extreme attribute attacks. The blood-sucking demon mosquito survives by using its iron-like proboscis to consume blood, while the golden devouring rat sustains itself with its steel teeth capable of devouring gold and stones. The difficulty in locating purely offensive extreme attribute soul beasts stems from their absence of skills, making survival in harsh environments exceptionally challenging. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to unexpectedly learn of the whereabouts of the golden devouring mouse. The coincidence of timing astounded both Flanders and the master, who couldn't help but silently lament. Could it be that Luban is the favored child of destiny? The interior of the mine was arched, its ceiling and sides adorned with glimmering veins of ore, resembling a resplendent sea of gold. These precious minerals not only provided concealment and protection for the golden devouring mouse but also served as a bountiful source of nourishment. Navigating through the labyrinthine passages of the mine, Flanders and his companions arrived at an abandoned cavern where a milky substance lingered, unmistakably of natural origin. Here they would make their stand. Upon reaching the cavern, Flanders and Luban halted, acutely aware that the convoluted tunnels of the mine seemed endless, and they could not pursue indefinitely. However, the golden devouring mouse, a soul beast that thrived by consuming metals, was particularly attuned to various rare ores. Thus, they had prepared meticulously in Heaven Dove City. At this moment, Flanders produced a basketball-sized piece of purple gold metal from his storage soul tool. Placing it atop a massive rock within the cavern, the four then found a half-height stone to conceal themselves behind, awaiting the arrival of their quarry. The golden devouring mouse was exceedingly sensitive. The moment it appeared, they would need to strike decisively without hesitation. Otherwise, should it escape, finding it again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an arduous endeavor. The master quietly strategized. This hunt for the golden devouring mouse would not primarily rely on Flanders, but rather on Luban. At a distance of 20 meters, Luban's attacks would be instantaneous, outpacing Flanders significantly. Furthermore, having acquired his first spirit ring, Luban's attack power, exceeding 700 points, would double in the realm of archery, reaching nearly 1,500 points. A level the golden devouring mouse could not withstand. Upon hearing the master's arrangements, Luban nodded in understanding. With the acquisition of his second spirit ring at stake, he would not hold back. No matter the circumstances, Flanders, the four-eyed cat eagle, would pursue with unwavering speed, even within the mine. Xiao San, your blue silver binding will be crucial. Use it when necessary. Even a moment's control over the golden devouring mouse will suffice, he instructed. Understood, master, replied Tang San with a nod. Soon, the tactical preparations were complete, and silence enveloped the cavern as they awaited their prey. Time passed, and just as anxiety began to mount, a series of chirps echoed from afar. The four were elated at the sound. Shortly thereafter, a medium-sized soul beast emerged before them. Measuring approximately 2 feet in length, its fur shimmered with a faint golden hue, appearing as though crafted from pure gold, and its eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance. Upon witnessing this, the master rejoiced, signaling to Luban that it was indeed the golden devouring mouse. In an instant, Luban unleashed his Luban No. 7 martial spirit, activating the archery domain. With his dragon beak gun firmly aimed at the purple gold ore, he was poised for action. Meanwhile, as the golden devouring mouse cautiously entered the cavern, it initially detected no anomalies. Upon spotting the purple gold ore, its eyes glinted with keen intelligence and cunning, revealing its wild instinct. In a swift motion, it leaped onto the boulder, seizing the purple gold ore and preparing to flee. However, before it could react, a thunderous arrow was already upon it, striking true and piercing its head. How could the golden devouring mouse's speed and reflexes be so sluggish? Luban wondered, his shot having found its mark, while the master, though delighted, was also perplexed. Upon inspection, they discovered that the creature bore an injury to its foot, which explained its diminished agility. Chapter 29. The first encounter with Qian Rinshua. Luban promptly began to absorb the spirit ring, as his companion stood guard. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind, channeling his martial spirit to commence the absorption of his second spirit ring. Meanwhile, another soul-hunting team within the Sunset Forest was in a state of anxious distress. This team consisted of merely 3 individuals, 2 elderly men and a young girl, around 17 or 18 years of age. Damn it. I never anticipated that the golden devouring mouse would be so sensitive to the scent of the fragrance, lamented the girl, her face filled with regret. She had been tracking the golden devouring mouse in the Sunset Forest for 3 days, and just as success seemed within reach, the mouse detected an inexplicable aroma in the air and fled. They had pursued it frantically, yet ultimately it eluded capture. So cunning. Do not blame yourself, Mississippi. The golden devouring mouse is indeed rare, and the records of it across the continent are scarce. Our oversight was inevitable, one of the elders reassured her. Indeed, miss. It is not imperative for your third spirit ring to be the golden devouring mouse. The girl nodded, recognizing that continuing the pursuit would lead to futility. Once the golden devouring mouse escaped, locating it again would be nearly impossible. Ah, miss, look ahead. There is an abandoned mine, exclaimed another. The girl's expression brightened with excitement as she rushed forward to investigate. Upon discovering it was a metallic mine, her enthusiasm surged. This is most likely the lair of the golden devourer. Let us proceed inside and, upon discovering the creature, unleash our full strength. 2 elderly men stepped forward to clear the path for the young lady as they ventured into the mine tunnel. As they walked, they soon came upon a natural cavern the size of a small plaza. "Miss, look, it is the Golden Devourer," exclaimed an elder skilled in ocular techniques who, with remarkable eyesight, recognized the creature from 100 meters away. Upon hearing this, the three young women hastened their pace, fearful of allowing the Golden Devourer to escape. However, as they entered the cavern, they were instantly taken aback. The Golden Devourer lay motionless on the ground, utterly rigid. Nearby sat a small boy, appearing to be about 5 or 6 years old, just rising to his feet after absorbing the soul ring. Standing beside the boy were 2 middle-aged men and another child of similar age. "You absorbed my soul ring?" the young lady asked, her expression one of shock, filled with both indignation and astonishment. The Golden Devourer before her possessed a cultivation level of approximately 1,500 years, and it had been absorbed by a mere child? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. The 2 elderly men behind her wore expressions of disbelief, equally astonished. "Young lady, how can you speak so? What do you mean by your soul ring?" Upon realizing that Luban's talent had been discovered, Flander and the master immediately grew vigilant. Flander felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him, his eyes constantly scanning the 2 elderly men behind the young lady. The young girl possessed a cascade of silky gold hair that flowed down to her waist, slightly curled and shimmering with a soft luster, captivating all who beheld it. Her deep blue eyes mirrored the vastness of the ocean sky. Her skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of fine porcelain. With a high nose and a slender figure, she wore a gown of pale gold that exuded an aura of elegance and nobility. "Hiss, is that not Qianren Xue?" Luban instantly recognized the identity of the young girl before him, feeling a profound surprise. He never anticipated encountering the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall in such a place. The master stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Flander's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from making any rash moves. The 2 elderly men behind the girl were dressed unusually. In his recollection, only the cardinals donned such attire. Each cardinal of the Spirit Hall possessed a cultivation level exceeding 70. If a conflict were to erupt at this moment, it would be their side that would suffer. The renowned golden iron triangle of Flander and the master was not just a title. The 2 shared an extraordinary understanding. With a mere gesture from the master, Flander grasped the underlying meaning. He immediately suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes, adopting a demeanor of ignorance. Although Flander's momentary bloodlust was fleeting, it was nonetheless detected by the 2 cardinals behind Qianren Xue. Without exchanging pleasantries, the 2 elders activated their spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, black, black. They were clearly prepared for an immediate confrontation. The significance of Qianren Xue's status in the Spirit Hall was too great to risk, and the 2 cardinals remained vigilant, wary of any sudden attack from Flander against Qianren Xue. "We have been pursuing this golden devouring rat for 3 days. The injury on its foot is clearly a result of our efforts." Upon hearing this, Flander and the master exchanged glances, surprised by the coincidence. However, with the spirit ring already absorbed, further debate over the ownership of the spirit beast was futile. "Sister, the golden devouring rat bears no injuries. We are capable of hunting it as well." Seeing Qianren Xue's unwillingness to relent, Luban silently scoffed. "How absurd. Such rules do not exist on the continent. A spirit beast does not belong to the one who discovers it first. Little brat, what are you pretending for? Acting as though the golden devouring rat is your prey." The sight of a mere child of 5 or 6 years old adopting an arrogant stance before her irked Qianren Xue. As the Pope's daughter and the foremost among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, even Hulaina addressed her as sister. No one dared to present themselves so presumptuously before her, not even a child. She represented the dignity and face of the Spirit Hall, and her authority was not to be challenged. "You guessed correctly, I indeed killed the golden devouring rat." Luban, upon hearing this, rubbed his nose and shrugged his shoulders. It was not arrogance, his strength was evident. Now that his innate gifts had been revealed, showcasing his abilities was of little consequence. "Humph. For one so young to indulge in pretense, do you dare to compete with me? If you were capable of hunting the golden devouring rat, surely you would not shy away from a battle with me?" Qianren Xue provoked, eager to ascertain the extent of this boy's capabilities. She wondered how someone of such tender age could absorb a spirit ring of 1,500 years, a perplexity that lingered in her mind. It was common knowledge that there were restrictions on the absorption of spirit rings on the continent. Typically, the maximum limit for the first spirit ring was around 400 years, and for the second, approximately 700 years. Only the third spirit ring could be absorbed from those of around 1,500 years. Could it be that this young lad had already reached the 30th level? Just as this thought flickered in her mind, she immediately dismissed it. It was impossible, even if she possessed innate full spirit power at the 20th level. Her training speed could not be so extraordinary. She could not believe there existed a martial spirit of superior quality to her 6-winged angel martial spirit. Upon hearing Qianren Xue's challenge to Luban, both Flander and the master turned to look at Luban, their expressions filled with inquiry. They were unaware of the attributes of Luban's second spirit skill and were reluctant to let him accept the challenge hastily. Luban gave a reassuring glance to both the master and Flander, indicating that he was confident, which allowed them to relax slightly. Chapter 30. Qianren Xue is at a disadvantage at this moment. Luban had already summoned the personal information panel of the system. Host. Luban martial spirit. Luban no. 7 Martial Spirit Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Spirit Power, Wild Level Up, Spirit Power, 28-0100, Spirit Rings, Yellow, Purple Spirit Bones, None Spirit Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Having absorbed the second Spirit Ring, Luban's Spirit Power level had now reached 28. After absorbing the blood-sucking mosquito Spirit Ring, his Spirit Power had increased by 4 levels. At that time, he had not attached the second Spirit Ring. So although his Spirit Power increased, it was suppressed at the 20th level. Now, with the second Spirit Ring, the previously stored Spirit Power was instantaneously released. And combined with the enhancement from the Golden Devouring Rat Spirit Ring, Luban's Spirit Power surged directly to 28. At 6 years old, possessing a Spirit Power level of 28, such extraordinary talent would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the continent. The formidable Golden Devouring Rat, with a cultivation level of 1,500, had directly augmented Luban's basic attack by 1,350 points. Coupled with the attack boost from the first Spirit Ring, Luban's normal attack now dealt a staggering 2,078 points of damage. Such overwhelming offensive capability made dealing with Qian Rinxue a trivial matter. Although Qian Rinxue also possessed innate full spirit power at the 20th level, her lack of theoretical guidance resulted in her spirit rings being comparable to those of other innate full spirit power practitioners. According to the master's theory on the 10 core competitive powers of martial spirits, the upper limit of Spirit Ring enhancement for innate full spirit power at the 20th level would increase exponentially. For instance, regarding the second Spirit Ring, others with innate full spirit power could not exceed a maximum of 764 years. Yet Luban was capable of directly absorbing a ring of 1,500 years. This is all thanks to the theoretical guidance of the master. Otherwise, one might end up like Qian Rengshu, who squandered immense talent, with her second soul ring merely adding 700 years. The disparity between the two is evident. In the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, near an abandoned mine, 2 groups faced each other. On one side stood Qian Rengshu, flanked by 2 red-robed bishops. On the other were Luban and his companions. A contest was acceptable, but should you lose, you must cease your pursuit of us. And the events of today must remain confidential, known only to those present. Luban agreed to the duel with Qian Rengshu, stipulating his own conditions. Naturally, the demands of a mere 6-year-old child did not weigh heavily on Qian Rengshu, who promptly acquiesced. Luban, with the martial spirit of Luban No. 7, was a level 28 output system battle spirit master. As per the rules of the contest, Luban proclaimed his title first as a sign of respect. What? Level 28? Upon seeing the yellow and purple soul rings beneath Luban's feet, Qian Rengshu was utterly astounded. The 2 red-robed bishops behind her were left gaping, their hands clutching their beards in disbelief, unaware of how many strands had been tugged free. A purple 1,000-year soul ring? An output system battle spirit master? Each of Luban's words struck directly at the tender heart of Qian Rengshu, leaving her in a state of shock. Her mouth, shaped into an O, could easily accommodate her tiny fist. Her light blue eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. At this moment, it was not just Qian Rengshu who was taken aback. Even the esteemed Master Flanders and Tang San behind her were equally astonished. To absorb 2 soul rings and experience an immediate elevation of 8 levels in soul power was truly a spectacle to behold. Is this still a human being? Luban's talent has once again ascended infinitely in their hearts. It is truly intriguing to ponder the heights to which this young fellow may ascend in the future. How long has it been since the awakening of the martial soul? Yet it has already shattered records that have stood for millennia across the continent. At merely 6 years of age, possessing a 28th level and a 2,000-year soul ring, the extreme output flow, each of these achievements sends shivers down one's spine. Are you truly only 6 years old? Qian Rinxue could not help but inquire, her face a portrait of disbelief. You will be 7 next year. Luban nodded, offering no denial. Qian Rinxue, with her martial soul, 6-winged angel, is a 30-level powerful attack system soul master. She bit her lip and, for the first time, uttered her own name to convey her respect. In past competitions, she had never once registered her name. The reason was simple. As a naturally gifted soul master with a soul power level of 20, she was invincible among her peers, having never encountered a worthy opponent. However, this record was now shattered by a mere 6-year-old boy before her. When faced with her contemporaries, or rather, the next generation, Qian Rinxue adopted a serious demeanor. She understood that her defeat was inevitable today, yet she could not tarnish the reputation of the angel god. A fierce battle was still necessary. Qian Rinxue unleashed her 6-winged angel martial soul, 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings manifesting behind her, shimmering with a sacred light, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings intertwined at her feet. Acknowledging the vast disparity between 100-year and 1,000-year soul rings, Qian Rinxue knew her chances of victory were slim. Thus, she resolved to showcase the might of her angelic martial soul to uphold the dignity of the angel god. With her second soul skill, Angel's Wings, she launched her assault. The moment she initiated her attack, she unleashed her full power without reservation. Utilizing Angel's wings, Qian Rinqiue's speed doubled. Her 3 pairs of angelic wings fluttering in the wind, leaving behind ethereal afterimages in the air. With her first soul skill, Angel Assault, her right arm transformed into jade, enhancing her attack power by 30% as her jade fist struck directly towards Luban's face. To track Qian Rinqiue's flight trajectory, Luban activated his archer domain. Within this domain, he could sense even the slightest disturbance in the air. Truly, the 6-winged angel's flight was soundless, leaving Luban in quiet admiration. Here she comes. Soon. As Qian Rinqiue soared into the archer domain, Luban swiftly unleashed a soul power energy ball from his dragon's mouth gun. The luminous orb projectile possesses a mere 500 points of attack power, sufficient to contend with Qian Rinqiu. Should it be propelled with greater force, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Given her current spirit ring level, even a gentle shot could spell her demise. Rat-a-tat-tat. The dragon's mouth gun ignited, unleashing the automated taunts of Luban 7. Come at me. You can't touch me. Boom. The spirit power orb collided with the celestial arm manifested by the angel's assault, sending Qian Rinqiu hurtling through the air, crashing into numerous ancient trees of the sunset forest. Miss. The 2 cardinal red-robed figures gasped in shock, hastening to investigate the situation. They found Qian Rinqiu in tatters. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It's nothing, merely a recoil, Qian Rinqiu replied, her expression one of bitter resignation. I have been defeated. And in such a dismal manner. She comprehended the reality with stark clarity. Her opponent had not even activated their martial soul. It was simply a casual strike that had effortlessly vanquished her, the foremost young prodigy of the Spirit Hall. This is utterly disheartening. Even Qian Rinqiu, with her commendable demeanor, cannot help but feel a surge of frustration. Chapter 31. Astonished Zhao Wujie. To be defeated by a mere 6-year-old child is indeed a significant blow. With a graceful adjustment of her attire, Qian Rinqiu approached Luban. Luban, would you care to join the Spirit Hall? She inquired with hopeful anticipation, should you choose to join. I assure you the finest cultivation resources will be at your disposal. At this moment, joining the Spirit Hall would be akin to an old man committing suicide, seeking a premature end. Luban quickly shook his head, retreating behind the master like a frightened child. At that moment, Flander had already activated his martial soul, standing amidst 7 soul rings, showcasing his prowess, wary of any reckless actions from Qian Rinqiu and her companions. I must apologize, but Luban is still quite young and not suited for the Spirit Hall. His future decisions will depend entirely on his own aspirations, the master interjected, politely declining Qian Rinqiu's overtures on Luban's behalf. He exchanged a knowing glance with Flander, and they hurriedly led Luban and Tang San away from the sunset forest. As they raced away, fearing pursuit from the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinqiu, unable to restrain her curiosity, inquired, Uncle Oreo, what exactly is an output-type battle spirit master? Once Luban and the others had departed, she felt comfortable asking, having previously refrained from doing so in front of Master Luban and the others, fearing embarrassment. After all, as the esteemed daughter of the Pope, it would be quite humiliating for her to ask about basic knowledge. I have not heard of it either. The subsequent exchange between the 2 cardinal red-clad figures left Qian Rinqiu utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that no one had any knowledge of what an output-type battle spirit master was. Had she known, she would have asked earlier. Miss, you truly should not have let them go. If we had joined forces, we would have had an 80% chance of capturing those 4, and at the very least, we could have eliminated Luban. Keeping him around is akin to leaving a ticking time bomb for the Spirit Hall and the entire continent's Spirit Master community, lamented the 2 red-robed cardinals after Luban's departure. Qian Rinqiu gazed silently in the direction of Luban's exit, her expression unwavering. She never regretted the choices she made. 2 days later, Luban, Flander, and the others returned from the Sunset Forest to Sotoa City. Luban, Tang San, you 2 will follow Flander directly to report at Shrek Academy. I must return to Notting City to bid farewell to an old friend, the master instructed. Teacher, I also wish to visit Notting Academy, Tang San declared with determination. Subsequently, the master took Tang San back to Notting Academy, while Luban, under Flander's guidance, proceeded to report to Shrek Academy outside the city. Shrek Academy was nestled within a small village of merely 100 households. As they made their way to the academy, Flander shared insights about its circumstances. All right, everyone. Let us get to work. Upon arriving, Flander shouted excitedly to the villagers, unable to contain his joy. After 3 long years, Shrek Academy finally had a new student. The academy only accepted exceptional talents, eschewing the ordinary, and they had now welcomed a little prodigy. No, to be more precise, a superlative, invincible little prodigy. Luban's talents were unprecedented. While other prodigies held limitless potential, Luban's future was beyond imagination. Flander escorted Luban through the village, passing several homes before arriving at Shrek Academy. Flander, where have you been for so long? Don't forget that the teacher's salary for this month has yet to be dispersed. Suddenly, Vice Principal Zhao Wujie emerged from within the academy, grumbling as he approached. Oh, old Zhao, let's not dwell on those annoying matters. Allow me to introduce you to our new student, Luban. Flander interrupted, eager to present Luban. A newly enrolled student? Zhao Wujie's interest was piqued as he circled Luban with keen curiosity. The small boy, standing at about 1 meter tall with short, dark brown hair, appeared to be no more than 6 years old. Flander, surely you jest. Zhao Wujie frowned. Shrek Academy has always accepted only the extraordinary. We cannot lower our standards simply due to a lack of candidates, nor can we admit anyone for monetary gain. He suspected Flander had accepted some inept noble child solely for financial reasons, and his displeasure was evident. In response, Flander adjusted his black-framed glasses and flashed a sly smile. Old Zhao, be careful with your words. You might just end up with a slap in the face. Huh, as if you've brought in a genius student. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms and scoffed. Shrek Academy had strict admission criteria. No students over 13 years old, and soul power below level 20 was unacceptable. He could not believe this young boy's soul power could exceed the threshold. Luban, activate your soul ring and let our esteemed vice principal Zhao take a look. Flander said with feigned seriousness, already envisioning the astonishment on Zhao Wujie's face. Luban nodded, summoning his martial soul. Soon, 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring materialized in succession. 2 soul rings? A purple 1,000-year soul ring? In that moment, witnessing the 2 soul rings encircling Luban's feet, Zhao Wujie was utterly astounded. His mouth agape and his eyes wide as saucers, he displayed an unmistakable countenance of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this child, so young, possess such a high level of soul power? How could the second soul ring possibly be a 1,000-year ring? Innate full soul power? No, it couldn't be. One so small could not possibly have 2 soul rings. Zhao Wujie's face was a canvas of questions, and as he gazed at Luban, the earlier indifference was replaced with fervor. Young man, how old are you? All right, old Zhao, do not frighten the child. Noticing Zhao Wujie's scrutinizing gaze, Flander hastily intervened. Without waiting for Luban's response, he recounted the events of the past few days. Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Inhaling sharply at the revelations, innate full soul power at level 20? An output-type battle soul master? Slaying an 800-year-old firefox and thunder dragon? My goodness, is this even human? As he spoke, Zhao Wujie rubbed his hands together, displaying an eager anticipation. Little Luban, let us engage in a friendly spar. Allow me to experience what extreme output truly feels like. Fear not, I shall not employ soul techniques. You need not hold back. Unleash your full strength upon me. Zhao Wujie pounded his chest with his fists, exclaiming boisterously. This was his first encounter with a purely offensive soul master, and he yearned to witness Luban's extraordinary power. Chapter 32. The 3 teachers in Hey, old Zhao, who are you planning to spar with this time? Just as Zhao Wujie expressed his desire to gauge Luban's offensive capabilities, 3 teachers emerged from within Shrek Academy. Currently, there were only 5 teachers in total at the academy. And now they were all present. Old Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This young lad is a new disciple recruited by Flander. Zhao Wujie introduced Luban with a casual flair, then proceeded to present the 3 teachers before him. Xiaogang, Martial Soul Jelly Bean. A level 71 Food System Weapon Soul Saint. Lu Bean, Martial Soul Starfall Chess, a level 66 Control System Battle Soul Emperor. Li Yusong, Martial Soul Dragon Pattern Staff. A level 63 Assault Type Battle Soul Emperor. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Luban bowed respectfully. Upon hearing that he was a newly accepted disciple, Xiaogang and the others were taken aback. Struggling to believe that this little fellow, barely 5 or 6 years old, had been admitted to the academy. Enough chit-chat, step aside. For I wish to spar with young Luban. Zhao Wujie led Luban towards the small plaza at the center of the academy, a spacious area well-suited for a bout. Upon arriving at the plaza, Flander flashed a charming smile at Luban. Do not hold back. Your opponent, Teacher Zhao, possesses the martial soul of the mighty diamond bear. Known for its formidable defense, rest assured, you cannot harm him at this stage. Huh? Hearing Flander's words, Xiaogang and Li Yusong exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. What did he mean by that? It sounded as if he were cautioning them about the potential trouble this little boy could bring to Zhao Wujie. At this age, he must have recently awakened his martial soul. Flander, it seems you have quite the confidence in little Luban. How about this? As long as he can unleash his soul skills better than I can, this sparring match will be deemed as victory. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, the 3 teachers of Xiaogang were utterly bewildered. What sort of jest are Flander and Zhao Wujie playing? Should a mere boy, who has just awakened his martial soul, warrant such caution? For heaven's sake, you are a formidable soul master of level 76, renowned as the immutable king, even without employing soul skills. A single punch could send a soul king of level 50 flying. To treat a child, who has only just awakened his martial soul, with such exaggeration seems rather excessive. Very well, old Zhao, don't you dare shed tears later. Flander laughed heartily, signaling Luban to commence. In an instant, Luban summoned the 7th version of himself. His martial soul manifesting as the marksman domain enveloped Zhao Wujie. Subsequently, he activated his soul power, releasing his soul rings. 1 yellow and 1 purple. They swirled dazzlingly around his feet. What? 2 soul rings? A purple 1,000-year soul ring? My heavens, is this a dream? The 3 teachers of Xiaogang were left in shock upon witnessing Luban's soul rings, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Once they regained their composure, they collectively inhaled sharply. Is this truly human? Upon witnessing this, Flander held his head high, radiating a sense of pride. His expression seemed to convey, "Do you see how extraordinary my apprentices are?" He waved his hand, signaling the three instructors to remain silent and observe the sparring. At that moment, upon seeing the two soul rings adorning Luban, Zhao Wujia's heart was filled with immense astonishment. "Come forth, little Luban, and let me, old Zhao, witness the pinnacle of an output-oriented soul master." "Very well, teacher Zhao. If you sense any danger, please promptly unleash your soul skills. I strike with great swiftness to avoid causing you harm," Luban cautioned before launching his assault. The corners of Xiao Xian and the other two instructors' mouths twitched in disbelief. How audacious to think he could injure the immovable king. One could hardly fathom the source of this little fellow's confidence. With a series of rapid-fire shots, Luban initiated a probing attack with his left-handed dragon mouth gun. His basic attack now boasted over 2,000 points, a formidable power indeed. Zhao Wujia, at level 76, wielded 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As a strong attack-type battle soul master, he had primarily allocated his soul ring attributes towards enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. Owing to his martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, his soul skills were predominantly offensive, while the attributes conferred by his soul rings were chiefly focused on defense. The defensive boost from just 3 10,000-year soul rings exceeded 30,000 points. This does not even account for the attribute enhancements provided by the previous 4 spirit rings. In other words, with an attack power not exceeding 30,000 points, Zhao Wujia's physical form can withstand it effortlessly, rendering any soul skills unnecessary. What does it mean to possess 30,000 points of defense? It is akin to the resilience of a tortoise shell. Even a formidable soul emperor of over 60 levels, unleashing their full might, would find it exceedingly difficult to penetrate Zhao Wujia's corporeal defenses. This was also the reason why the 3 teachers, Xiao Xian and others, were so astonished. Indeed, it is impressive to amplify the offensive power. When a soul power orb, boasting an attack strength of over 2,000 points, struck him, Zhao Wujia felt a slight itch. He found it quite satisfactory. The offensive power is indeed astonishing, capable of evoking sensations on his skin. The realm of archers. With another basic attack unleashed, this time augmented by the domain's enhancement, the attack power doubled. For 1,000 points of force struck Zhao Wuji. "Excellent. Press on." Feeling a sense of pressure on the surface of his skin, Zhao Wuji was utterly astonished. Is this the pinnacle of output flow? It is indeed astonishingly formidable. The invincible shark-mouth cannon. In the next assault, Luban effortlessly switched to his right hand, unleashing the second skill of the marksman domain, the invincible shark-mouth cannon. His attack power doubled once more. The Soul Force Energy Ball, boasting an attack power of 8,000, struck Zhao Wujia with a resounding impact. Zhao Wujia could not suppress a groan, feeling an unexpected sense of comfort, as if he were receiving a massage. "What a remarkable lad. Your attack power is the most formidable I have witnessed at this level," Zhao exclaimed. "Shall we continue, teacher Zhao?" Luban scratched his head, inquiring, as he knew that if this continued, he would have to unleash his ultimate technique. "What? You can further augment your attack power?" Upon hearing Luban's question, Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Excellent. Young man, continue. Unleash whatever techniques you possess." Encouraged by his words, Luban hesitated no longer. He immediately activated the third skill of the marksman domain, 3,000 Thunderfalls. As the domain skill was triggered, the atmosphere above Luban and Zhao Wujia transformed dramatically. With ominous clouds gathering, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder. 3,000 Thunderfalls. The first shot. A minute passed as Luban summoned the first divine thunder, directing it with the shark mouth cannon towards Zhao Wujia. The second shot. Before long, as Luban unleashed his 6th shot, Zhao Wujia was utterly taken aback. This strike resulted in a staggering increase of 2 times the original attack power of 4,000, soaring to an impressive 13,000. Such formidable power instilled in Zhao Wujia a profound sense of pressure. Although his defenses remained intact, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within, akin to a raging tempest, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. Gasped. Witnessing this, the 3 observing teachers, including Xiao Xian, were left utterly astonished. Good heavens. A mere 6-year-old child has managed to repel the immovable King Ming. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause a tumult across the entire continent. Chapter 33. The Doubts of Shui Binger. Ahem. After being repelled by little Luban, Zhao Wujing displayed an expression of embarrassment and stepped forward a few more paces. The 7th cannon. Its power doubled once again, and the formidable attack strength of 26,000 points instilled in Zhao Wujing a profound sense of impending doom. Goodness. Enough pretense. If I do not employ my soul skills soon, I might very well lose my life. Luban had not exaggerated. His skill speed was astonishingly swift. It could almost be described as instantaneous, a realization that Zhao Wujing felt acutely at this moment. The unmoving king body. Before Luban could unleash his first shot, Zhao Wujing decisively activated his first soul skill. In an instant, a brilliant golden light enveloped him, enhancing his defense while repelling Luban's attack. Upon witnessing Zhao Wujing's use of a soul skill, Luban hastily retracted his abilities and concluded the sparring session. Little Luban, what on earth was that soul skill of yours? It's utterly outrageous. Zhao Wujing's face was a canvas of disbelief. He had never encountered a soul skill that could amplify attack power to such a degree. It was exceedingly peculiar. Whoever crosses paths with such a skill is bound to encounter misfortune. How many waves can your divine thunder unleash? 9 waves. Hiss. At those words, Zhao Wujing involuntarily shivered. This was simply too extraordinary. With an attack power quadrupled, even his strongest defensive soul skill would be ineffective. In other words, the 6-year-old Luban already possessed the ability to take his life. Teachers Xiao Xian, Li Yu, and Song had long been rendered speechless, unsure of what to articulate in response. Aha. Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Flander could not contain his laughter. Stop staring blankly. Let us promptly introduce our academy's newest disciple, Luban. To the specifics of our institution. Following the recent sparring session, Luban had fully garnered the recognition of the Shrek Academy's esteemed teachers. A recognition akin to clinging to a powerful ally. Now that Luban wished to leave, they would not allow it. They clung to his legs, refusing to let him depart. It had been years since they had encountered a disciple with such prodigious talent. Thus, Luban successfully entered Shrek Academy to pursue his studies. In the ensuing days, while Master was absent, Flander, Zhao Wujing, and 3 other teachers took turns imparting lessons to him. Xiao Xian. Food-type soul masters play a crucial role in a team. Luban. Teacher Xiao, could you please elaborate on the knowledge pertaining to attack-type soul masters? Little Luban, you are still quite young. Do not aim too high too soon. Let us first focus on the food-type aspect. As soon as the class concluded, Flander approached, chattering incessantly. The agility-type soul masters differ from the assault-type soul masters. Within a soul master team, the fastest member is undoubtedly the agility-type soul master. Principal, could you elaborate on the matters concerning pure assault-type soul masters? Upon hearing this, Flander straightened his face and feigned seriousness, replying, Young Luban, whether in cultivation or study, one must not be overly eager for success. Patience is key. Now, let us continue discussing the foundational knowledge of agility-type soul masters. Thus, for a considerable period, regardless of Luban's willingness, the 5 teachers conducted their lessons with utmost diligence. There were numerous occasions when Luban succumbed to slumber, only to be roused by the teachers gently propping his eyelids open, prompting him to resume listening. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this period, Luban's life and studies were exceptionally fulfilling. He gained a comprehensive understanding of the fundamental knowledge of martial souls. However, his cultivation had not seen any increase. Upon opening the personal information panel of the system, he observed the following details. Host, Luban, Martial Soul, Luban number 7. Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Aptitude, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 28, 0-100. Spirit Rings, Yellow and Purple, Spirit Bones, None, Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1350, Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Luban scrutinized the information, his eyes nearly blurring from the effort. Yet, his soul power had not increased in the slightest. It appeared that the mention of jungle leveling up was not mere embellishment. The system's provision of a jungle knife further corroborated this notion. His soul power upgrade depended not on diligent training, but rather on jungle activities. Realizing this, Luban proceeded to the principal's office to discuss the matter with Flander. Principal, I feel that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and wish to venture out for some practical experience. Where do you wish to go? I shall accompany you. I want to engage in battle with soul beasts to enhance my combat experience. Upon hearing Luban's request, Flander nodded in approval. Very well. Let us first visit the Soto Arena. In front of the Soto City Arena, a lavish convoy came to a halt. Subsequently, a group of young girls descended from the carriages one after another. A group of young girls, each clad in azure uniforms, appeared to be just over 10 years of age. The leader, with flowing blue hair, looked slightly younger than the others. Uncle, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? Is there truly someone who, at merely level 20, can vanquish a firefox that is cultivated for nearly 8 centuries? Water Iser raised her head defiantly, her face awash with skepticism. Iser, your uncle was present at that challenge. How could he possibly be mistaken? Humph. I refuse to believe anyone possesses greater talent than me, Water Iser, she declared with a haughty expression. As the legitimate daughter of the Water family, one of the 10 most prominent families on the continent, she boasted the supreme ice-type martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, and was endowed with innate full soul power. She had never encountered a peer with superior talent. That individual appeared to be around 15 or 16. If we speak of talent, they cannot possibly compare to our Icer. The purpose of this visit is merely to expose you to the so-called geniuses of the outside world, to broaden your horizons. Her uncle gently ruffled her hair, his expression one of indulgence. You must understand that the continent is home to an array of unique soul masters. Familiarizing yourselves with the so-called output-type battle soul masters will greatly benefit you in the future. Upon hearing her uncle's words, the other girls from the Tianshui battle team eagerly inquired, Uncle, are output-type battle soul masters truly as formidable as you described? Water Icer's sister, Water Yuer, asked with curiosity, Uncle, what exactly is an output-type soul master? Indeed, our academy instructors have never mentioned output-type battle soul masters. In response, Shui Luobin shook his head. Do not blame your instructors. Until recently, I too was encountering the concept of output-type battle soul masters for the first time. As he spoke, the water family's vehicle came to a halt, and Luban led Water Ice Air and the others into the Soto arena. They made their way directly to the second-floor mission hall to inquire about Luban's personal information, but regrettably, they uncovered nothing. However, their inquiries were not entirely in vain. They learned that Luban and his companions were searching for pure offensive soul beasts. The mention of pure offensive soul beasts made Luban's eyes gleam with excitement. At that moment, he recalled the whereabouts of a pure offensive soul beast. Without hesitation, he posted a bounty task in the arena's mission hall, hoping to locate Luban. Chapter 34, the first encounter with Water Ice Air in pursuit of leveling up in the wilderness. Luban, accompanied by Fran, returned once more to the Soto arena. With his martial soul activated, he utilized the appearance of a video game character to transform into a figure clad in golden armor. Upon entering the arena, Luban suggested they first visit the second-floor mission hall, prompting a weary smile from Fran. Little Luban, you must temper your impatience. Cultivation requires a calm and methodical approach. If pure offensive soul beasts were so easily found, how could there be only one extreme output soul master like you on the continent? Along their way, Fran continued to impart wisdom, noting Luban's eagerness to achieve rapid results. Pure offensive soul beasts were not so readily available. Even their esteemed trio had traversed the continent for many years without hearing of many. The second-floor mission hall buzzed with activity, as usual. Upon their arrival, every reception window was lined with long queues. Whether it was to post tasks or claim them, the place was teeming with individuals. The pair waited patiently for an hour before their turn arrived. Good day, sir. What type of mission do you wish to undertake? I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts, Fran replied lazily, pushing up his spectacles. Certainly, please hold on a moment. As soon as Fran finished speaking, the attendant began searching through the soul guide devices. A minute later, she located a bounty task regarding the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts. Sir, your timing is impeccable. A related task was just posted an hour ago. What? I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat? Fran felt as though he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. How could they possibly be so fortunate as to encounter the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts immediately upon stepping out? An hour ago, a patron posted a bounty task concerning the whereabouts of pure offensive extreme attribute soul beasts. Principal, you can't be serious. My third soul ring has a lead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fran's mouth twitched, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, we shall accept this task. Whatever the conditions, we shall take it on. Before long, the attendant completed the task transfer procedures. Meanwhile, upon reviewing the requirements set by the benefactor, Fran was left astonished as he gazed at Luban. Goodness! Not only are we seeking pure offensive extreme attribute soul beasts, but even searching for other extreme attribute soul beasts is a rarity that many soul masters may not encounter for years. Yet here is Luban, who can simply step outside and discover one. Is this the embodiment of the European emperor, the child of fortune? This bounty task may seem insurmountable to others. Yet for them, it is akin to a gift delivered to their doorstep. The benefactor's request is quite straightforward, to seek the whereabouts of Luban. You, my dear lad, are extraordinarily fortunate, as this soul ring appears to be as accessible as a queue at the door. Luban scratched his head and chuckled, as he had indeed not anticipated this turn of events. In the main arena of the Soto Beast Arena's underground level, a team of 7 soul masters was engaged in a fierce challenge against a 200-year-old nether wolf. After a prolonged struggle, the team ended up with 1 casualty and 1 injury. Those individuals are utterly inept. The noble offspring of Soto City are disappointingly lackluster. It is truly a sight to behold. 7 soul masters unable to conquer even a 200-year-old nether wolf. How laughable. Especially considering they hail from Soto City's finest intermediate soul master academy. What a shameful display. Indeed, their coordination is painfully awkward. If it were us, we would conclude the battle in merely 3 rounds. Is this truly a place renowned for nurturing talent, as my uncle claims? It certainly does not appear so. The 7 young girls, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and their companions, engaged in unabashed discussion, drawing the attention of those around them. To openly mock the local nobility in Soto City is an audacious affront. Any noble who hears this would be compelled to respond. However, upon noticing the large wave-shaped family emblem adorning Shui Binger's blue uniform, they were instantly filled with trepidation and hurriedly turned away, fearing any semblance of dissent against the Shui family. The Shui family is one of the continent's 10 great families, their power rivaling that of the most illustrious 7 sections. The overall strength of the Shui family is astonishing, certainly on par with the top 3 sections. They are not to be trifled with by the minor nobles of Soto City. Even if these young miscreants were to venture to Balak City and insult the royal family, no one would dare to challenge them. You little girl should temper your pride, Shui Luoban sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He could discern the veiled skepticism in Shui Binger and her companion's words. When he first encountered the Yao Yu team in Soto City, he was astounded by Hu Laina and her 6 companions. The Yaoyu team could be regarded as the most gifted fighters he had ever witnessed, which prompted him to closely observe their performances in the days that followed. Then, not long after, another team member, Tang Air, made an appearance. The battle in which Tang Air vanquished the Fire Fox remains vividly etched in his memory. Upon returning to Tianshui City, Shui Luobin recounted these events to Shui Binger and the others. The overall strength of the Tianshui team, composed of Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, was significantly inferior to that of the Yaoyu team, especially when compared to Tang Air, the output-type soulmaster. Among children, there is a natural inclination to compare. Upon hearing Shui Luobin's remarks, Shui Binger and her companions were naturally unwilling to concede. They promptly insisted that he take them to witness the Yaoyu team and observe Tang Air, the output-type soulmaster. Seeing Shui Luobin adopt a didactic demeanor once again, Shui Binger playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face. Got it, Uncle San. Are you about to say something about mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people? Upon hearing this, Shui Luobin sighed and shook his head, feeling utterly helpless against this mischievous group of girls. They would only learn after experiencing a significant setback. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Shui Luobin? After the challenge concluded, as Shui Luobin and Shui Binger's group exited the main arena of the underground level, they were approached by a staff member. Their Shui family attire was unmistakably conspicuous, making it difficult not to recognize them. Shui Luobin nodded. That's me. Is there something you need? The staff member proceeded to inform him that someone had accepted his bounty task, and upon hearing this, Shui Luobin was elated. Let us go. Take me to meet them. In the reception area of the task hall, shortly after Fran and Luban accepted the task, they were soon visited by the benefactor. A man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, entered, accompanied by 7 young girls clad in blue uniforms. Though these 7 girls are still quite young, they have developed impressively. Being around 10 years old, they have already blossomed into curvaceous figures, beginning to take shape. Chapter 35, the Tianshui battle team has been apprehended. Upon seeing the golden combat attire, Shui Luban immediately recognized Luban. He had not expected to find the main figure in such a short time. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shui family, Shui Luban. Shrek Academy, Flanders, Tang San. After a round of courteous introductions, they engaged in conversation. Younger brother Tang. Before I inform you of the location of the purely offensive limit soul beasts, may I request your guidance regarding these few juniors beside me? Shui Luban spoke with a gentle smile, his demeanor refined and exuding an air of nobility. Uncle, if I am not mistaken, these 7 young girls are likely a combat team, correct? You intend for them to witness the prowess of an output-oriented battle soulmaster, do you not? Upon hearing this, Shui Luban smiled and nodded. During the sparring session later, younger brother Tang must show mercy. Each of them is a treasure to their family, and should they be injured, I fear I would face dire consequences upon my return. Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware of my strength, Luban said with a casual bravado. Sparring with the 7 girls of the Tianshui battle team is akin to playfully wrestling with children. It is important to note that my current offensive capability could even pose a threat to Zhao Wujie, and these 7 from the Tianshui battle team are still quite young. They likely have yet to acquire their second soul ring. Boy, you claim to be an output-oriented battle soul master? I advise you not to weep during the sparring. Shui Binger retorted, clearly displeased by Luban's exaggeration. The other 6 girls from the Tianshui battle team shared her sentiment, their expressions equally unamused. Younger boy Tang. We will show you the might of our Tianshui battle team, one declared. We shall make you call us sister. Indeed. We shall strike so hard that even your mother would fail to recognize you. The chatter escalated, each girl contributing to the lively banter, leaving Luban feeling overwhelmed. It is often said that 3 women create a drama. With 7 young girls together, they could drive anyone to madness. Soto Arena, 3rd floor trial room. The setting here resembles that of the Grand Soul Arena, albeit devoid of spectator stands, featuring only a platform for soul masters to engage in friendly competition. At this moment, Luban and the 7 members of the Heavenly Water Squad ascend the stage, standing poised and facing one another. Sisters, unleash your martial spirits, commands the team leader, Shui Binger, prompting the members of the Heavenly Water Squad to summon their martial spirits and undergo spirit manifestation. Beneath their feet lies a uniform array of yellow 100-year spirit rings. Luban feigns the act of releasing his martial spirit, swiftly producing a magnificent golden bow, the sun-shooting bow. With the bow in hand, he exudes an extraordinary aura. Observing this, Shui Yuer gazes with sparkling eyes, momentarily entranced. Tang Er's martial spirit release looks so handsome. She muses. Humph. Yuer, contain your infatuation. This is a competition that pertains to the honor of our Heavenly Water Squad. You must not hold back. Relax, I won't go easy on them. She replies with a giggle. Below the stage, Flender and Shui Luobin engage in animated conversation. Little Luban, don't strike too hard. Spend some time playing with those lovely ladies over there. Who knows? You might even bring home a bride. As the sparring commences, Flender chuckles heartily, issuing a brief instruction. Ludan. Upon hearing Flender refer to Tang Er as Ludan, Shui Luobin looks on in confusion. That was a slip of the tongue. Flender laments, wishing he could slap himself for the blunder. I misspoke. Haha, Tang Er's nickname is Ludan, Just look at that round face of his. He resembles a giant braised egg. At Flinder's explanation, Shui Luobin burst into laughter. On the stage, Luban stands with 2 yellow spirit rings beneath him, concealing his true power by disguising his purple spirit ring. Observing that Luban possesses only 2 spirit rings, the members of the Heavenly Water Squad exchange knowing smiles. This time, we must thoroughly teach that arrogant young man a lesson. Tang Er, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them. Otherwise, once we strike, you won't even have a chance to retaliate. Shui Bingo raised her head and spoke with a haughty demeanor. This sentiment is precisely what I wish to convey to you. The 7 enchanting ladies on the opposing side. Unleash your abilities, or else when I, Tang Er, make my move, you shall find yourselves at the mercy of our onslaught. Luban, wielding the sun-shooting bow, spoke with an air of indifference, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. However, to Shui Binger and her companions, Luban's expression appeared rather infuriating. Sisters, let us take him down, Shui Binger declared, immediately activating her first soul skill, Ice Seal. The Ice Seal is an instantaneous skill. Before Luban could react, he found himself immobilized, encased in layers of ice. Now, do you comprehend my prowess? Seeing Luban frozen in place, Shui Binger was filled with triumph. Support, determined to teach Luban a proper lesson. Shui Binger commanded her team to continue the assault. The vice-captain, Shui Wu, swiftly obeyed the order and unleashed her soul skill. First soul skill, Dark Clouds. As the command was uttered, a dense cloud materialized above Luban's head. Beneath this cloud, Luban felt his overall condition diminished by 10%. Charge. Seizing the opportunity presented by Luban's frozen state and lowered status, Shui Binger dispatched the agile attack-type Soul Masters. Upon hearing the command, Shui Wei and Gu Qingba immediately invoked their soul skills and rushed toward Luban. First soul skill, Chilling Ice Rain. First soul skill, Rising Fish Waves. Shui Wei, with her martial spirit, the Crystal Dolphin, unleashed the Chilling Ice Rain. Her form soaring like a dolphin through the ocean, her speed dramatically increased, and the mist surrounding her transformed into cascading ice droplets. Once she neared her target, the ice rain would erupt with ferocity. Gu Qingba, with his martial spirit, the Azure Flag Fish, executed Rising Fish Waves, his speed similarly surging, moving with the swiftness of a fish navigating through currents, nearly invisible in his agility. This maneuver relies on a swift burst of speed that culminates in an exceptionally potent close-quarters assault. Success. As Shui Yuer and Gu Qingba found themselves merely 2 meters away from Luban, Shui Binger and her companions wore expressions of delight. Once subjected to the combined onslaught of the icy rain and the surging waves of soul techniques, Luban would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Subsequently, it would suffice to dispatch a powerful attacking soul master to reap the rewards. After all, Luban was not a defensive battle soul master. Thus, in the initial stages, Shui Binger refrained from deploying the most formidable of the attacking soul masters and instead opted for a swift attacker. Kid, take this. However, before Gu Qingba could finish her statement, 2 bolts of lightning shot forth, striking her and Shui Yuer. Boom. The duo was forcefully propelled backwards, only halting after considerable distance. Observing Luban's escape from peril, Shui Binger prepared to unleash her first soul technique once more. Regrettably, Luban did not afford her the opportunity and swiftly sent her flying off the stage with an arrow. Recognizing the threat posed by a control-type battle soul master capable of instantaneous skill activation, without Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and the other 6 women were left to scurry about, unable to use their skills against Luban. His offensive prowess far exceeded theirs, leaving them to endure his relentless assault passively. Come at me. You cannot touch me. The spirit of Luban number 7 occasionally taunted, infuriating Shui Binger below the stage. Chapter 36, Entering Tianshui City. All right, little rascal, it's time to seize this. I intended for you to engage with them playfully, not to unleash such heavy-handedness. Witnessing the dismal state of the Tianshui battle team on the stage was truly painful to behold. Thus, Flander quickly urged Luban to conclude the battle. This fellow truly lacks the sensitivity to cherish the delicate. He ruthlessly inflicted suffering upon a group of young ladies, and yet, he could not refrain from uttering a few mocking remarks, which is rather deserving of a reprimand. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing this, Luban unleashed a barrage of 6 thunderous arrows, sending the remaining 6 members of the Tianshui battle team tumbling from the stage. He waved innocently at Flander and Shui Luobin. Wearing a face of feigned innocence, he had shown considerable restraint. Alas, the members of the Tianshui battle team were simply too feeble. Moreover, those mocking words belonged to Luban's 7th spirit, which carried its own voice. To outsiders, it appeared as though Luban was intentionally ridiculing them, but in truth, he was not the one who spoke them. Such matters defy explanation. Even if articulated, they would hardly be believed. Binger, now you comprehend the notion that there are mountains beyond mountains and individuals beyond individuals. As the sparring concluded, Shui Luobin smiled and spoke. He nodded at Luban, devoid of any reproach, instead wearing an expression of profound admiration. At that moment, Shui Luobin's heart was brimming with joy. Those young ladies, Shui Binger and her companions, had been rather unruly at Tianshui Academy, often flaunting their talents and causing trouble. Now, witnessing someone discipline them, he found himself elated. Moreover, this experience would greatly benefit their growth, for flowers nurtured in a greenhouse seldom flourish. Humph, don't get too proud, young man. Once I grow to your stature, we shall spar again, Luban declared as he descended from the arena, provoking an indignant response from Shui Binger. This left Shui Luobin facepalming, feeling utterly embarrassed. Good heavens. Does she truly believe she will not grow like others? What peculiar reasoning she possesses, it must have vexed her greatly. At this, Flander beside them could only twitch his lips in disbelief. In a few years, he mused, Shui Binger's words would seem utterly nonsensical. The Tianshui team would likely not even afford Luban the opportunity to engage. Once the sparring concluded, they returned to the mission hall, where, as agreed, Shui Luobin shared with Luban the knowledge of a purely offensive, extreme attribute spirit beast. Tianshui City, six-winged frost centipede, a 10,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing about the soul beast, Flander was momentarily stunned. My goodness, a 10,000-year soul beast far exceeds the limits of what Luban's third spirit ring could accommodate. According to the master's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the maximum age a spirit master can achieve with their third spirit ring is generally 760 years. For someone like Luban, with innate full soul power at level 20, he could, at best, absorb a spirit beast of 500 years. A 10,000-year soul beast remains a distant aspiration for him. Upon leaving the mission hall, Luban unexpectedly expressed a desire to train in Tianshui City, leaving Flander thoroughly astonished. This is not merely a trivial matter, it is exceedingly evident. Luban has clearly taken a fancy to the ancient six-winged frost centipede. Luban, you are still quite young. Do not be overly eager in your cultivation. The essence of millennia is beyond your current capacity to absorb. Rest assured, aside from you, there is no other ultimate output soul master on the continent, and it is unlikely that anyone will disturb that six-winged frost centipede in Tianshui City for the time being. Upon hearing that Luban intended to venture to Tianshui City, Flander swiftly offered words of consolation. Such an exemplary student, he certainly hopes to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Principal, are you familiar with the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls proposed by the teacher? Luban inquired, invoking the master's theory in an attempt to persuade Flanders. I am well aware of Xiaogang's theory. During my travels across the continent, he often chattered about it in my ear. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, Luban articulated his thoughts. According to the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, there exists a scenario where one can disregard level restrictions and perfectly absorb spirit rings. That is to induce spirit beasts to willingly sacrifice themselves. Now that I have finally encountered a pure, offensively extreme attribute spirit beast, I have decided to give it a try. Luban, do you comprehend how arduous it is to persuade a spirit beast to voluntarily sacrifice itself? Upon hearing Luban's explanation, Flanders was taken aback, astonished that Luban would conceive such a notion. A voluntarily sacrificing spirit beast not only allows for perfect absorption without level limitations but also generates soul bones. Do you realize how rare soul bones are on the continent? Let me put it this way. Throughout nearly 10,000 years of historical records on the continent, I have not encountered a single instance of a spirit beast willingly sacrificing itself. Flanders stated with a grave expression. This theory remains merely theoretical, as no one has ever witnessed it. To risk oneself for such an elusive notion seems, in Flanders' view, utterly unworthy. Principal, I still wish to give it a try. I am young and possess ample time to err and amend, Luban asserted resolutely, his determination evident. Should I succeed, my abilities would undoubtedly see a tremendous enhancement. I do not wish to relinquish this opportunity. The unwavering spirit reflected in Luban's eyes moved Flanders profoundly. Indeed, youth is a capital. It is surprising that Luban understands so much. Recognizing that he knows the path to the future, Flanders chose to refrain from further discourse. Let us depart for Tianshui City. Situated in the northeastern part of the continent, Tianshui City lies in close proximity to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. It is located on the largest island in Tianshui Lake and stands as one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, surrounded by crystal-clear waters. Tianshui City resembles a radiant pearl embedded in the gently rippling lake. Flanders and Luban traveled northward by carriage, taking 2 days to finally arrive. As they entered Tianshui City, they were greeted by streets lined with shops, displaying a dazzling array of goods. With merchants and tourists from all corners of the continent bustling about, the lively scene was truly extraordinary. In every alley and corner, one could frequently spot numerous beauties, prompting even Flanders to offer his admiration. By the time Luban and Flanders reached the city, night had already descended. Yet, the streets remained ablaze with lights, resembling a sea of stars. The towering buildings, illuminated by the lights, appeared even more magnificent, while the shops along the streets were adorned with various lanterns, exuding a rich, traditional ambience. Do our esteemed guests require assistance? Our ladies are the most radiant on this street. Ahem. Flanders, having just checked into a hotel with Luban, found himself in an awkward situation as a server enthusiastically made recommendations. Oh dear. Can't you see there's a young child present? Although Luban currently appeared in the form of an adult descendant, such crude remarks could prove detrimental to his future growth. Flanders quickly waved his hand, dismissing the server. Rest well, tomorrow we shall visit the Tianshui Coliseum. This time, Flander accompanied Luban on his journey for experience. Knowing that success was unlikely for Luban, he thought it would be quite beneficial to temper Luban's enthusiasm through this experience. Recently, Luban had exhibited a rather impatient mindset, which could adversely affect his future cultivation, leading him to risk falling into obsession. Chapter 37, The Initial Trial of the Wild Blade. The following day, with the dawn breaking, Flander ushered Luban into the Tianshui Beast Arena. As they entered, Flander noticed the scrutinizing gaze of the welcoming maid at the entrance, which piqued his curiosity. Luban, have I become more handsome recently? Flander flicked his hair, striking a pose of self-admiration. Principal, could it be that they are looking at me? Luban inquired. But before he could finish, Flander playfully slapped the back of his head. You little rascal, do you think so little of my looks? Back in the day on the continent, Flander, was quite the dashing figure. As they bickered, news of their appearance quickly spread to the Shui family. That kid has indeed come. Shui Luobin exclaimed, elated upon learning of Luban's arrival. Such a talented youth would be a tremendous asset to our Shui family. Third uncle, I heard that Tang heir has come to our Tianshui city. Shui Binger burst into Shui Luobin's residence, followed closely by Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and others from the Tianshui battle team. What's this? Why the sudden interest in Tang heir? Could it be that you've taken a liking to him? Shui Luobin teased, eliciting a flustered response from Shui Binger. Third uncle, if you keep talking nonsense, we will ignore you from now on. Shui Binger retorted. To which Shui Luobin chuckled and remarked, that kid's talent is not inferior to yours. Third uncle, you are just boosting his ego. Don't forget, he possesses innate full soul power. Shui Binga huffed, her expression filled with indignation. My intuition has always been spot on. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Beast Arena and watch his challenges. He should be there for quite some time. The Tianshui Beast Arena was more than twice the size of the Suatua Beast Arena, grand and magnificent. The internal environment was equally impressive. Flander brought Luban to the underground level to register for challenges. The soul beasts at this level had a cultivation age not exceeding 800 years, making them as easy to defeat as cutting through vegetables for Luban. His purpose for challenging this level was to test the wild blade and validate his innate talent. The beast battle could be conducted individually or in groups. For group challenges, a maximum of 7 members was allowed, and there could not be 2 soul masters with 2 soul rings in the team. For individual challenges, participants needed to be below level 30 and possess a 3rd soul ring. Luban's current soul power level perfectly matched these criteria. Hello, we would like to register for a challenge, Flander announced at the service hall of the underground level, quickly completing the registration process. Luban's first challenge was against a 300-year-old nether wolf. Welcome everyone to the underground 8th Division Beast Arena for tonight's challenge. Let us now invite tonight's challenger, Tang heir, to the stage. The host, holding a soul guide microphone, announced with great enthusiasm. The personal challenge was not as popular as the team challenges, and at that moment, only a sparse crowd filled the numerous seats in the arena, totaling less than 1,000 spectators. Among them, however, the host recognized Shui Luobin, Shui Binger, and other direct descendants of the Shui family, which filled him with delight. After all, the Tianshui Beast Arena was owned by the Shui family, and if they took notice, it could lead to promotions and raises. As the host finished speaking, Luban stepped onto the battle platform from the side entrance. Tang heir, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow. Level 28 Output Type Battle Soul Master. Output Type? The audience was baffled by the host's introduction, having never heard of such a classification before. 28. Shui Luobin's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Luban's soul power level. Previously, during the competition between Luban and Shui Binger, he had thought Luban had just obtained his 2nd soul ring and was only at level 21. This sudden emergence of level 28 is utterly terrifying. The speed of this upgrade is truly astonishing. Third uncle, is something amiss? Upon witnessing the shocked expression of Shui Luobin, Shui Binger turned to inquire. Shui Luobin shook his head, indicating that all was well. He refrained from speaking to Shui Binger, for even if he did, these young girls would certainly not believe him. If he were in their position, he too would find it hard to accept such claims. Why would a being of such formidable strength dare to challenge a 300-year-old netherwolf? Shui Bingo continued to question, her confusion palpable. Once again, Shui Luobin shook his head, equally perplexed by the situation. Now, I declare the challenge to commence. With the announcer's words, the colossal doors on the opposite side of the arena thunderously swung open, revealing a netherwolf as robust as a young bull entering the combat stage. As the netherwolf made its entrance, the audience did not observe Luban wielding the radiant bow. Instead, he produced a grayish curved blade from his storage soul guide. The blade measured approximately 3 feet in length, its edge serrated, exuding an aura of antiquity. To the untrained eye, it appeared rather unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive, resembling a chipped and worn-down weapon. Hey, Why isn't Tang Air unleashing his martial spirit and wielding such a shabby blade? As the netherwolf lunged, revealing its menacing, glistening fangs, it charged at Luban, who merely brandished the battered knife, leaving Shui Binger bewildered. I see now, Shui Binger exclaimed, as a revelation struck her. Tang Air must have sensed our presence. He intends to showcase his prowess for us. Uffed. At her words, Shui Luobin erupted with hot tea, coughing uncontrollably. Where does this girl find her confidence? Just as Shui Binger finished speaking, the women of the Tianshui battle team immediately echoed her sentiments. The captain is right. Tang Air surely seeks to capture our attention. How coy of him to express his feelings in such a manner. Hee. I wonder which of us he truly fancies. Indeed, it appeared that he was withholding his soul skills, perhaps to put on a display for their sake. Humph, a 300-year-old netherwolf is no trivial opponent. Such arrogance will undoubtedly lead Tang Air to grave consequences. As Luban brandished the jungle knife, he cast another glance at its system description. After all, it was his first time utilizing it, and he felt somewhat unfamiliar. Jungle knife, a divine artifact that doubles attack power when hunting soul beasts, with an armor-piercing effect that disregards all defenses of soul beasts. During consecutive strikes, it boasts a 20 critical hit rate, with the maximum critical effect equating to 10 times the current level's attack power. Hiss. This is indeed a legendary artifact. A 10-fold critical hit nearly rivals the power of the 8th Divine Thunder of the 3,000 Thunders. Currently, Luban's basic attack is 2,078 points. Thus, a 10-fold critical would yield over 20,000 points. Let alone the 300-year-old netherwolf, even a 10,000-year-old one would succumb to such might. This challenge tests Luban's innate talent, aiming to explore the nuances of jungle leveling. Thus, he has chosen a 300-year-old netherwolf as his adversary. At that moment, the netherwolf launched its attack, but Luban, devoid of any superfluous movements, simply swung his blade forward. Chapter 38. Talent in the Jungle with a Swift Motion. The seemingly unremarkable jungle knife cleaved the netherwolf in twain. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Shui Binger and the other members of the Tianshui team fell silent, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they gaped in awe. They swallowed hard, secretly admiring his formidable prowess. Without even activating his martial soul, he effortlessly vanquished the netherwolf in a single strike. As the challenge concluded, Luban glanced at his personal information panel, noting that his cultivation had remained unchanged. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that the low cultivation level of the soul beast was likely the cause. Exiting the arena, Luban and Flanders returned to the reception hall on the first floor to continue their registration for further challenges. This time, Luban faced the formidable king of the Azure Bowl, who had cultivated for 5 centuries. The venue for this challenge remained the same as the previous 8th Beast Arena. As in the earlier confrontation, the battle unfolded with swift precision. A single, decisive strike brought an end to the Azure Bowl King. Upon accessing the personal information panel, the following details emerged. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3,000 Thunder Falls, Innate Quality, Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 28, 1100, Soul Rings, Yellow and Purple Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Items, Video Game Kit Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Notably, there was a change in the Soul Power level section, progressing from 0 to 1. The defeat of the 500-year-old Azure Bowl King yielded a single point of experience. This filled Luban's heart with immense joy. The sense of confinement within him vanished in an instant. His soul power had finally experienced an elevation. This was what they referred to as the talent for leveling up in the wild. It implied that his enhancement in soul power relied not on cultivation alone, but rather on vanquishing spirit beasts. After successfully conquering the challenge once more, Luban exited the arena and proceeded to the reception hall on the lower level to register for another challenge, leaving the staff utterly astonished. Who on earth is this? Challenging so swiftly? This is their first time. Most soul masters can only attempt to challenge once a day, and only those exceptionally gifted individuals may have the potential to challenge consecutively. Moreover, completing 2 challenges is nearly the limit for a Grand Soul Master. It is astonishing that today they encountered such an extraordinary anomaly. This time, Luban has registered to challenge the underground dominator, the Mandala Snake, which has cultivated for nearly 8 centuries. My heavens, I have heard whispers of someone daring to confront a creature with such ancient prowess. Indeed, the arena has even designated the main coliseum for this challenge. How audacious it is to face the subterranean overlord in single combat. It seems utterly reckless, as if one is courting death. Indeed, the mightiest teams from the Tianshui Intermediate Academy have previously failed to succeed in such a challenge. And now someone wishes to take on the Mandala, truly laughable. The news of Luban's challenge to the Mandala spread like wildfire through the arena, inciting a fervor among the spectators. A Grand Soul Master engaging in a duel with a soul beast of nearly 800 years, they had never witnessed such an event. It appears that they are fortunate enough to witness this spectacle. Indeed, it is a rare sight in their lifetimes. Isn't this sheer folly? The audience harbors little faith in Luban's challenge. The Mandala Snake, with its extraordinarily potent venom, is notoriously formidable among soul beasts of similar cultivation. It is an exceedingly difficult opponent to confront. Moreover, facing a mandala that has nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, a great soul master without a third soul ring is akin to offering oneself as prey. Welcome, everyone, to the primary arena of the beast fighting contest. I am your host, Douluo, for this evening's spectacle. Let us now invite the challenger to the stage. As the host's words echoed, Luban ascended the fighting platform, once more brandishing his wild blade. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, Shui Binger was rendered speechless. The members of the Shui water team were collectively astonished. Could it be that he intends to confront an 800-year-old mandala with that wretched blade? At that moment, even Shui Luobin wore a grave expression, filled with confusion. He had yet to hear of any great soul master on the continent capable of single-handedly confronting a soul beast of such antiquity, especially one as regal as the mandala snake. Should Luban employ his martial spirit, one might entertain a flicker of hope. Yet, given the present circumstances, he seemed entirely disinclined to activate his martial spirit. This situation left Shui Luobin deeply concerned. Luban was a prodigy he held in high regard, and he certainly did not wish to witness his downfall. Tang Er, a soul master wielding the sun shooting bow, was introduced by the host, which bewildered the audience further, as they were entirely unfamiliar with the term output-type soul master. Whispers echoed throughout the venue as spectators inquired amongst themselves, only to discover that no one possessed any knowledge on the matter, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. Now, I declare the challenge to commence. As the host's words resonated, a massive door on one side of the beast fighting arena swung open, revealing a mandala snake, measuring 8 meters in length and as thick as an adult's thigh. Hissing ominously, its blood-red tongue flickered, and its scarlet eyes, triangular head, and emerald-green skin sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. This is it. Many spectators sighed as they witnessed the mandala snake advancing toward Luban. They had initially believed that the wild knife in Luban's hand was his sole weapon, and given the creature's formidable presence, it seemed unlikely that he could withstand such an opponent. At the moment the mandala snake opened its cavernous maw, Shui Binger was so frightened that she instinctively covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, peeking through her fingers instead. The other girls from the Tian Shui team were equally terrified by the snake's fearsome appearance, and they too hesitated to challenge this dominant beast. Shui Luobin clenched his fists, prepared to intervene if necessary. Yet, Luban remained unfazed. As the mandala snake lunged at him, he executed the same motion as before, raising his knife high and striking decisively. With a swift motion, he cleaved the creature in two, severing it at the 7-inch mark, its demise appearing almost serene. The challenge concluded, and the audience collectively gasped, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Each one rubbed their eyes, questioning the reality of what they had just witnessed, almost as if caught in a dream. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the others stood with mouths agape, their eyes wide with astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. Shui Luobin's trembling hands and racing heart were beyond description. This youth was not merely a genius. He was extraordinary, brimming with unimaginable potential. After defeating the mandala snake, Luban glanced at his personal information panel, noting a slight increase in his soul power level. How is it that the experience gained from an 800-year-old soul beast is the same as that from a 500-year-old one? What sorcery is this? He was perplexed. Should not a higher-ranked soul beast yield more soul power enhancement points? Realizing that the elevation of his soul power was not aligning with his expectations, Luban felt a surge of dissatisfaction and resolved to attempt another challenge. Thus, he descended to the second underground level with Fran and registered for another challenge in the reception hall. This time, the challenge is posed by a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation of 1,500 years. The news has once again stirred a commotion in the Tianshui beast fighting arena. Chapter 39, The Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Insane, utterly deranged. This world is truly bewildering, leaving one somewhat perplexed. Are the youth of today truly so extraordinary? A mere soul master of the second ring, barely at level 30, dares to confront a 1,500-year-old human-faced demon spider. Prior to the challenge, Shui Luobin sought the counsel of Luban, attempting to persuade him otherwise, yet ultimately to no avail. Luban remained resolute in his decision to confront the beast. As before, with a swift and decisive stroke, he delivered a fatal blow, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. My goodness! The citizens of Tianshui City were left astounded, their nerves electrified. How remarkable! Absolutely astonishing. This is truly something that a soul master of less than level 30 can achieve. Is it really so remarkable for an output-type battle soul master to excel in this manner? Upon completing this challenge, Luban shook his head in disappointment, realizing that his soul power level had only increased slightly. It appears that there is indeed little correlation between the cultivation of soul beasts and one's own abilities. Currently, one can only elevate their soul power level by hunting soul beasts with a cultivation of over 500 years, and each successful hunt yields a single enhancement. In the days that followed, Flander and Luban remained in Tianshui City. Each day, Luban would venture to the Tianshui Beast Arena to hunt soul beasts. Initially, he targeted those with a cultivation of 500 years, dispatching them with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. On one occasion, he managed to eliminate 12 in a single day. Were it not for the hour-long intervals between challenges at the arena, he would have continued his relentless pursuit. Due to Luban's astonishing performance, he gained fame in the arena, becoming a well-known figure among the populace. He garnered a substantial following, with many female admirers hailing him as the little prince of the arena. On this day, Flander accompanied Luban once more to the reception hall on the underground level to register for a challenge. Mr. Tang, I regret to inform you that you have been placed under a limit. Upon hearing this, Luban appeared bewildered and quickly inquired about the situation. After some investigation, he learned that his recent excessive hunting of soul beasts had overwhelmed the arena's supply, resulting in his imposed restriction. He was permitted to challenge only once per day. After completing his challenge, Luban exited the arena, his expression clouded with disappointment. Principal, should we not head directly to the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts? Flander, wide-eyed, shot a fierce glare at Luban and promptly delivered a light smack to his head. Do you consider soul beasts of over 500 years of cultivation as mere cabbages? Even in the Douluo forest, managing to hunt a single 500-year-old soul beast in a day is quite remarkable. Even if we were to locate one, it would be impossible for you to continue hunting without consequence. After all, the forest king guards the Douluo forest. Flander proceeded to enlighten Luban about the intricacies of hunting soul beasts. While the Douluo forest offered convenience for soul beast hunting, excessive killing would provoke attacks from the forest's beast kings. With their current strength, they were ill-equipped to handle such encounters. If pursued by a 100,000-year-old soul beast, their fates would be sealed. After Flander's analysis, Luban nodded in understanding, acknowledging that remaining in Tianshui City was indeed the wisest course of action. Thus, Luban and Flander lingered in Tianshui City for half a year. During this time, Luban engaged in daily challenges, only to be guided by Flander through 6 months of foundational cultural lessons. By the end of this period, he had grasped the curriculum of the Junior Soul Master Academy, covering 6 years of education. Opening his personal information panel, it displayed, Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innately Full Soul Power, Wild Level Upgrade, Soul Power, 30, 0, 100, Soul Rings, Yellow and Purple Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700. Attack, 1350, Items, Gamer Skin, Wild Knife, Storage Bracelet. Moreover, his soul power level had reached 30. Luban, have you truly made up your mind to proceed? Luban nodded resolutely. He was determined to challenge the 1000-year pure attack type soul beast, the 6-winged frost centipede. He had prepared himself for a prolonged battle, ready to persist until the 6-winged frost centipede willingly succumbed. After 200 challenges over the course of 6 months, he discovered that the wild knife could inflict damage upon the souls of the beasts, a revelation that filled him with confidence in persuading the 6-winged frost centipede to offer itself as a sacrifice. At the Tianshui arena, excitement buzzed through the air. Look, the beast arena's little prince has come to challenge again. My goodness, I wonder which soul beast will meet its demise this time. Hiki, let us follow him and see. As Luban entered the arena, a considerable commotion ensued, instantly surrounded by a throng of admirers as they followed him down to the second-level arena. Over the past 6 months, Luban has grown accustomed to such scenes. After all, his prowess is evident, and having a few fans is quite natural. Mr. Tang, you are rather punctual, noted the attendants in the reception hall, who had become familiar with the arrival of Luban and Flander. May I inquire which soul beast you wish to challenge? We shall confront the underground Layer 2 overlord, the 6-winged frost centipede. Very well, the 6-winged frost centipede. Wait, what? The 6-winged frost centipede? The attendant, about to record the challenge in the soul guide device, suddenly recalled something, startling him. Goodness, there is only one 6-winged frost centipede in the entire arena, and it possesses a cultivation of 10,000 years, being the overlord of the second underground layer. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? The attendant felt dizzy from the revelation. Indeed, you heard correctly, it is the 6-winged frost centipede. Once the challenge registration was complete, news of Luban's intent to confront the underground Layer 2 overlord swiftly spread throughout the entire arena, causing an uproar. My heavens, he must be mad. That scoundrel Tang has lost his mind. Is this for real? A great soul master daring to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast? Let us go see what is happening. Has the little prince of the beast arena gone mad? Is it possible that Tang has some misunderstanding about the 10,000-year soul beast? At the water mansion, upon hearing that Luban intended to challenge the 6-winged frost centipede, Shui Luan activated his martial spirit and hurried toward the beast arena. The information regarding the 6-winged frost centipede had been disclosed to Luban by him, as it was discovered by the Shui clan elders in the extreme north 6 months prior. It took 6 Soul Douluo elders from the Shui family to successfully capture it, placing it in the Tianshui beast arena as a display. He had anticipated that Luban would only take action to acquire his 5th soul ring at the earliest. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast. What a joke. Surely, that would be akin to courting death. No matter how exceptional one's talent, success was implausible. Meanwhile, at Tianshui Academy, Captain, significant news. That scoundrel Tang has gone mad. What? Shui Bingo exclaimed, astonished. What is happening? He intends to challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede in the underground layer of the beast arena. What? Shui Bingo was momentarily shocked. Quickly, notify the entire team to assemble. Goodness. It seems that Tang Air is courting disaster. After receiving the news, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the other 7 members of the Tianshui team hurried toward the beast arena. Chapter 40. The first encounter Tianshui Beast Arena, Underground Layer 2. There are 8 sub-arenas and 1 main arena, with a maximum soul beast limit of 10,000 years. The main arena today is teeming with spectators, with 60,000 seats completely sold out. A great soul master is about to challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede. If it were any other great spirit master, the audience might be disinterested. However, the challenger is Luban, which changes everything. In the past 6 months, Luban's reputation in the beast arena has soared remarkably, remaining undefeated and engaging in challenges daily. It is rumored that the arena has issued a special decree just for him. The spotlight on Luban, along with the myriad legends surrounding him, is overwhelmingly captivating. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Beast Challenge. I am your host, Douluo. Now, let us welcome the challenger, Tang Air, to the arena. The host, microphone in hand, booms with enthusiasm. Tang Air, possessing the sun shooting bow as his martial spirit, is a 30-level, 2-ring output type spirit master. For half a year, he has faced challenges without a single defeat, earning the adoration of fans who have dubbed him the Little Prince of the arena. As Luban makes his entrance, the host continues to extol his illustrious achievements, aiming to elevate the audience's excitement. As expected, once the host finishes his introduction, the arena erupts in fervent chatter, with spectators whispering amongst themselves. Why did you agree to let him challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede? Shui Luoban inquired of his companion, Flinder. That kid is incredibly stubborn. Once he makes up his mind, not even 10 horses could pull him back. Flinder replied with a wry smile. He too had reservations about Luban challenging the frost centipede so soon, but ultimately relented to the young man's insistence. What nonsense! As an elder, how can you just stand by and watch a junior head towards certain doom? Shui Luoban's face flushed with displeasure. Rest assured, that lad will not perish. I can guarantee that, Flinder reassured. Shui Luoban paused, momentarily speechless. Guarantee? What do you base that on? Please, that is a 10,000-year soul beast. One of the rarest and most purely offensive ultimate soul beasts. Even a 60-level soul emperor would steer clear. Uncle, from where does your confidence stem? Shui Bingo interjected, pouting in disdain. Just wait. When the white-haired sends the black-haired, I will see how calm you remain. Amidst the audience's murmurs, Luban once again retrieved a wild hunting knife from his storage soul guide. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly rose beneath his feet, swirling around him. Now, I declare the challenge to begin. With the host's command, the massive gates of the arena swung open, unleashing a powerful wave of chilling air that sent many ordinary spectators shivering. Fortunately, the arena had reinforced its barriers, effectively blocking the icy gust. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled as a gigantic, snow-white figure emerged onto the arena stage. The 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede, measuring at least 10 meters in length and as thick as an adult's waist, slithered forth. Its enormous, serpentine body coiled and twisted, adorned with rows of small legs that sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. Its entire body was covered in silvery scales, each shimmering with a cold radiance, as if composed of ice crystals. In the snowy expanse, it nearly blends seamlessly with the ice and snow, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. The most striking feature of the six-winged frost centipede is the 6 enormous wings adorning its back. These wings exhibit a translucent ice blue hue, as if cloaked in a delicate layer of frost, adorned with intricate patterns resembling carved ice crystals. Each wing stands as a masterpiece in its own right. The six-winged frost centipede makes its entrance, its gaze sharpening upon the side of Luban, its eyes glinting with a chilling light as its body twists, launching a swift assault. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It taunts. You seek your demise. Suddenly, the six-winged frost centipede unfurls its 6 pairs of wings, soaring into the air. The spectacle is utterly magnificent, akin to a tempest of snow and ice dancing wildly in the sky, leaving the audience in awe. The speed of the six-winged frost centipede's assault is astonishing. Not merely a skill, but a natural gift bestowed by its grandiose wings. As an exceptionally aggressive soul beast with extreme attributes, the six-winged frost centipede possesses no skills. Its formidable power manifests through its ice-type attacks. Its body emanates an overwhelming chill, ensuring that any soul master below level 30 who approaches will suffer frostbite. A mere bite from it could freeze even a level 60 soul emperor in an instant. In mere moments, bodily functions would cease, leading to the loss of life. The extraordinary attribute of this extreme attack is remarkably formidable. Any soul master who has heard of the six-winged frost centipede cannot help but be filled with trepidation. Upon the arena, Luban has activated the archer domain. Although his current cultivation level is merely 30, which significantly pales in comparison to that of the six-winged frost centipede, he would not have undertaken this challenge without the protection of his martial soul domain. The speed of the six-winged frost centipede is astonishing, appearing like a mere phantom to the ordinary observer, utterly elusive. Even a level 50 Soul King would find it exceedingly difficult to perceive its movements. Presently, it is only through the heightened senses granted by the Archer domain that Luban can track the trajectory of the Frost Centipede's actions. Suddenly, a chilling gust surged from behind him. Luban swiftly pivoted, swinging his hunting knife in a fierce arc. A tremendous crash reverberated as the knife struck the head of the Frost Centipede, sending Luban hurtling backward. The head of the Frost Centipede was uniquely shaped, featuring an elongated, pointed mouth lined with slender teeth capable of crushing any solid object. With its teeth now partially shattered by the crude blade, the six-winged Frost Centipede seethed with rage, its eyes igniting with a profound azure hue, as if it were about to unleash fire. With a series of sharp clicks, it adjusted its form and lunged at Luban once more. Utilizing the remarkable perception afforded by the Archer domain, Luban found himself in a stalemate with the Frost Centipede. Although he remained in a perpetually passive position, he felt a sense of satisfaction at how far he had come in their initial encounter. What was happening? How could Tang discern the attack trajectory of the Frost Centipede? It was perplexing. Even I, a level 42 Soul Master, could not see it. So how did he manage to uncover it? It was indeed baffling. Could that rascal Tang have mastered some form of ocular technique? Astonishingly, Tang had managed to withstand the attack of the millennia-old six-winged Frost Centipede. My word, what material was that crude blade made of? It was incredibly resilient, capable of inflicting harm even upon the Frost Centipede. At that moment, not only the other spectators, but also Shui Luobin and Shui Binger were left dumbfounded. Their mouths agape. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their faces betraying their incredulity. How could Tang possibly withstand the frigid aura emanating from the six-winged Frost Centipede? And what was that knife in his hand? It was astonishingly powerful, capable of breaching the Frost Centipede's icy armor. My heavens, it turns out Tang is so formidable. The members of the Heavenly Water Team, a group of young ladies, were utterly astounded by Luban's performance today. Though they had previously harbored some resentment, after witnessing today's events, they could not help but acknowledge that Luban's prowess far exceeded their expectations. They found themselves compelled to admire him. Chapter 41. Please, let me die beside them. Flinder observed the astonished expressions of Shui Luobin and the others, his face brimming with pride. With his head held high, he exuded an air of arrogance. As if to say, see that young man down there? He is my student. No one in the audience understood why Luban could withstand the chilling aura of the six-winged Frost Centipede, yet he was fully aware. It was Luban's domain skill. 3,000 Thunderfalls. When activated, it summoned the thunder into his body, bestowing him with immense elemental immunity, not just to ice, but to fire as well. As the Frost Centipede charged once more, Luban channeled divine thunder into his hunting knife before striking at the Frost Centipede. A thunderous roar echoed. To his dismay, he inadvertently triggered a five-fold critical hit with his hunting knife. With a foundational attack of 2078 points, augmented by the Archer domain, it surged to over 4,000 points, resulting in an astonishing attack power exceeding 20,000 points. If that blow landed on the Frost Centipede, it would undoubtedly cleave it in two, ensuring its demise. However, he could not allow that to happen. If the Frost Centipede perished, the millennia-old soul ring would be wasted. Given its age, he would be unable to absorb it. His objective was to compel the Frost Centipede into voluntary sacrifice. Realizing the potential disaster, Luban quickly redirected his hunting knife away from the Frost Centipede's head by a margin. At that moment, the Frost Centipede sensed the threat of death, its 6 pairs of wings flapping furiously as it reached its maximum speed in an attempt to evade this lethal strike. Fortunately, it dodged just in time. Luban's blade missed entirely, crashing into the arena and carving a massive chasm into the ground. In a panic, the 6-winged Frost Centipede darted towards the edge of the arena, escaping the confines of the Archer domain. The sudden series of changes left the audience utterly astounded, with many rubbing their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, and expressions etched with incredulity. What on earth just transpired? It seemed as though the 6-winged Frost Centipede was frightened away. I, too, witnessed this surreal occurrence. Feeling as though I were trapped in a dream, had no one mentioned it, I might have thought I was hallucinating. By the stars, it was as if this was a jest. How could the 6-winged Frost Centipede be intimidated by a mere 2-ringed soul beast? What an extraordinary situation. The 6-winged Frost Centipede appeared genuinely fearful. Goodness, if I were to share this, I would surely be accused of boasting. Amidst the astonishment, Luban raised his hand towards the host, conceding defeat, and thus concluding the challenge. Is it really over just like that? At this moment, Shui Luobin and Shui Binger, who had previously believed Luban would surely perish, were now taken aback, shocked by the retreat of the 6-winged Frost Centipede, feeling as though they had been left wanting for more. Suddenly, the announcement of the challenge's conclusion came as a surprise. Tang, why in the challenge? That 6-winged Frost Centipede clearly displayed a flaw, Shui Luobin queried, perplexed, pondering that perhaps there was a chance to truly slay it. As he spoke, even he found the assertion astonishing. Had he voiced such a thought before, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet, witnessing the challenge, he was enveloped in an illusion, convinced that Luban could indeed vanquish the 6-winged Frost Centipede. But what purpose would there be in slaying it now, if one could not absorb its soul ring? Flander, upon hearing this, simply shook his head with a mysterious smile, disinclined to elaborate. Meanwhile, the women of the Heavenly Water team, including Shui Binger, were left speechless, taken aback by the implication that it seemed plausible to slay the six-winged frost centipede. Before long, Luban's challenge spread throughout Heavenly Water City, creating an immense sensation. The notion of a two-ringed Great Soul Master holding his own against a 10,000-year soul beast was met with skepticism. Although the audience was considerable, it paled in comparison to the millions inhabiting the city. Naturally, doubts arose. However, as time passed, public sentiment began to shift, fueled by an increasing number of witnesses to such spectacles. Each day, Luban would descend to the second underground level to challenge the six-winged frost centipede, drawing packed crowds to every event. As more and more people spread the word, Luban's renown skyrocketed throughout Heavenly Water City. Work's done. Let's go watch the Beast Battle Prince in action. My dear, it's the weekend. Let us head to the arena to witness the challenge. I'm seeking a partner. Whoever invites me to witness the Beast Battle Prince's challenge, just one shall have my hand in marriage. Time flowed by, and before one knew it, a year had slipped away. Visiting the Heavenly Water Beast Arena daily to watch Luban battle the six-winged frost centipede became an essential ritual for the city's nobility. Couples on dates would find themselves mocked if they had not witnessed Luban's challenge. During this period, numerous prominent nobles sought to propose marriage to Luban through Flanders. And as time elapsed, the number of proposals continued to increase. The young girls, hand in hand, could encircle the entire city of Tianshui. Shuifu, Binger, what do you think of allowing that young lad, Tang to become our family's son-in-law? Inquired Shui Luotian, the current head of the Shui family. With a smile in the grand hall. Father, he is still so young. Why speak of such things? Shui Binger responded. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson that extended to her neck, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. I'm not suggesting an immediate marriage. Why are you so concerned? I have personally assessed that Tang possesses both talent and charm, making him worthy of you. Although his background is somewhat lacking, we, as soul masters, do not place great importance on lineage. Talent surpasses birthright in significance, Shui Luotian continued earnestly. His talent is merely average. He is only at level 30 at the age of 15 or 16. Had I reached that age, I would have undoubtedly attained at least level 40 as a soul master, she retorted. My dear daughter, if you truly understood how rare pure attack-type ultimate soul beasts are, you would not speak so lightly, Shui Luotian sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He was aware that Shui Bingo did not grasp the significance of extreme output, a concept he had only recently come to understand after considerable effort and the assistance of Flandra and Luban, who had visited the Shui residence frequently. Let us discuss this later, father. I have matters to attend to, she declared, and with that, Shui Bingo vanished without a trace. Shui Luotian smiled, shaking his head as he watched her retreating figure. You say you don't want to, yet you are clearly headed to see him challenge again. He glanced at the clock on the wall before following her out of the Shui residence. Luban's daily challenge time in the underground arena was generally fixed at this hour. Welcome, everyone, to tonight's Beast Battle Challenge. Please welcome the challenger, Tang. As Luban entered, the host continued to introduce his background, although the audience was already well aware. The formalities must proceed. Now, I declare the challenge to begin. With the announcement, the host quickly vacated the Beast Battle stage. On the stage, Luban unsheathed his wild blade, resting it on his shoulder as he hummed a tune, patiently awaiting the entrance of the six-winged frost centipede. The gates creaked open, and after a prolonged moment, the audience beheld a battered six-winged frost centipede slowly making its entrance, bearing an expression that seemed to plead, please, just let me die. Chapter 42. The Third Soul Ring. What a day to be challenged repeatedly. Who could possibly endure such torment? The crux of the matter is that each encounter ends with a thorough thrashing. Initially, the six-winged frost centipede managed to hold its ground against Luban for a while. But as Luban grew increasingly familiar with its tactics, the centipede found itself on the receiving end of relentless beatings. Each time, Luban would cease his assault just short of rendering it lifeless, leaving the six-winged frost centipede utterly speechless and burdened with a psychological scar. Now, upon merely catching sight of Luban, it harbors no thoughts of resistance, only a desperate wish to escape this torment swiftly. Six-winged frost centipede, receive my blade. As the centipede ascended the stage, Luban brandished his jungle knife and charged forward, shouting loudly as he attacked. Hisses. This time, the six-winged frost centipede chose to surrender completely, abstaining from any counterattacks, coiling in the arena and allowing Luban to strike at will. The audience watched in stunned silence, overwhelmed by an intense sense of despair emanating from the centipede. Six-winged frost centipede, do you wish to end this suffering? Luban stood before it, wielding his knife, and spoke with a calm demeanor. The languid six-winged frost centipede surprisingly nodded in acknowledgement, eliciting a series of incredulous reactions from the audience. Good heavens, are you a devil? Very well, if that is the case, allow me to offer you a suggestion. Luban stroked his chin, feigning a demeanor of concern for others. Sacrifice. You may choose to sacrifice yourself. My goodness. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively fell into a state of astonishment. Listen closely, does this even resemble coherent speech? The path has been illuminated for you. It is your choice whether to proceed. With that, Luban resumed wielding his jungle knife with fervor. Just then, a sudden chill swept across the battle arena, causing Luban to shudder involuntarily. Snowflakes began to cascade from the sky, carried by a biting wind that howled like a lament, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. Death, it seems, is a form of liberation. Sometimes, living is even less desirable than dying. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the audience, a circle of black soul rings began to rise slowly from the six-winged frost centipede. At that moment, it appeared devoid of any life force. This voluntary sacrifice, unlike the soul rings obtained from slaying soul beasts, required no arduous absorption. It would seamlessly merge instead. As the black 10,000-year soul ring materialized, it began to drift toward Luban's body, gradually completing its integration. The process was effortless, devoid of any hindrances. In a mere minute, it concluded. Success in acquiring the soul ring left Luban brimming with exhilaration. He then accessed his personal information panel for further investigation. Host, Luban Martial Spirit, Luban No. 7 Martial Spirit Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Leveling, Soul Power, 35, 0, 100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple. Black Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1350, Attack, 9000, Items, Gamer Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet His soul power level had surged by 5 ranks, and the third soul ring granted an additional 9,000 points of attack power. This meant that his base normal attack had now exceeded 11,000 points. Remarkable. At this moment, even Luban himself felt an overwhelming sense of pride. At just 8 years of age, his prowess was unparalleled across the continent. Boom. Just as Luban finished examining his personal information, the arena erupted in fervor. What was happening? It felt akin to an earthquake. Was it merely the defeat of the six-winged frost centipede that warranted such a reaction? While Luban was momentarily startled by the crowd's excitement, a brilliant light suddenly manifested upon the arena. To his astonishment, a small six-winged frost centipede, approximately a foot in length, appeared where the larger creature had fallen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the skeletal remains of the six-winged frost centipede. At this moment, Luban finally recalled something. Soul bones. Indeed, soul bones. He smacked his forehead, chiding himself for having overlooked this matter. According to the Master S theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, any soul beast that willingly sacrifices itself can give rise to soul bones. Naturally, the six-winged frost centipede before him was no exception. This challenge has aptly validated the Master's theory. Moreover, the soul bone that has emerged this time is the most precious and rarest among the 6 major soul bone categories, the trunk bone. It is no wonder that the audience reacted with such fervor. Soul bone, heavens! Look, that is a soul bone. The gasps of astonishment echoed. So this is what a soul bone looks like. After 50 years, I am witnessing it for the first time. The sheer improbability of it, a trunk bone. The rarest of all. My soul bone. At this moment, even the aristocrats, who are usually accustomed to grandeur, were visibly shaken, their eyes betraying an unmasked fervor. Gulp. Shui Binger gazed at the six-winged frost centipede trunk bone shimmering with a cold light on the arena, her throat dry with anticipation. As the direct heiress of the Shui family, she understood the value of a soul bone all too well. Even she was unworthy of possessing one. The Shui family owned less than 5 soul bones in total. The women of the Tianshui battle team stood agape, their eyes wide as saucers, disbelief etched across their faces. Shui Luotian, the esteemed head of the Shui family, also displayed an intense gaze, for this was a millennium-old soul bone, an irresistible temptation for anyone. However, witnessing the ravenous glances from the crowd, Flinder felt a chill creep down his spine. In light of the current situation, should they acquire this soul bone, their chances of leaving Tianshui City alive would dwindle. Mr. Flinder, may I invite you and Tang San to our Shui residence for a discussion? Shui Luotian said with a calm smile beside Flinder. Flinder nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as the crowd observed Luban taking the soul bone away with the Shui family, the ambitions of those who had designs on the soul bone were swiftly extinguished. The Shui family was a colossal entity on the continent, not one to be trifled with. In the grand hall of the Shui residence, Shui Luotian occupied the main seat, with Flinder, Luban, Shui Luobin, Shui Binger, and others seated on either side. Shui Luotian wasted no time and stated directly, the six-winged frost centipede trunk bone aligns perfectly with our Shui family's attributes. We wish to purchase it. Might I inquire if the two of you would be willing to part with it? Dad, isn't this akin to outright robbery? Upon hearing Shui Luotian's intention to buy the six-winged frost centipede trunk bone, Shui Bingo interjected with a note of caution. Such a precious spirit bone. Any rational individual would refrain from selling it. Beside him, Shui Luobin's eyes darted around, offering a hearty commendation to Shui Binger. Yet out of respect for the Shui family's customs, he felt unable to directly question the patriarch. His true concern lay in not wanting the Shui family to offend Luban over a mere soul bone, for Luban possessed boundless potential and his future was limitless. It would be unwise to antagonize him. Silence. Let the adults converse. Children should refrain from interrupting, Shui Luotian admonished, lifting his teacup to savor the brew while awaiting responses from Flander and Luban. Flander had anticipated Shui Letien's reaction, and at this moment, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Caught in a dilemma. Little egg, this matter is for you to decide, Flander sighed, acknowledging that such a valuable item was beyond his authority to negotiate on Luban's behalf. Should Luban refuse to sell, he would hastily escort him away from Tinshui City. It is merely a 10,000-year-old soul bone. I find it unworthy of my interest. Luban replied coolly. Principal Flander, you are adept at negotiations. I would appreciate your assistance in discussing this matter with Uncle Shui. A profound silence enveloped the room upon hearing Luban's words. Shui Binger, Shui Luobin, and the others were left astounded. Unable to fathom that Luban was indeed willing to part with the six-winged frost centipede's spirit bone, and his tone suggested a hint of disdain. How remarkably proud he was. Were anyone else to voice such sentiments, they might assume it was a calculated decision born out of necessity, yet coming from Luban, there was no room for doubt. Through their prolonged acquaintance, they had come to understand Luban's character well. His assertion indicated that he truly regarded the six-winged frost centipede's spirit bone with indifference. Clap, clap, clap. Shui Luodian erupted into applause, his face alight with admiration for Luban. He was taken aback by how this young man, despite his tender years, exhibited such vision and pride, a rarity he had never witnessed before. Little egg, do you genuinely intend to sell this spirit bone? Flander inquired again for confirmation. Luban nodded, signaling that he had made a deliberate decision. Consequently, the Shui family hosted a grand banquet to honor Flander and Luban. During the feast, Flander and Shui Luotian engaged in a spirited negotiation, two old foxes sparring with sharp tongues, testing each other's resolve. They discussed the value of gold soul coins, the number of soul-guided devices, and the intricacies of familial favors. Yet the principal matter remained the pursuit of a soul beast with purely offensive attributes at its extreme. The waters of Shui Luotian offered satisfactory answers one after another. At the conclusion of the banquet, they directly summoned Shui Bingo to Luban's side, proposing a betrothal that stunned Luban. Goodness, she is merely 8 years old. Witnessing Luban's bewilderment, Flander erupted into laughter, casually concocting an excuse to evade the situation. After selling the body of the six-winged frost centipede to the Shui family, Luban and Flander rested for a few days in Tianshui City. Subsequently, they set forth from Tianshui City, embarking on the journey to the Tagar Desert. The Tagar Desert is situated at the northwesternmost point of the continent, at the junction of the Idfu province and the Northern Land province. According to the information gleaned from Shui Luotian, there exists a soul beast of pure offensive extreme attributes known as the Shadow. Thereafter, the two traveled in a horse-drawn carriage, heading toward the northwestern desert. Their path first led them across a vast expanse of grassland, before traversing into a desolate mountainous region. The peaks were steep and the rocks were bare, resembling the ancient skeleton of the earth. After crossing the mountains, 3 days later, they finally reached the edge of the Tagar Desert. The sight before them left them in awe. An endless sea of sand shimmered with golden light under the sun, resembling an infinite ocean. The undulating sand dunes formed magnificent landscapes, and the atmosphere of the desert was imbued with a sense of mystery and antiquity. Flander produced a map and began searching for human settlements. Before nightfall, they finally discovered a small town constructed from sand and stone, named Shimo City. The town was modest in size, incomparable to the colossal iron cities of the inland Tianshui City, resembling more of a small village, albeit with an additional layer of walls. The Tagar Desert was far from tranquil, teeming with soul beasts, and numerous small towns like Shimo City dotted its periphery. Within the towns, many mercenary organizations frequently ventured into the desert to hunt soul beasts. Upon arriving in Shimo City, Flander and Luban found a small shop to rest for the night, and the following day they prepared to delve into the desert. The location provided by Shui Luotian was rather vague, necessitating a gradual exploration. For 3 consecutive days, they encountered naught but disappointment, exhausting themselves in the process. Each day, emerging from the desert felt akin to being scorched by fire, their bodies charred black. The desert environment was exceedingly harsh, as the blistering sun poured down from above, baking the sand beneath their feet. The heat rose slowly, distorting and blurring their vision. Furthermore, the desert's climate was notoriously unpredictable, with storms often erupting without warning, posing significant danger. Luban and Flander nearly faced being buried alive. Luban, I believe it would be wiser not to explore on our own. We should consider teaming up with those familiar with the terrain. As dusk descended upon the day, Flander bent over, panting heavily from fatigue. Luban nodded in agreement. The following day, at dawn, Luban and Flander began to wander through the stone desert city, seeking information. Before long, they found themselves in a small square at the city's center, where vendors were trading for 10 gold soul coins a day. Upon entering, they heard the manager at the entrance calling out. The term vendor referred to both the buying and selling of goods, as well as the exchange of information and the formation of teams. They strolled about, inquiring here and there, but failed to gather any valuable intelligence. Subsequently, Flander paid 10 gold soul coins and set up a stall alongside Luban, advertising for information on the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts with negotiable prices. Not long after they set up, Luban overheard a commotion from a nearby vendor. Everyone be cautious. The Grim Reaper squad is here to recruit. Hiss. Who would dare team up with them in these times? Indeed, since their arrival in Stone Desert City 6 months prior, none of the soul masters who had teamed up with them had returned alive. Let us see which fool they managed to lure in this time. Suddenly, a group approached their stall. At the forefront was an exceptionally alluring girl, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old. Her dark red, voluminous hair cascaded down to her waist, her fair complexion and delicate features accentuated by a pair of large eyes shimmering with a faint silver light. She wore a form-fitting red mini-skirt that swayed gently with her steps, highlighting her long, graceful legs. The skirt's sheer fabric hinted at her skin beneath, inciting the imagination. On her upper body, she donned a black crop top that showcased her slender waist. With heavily lined eyes and red lips, her expression radiated confidence and a hint of arrogance, each movement brimming with vitality, as if she were a flame in full blaze. I know the information you seek. Shall we discuss it elsewhere? The red-haired girl suggested with a faint smile directed at Luban and Flander. Upon hearing her words, both Flander and Luban's faces lit up with excitement. After their prolonged stay in the Tagore Desert, they finally had news of pure offensive soul beasts. They promptly dismantled their stall and followed the girl. Behind them, a chorus of lamentation echoed, but they paid it no heed. Alas, 2 more fools have fallen into the trap, offering themselves as fodder. The others remarked, noting that those 2 were newcomers, swayed by the girl's beauty and harboring ill intentions. Ah, truly, the path of lust is fraught with peril. Brothers, let us hang the words abstain from desire high. Chapter 44. The Land of Fire Clan Heritage in the Stone Desert City. At the Uli Inn, on the 2nd floor in a private room, Flander, Luban, and Huowu sat facing each other, engaging in conversation. I believe you have heard of the reputation of our Grim Reaper squad. I shall not waste words. Huowu stated calmly, detailing the dangers that lay ahead. It turned out that the Grim Reaper squad had been attempting to breach a certain secret realm, and each failure demanded a life as a sacrifice. Otherwise, none would escape alive. Moreover, this secret realm was shrouded in a formation that did not restrict age but did limit strength, regardless of their power. Even Title Douluos would find their abilities instantly curtailed upon entering the realm. Hiss. Upon hearing Huowu's account, both Flander and Luban were left astonished. They had not anticipated the existence of such a remarkable place on the continent. No wonder the vendors had claimed that no soul masters who joined the Grim Reaper squad had emerged alive from the Tagore Desert. Now, with this newfound understanding, the situation appeared dire. However, contrary to what the vendors had suggested, participating in the Grim Reaper squad's challenges was not an act of deception. They had been forewarned of the perils of the secret realm beforehand. This implies that the members of the Death God squad do not harbor any malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Flander cast a sidelong glance at Luban, signaling him to inquire whether he was willing to take the risk. Luban nodded affirmatively, indicating that he was unperturbed. Given his current strength, there were few soul masters capable of threatening his life. Sensing Luban's thoughts, Flander resumed his discussion with Huowu. We are indeed willing to embrace this small risk, Flander remarked, adjusting his glasses with a nonchalant air. What about the whereabouts of the soul beast? Noticing Huowu's reluctance to disclose the location of the soul beast, Flander pressed for an answer. You will understand once you arrive at the location. Rest assured. With the reputation of our fire clan, we are not in the habit of deceiving others, Huowu explained, asserting that she could only reveal the information upon reaching their destination. After a moment of contemplation, Flander nodded in agreement. In the core region of the Tagore Desert, there exists numerous small areas of sand enclosed by sturdy iron fences, much like the practice of raising soul beasts within forested enclosures in the inland regions. Many prominent families and sects have staked claims here to nurture soul beasts. After all, the continent is home to a diverse array of soul beasts that thrive in the desert environment. On that day, the Fire Clan expanded their territory, and a group led by Luban arrived on camels. The surface of the central desert area was composed of loose gravel, while beneath it lay a solid foundation, allowing the Fire Clan to construct numerous buildings for habitation below the desert. As Huowu and her companions entered the enclosed area, Luban was astonished to discover such a stunning scene underground. Above was a sea of sand, while below was a small human town, truly marvelous. Following Huowu, Luban and Flanders made their way to a large courtyard in the center of the town. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by several fully armed soul master guards, and within stood a grand building resembling a cathedral. At the entrance hung the emblem of the Fire Clan, a cluster of fiercely burning flames. This was the place of our clan's inheritance. As they walked, Huowu elaborated on the relevant details. The so-called secret realm was, in fact, the Fire Clan's place of inheritance. Upon entering the building, the interior was starkly different from the opulence one might expect. The structure was quite simple and crude, featuring only an underground opening the size of a room. Huowu led the way, with Luban and Flanders following her into the depths. As they descended, an extraordinary sight unfolded before them. The cavern was extremely hot, as if they were standing in a furnace. The surrounding stone walls glowed a fiery red, with visible magma flowing along them. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and every droplet of water instantly transformed into steam in the intense heat, continuing downward. They soon reached the bottom. At the center of the cavern lay a massive fire pool, with crimson magma swirling within. Above the magma, there was an inverted bowl-shaped fiery red protective dome. Now can you tell us where the soul beasts have fallen? Flanders inquired upon reaching their destination. Huolu smiled calmly and pointed towards the enormous fire pool at the center. The soul beasts you seek are right there. A mysterious aspect of our fire clan's place of inheritance is that anyone who successfully challenges it will receive a soul ring perfectly attuned to their essence. You desire a soul beast with pure aggressive attributes solely to acquire a soul ring, and all you need to do is succeed in the challenge. Upon hearing Huolu's explanation of the mysterious nature of the inheritance site, Flanders and Luban were momentarily taken aback, their hearts filled with shock, realizing such a wondrous place existed on the continent. Unlike Flanders, Luban, as a traveler from another world, had a deeper understanding, yet he too was profoundly astonished. In his memories, the fire clan of Douluo Continent did not possess such a place of inheritance. This secret realm bore some resemblance to Sea God Island in Douluo Palace, yet was distinctly different. Have you made your decision? Huolu asked finally. Let us begin. Flanders affirmed with a nod. Very well, let us introduce ourselves to facilitate our collaboration. Huolu, Martial Spirit, Fire Shadow, Level 20 Control System Great Soul Master. Yu Xiaogang, Martial Spirit, Unicorn Fire Tyrannosaurus, Level 20 Agility System Great Soul Master. Following this, Huolu introduced 5 more Soul Masters. Tang Air, Martial Spirit, Sun Shooting Bow, Level 35 Output System Battle Soul Master. Upon hearing Luban announce his soul power level, Huolu's expression brightened. They had finally found a genius for their team. Previously, they had only encountered less capable individuals, and even the occasional talented ones would retreat at the mention of danger. Attaining level 35 by the age of 15 or 16 was indeed a remarkable talent on the continent. An output system battle soul master? However, upon hearing Luban's martial spirit development direction, Huolu and the others were left bewildered. What was an output system? Never mind, after all, he was merely there to fill in the ranks. Despite their doubts, Huolu and her companions did not press further. After all, the main challengers were the members of their Blaze battle team, and for Luban, they considered him as a potential sacrifice should they fail. The difficulty of the upcoming challenge was exceedingly high. They had been attempting for over a year, losing over 100 soul masters without success. The probability of success this time is equally slim. The members of the Fire Clan are well aware of this reality. It is already considered remarkable if even one individual from the entire Fire Clan manages to pass the assessments of the Land of Inheritance once every century. Previously, Huolu's brother, Yu Xiaogang, attempted the challenge before acquiring his second soul ring, but after 2 years of relentless effort, he ultimately had to concede defeat. Now it is Huolu's turn to face the challenge, and after a year of endeavor, there has been no discernible progress. In truth, everyone has mentally prepared for failure. Yet, Huolu continues to grit her teeth and persevere. Given her current circumstances, she can last at most another 6 months. Should she fail to pass the assessments within that time frame, she will have no choice but to abandon her quest and revert to the old path of hunting soul beasts for soul rings. Chapter 45. Azure Lotus Demon Fire, are you not participating? After introducing himself, Luban noticed that Flander remained silent, prompting Huolu to inquire. It suffices for one of my students to participate. At my age, what need have I to join in the frivolities with you young ones? Flander waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he declined. This response elicited a wave of disdain from Huolu, Yu Xiaogang, and the others. They found his audacity remarkable, as he presented his fear of danger in such a seemingly sophisticated manner. In their eyes, Flander's refusal to participate stemmed from his fear of being restricted in strength during the assessments. With Flander abstaining, Huolu was left with no choice but to arrange for another participant from her team. Soon, a 7-member squad was formed, and as the challenge approached, excitement surged through the Fire Clan. Many gathered to witness the assessments of the Land of Inheritance. Come, let us see the Land of Inheritance. I heard Huolu has brought in 2 more to their doom. Didn't T2 just perish a few days ago? How quickly they found replacements. Incorrect. The latest news is that a Soul Master of levels 30 to 50 is participating. Good heavens. That Soul Master is quite handsome, but alas, he is about to meet his end. It has been a century since anyone from our Fire Clan has successfully passed the assessments. This lineup surely cannot succeed. Indeed, they are attempting to field an offensive-type Soul Master. In all my years, I have never heard of such a Soul Master. What folly is this? Truly, it seems they are merely jesting. If this lineup manages to pass the assessments, I shall eat sand. Amidst the murmurs of the Fire Clan, Huolu boldly leaped into the central fire pool. As Huolu and Luban's 7 companions entered the fire pool, the molten lake transformed instantaneously into a circular arena. At the center of the arena, an azure flame emerged, morphing into a humanoid figure clad in azure armor, exuding an air of formidable authority. The battle was poised to commence. Outside the fire pool, the onlookers from the Fire Clan held their breath, keenly observing the unfolding spectacle. How wondrous! Upon entering the fire pool, Luban discovered that he was only able to summon a single yellow soul ring beneath his feet, with the other two soul rings sealed away. It appeared that Huowu's previous words were indeed true. Any soul master with more than 2 soul rings would find them sealed, rendering their soul skills unusable. However, Luban relied not on soul skills for his attacks, as his soul rings only augmented the power of his basic attacks. Thus, the current limitations posed no hindrance to him. At this moment, Luban felt an exhilarating surge of excitement, now that he was aware of the whereabouts of the 4th soul ring. He merely needed to hunt soul beasts to elevate his soul power to level 40. Afterward, he could return to challenge the Land of Inheritance for another soul ring. Attack. Under Huowu's command, the offensive soul masters surged forward to engage the Azure Demon. Fire Dragon Blast. Yu Xiaogang, the team leader, bellowed as he activated his first soul skill, enveloped by the spirit of the one-horned fire dragon. Fire Rain. Fire Arrow. The 3 offensive soul masters unleashed their first soul skills in unison, directing a fierce assault toward the Azure Demon. Support. At the moment of the offensive soul master's attack, Huowu signaled the support soul masters to act. Firelight descends. The support soul masters sprang into action, enhancing the attack power of the 3 offensive soul masters by 20%. The Inferno squad launched a ferocious initial offensive. Given the predictable patterns of the assessments in the Land of Inheritance, the Azure Demon would initially remain defensive, only retaliating after 3 unsuccessful rounds of attack. However, in the past, Huowu and her companions had only managed to withstand the Azure Demon's 3rd counterattack, with a flurry of swift movements. The 3 offensive soul masters of the Inferno squad found their efforts rendered futile. The Azure Demon's defense remained unbroken, and they achieved a record of 0-5. As the 3 rounds concluded, the Azure Demon began to stir. Defend. Huowu shouted, prompting the defensive soul masters to swiftly activate their first soul skill. Fire Armor descends. The group defense skill enveloped Huowu and her companions in a layer of crimson armor. Binding Fire Ring. In a critical moment, Huowu decisively unleashed her first soul skill to control and restrain the Azure Demon. A fiery red ring, resembling a hula hoop, swiftly enveloped the Azure Demon, constricting tighter and tighter, binding its limbs and slowing its movements until it could no longer act. The Azure Demon's first counterattack was thwarted, paving the way for the Inferno squad's second offensive attack. Huowu commanded, and the 3 offensive soul masters launched their most ferocious assault once again. Support. Simultaneously, the support soul masters released their enhancement skills. Yet, despite their efforts, they failed to breach the Azure Demon's defenses. This led to the Azure Demon's second, intensified counterattack. Defend. As Huowu's command echoed, the defensive soul masters promptly activated their soul skills, forming crimson armor around each member. Binding Light Ring. Huowu once again employed her restraining control skill against the Azure Demon's counterattack. As the massive fire ring approached, the Azure Demon's movements gradually slowed. Crack. Crack. However, the second counterattack was significantly more potent than the first. This time, the Azure Demon broke free from the Binding Light Ring and lunged toward the Inferno squad. Charge. In this crucial moment, Huowu commanded the Agile Soul Masters to spring into action. Fire Cloud Charge. The Agile Soul Master, Huiyun, activated his first soul skill, riding upon a crimson cloud, moving with the swiftness of the wind and the speed of thunder as he rushed toward the Azure Demon. Support. With the assistance of the support soul master's enhancement skills, Huiyun successfully stymied the Azure Demon's second counterattack. Thus, the Inferno squad was poised to commence their third offensive, which historically marked their final attempt. Attack. With a command from Huowu, the entire Blaze battle team unleashed their full offensive prowess for a final showdown. 3 formidable assault-type soul masters, accompanied by a swift attack-type soul master, surged forward alongside even the defensive soul master, bolstered by the support of their auxiliary soul masters. They summoned every ounce of strength, releasing all their skills in unison, striking fiercely at the Azure Demon. Meanwhile, outside the fiery pit, the onlookers from the Fire Clan watch with bated breath, their anxiety palpable. If the defenses are not breached this time, failure is inevitable. However, given the current circumstances, it is clear that this challenge will end in defeat, for there is an idle observer present, contributing nothing but merely watching. This has caused the members of the Fire Clan to murmur in discontent. What kind of person have they found? It is truly absurd. Surely, they have summoned a pawn at great expense, a mere puppet of death. Chapter 46. The Blaze battle team stunned. The members of the Fire Clan gazed at Luban, their faces betraying disdain. What a farce. This so-called output-type spirit master is nothing but rubbish. It is truly baffling how he possesses 35 soul power. In the fiery pool, Luban remained oblivious to the mockery of the Fire Clan. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He was focused on assessing the defensive capabilities of the Azure Demon, calculating the precise force required for his strike. If he were to exert too much strength and inadvertently slay the Azure Demon with a single arrow, it would lead to complications. Mastering this critical moment is no easy feat. It necessitates thorough investigation and understanding. Boom. The Blaze squad launched their third assault, yet the Azure Fiend's defenses remained unbroken, causing Huowu's complexion to turn ashen in an instant. Realization dawned upon her that this challenge would inevitably culminate in failure. Defend. As the Azure Fiend prepared for its third counterattack, the members of the Blaze squad exhibited signs of palpable tension. Based on prior experiences, they were certain that they would not withstand this retaliation. Huowu and her 6 companions quickly huddled together. Tang, I truly cannot comprehend how you attained level 35. Huowu exclaimed, her gaze filled with indignation as she looked towards Luban, who stood not far behind. The individual in question is merely a bystander. Beside him, the captain. Huowu Shuang sighed in disappointment, recognizing that this was the output-type soul master, who proved to be utterly inadequate. Disheartened, Huowu Shuang understood that failure in the upcoming challenge would lead to Luban's sacrificial demise, so he refrained from further comments. The expressions of the other members of the Blaze Fire Squad were equally complex, as they comprehended that the man before them was destined to perish shortly, and thus chose silence. Binding Fire Ring. Charge. Huowu hastily directed the Blaze Fire Squad to fend off the third assault of the Azure Demon. The control skills were unleashed to restrict the Azure Demon's movements. Following this, the agile attack type Soul Master surged forward, capitalizing on speed to ensnare the Azure Demon, thereby minimizing its retaliatory power. Boom. The third strike from the Azure Demon was exceptionally formidable. The Binding Fire Ring, having only constrained it for a mere second, was obliterated by the sheer force of its body. Subsequently, it replicated Huowu Shuang's first soul skill, the Fire Dragon Ball, a massive, fiery sphere, the size of a soccer ball, hurtled towards the members of the Blaze Fire Squad. Indeed, this attack from the Azure Demon was a group assault, far surpassing Huowu Shuang's single-target attack in potency. The replicated skill bore identical power. Be cautious. The Fire Dragon Ball approached with alarming speed. The agile attack-type Soul Master, being too close to the Azure Demon, could not react in time and was struck, sent flying. Fortunately, equipped with a fire armor, he would survive, albeit gravely injured. With the arrival of the Fire Dragon Ball, all 6 members of the Blaze Fire Squad sustained varying degrees of injury, rendering it nearly impossible to launch a coordinated full-scale assault again. This challenge has once again been declared a failure. At this moment, outside the fire pit, the members of the Fire Clan have begun to sigh in disappointment. Huowu Shuang cast a meaningful glance at Huowu, signaling her to surrender. Now, it suffices to sacrifice one life to conclude this ordeal. Huowu's expression was complex as she bit her lip, torn by indecision, unable to suppress her instinct. She glanced back at Luban, for yet another soul master was on the verge of losing their life because of her, and a sense of guilt weighed heavily on her heart. However, upon seeing Luban, her face transformed into one of astonishment. Her mouth agape, she struggled to comprehend the situation. Hiss. How is this possible? At this moment, Luban appears to be completely unscathed. This is utterly unscientific. The other members of the Blaze Squad, witnessing Huowu's astonishment, followed her gaze toward Luban. Demon Fire, you finally made your move. Luban exclaimed, pointing at the Azure Demon figure, unleashing a torrent of curses. It was only after successfully countering the Fire Dragon's attack that he truly grasped the extent of his actions. I have been waiting for your strike for an eternity. Upon hearing Luban's words, the corners of Huowu and her 5 companions' mouths twitched involuntarily. This is utterly ridiculous. After standing idly for so long, now you emerge to act the fool. It leaves one speechless. However, under the watchful eyes of the 6 members of the Fire Dance and Fire Wuxuang, Luban finally grasped the sun-shooting bow and unleashed his first attack since entering the arena. With a swift motion, a basic attack soared forth, dealing over 11,000 points of damage. The strike resonated like a roar from the depths of hell, accompanied by a cascade of lightning and thunder, moving with such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, arriving in an instant. It collided with the Azure figure. Boom. At that moment, the arena erupted into a dazzling display of Azure sparks. The Azure figure was shattered by Luban's arrow, leaving behind but a faint flicker of flame, no larger than a pinky, almost extinguishable by a mere breath. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Blazing Fire team, including Huowu and Huowu Shuang, were rendered speechless, collectively inhaling sharply. It was accomplished. Good heavens, it felt like a dream. One arrow shattered the defenses. How astonishing. My heavens, strike me once, so I may feel the warmth of humanity. Huowu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she pinched herself. Upon feeling the sting, she realized that everything transpiring before her was indeed real, not a mere illusion. What are you still dawdling for? If you tarry any longer, that spark will extinguish. Luban sheathed his sun-shooting bow, offering Huowu a serene smile. That smile was akin to the blazing sun in the frigid depths of winter, instantly melting the frost encasing Huowu's heart. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Luban's gaze, her cheeks flushed. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly approached the Azure flame and extinguished it with a decisive punch. In the fleeting moment the Azure demon fire vanished, a yellow soul ring appeared, drifting slowly towards Huowu. Having passed the assessment, Huowu was bestowed with her second perfect ring. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Huowu Shuang and the others gazed at the nearly 800-year-old soul ring, swallowing with envy. Given the perfect match, they were convinced that Huowu's second soul skill would seamlessly align with her development as a control-type battle soul master. Meanwhile, the onlookers from the Hua clan outside the fire pool had descended into utter frenzy, their excitement palpable as they cheered exuberantly. Had they truly succeeded? Had they passed the inheritance assessment? My goodness, after a century, the Hua clan had finally produced a flawless soul ring. It was astonishing. Tang San's previous strike was simply beyond imagination. Could this truly be the prowess of an output-type battle soul master? How remarkable! Witnessing the Hua clan's fervent reactions, Flander held his head high, exuding a sense of pride. They truly were a naive bunch. Excuse me, sir, how should we address you? A group from the Hua clan surrounded Flander, their eyes filled with respect, a stark contrast to their previous disdainful demeanor. Ah, no need for formality, just call me Flander. Tang San is my student, he replied with a grin. Mr. Flander, what exactly is an output-type battle soul master? We would greatly appreciate your insights. The elder from the Hua clan engaged Flander in an animated conversation, their rapport resembling that of longtime friends. Tang San, I thank you. We misunderstood you earlier. Wu expressed her gratitude to Luban after absorbing the soul ring. My dear brother Tang San, I apologize for my earlier words. I had no idea that output-type battle soul masters could be so formidable. The other members of the Blazing Fire team also approached Luban to offer their apologies. Chapter 47. The second assessment. Luban waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. The misunderstanding stemmed from the world's lack of understanding of extreme output flow. He believed that with his rise, this style would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent and become a nightmare for all soul masters. Congratulations on passing the first assessment. The passage to the second assessment is now open. Just as Luban exchanged a few words with Huo Wu and the others, a resounding voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, the onlookers from the fire pool were struck dumb with astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is there truly a second assessment for the inheritance test? Did you hear that voice as well? I thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. Indeed, it was unmistakably the voice from the inheritance fire pool. What does this mean? Unbelievable. Quickly, summon the clan elder to clarify the situation. As soon as the voice faded, a swirling black vortex appeared in the center of the arena, exuding an eerie aura. The second assessment? Luban stood there, momentarily stunned. What is this nonsense? How can there still be an assessment? He glanced at Huo Wu and the others, noticing their astonishment mirrored his own. Clearly, they were equally unaware of the specifics. Perhaps you should step out for now? Luban scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He wished to continue challenging the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu and the others were once again taken aback. You intend to challenge the second assessment yourself? Luban nodded. The second assessment is surely extraordinary, with your current strength. You likely cannot participate yet. As the flames danced, the group of 6 looked at each other, appearing indecisive. Yet within their hearts lay the desire to challenge the second trial. Xiao Wu Shuang, you 6, step forward. At that moment, the elder responsible for this realm arrived. Your strength is insufficient for the second trial. It would be akin to walking to your demise. We shall merely observe as Tang Air faces the challenge. The elder of the Fire Clan felt a tumult of emotions. After many years, he was finally able to witness the second trial of inheritance firsthand, something he had only glimpsed in the clan's secret records. As the elder spoke, the others dared not disobey and quickly exited the fire pool. With the success of the first trial, the protective barrier dissipated, allowing them to leave without sacrificing their lives. Once the group departed, Luban cast a reassuring glance at Flinder, silently conveying that all was well. Flinder nodded, fully aware of Luban's capabilities, thus feeling reassured. Subsequently, Luban entered the swirling vortex, experiencing a dizzying transition to the second trial. The spectators surrounding the fire pool soon realized that Luban had arrived at a new arena. Although he remained within the fire pool, the environment had shifted from the outside. It seemed as though his position had not changed. However, within the second trial, Luban felt an unmistakable difference. In the first trial, the azure demon flames had occupied the center of the arena, but now, in the second trial, they were positioned around the edges, forming 7 distinct azure flames encircling the circular stage. Luban, having moved to the center, became the target of their assault. The scene unfolded almost identically to the first trial, but in reverse. The 7 azure flames morphed into 7 humanoid figures, launching an attack against Luban. Binding Fire Ring. Just as Luban released his 3 spirit rings, he was met with an assault, instantly restricted by the control-type spirit master among the azure figures. Be careful. Danger. The onlookers, including Xiao Wu and Wu Shuang, felt a surge of anxiety as if they were the ones facing the trial. Luban's predicament seemed dire, for he was alone, without allies. He would undoubtedly suffer at the hands of the azure beings. The elder of the Fire Clan glanced at Flinder, surprised by his calm demeanor. It appeared that Tang Air possessed skills to dispel control. On the arena, once Luban was restrained, he activated his domain skill. His 3 spirit rings lacked the power to break control, but his archer domain did. This was, in fact, his first time employing it in battle. Given the necessity of countering 7 azure figures, each undoubtedly stronger than those from the first trial. Repulsion Halo. The first domain skill activated instantaneously. A golden, elastic shield formed around Luban, rapidly expanding and bursting the binding fire ring. Once liberated, Luban hesitated no longer. He drew his sun-quelling bow and loosed 7 thunderous arrows. Swift as the wind, the arrows struck the 7 azure figures, shattering the armor of 6, inflicting considerable damage, while one remained unscathed, evidently a defensive spirit master. Luban's archer domain currently had a radius of 35 meters, while the arena itself spanned approximately 100 meters. He could not encompass the Azure figures entirely and had to advance while engaging. His first targets were the two control-type spirit masters within the Azure ranks. In that moment, Luban transformed into a god of archery, unleashing a barrage of thunder arrows that suppressed the combined assault of the 7 Azure beings. The spectators around the fire pool felt their scalps tingle in awe, marveling at the prowess of a single output-type spirit master single-handedly dominating an entire team. By the heavens! Is this the might of an output-type spirit master? Truly magnificent. They were astounded. It was extraordinary that an individual could wield such force and require spirit techniques to defend against even a basic shot. The sheer power of his attacks was astonishing, rendering typical arrows formidable enough to necessitate special abilities for defense. The onlookers were left in disbelief as Tang Er's performance soared to celestial heights. At that moment, the members of the Blazing Fire team, including Xiao Wu and Wu Shuang, trembled with excitement as they witnessed Luban's true abilities on the arena. This was his authentic strength. Reflecting on their previous joint challenge seemed trivial in comparison, as he had hardly exerted himself then. On the arena, Luban continued to suppress the Azure figures with basic attacks, swiftly closing in on the control-type spirit masters. Soon, the range of his archer domain enveloped them. With the enhancement of the archer domain, Luban's basic attack power doubled instantaneously. He swiftly released 2 arrows, eliminating the 2 Azure control-type spirit masters in a single strike. Free from their restrictions, Luban fought without reservation. The ensuing battle was as decisive as autumn winds sweeping away leaves, and he swiftly concluded the second trial. Chapter 48. Infinite Resurrection as the 7 Azure figures fell. A new vortex materialized. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the second trial. The passage to the third trial is now open. The spectators gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Luban stride unhesitatingly into the third trial. Heavens! Look, Tang Er did not emerge. He proceeded to the third trial. They marveled at the formidable nature of the second trial, speculating on the challenges that lay ahead. Indeed, Tang Er's decision seemed reckless, akin to courting death. Such a talent appeared on the brink of destruction, which was truly regrettable. Incredible! I never anticipated there would be a third trial in the realm of legacy. As Luban entered the third trial, Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety. She wished to call him back, but the barrier rendered their voices inaudible to him and sighed. Mr. Flinder, why are you so unconcerned? The third trial will undoubtedly be far more difficult than the second, inquired the elder of the Fire Clan, smiling calmly, although he too felt a profound astonishment at Luban's progression. News of this event was rapidly conveyed back to the Fire Clan, and soon the elders would gather. I have great confidence in Tang Er's strength. The third trial should not pose a challenge for him. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the surrounding members of the Fire Clan exchanged incredulous glances, puzzled by the source of his confidence. Even a soul master of level 35 has its limitations, and the current circumstances are quite evident. According to the observations of the onlookers, the next assessment is evidently designed for geniuses below level 60. To have a 35-level soul master undertake such a challenge is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, despite Luban's previous exceptional performance. The members of the Fire Clan remained skeptical about his ability to surmount the third trial. As all eyes were fixated upon him, Luban stepped into the third challenge. At that moment, the arena underwent yet another transformation. This time, its expanse had doubled compared to before, resembling the first challenge, with a sacrificial altar situated at its center, upon which burned an eerily enchanting azure flame. In contrast to the second trial, this azure flame had grown in size, now exceeding tenfold. The instant Luban appeared, the form of the azure flame began to shift, swiftly morphing into a blue specter. Hiss! It launched an attack. Witnessing the blue specter initiate its offensive, the crowd surrounding the fire pit gasped in unison. Binding Fire Ring, Fire Dragon Bomb, Fire Cloud Assault. My heavens, what are they witnessing? This entity possesses both control and brute force, coupled with the swiftness of an agile attacker. The Azure Spectre before them embodies the combined prowess of an entire battle team. A truly fearsome sight. The amalgamation of abilities from the entire team is nothing short of miraculous, beyond comprehension. This is utterly astonishing. At this moment, Luban was also taken aback by the bizarre attack capabilities of the Azure Demon. He never anticipated encountering such a hybrid creature, as a damage-dealing spirit master. The greatest fear is being controlled. Thus, Luban wasted no time and decisively activated his archer domain, unleashing his first skill, the resistance aura. With a thunderous crash, the binding fire ring was shattered. Just as the Azure Demon's assault was about to reach him, Luban boldly launched his counterattack. The Sunshot Bow was drawn, and within the archer domain, his basic attacks were doubled, delivering a staggering blow of over 22,000 points of damage to the Azure Demon. This time was a full-force strike of a basic attack. Even the Azure Spectre, endowed with the defensive prowess of a soul master, sustained considerable damage. The assault from Luban arrived in an instant, leaving the Azure Spectre no time to react before being struck. Consequently, the Azure Spectre promptly learned from this experience and, while advancing towards Luban, activated its defensive skills beforehand. When Luban unleashed another basic attack, it became increasingly difficult to inflict any harm upon the Azure Spectre, merely managing to push it back a short distance. In a critical moment, Luban decisively unleashed his secondary domain skill. His attack power surged once more, delivering over 44,000 points of force upon the Azure Spectre. The Azure Spectre's defenses crumbled instantly as it was pierced by the lightning arrow, transforming into a minuscule flame no larger than a fingertip. Is it still alive? Such formidable defensive capabilities, with over 40,000 points of attack failing to vanquish the Azure Spectre, left Luban utterly astonished. Such a level of offensive power could easily slay a typical 70-level Soul Sage. The fact that it could not defeat the Azure Spectre before him was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, before Luban could fully comprehend his astonishment, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. The Azure Spectre instantaneously resurrected, appearing as if it had never sustained any injuries at all. Astonishing. It can revive? After a series of probing tests, Luban ultimately confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the Azure Spectre before him possessed the ability to resurrect. This is indeed a remarkable ability possessed by the Cyan Phantom, a unique auxiliary spirit master. It is truly astonishing. At present, unless eliminated in a single strike, the Cyan Phantom can resurrect infinitely. Within his mind, Luban contemplated this and instinctively glanced at his personal information panel, which left him momentarily stunned. Host: Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualities, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Leveling, Soul Power, 35 2100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1350. Attack, 9000. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Indeed, his soul power level had remarkably increased by 2 points. Killing the Cyan Phantom before him could elevate his soul power level, akin to hunting soul beasts. How delightful. Luban confirmed this multiple times and found his soul power level had indeed risen, filling him with exhilaration. Good heavens, if he could continue to grind here, his cultivation would soar. However, the ensuing challenge revealed to Luban that his thoughts may have been overly optimistic. After he defeated the Cyan Phantom 5 times, a resounding announcement echoed through the air. Challenge time expired, and the third round assessment resulted in a tie. He did not pass. As the voice of the fire pool faded, Luban was enveloped by a mysterious force and ejected from the fire pool, leaving the onlookers from the Fire Clan utterly astonished. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "A tie? How incredible is Tang Air? Indeed, such prowess. Is she even human? Good heavens, is Tang Air truly a 35-level soul sovereign? I would believe it if someone claimed she were a soul saint. Unbelievable. When did such a prodigy appear on the continent? It is simply astonishing." After being cast out of the fire pool, Luban approached Wu, scratching his head in slight embarrassment as he asked, Can I still re-enter the Legacy Land to participate in the assessment?" Upon hearing this, Wu and the other members of the Blaze Fire team were momentarily taken aback. One could not have imagined someone could become so addicted to challenges, unaware of the arduous nature of the assessments in the Legacy Land. They learned that challenges could only be attempted once every 7 days. Just then, a clan elder from the Fire Clan approached and smiled as he provided clarification. Chapter 49, Level 40. Upon hearing this, Luban nodded with a hint of regret. It seemed that the time required to accumulate experience would be significantly extended. Nonetheless, being able to challenge once a week and slay 5 Cyan Phantoms each time was still commendable. Averaged out, he could eliminate 1 corresponding soul beast of the appropriate level each day. It is well known that soul beasts with higher levels are increasingly difficult to find, and the Legacy Land of the Fire Clan indeed stood as the best place for experience grinding. Training should not be rushed. Take your time, for you are still young. Flander comforted, having noticed the disappointment on Luban's face. After all, at merely 8 years of age, Luban's progress could be described as unprecedented. Subsequently, Luban and Flander were surrounded by the members of the Fire Clan as they departed from the Legacy Land. Luban had now become a treasured gem in the eyes of the Fire Clan. It was well known that following him would effortlessly carry one through the first 2 assessments, yielding perfect soul rings. With this thought, the gazes of the Fire Clan members towards Luban grew increasingly fervent, particularly among the youthful women of the clan, who surrounded him with flirtatious glances, eager to shower him with affection. As they were to continue experience grinding, Luban and Flander remained in the Taggart Desert, within the territory of the Fire Clan. Meanwhile, at the Fire Clan stronghold, the Blazing Fire City, upon receiving the urgent message from the clan elder regarding territorial expansion, the clan leader convened an emergency meeting overnight to discuss the relevant circumstances. The elders of the Fire Clan were left in shock, their mouths agape, their faces displaying incredulity. Impossible. How could a 35-level soul sovereign pass the assessments in the Legacy Land and reach the 3rd round? Indeed, it seemed implausible. Yet so many clan members had witnessed it firsthand. Surely it could not be fabricated. Tomorrow, we shall go see for ourselves. I refuse to believe a soul sovereign could pass the assessments in the Legacy Land, one elder declared. I also doubt it, let alone the 3rd round. No one has passed the 1st round in 100 years. The clan elder could not possibly jest about such matters. They resolved to visit the Legacy Land together the following morning. Thus, the clan leader, Wu, along with the elders, set off for the Taggart Desert in the northwest the next day. After 2 days, they arrived and encountered Luban and Flander. Upon confirming Luban's cultivation level, the sight of Huowu's second soul skill left Huowudi and the others in utter shock. Even when faced with the truth, they still found it hard to believe. Days later, Luban once again entered the Legacy Land to challenge the assessments. In the first round, he held nothing back, unleashing 7 thunder arrows effortlessly to pass. In the second round, he wasted a few extra minutes. After eliminating the control-type Spirit Master among the Cyan Phantoms, he concluded the battle with another 5 thunder arrows. As for the third round assessment, it left all spectators utterly astounded. Mirroring the previous outcome, after Luban defeated the 5 Cyan Phantoms, he was once again declared out of time and ejected from the fire pool. The elders of the Fire Clan, including Huowudi, stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they rubbed their eyes in astonishment. This is utterly astonishing. When did the trials of the Heritage Grounds become so effortlessly attainable? It feels as though I am caught in a dream. In this recent challenge, Luban's soul power has increased by 5 points, bringing him immense joy. Tang, do you not find these challenges tedious? Why not bring along a few disciples from our Fire Clan next time to help them acquire their soul rings? Upon the conclusion of the challenge, the Fire Clan's leader, Huowudi, approached Luban with a beaming expression, affectionately draping an arm around his shoulder, speaking as though they were family. This caused both Huowu and Yu Xiaogang to feel a sense of embarrassment. Grandfather, Tang is still so young. Your actions are causing a confusion of generations, Huowu remarked, pouting in discontent. Haha, look at Grandpa, he is so delighted that he forgot about that. Upon receiving his granddaughter's reminder, Huowudi feigned a cough to ease the awkwardness. Mr. Flander, what do you think of my suggestion? Hearing Huowudi's words, Flander, having served as the principal for many years, expertly agreed. After all, it was their territory, and disregarding their sentiments could lead to the Fire Clan finding any excuse to expel them. Thus, for a period thereafter, when Luban participated in the assessments at the Land of Inheritance, he took along some talented members of the Fire Clan. In the first 2 rounds, he would inflict heavy injuries on the Azure monsters, while the Fire Clan's talents would handle the final strikes to achieve perfect soul rings. Following this, Luban would venture into the 3rd round to accumulate experience. As time passed, 2 years flew by, and Luban was now 10 years old. His cultivation level had naturally risen to level 40. Throughout these 2 years, he consistently attended challenges at the Land of Inheritance every week, amassing experience. Under the shade of Luban's talent, the Fire Clan witnessed a surge of gifted individuals, each soul skill more astonishing than the last. With an array of rare soul skills emerging, members of the Blazing Fire team, including Huowu and Yu Xiaogang, all acquired perfect 3rd soul rings. Huowu had also matured over the past 2 years, her figure becoming more voluptuous and alluring. The innocence of her youth gradually faded, revealing an increasingly feminine charm. She frequently sought out Luban for sparring sessions, though each time she returned defeated. The recent defeat here is not solely attributable to Huowu, but rather to the entire Chihua team. Whenever Huowu, Yu Xiaogang, and others discuss output-type soul masters, they cannot help but tremble inwardly. To address this, the Chihua team has even emulated Luban by recruiting a marksman to serve as their output-type soul master. Though he cannot compare to Luban, his presence has significantly bolstered the overall strength of the team. You shall no longer endure such torment. After I complete my challenge at the Land of Inheritance tomorrow, I will take my leave, Luban reassured the members of the Chihua team, noticing the bitterness etched on their faces. Upon hearing this, the team members expressed their confusion. Do you have confidence in passing the 3rd round of the assessment? Huowu inquired, her brow furrowed in concern, feeling a pang of reluctance. Absolutely. Luban replied with a confident nod, his face radiating assurance. Brother Tang, should you succeed in your challenge, we would genuinely be loath to see you depart, said Yu Xiaogang, the captain of the Chihua team, as he placed a hand on Luban's shoulder. I suspect my sister will be even more reluctant to let you go. Brother? At this remark, Huowu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her shyness palpable. Over the past 2 years of companionship, Luban had indeed occupied a significant place in her heart. Never had she imagined that she would encounter a soul master as handsome and valiant as Luban. Who was Tang? Step forward for a duel. However, as the group engaged in lively conversation, the Feng family had traversed the Tagore Desert and arrived at the borders of the Fire Clan. Upon entering the underground town, a young man from the Feng family shouted, his voice echoing in the ears of the onlookers. Indeed, the newcomer was Feng Xiaodian, a direct descendant of the Feng family. Feng Xiaodian had long harbored feelings for Huowu, frequently visiting Chihua City to play with her, thus serving as childhood companions. However, in recent years, he had sensed Huowu growing increasingly distant, which left him feeling quite despondent. After some investigation, he discovered that Huowu had been enticed by a soul master named Tang. How can one endure this? Chapter 50. Feng Xiaodian is at a loss. Feng Xiaodian, what gives you the audacity to raise such a ruckus here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Huowu stormed over, delivering a scathing reprimand. At her words, the once arrogant Feng Xiaodian found himself instantly subdued. Approaching Huowu, he forced a smile and said, Sister Huowu, it has been quite some time. I merely came to pay you a visit. I heard you have been getting quite close to a lad named Tang, and I am curious to see what kind of person has captured your attention. Following Huowu's gaze, Feng Xiaotian spotted a young boy adorned in golden attire, appearing to be around 15 or 16, and he had to admit, the boy was rather handsome, even though Feng Xiaotian considered himself quite dashing. He could not help but feel inferior in terms of looks. Feng Xiaotian, don't go looking for trouble. As Feng Xiaotian advanced toward Luban, Wu urgently called out from behind. However, Feng Xiaotian's temper flared. He was determined to challenge Luban. Are you Tang? Luban observed a young boy dressed in blue, his face obscured by a mask, approaching him with a look full of provocation. Is there something you need? Luban nodded slightly and replied coolly. Tang, today we shall engage in a one-on-one duel. Should you lose, you must cease all interactions with Wu. What say you? Do you dare accept this challenge? Feng Xiaotian brandished his fists, mimicking a sparring stance. This provoked a series of twitches at the corners of Wu's mouth. While the members of the Blazing Fire team internally exclaimed in disbelief at Feng Xiaotian's audacity to confront such a formidable opponent, he truly appeared to be a Navi individual who had never encountered the world. I do not accept that condition, Luban replied coolly. To spar with me, you must offer something of value in return. Haha, youngster, it seems you are terrified and unwilling to engage with our young master. Truly cowardly, you are no man. Indeed. If you possess courage, face young Master Feng in a fair battle. Feng Xiaotian's followers, hearing Luban's words, assumed he was merely seeking excuses to avoid combat and began to mock him. Feng Xiaotian crossed his arms, wearing a smirk, as if he were scrutinizing them. Refusing to accept the challenge today would certainly label him as cowardly in Wu's eyes, and he was quite pleased with that prospect. However, he still felt the need to maintain a facade of civility. Speak plainly about what you desire. My Feng family, being one of the 10 great families of the continent, is not lacking in gold soul coins. Feng Xiaotian replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of affluence. Quite simple, really. If you can provide me with information regarding a purely offensive soul beast, I shall agree to your challenge, Luban stated casually, wishing to disengage from Feng Xiaotian and his entourage. This group of young children, so immature, squabble over trivial matters, disrupting his cultivation. To his surprise, upon hearing his words, Feng Xiaotian erupted into hearty laughter. If you were seeking another soul beast, I might have to exert some effort. However, as for pure attacking soul beasts, I am already well informed. Upon hearing this, Luban's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be mere coincidence? Could Feng Xiaotian truly possess such confidential information? If what you say is true, I would be willing to engage in a spar with you, Luban remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing this, Feng Xiaotian decided to reveal the truth without further hesitation, disclosing that within the ancestral grounds of the Feng family lies a pure attacking soul beast. It is common knowledge that each of the 5 elemental families has its own heritage site. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the Feng family harbors a soul beast of pure attack with supreme attributes. Noticing Luban's hesitation, Wu enthusiastically elaborated on the matter. Feng Xiaotian further assured them, pounding his chest in affirmation, promising with utmost sincerity and swearing oaths to substantiate his claims. This alleviated Luban's doubts. Very well. How would you like to spar? The unexpected acquisition of a soul beast with pure offensive attributes filled Luban's heart with joy. There was no need for him to engage physically with a novice like Feng Xiaotian. Considering your age, around 15 or 16, your soul power level should soon reach 20. Thus, I shall not take advantage of you. I will refrain from using my second soul ring during our duel. Upon hearing Luban's acceptance to spar, Feng Xiaotian was instantly elated. As Feng Xiaotian boasted grandly, Wu and Wu Shuang were left coughing from the sheer audacity of his claims. Where does this confidence emanate from? Feng Xiaotian, with the martial soul of the Gale twin-headed wolf, stands as a formidable level 22nd ring assault system soul master. Introducing himself, he unleashes his martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings ascend from beneath him, swirling around his form. With arms crossed and a haughty expression, he exudes an air of superiority. Possessing innate full soul power at such a tender age, his prowess is bound to astonish Tang. The shock. My adversary possesses innate full soul power. Feng Xiaotian beams outwardly, reveling inwardly in his triumph, observing Luban in a state of astonishment. A throng of young followers behind Feng Xiaotian begins to chant, Fear not, young lad. Our young master only employs his first soul ring. Laughter ensues. Indeed, it's astonishing. Isn't it? Let me inform you that our young master possesses innate full soul power. It's still not too late for you to concede. Otherwise, things will become even more humiliating. Hearing the raucous declarations from Feng's entourage, Wu Shuang, and others quickly turn away, unable to bear the spectacle. What a foolish group this is. Do not presume we are acquainted with you. Observing Fire Dance and her companions turn away, Feng Xiaotian's smile deepened. He thought to himself that they wished to spare Tang the embarrassment. However, at that moment, on the opposite side, Luban revealed his martial spirit. Before him, a resplendent golden bow materialized, accompanied by 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirling beneath his feet. Tang martial spirit, sun shooting bow. A level 43 ring output type battle spirit master. Hiss. The instant Luban's soul rings appeared, Feng Xiaotian and the others collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming that it was no illusion. His mouth agape, he stood there, utterly stunned. My heavens! A level 40 spirit master? What is the point of sparring when one can unleash a soul technique that has been honed over a millennium? Leaving the other side utterly defeated before they even have a chance to respond? Is there still a need for such exchanges? Luban observed Feng Xiaotian, who stood there in a state of shock, and calmly inquired. Currently, his soul rings had been disguised with the appearance of a video game character's divine skin. Should Feng Xiaotian and the others catch a glimpse of his true soul rings, one yellow, one purple, and one black, they would surely be astounded. Sparring? At this stage? Being at level 40, what is the purpose of such endeavors? Farewell. With hands clasped in respect, Feng Xiaotian hurriedly led his group away, feeling too embarrassed to remain in the Fire Tribe's territory any longer. This time, she truly brought shame upon her family. It is imperative that she returns to hone her skills and seek redemption in a few years. As she gazed at the retreating figures of Feng Xiaotian and his companions, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang could hardly contain their laughter. It was utterly amusing. They had never seen Feng Xiaotian in such a predicament before. With the storm of this incident behind them, the next day arrived swiftly. It was once again the day of Luban's challenge at the sacred grounds of the Fire Clan's inheritance. A day that saw the streets deserted as Huo Wudi gathered with the clan's esteemed elders. Chapter 51, The Examination Passage. This challenge is unlike any other. It is rumored to be Luban's final endeavor. After 2 years of meticulous preparation, everyone is eager to witness the extent of Luban's capabilities. From whom did you receive students like Flander and Tang San? Are there any more available? Our Fiery Academy is also keen on enrolling a few, remarked Huo Wudi, the chieftain of the Fire Clan, with a smile outside the fire pool of the Heritage Land. This elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Flander's mouth, as if he could simply procure more. Luban possesses an extraordinary talent, one he has only encountered once in his lifetime. The fact that he relies on hunting soul beasts for cultivation, which Luban grandiosely claims is a breakthrough through combat, is simply unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. While it is one thing to have prodigious talent, the exceedingly unorthodox method of advancement leaves little room for other soul masters to compete, offering them no opportunity to catch up. Amidst the lively conversation between Flander, Huo Wudi, and others, Luban has already plunged into the fire pool, commencing the final assessment of the Heritage Land. The first trial was navigated with ease. Whoosh, 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 7 thunder arrows broke through the barriers. The second trial commenced without delay, swiftly eliminating the control-type battle soul master, followed by a few arrows that concluded the skirmish. Soon, they arrived at the much-anticipated third trial. This time, everyone is eager to witness how Luban will contend with the endlessly resurrecting Azure Demon. The Azure Demon embodies the collective prowess of the entire team, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure among the spectators surrounding the fiery pit. Only Luban can effortlessly cope with this, for anyone else would be fortunate to survive 3 rounds. Little Ching, having accompanied me in gaining experience for 2 years, I must admit, I find it difficult to bring myself to slay you. Luban lamented upon reaching the 3rd stage and witnessing the demon formed from the azure flames. Remember, to perish beneath my arrow is a mark of pride in itself. With that, Luban ceased to hold back. The archer's domain activated, instantly doubling his attack power. Invincible Shark Cannon. As the second domain skill was unleashed, his attack power surged once more. In an instant, a lightning arrow with an astounding attack power of over 44,000 struck the Azure Demon. This time, the Azure Spectre did not resurrect, it vanished without a trace. With his attack power maximized, Luban granted the Azure Spectre no opportunity for revival, leaving not even a trace of blood, delivering a single, lethal blow. Congratulations on passing the 3rd assessment. The 4th assessment is now open. Challengers may choose to continue their trials or opt for a perfect soul ring and withdraw. A resounding voice echoed from the fire pit, causing the onlookers outside to erupt in astonishment, shaking the surrounding cliffs. My goodness, Tang Er has truly succeeded in his challenge. How terrifying. How could this possibly be achieved? Indeed, it is astonishing. Tang Er's prowess is beyond imagination. Ah, the perfect soul ring. The perfect soul ring from the 3rd challenge must be at least 10,000 years old. Truly, I am envious to the point of tears. A flawless 10,000-year soul ring is something I have only dreamed of obtaining. Members of the Blaze team, including Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, shouted with excitement, praising Luban for his extraordinary skills. The elders of the Fire Clan, including Huo Wudi, stood in shock, their beards trembling in disbelief. They witnessed Luban decline the rewards of the 3rd assessment and stride directly toward the 4th challenge. The arena for the 4th assessment was twice the size of the 3rd. The formation resembled that of the 2nd challenge, transforming into a team of 7 Azure Spectres to confront Luban. To conserve soul power, Luban chose not to wield the invincible shark cannon this time, but instead brandished a jungle knife. With the jungle knife in hand, the world was his. The attack power doubled, featuring armor-breaking effects that disregarded all defenses of soul beasts. During consecutive strikes, the critical hit rate stood at 20. With a maximum critical damage effect of 10 times the current attack power, Luban swung the jungle knife with fervor, instilling fear into the Azure Spectres, who for the first time sensed terror from him. It turned out that the Azure Demon Fire possessed sentience. At that moment, Luban was utterly astonished. As Luban wildly slashed with his broken knife on the 4th arena, Onlookers stood agape, mouths agape in shock. "Hey, come on, this is an assessment. Can we show some respect?" they exclaimed, witnessing the frightened expressions of the 7 Azure Demon Fire entities. Soon, another booming voice resonated. "Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 4th assessment. The 5th assessment is now open." Without a moment's hesitation, Luban stepped into the passageway, entering the 5th arena. Based on his experience, he knew that the rewards for soul rings would only improve as he progressed. The 5th challenge transformed once more into an Azure Spectre. Yet this one was distinctly different from the previous ones. The azure hue radiating from her was strikingly pure, more beautiful than any azure he had encountered before. Luban felt genuine pressure for the first time. This Azure Spectre's strength likely reached the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. He dared not hold back any longer. Although his attack power was formidable, his defenses were weak. If the Azure Spectre found a flaw, a single strike could endanger his life. In this critical moment, Luban unleashed his Archer domain once again, executing his ultimate skill, 3rd domain skill, 3,000 Thunder Strikes. At that instant, the central arena of the 5th challenge underwent a dramatic transformation. A thick layer of dark clouds formed above Luban. The first arrow. In that moment, Luban became the god of thunder, each arrow transformed into genuine thunder arrows, striking with unerring precision. The second arrow, with 2/3 of his base attack power, over 2,000 points of damage struck the Azure Spectre and was deflected away. Hiss. At this moment, the spectators surrounding the fire pit were filled with tension. During the 5th round of assessment, every individual present felt the weight of pressure. Even the Fire Clan leader, Huowudi, was beaded with sweat. Observing the diminishing attack power of Luban, Huowu furrowed her brow, consumed by deep concern. The 3rd arrow. As each subsequent arrow manifested greater potency, she finally exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. Initially, she had feared that Luban had sustained an injury, which had led to the decline in his offensive capabilities. However, it now appeared to be the result of some unique skill. The other members of the Blazing Fire team silently marveled at Luban's strength. It was their first encounter with such a spectacle, and they were astonished by his myriad of hidden techniques. They could only speculate about the true extent of his power. The 7th arrow. His soul energy was nearly depleted, and he could at most release 2 more arrows before exhaustion set in. With an attack multiplier of 6, for times, nearly 70,000 points of power surged forth, finally inflicting injuries upon the Azure Demon. Flander clenched his fists tightly, his heart racing with anxiety, for the next 2 arrows from Luban were crucial. Should he miss or allow the Azure Demon to escape the Archer's domain, all would be lost. Fortunately, Luban had initiated a psychological game, deliberately feigning weakness, which kept the Azure Demon from breaking free from the Archer's realm. At this moment, the 8th arrow's charge was finally complete. With an astonishing attack power enhancement of 12.8 times, the formidable Thunder Arrow, boasting over 130,000 points of power, was unleashed, causing the entire arena to tremble. The Azure Demon, sensing the imminent threat to its life, attempted to flee, but alas, it was too late. Within the realm of archers, the 3rd domain skill, 3,000 Thunderfalls, was instantaneously unleashed, making escape virtually impossible for the Azure Demon. The 8th Thunder Arrow struck with unparalleled swiftness, bombarding the demon. In an instant, the arena was illuminated with flashes of lightning, sparks flying, and the Azure Demon vanished without a trace. At the center of the arena, the Azure Demon's flames gradually dissipated, revealing an astonishing red soul ring that began to drift toward Luban's body. A gasp escaped the crowd, an astonishing 100,000-year soul ring. Witnessing Luban's 5th reward as the 100,000-year soul ring, the members of the Fire Clan collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? The 5th reward was, without a doubt, the perfect 100,000-year soul ring. Unbelievable! The 100,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed by Title Douluo. Fortunately, it was a perfect soul ring awarded by the Land of Heritage. Otherwise, Tang would never have been able to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. My goodness. Tang 4th soul ring was, in fact, a 100,000-year soul ring truly extraordinary. My mind is reeling. This is the most precious 100,000-year perfect soul ring. Tang luck is off the charts. As Luban obtained the 100,000-year red soul ring, Huowudi and the elders of the Fire Clan were flushed with excitement. Trembling with awe, today, they had witnessed a miracle. Huowu's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands clenched tightly, her heart racing fiercely. At this moment, Tang was akin to a deity in her eyes. The members of the Blaze Battle team, including Huowu Shuang, were utterly stunned. The 4th soul ring being a 100,000-year soul ring was something they had never heard of in the entire continent. It was simply outrageous. Even Flanders was beside himself with excitement, muttering incessantly, a 100,000-year soul ring. That is indeed a 100,000-year soul ring, a treasure coveted even by Title Douluo. Now, Luban had achieved this 4th soul ring. It felt as if Flanders were dreaming. However, an even more astonishing event was about to unfold. Just as Luban was absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, a soul bone radiating resplendent light appeared in the center of the arena. Judging by its size, it was clearly the most precious type among the 6 categories of soul bones, the torso bone. At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan found their breaths growing heavy, their eyes ablaze with fervor. It was a soul bone that had existed for 100,000 years. an object of unparalleled rarity they had only heard of but never witnessed. Even Huowudi, the clan leader, was overwhelmed with excitement. As it marked his first encounter with such an ancient soul bone, a sense of envy and resentment coursed through them. If not for the protective barrier of the fire pool, they would have rushed forward to seize it. Many elders of the fire clan glared at the soul bone with fiery eyes. In stark contrast, Flanders stood in astonishment. Another soul bone, 100,000 years old. No less? What a predicament this was. If the fire clan coveted it, both he and Luban would be in peril. Yet, a thought struck him. If Luban were to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring, his attacking power would soar to an extraordinary level, rendering him impervious to the fire clan's threats. With Luban's might, the number of Title Douluos he could defeat across the continent would be exceedingly few. He had no reason to fear. With this realization, Flanders' excitement resurfaced. A broad smile adorning his face, utterly oblivious to the envious gazes of the fire clan members. At the center of the fire pool, Luban focused intently, swiftly completing the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent, Archer Domain, Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jumble Level Up, Soul Power, 50, 0, 100 Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black. Red Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1350, Attack, 9000, Fire Attack, 100000, Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Upon reviewing his personal information, Luban was astounded. His soul power level had surged by 10 levels, an outrageous development. Furthermore, the skill of the 4th soul ring had augmented his basic attack with an additional 100,000 points of attack power, coupled with a fire attribute burn effect. To acquire a 100,000-year soul ring in the fire clan's ancestral grounds was beyond his wildest imaginings. Luban calmed his racing heart. Gazing at the fire attribute 100,000-year trunk bone in the arena, his emotions a tangled mess. In previous moments, he might have absorbed it without a second thought, considering it far superior to the 6-wing frost centipede trunk bone he had encountered in Tianshui City. According to the Master S theory of the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls, a 100,000-year soul bone typically possessed 2 skills. The more he contemplated, the more intense his yearning grew. He strolled forward, extending a hand to caress the soul bone. Yet, he ultimately withdrew his hand, dismissing the notion of merging with the soul bone. After acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring, a growing clarity blossomed within him, accompanied by a distinct feeling of repulsion towards the soul bone before him. As his strength increased, Luban became increasingly convinced of this feeling, believing he would surely attain even more formidable soul bones in the future. He stored the soul bone in his storage soul guide and prepared to leave the fire pool. However, just as Luban completed the absorption of the soul ring and retrieved the soul bone, the fire pool began to extinguish gradually, and soon the entire ancestral ground vanished from sight. The location where the fire pool once resided transformed into a rocky pit. Seeing this, Luban could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief, pondering how they had managed to obliterate the ancestral grounds. This is troublesome. After all, this is the ancestral land guarded by the fire clan for countless generations. Luban quickly leaped out of the deep pit. At that moment, the members of the fire clan finally regained their composure from their earlier shock. Upon seeing the disappearance of the fire pool, their expressions changed drastically. Look, where has the place of inheritance gone? What on earth happened? The place of inheritance has vanished. Oh my, don't scare me. Without the place of inheritance, how will I obtain a perfect spirit ring in the future? Vanished? Impossible. It must be an illusion. Yes, certainly an illusion. Wah. Our fire clan's place of inheritance has truly disappeared. Luban felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as he noticed the predatory gazes of the fire clan members. It seemed that the disappearance of the inheritance site was somewhat connected to him. Tang, what happened to the fire pool of inheritance? How could it have disappeared? Huowu stepped forward, her face filled with confusion. Luban scratched his head. I'm not quite sure either. He was then invited over by Huowudi, surrounded closely by the fire clan's Title Douluo, who were afraid that he and Flander might vanish like the fire pool before their eyes. In the Tiger Desert, within the fire clan's territory, a lavish hall lay underground. Huowudi sat at the head, with Flander and Luban seated to his left. Tang, you have caused our fire clan's place of inheritance to vanish. How do you intend to compensate us for this? Hearing this, Flander's face twitched, and his lips quivered. He understood all too well the intentions of these old fellows. They were merely after the soul bone of the 10,000-year-old Blue Lotus demon fire. Clan leader, we witnessed the disappearance of the fire pool. How does this relate to Tang? Flander retorted, that is a 10,000-year soul bone. We cannot let it go. Flander, what do you mean by that? If Tang had not entered the place of inheritance to undergo the assessment, could the fire pool have vanished? Exactly. In my view, this matter is not only related to Tang, but it is of great significance. Agreed. It is very likely that the disappearance of the place of inheritance is due to Tang passing the assessment. Indeed. The fire pool is the foundation of our fire clan, and now it seems all the benefits have been taken by you. Flander's rebuttal was met with a flurry of indignation from the elders of the fire clan. Their furious expressions were vividly animated, as if they wished to claw at Flander. As tensions escalated, Luban promptly spoke up to clarify his stance. I have no interest in that 10,000-year soul bone. Huh? Upon hearing this, Flander furrowed his brow, his expression turning anxious. Are you certain? Luban nodded. Principal, please trust my choice. Flander sighed, releasing his tightly clenched hands, realizing Luban's intent. With Luban having made his stance clear, the negotiations naturally fell to him. How could they expect to take a 10,000-year soul bone from Flander without consequence? Even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall came, he would be stripped of his skin. Hearing Luban relent, Wawudi felt a surge of joy, and the elders of the Fire Clan gleamed with excitement. The place of inheritance had only produced a perfect spirit ring once every 100 years, and its influence on the Fire Clan had been diminishing. If they could obtain a 10,000-year soul bone because of it, that would certainly be beneficial. After all, soul bones could be passed down through generations. With the 10,000-year soul bone, their elite combat strength would see significant enhancement. It was certain that a Title Douluo was about to emerge. Soon, both parties commenced negotiations. After the discussions concluded, Flander and Luban made a considerable profit. They spent the night in the Fire Clan's territory and left the Taggart Desert at dawn. As they departed, Huowu appeared reluctant to part ways, stealing a kiss from Luban when he was not paying attention, promising to visit him at Shrek Academy in the future. Time passed, and 2 days flew by. Luban and Flander journeyed back from the northwest to the Central Plains. They quickly arrived at their destination, the City of Divine Wind. The City of Divine Wind is situated not far from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire and serves as the main city of the Feng family, one of the continent's 10 great families. Unlike Tianshui City, which is built on lake islands, the City of Divine Wind stands atop a lofty mountain. The City of Divine Wind is perpetually buffeted by strong winds. Even the attire of the passers-by reflects the harsh environment. At this moment, Luban and Flander donned headscarves and masks, wrapped up as if they were Zongzi. The bustling crowds within the city gave Luban a sense of stepping into the ancient western regions. After walking along the central street for half an hour, they finally found the grand estate of the Feng family. Please announce our arrival to Feng Xiaodian. Friends of the Fire Clan have come to visit. Upon hearing that it was someone from the Fire Clan, the gatekeeper did not dare to be negligent and hurried to inform the inner courtyard. Soon, Feng Xiaodian appeared, dressed in azure robes. May I ask which friend from the Fire Clan has come? Luban removed his mask, revealing his bright, white teeth, and with a grin, he said, Brother Feng, long time no see. It is I, Tang Er. Seeing Tang Er, Feng Xiaodian's lips twitched. He was astonished that he had truly come knocking. However, due to the noble etiquette and decorum, he graciously invited Luban and Flander into the estate. Upon entering, Luban wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Brother Feng, you promised me before that I could hunt spirit beasts in the ancestral land of the Feng family. You haven't forgotten, have you? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian's face displayed a hint of difficulty as he hesitated. Brother Tang, you must think this through. My Feng family's ancestral land is exceedingly dangerous. There was once a Title Douluo who ventured in to investigate, and he never returned. Feng Xiaodian had previously only informed Luban about the locations of purely aggressive spirit beasts, not mentioning the dangers involved. Reflecting on recent events, I realized that my actions in the ancestral grounds of the Fire Clan were indeed rather rash. Fortunately, Luban did not publicly humiliate me. Instead, he simply urged me to retreat, leaving me with a sense of appreciation for his character. I could not bear to watch him march towards certain death. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiaodian ultimately decided to convey the perils of the Godwind Valley, hoping that Luban would reconsider his course of action. It is worth noting that even the Feng clan requires a group of senior elders at the Soul Doa level to venture into the Godwind Valley for hunting wind-type soul beasts, and they dare not linger for too long within its depths. After all, the valley is the final resting place for an overwhelming number of soul masters, ranking among the top 10 most perilous locations on the entire continent. You need not worry about safety, Brother Feng. I possess sufficient confidence in my own ability to survive. Luban replied with a calm smile, surprised to find that Feng Xiaodian harbored a heart of compassion beneath his sharp tongue. Previously, I viewed him as a rival and held a deep-seated animosity towards him, yet now I find myself unable to bear the thought of him facing death. The young man possesses a relatively good nature. Witnessing Luban's unwavering attitude, Feng Xiaodian found it inappropriate to continue his obstruction. So he led them to the ancestral grounds of the Feng family, known as Shifeng Valley. Accessing Shifeng Valley requires a token from the Feng family. But this posed no challenge for Feng Xiaodian. As a direct descendant and prodigious disciple of the Feng family, he honed his wind-based soul skills at the valley's edge daily. Not only he, but other disciples of the Feng family did the same. Within Shifeng Valley, apart from an abundance of wind-based soul beasts, relentless gales blew throughout the year, greatly benefiting the cultivation of soul skills. Soon, under Feng Xiaodian's guidance, Luban and Flinder arrived at the ancestral site of the Feng family, Shifeng Valley. Surrounding the valley were towering mountains, their peaks shrouded in a majestic aura. Mist intertwined with the mountains, enveloping the valley like a delicate veil, bestowing upon Shifeng Valley an air of mystery. Inside lay an expansive stormy grassland, where fierce storms raged, and the wind was immensely powerful. Furthermore, the storms contained potent elemental energies akin to the essence of heaven and earth. As Luban entered Shifeng Valley, he noticed numerous young individuals nearby preparing for cultivation, which struck him as rather surprising. The concentration of wind-based spiritual energy here was exceptionally high, allowing wind soul masters to cultivate at double the speed compared to the outside world. As they proceeded, Feng Xiaotian elaborated on the general conditions of Shifeng Valley to Luban. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luban recalled the master's frequent references to the soul-embodying cultivation environment. It became evident that Shifeng Valley was indeed the optimal place for disciples of the Feng family to cultivate. It seemed that each of the continent's 10 great families was rather formidable. Chapter 54. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in Shifeng Valley. Not long after entering Shifeng Valley, Luban noticed a group in the distance waving towards him. Clearly, they were looking for Feng Xiaotian. Xiaotian, weren't you in seclusion? What brings you out? A young girl clad in a violet skirt hurried to Feng Xiaotian's side, her expression a mix of indignation and surprise. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiaotian felt slightly embarrassed. He had indeed been in seclusion until he heard that friends from the fire tribe were visiting, prompting his hasty emergence. He hadn't anticipated that it would be Luban who had come, which had momentarily brightened his spirits for naught. I brought friends from the fire tribe to hunt a wind-based soul beast. He briefly introduced Luban and Flinder to Feng Yu, omitting the fact that allowing them entry to Shifeng Valley was a consequence of a bet he had lost. Feng Yu, a prominent member of the Shifeng battle team, would undoubtedly spread the tale of his misfortune throughout the entire Shifeng Academy if she discovered the truth. Perfect, let's join forces. I also need to hunt a soul beast to acquire my second soul ring. Feng Yu cast a glance at Luban's group, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her demeanor radiating an unmistakable air of superiority. Among the younger generation of the Feng family, only Feng Xiaotian surpassed her slightly in aptitude, and her words were laced with an undeniable sense of entitlement. Before long, several other members of the Shifeng battle team approached, greeting their captain, Feng Xiaotian. Luban and Flinder were naturally overlooked by them. Outsiders who managed to enter the ancestral grounds of the Feng family were certainly those with connections to other prominent families, and the members of the Shifeng battle team, including Feng Yu, held them in disdain, though they refrained from showing it out of respect for Feng Xiaotian. Once the Shifeng battle team was assembled, an elderly group, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, arrived. Their attire unmistakably indicated they were members of the Feng family. Judging by the reverence displayed by Feng Xiaotian and the others, it was clear that this group held a significant status within the Feng family, likely the Council of Elders. Previously, Feng Xiaotian had mentioned that Shifeng Valley was quite perilous, and that elders would be present to safeguard the younger generation during their hunts. The current assembly of formidable individuals lent credence to his words. The need for such protection underscored the inherent dangers within Shifeng Valley. Xiaotian, who are these individuals? The elders of the Feng family inquired, noticing two unfamiliar faces among the group. Before Feng Xiaotian could respond, other members of the Shifeng battle team interjected. Third granduncle. They are from the fire tribe, also hunting for soul beasts. Their words dripped with sarcasm. What soul beast hunting? They merely wish for our assistance. The banter among the Shifeng battle team was rife with mockery. You all, quiet down and refrain from speaking out of turn. These two are esteemed guests from the fire tribe. Feng Xiaotian quickly interrupted his teammates' jests, aware that one of them was a level 40 soul master. His teammates had a tendency to look down upon anyone. Enough of the chatter, let us depart. The elder of the Feng family gestured for everyone to follow. The young ones, merely 11 or 12 years of age, chattered incessantly, their cacophony causing a throbbing ache in their heads. Feng Xiaotian noticed that Luban paid little heed to the words of his companions and offered him a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of apology. Luban shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. After all, he had endured his fair share of ridicule along this journey. If he were to concern himself with every utterance directed at him, he would have long succumbed to despair. Subsequently, under the guidance of the elder Feng, Luban and his companions ventured deeper into the heart of the Shifeng Valley. Their primary objective this time is to assist Feng Yu in hunting a risk spirit beast approximately 500 years old, enabling her to acquire her second spirit ring. For this endeavor, the Feng family has dispatched 4 elders, indicating their considerable regard for Feng Yu. The terrain of Shifeng Valley resembles a gourd, as one ventures deeper. The storm plains become increasingly narrow and the winds more ferocious. Luban has observed that the soil here is remarkably hard, explaining why it has withstood such hurricanes without being swept away. Moreover, the vegetation on the storm plains is exceedingly lush, each plant swaying gracefully in the wind as if celebrating. Noticing Luban's curiosity, Feng Xiaotian informs him that these are all wind-type spirit herbs, possessing a soft yet resilient form, impervious to the gusts. After approximately half an hour of trekking inward, a sudden wolf howl pierces the air. The elders of the Feng family rejoice at the sound. It is a wind wolf. Let us pursue it. Soon, they discover a pack of wolves nestled within a thicket, and the alpha wolf, resembling a young calf in size, is identified by the elders as a 600-year-old wind wolf, perfectly suited for Feng Yu's second spirit ring. The 4 Feng family elders coordinate their efforts with remarkable proficiency. First, the control-type spirit master employs their skills to restrain the beast, followed by the agility-type spirit master who inflicts damage. Their actions flow seamlessly, effortlessly subduing the Wind Wolf King and aiding Feng Yu in obtaining her second spirit ring. Young one elder remarks, within that pack of wind wolves, there are several aged 300 to 400 years. Choose one for yourself. As the absorption of the soul ring was completed, the elder of the Feng family turned to Luban and said, "Third grandfather, you are mistaken. Brother Tang seeks to acquire the fourth soul ring." No sooner had the elder's words left his lips than Feng Xiaotian hurriedly interjected, anxious to prevent any embarrassment for the Feng family. "What? The fourth soul ring?" Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's assertion, the members of the Feng family collectively turned their gaze toward Luban, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At such a tender age, reaching the 40th rank in soul cultivation? How can this be? Brother Xiaotian, are you certain? That young man is a soul master? Feng Yue, having just acquired his second soul ring, was basking in his own pride when he suddenly heard Feng Xiaotian mention that Luban was about to obtain his fourth soul ring, leaving him utterly astounded. At that moment, even the gazes of the four elders from the Feng family towards Luban underwent a profound transformation. My goodness! Possessing such prowess at merely 15 or 16, his talent could rival that of Feng Xiaotian and Feng Wei. When did the Fire Clan produce such an extraordinary talent? And why were they unaware of it? Just as Feng Xiaotian was about to elucidate the situation, Luban, without a moment's hesitation, manifested his martial soul, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. "Apologies, esteemed guests, but I am here to acquire my 5th soul ring," Luban stated, raising his hands with a modest smile. At that instant, the entire venue fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the wind mingling with the heavy breaths of the Feng family members. The members of the Shenfeng battle team, including Feng Xiaotian and Feng Wei, were left in a state of utter disbelief, their mouths agape, their faces etched with incredulity. A soul king at 50? A soul king at the age of 15 or 16? Hiss! Even the 4 elders of the Feng family were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock, collectively gasping in awe. What an extraordinary phenomenon this is. Even Feng Xiaotian, endowed with innate full soul power, would find it challenging to reach such an astonishing level. A 4-ring soul king? How could this be? Brother Tang, weren't you a 3-ring soul master before? After the initial shock, Feng Xiaotian was left utterly perplexed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. When he encountered Luban in the Tagore Desert within the Fire Clan's territory, he had distinctly displayed 3 soul rings. How could he have transformed into a 50-level soul king in such a brief span of days? This defies scientific reasoning. At this moment, Tang Er should indeed be at the 41st or 42nd level. Chapter 55, The Riftwind Beast. This matter involves the secrets of the Fire Clan, and the specific reasons cannot be divulged. Please forgive me. Luban shook his head with a smile, refusing to answer Feng Xiaotian's inquiry under the pretext of the Fire Clan's confidentiality. Feng Xiaotian nodded in understanding, as each of the 5 elemental families possesses its own secrets. Are you intending to hunt soul beasts with pure offensive attributes that have attained over 10,000 years of cultivation? Feng Xiaotian inquired. Luban nodded, indicating that the higher the cultivation, the better. Upon hearing this, the members of the Feng family were taken aback, one of them twitching at the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "Goodness, your audacity is quite remarkable. A pure offensive soul beast with over 10,000 years of cultivation? Laughing heaven, who have you heard this from? Is it true that there are pure offensive soul beasts in the Divine Wind Valley?" This young man possesses an extraordinary talent for boasting. The existence of soul beasts with extreme attributes is exceedingly rare, yet he boldly claims to possess one of transcendent cultivation levels. Observing the puzzled expressions of the elders from the Feng family, Luban was momentarily taken aback. "Brother Feng, you must be jesting with me, are you not?" The more Luban pondered, the more he felt that Feng Xiaotian was rather unreliable, especially as their interactions continued. Clearing his throat, Feng Xiaotian's countenance flushed with embarrassment as he hesitantly remarked, "I heard this from my grandfather. He often frightens me by saying that I should not wander into the Shenfeng Valley, warning me of a soul beast that can unleash hurricanes with its breath. He also mentioned that this soul beast is purely offensive in nature, possessing formidable strength, and preys specifically on soul masters, particularly those with high talents." Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's account, the expressions of the elders from the Feng family darkened significantly. Were it not for the presence of outsiders, they would have been tempted to deliver a reprimanding blow to Feng Xiaotian. This is evidently intended to instill fear in these children. Yet this fellow has taken it to heart. Shall we venture forth to investigate? Observing the awkward expressions on everyone's faces, Flander let out a chuckle, internally bemused. However, having come this far, it would be rather frivolous to depart now. Luban clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with indignation. To think he would be toyed with, and by a mere child of 11 or 12. Luban discreetly noted the name Feng Xiaotian in his notebook, resolved that if they failed to locate a purely offensive soul beast on this expedition, he would ensure the lad would pay dearly in the future. Thus, the group continued deeper into the heart of Shenfeng Valley. They traversed for the better part of the day without any notable discoveries. They encountered numerous soul beasts along the way, yet none of the so-called purely offensive soul beasts mentioned by Feng Xiaotian. As the winds intensified, They found themselves merely a step away from the core of the valley when the elder of the Feng family halted the procession. We cannot proceed any further. The valley ahead is perilous, even for a Title Douluo. The third elder of the Feng family spoke gravely, citing historical records that reveal the Title Douluo, out of disbelief, had dared to penetrate the depths of Shinfeng Valley, never to return. Thank you all for leading us this far. You may return now while we delve deeper. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Flander and Luban's intent to press onward, the four elders of the Feng family were visibly shaken. This youth possesses extraordinary talent, and his standing within the Fire Clan cannot be trifled with. They could not allow any mishap to occur within their domain. I understand your concerns, esteemed elders. This is the token of the Fire Clan's leader. Should we encounter any misfortune within Shinfeng Valley, it shall not implicate your Feng family. Luban presented the token bestowed upon him by the invincible Hui to the elder of the Feng family, and amidst their astonished gazes, he boldly stepped into the heart of Shinfeng Valley. At this moment, the stormy plains seemed to contract further inward, resembling the first bulge of a gourd-shaped terrain. They must be nearing the gourd's mouth. The intensity of the wind here has increased several-fold compared to before. An ordinary person would find it impossible to stand firm. Flander, imbued with the spirit of the four-eyed cat eagle, advanced slowly alongside Luban. The Valley of Divine Winds is indeed peculiar. The higher one ascends, the stronger the gusts become. Flander grumbled, intending to take flight to survey the area, but was met with overwhelming winds that reduced his speed by more than 3 times and accelerated his soul power consumption. Principal, let us cautiously navigate along the storm plains, he suggested. Flander nodded. With Luban by his side, he felt no fear. Given Luban's current prowess, there were few on the continent capable of posing a direct threat to him. Unless struck down in a single blow, the opponent would undoubtedly have no second chance once Luban made his move. Meow. As the duo continued their journey, they suddenly heard a sound reminiscent of both a cat and a tiger. Instantly on high alert, they pressed onward against the wind for a quarter of an hour, until they spotted a small black soul beast atop a bush about 3 feet high. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to a tabby cat, except for a golden horn resembling that of a bull adorning its head, making it appear exceedingly adorable and naive. Encountering such a soul beast for the first time, both Flander and Luban were taken aback, unable to discern its age or cultivation level. Meow. Hello. Luban imitated a cat's call, greeting the small soul beast nearby. Meow. To their surprise, the little black soul beast rolled its rotund body, stretched lazily, and then gave Luban a blatant roll of its eyes. The disdainful glance it cast was unmistakably human-like, leaving both Luban and Flander momentarily speechless. Is this scorn directed at me? Its large, expressive eyes resemble 2 sparkling gems, conveying a myriad of emotions. The pointed ears, akin to delicate little maple leaves, playfully complement its facial expressions. It appears to be a wind-type spirit beast. We shall navigate around it and continue our exploration deeper into the valley. Flander cast a glance and analyzed, stating that any spirit beast capable of surviving in this region must possess at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The creature before them exuded an air of mystery. It was peculiar that even Luban, who had never encountered such a being due to his youth, found himself at a loss for words, and Flander, a seasoned traveler of the continent, could not identify it either. Luban nodded, and the two maintained a respectful distance from the small black spirit beast as they pressed onward in their search. However, after taking only a few steps, they were startled by 2 howls echoing through the air. The little black cat opened its mouth wide towards them and exhaled gently. What followed left Luban and Flander utterly astonished. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, increasing in intensity more than tenfold. This is bad, Flander shouted, hastily grasping Luban and soaring into the air to evade the impending danger. The ferocity of this hurricane was formidable, and both Luban and Flanders, positioned at the periphery, felt an icy sensation slicing through their skin. Had they been struck by the recent tempest, they would have emerged either grievously wounded or, at worst, utterly fragmented. They sensed no fluctuations of soul power emanating from the little black cat, indicating that the preceding strike was merely a straightforward, ordinary assault. Hiss. At this moment, both Luban and Flanders suddenly had a realization, exclaiming in unison, "It is that purely offensive soul beast." Feng Xiaotian had not deceived them. Indeed, the legend was true. Chapter 56. Extreme tug-of-war relying on the power of wind to launch attacks. What an enigmatic soul beast. Luban and Flanders were astounded by the formidable offensive capabilities of the black cat before them. Luban, this black cat is exceedingly strange. Do not hold back. Let us end this swiftly. Flanders, with his 4-eyed cat wings flapping midair, spoke with a grave expression. It was their first encounter with a wind-type soul beast possessing purely offensive extreme attributes, and its speed of attack was such that ordinary soul masters found it nearly impossible to evade. Fortunately, Flanders was an agile attack-type soul master. Otherwise, they would have already fallen victim to that recent strike. How? Black cat. You are the black cat, and your entire family are black cats. Upon hearing Flanders refer to it as a black cat, the rift-wind beast, infuriated, retorted in human speech. It bared its teeth at Flanders and Luban, declaring, "Remember, I am the Riftwind Divine Beast. To perish at my hands is a badge of honor. With that, the Riftwind Beast opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of wind. From its fist-sized maw, it expelled a cataclysmic whirlwind that surged towards Luban and Flanders. Heavens! It can speak human language. How many years of cultivation must this soul beast have attained? The two were once again taken aback by the Riftwind Beast's remarkable capabilities. This so-called Riftwind Beast likely possessed a cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years, for only such ancient beings could display such extraordinary prowess. Having traversed the continent for many years, Flanders had seen enough to recognize that typical 10,000-year soul beasts could not exhibit the agility and intelligence displayed by the Riftwind Beast before them. It is highly probable that it is a soul beast of over 100,000 years, Flanders said, his face a mask of shock. Luban nodded in agreement, acknowledging his companion's insight. At this moment, Luban had activated his martial soul domain on Flanders' back, with his soul power reaching level 50, thus expanding the coverage of his archer domain to a radius of 50 meters. Martial soul embodiment. Archer domain activated. Attack power doubled. Luban's ordinary attack power, previously exceeding 110,000, surged to over 220,000. However, due to his limited understanding of the Riftwind Beast cultivation, he refrained from unleashing his full power, fearing the consequences of a single strike that could lead to its demise. Currently, his soul power was insufficient to absorb a soul ring of over 100,000 years unless the beast willingly offered itself. Luban had resolved to employ a strategy akin to that used against the six-winged frost centipede, aiming to compel the Riftwind Beast to voluntarily sacrifice itself. Transforming into the appearance of Hoi, wielding the sun-shooting bow, Luban advanced towards the Riftwind Beast as Flanders maneuvered through the air. Howl! The Riftwind Beast, observing the two humans not only refraining from fleeing, but also charging towards it, smirked disdainfully. In the Valley of Divine Winds, the Riftwind Beast was the sovereign, and no one dared challenge its authority. Truly, they were courting their own demise. As Luban and Flanders drew nearer, the Riftwind Beast opened its mouth once more, unleashing a circle of tempestuous winds. The storm was fierce. As soon as it appeared, dust swirled chaotically, even altering the wind direction within the Valley of Divine Winds. The tempest grew in size and velocity, sweeping towards Flanders and Luban. Mere humans, seeking their own end. The Riftwind Beast raised its proud little head, regarding them as insignificant ants daring to provoke an elephant. Yet, before it could fully articulate its disdain, a swift sound pierced the air, and a lightning arrow shot forth, striking it before it could react. This formidable onslaught rendered the Gale Beast's fur bristled in terror, sending chills coursing through its entire being. With a mournful howl, it was violently propelled away. The internal organs within its body were nearly shattered, and its nose bled profusely from the impact. Such an overwhelming assault. At this moment, the Gale Beast was filled with dread. Fortunately, the recent strike had not targeted its head, otherwise, it would have surely met its demise. The young lad's strength is almost absurd, an opponent beyond their capability. The Gale Beast, shunning danger, shed its previous lethargy, unleashing a torrent of power, and with agile strides, it vanished into thin air. It escaped? Witnessing the Gale Beast darting away, Flanders was filled with urgency. They surged forward with all their might, yet still failed to catch a glimpse of the creature. What a nuisance, allowing that rascal to flee. Flanders expressed his concern. If the Gale Beast failed to reappear, it would spell trouble. Flanders and Luban unleashed their soul power, awaiting the Tempest's return. After an hour-long confrontation with the Gale Beast, they ventured deeper into the heart of the Divine Wind Valley. Here lay the gored mouth of the storm plains, where the winds were at their fiercest. Remaining for just a minute would drain their soul power, as if unleashing an entire domain skill. Principal, let us return tomorrow. This terrain is unique across the continent, and I believe the Gale Beast won't depart so easily, Luban observed, glancing at the towering peaks of the Divine Wind Mountains beyond the gored mouth. The mountains surrounding the Divine Wind Valley rose high into the clouds, naturally forming a wind gap amidst their winding paths. The winds meandered down from the Divine Wind Mountains, accelerating continually, reaching their peak force at the valley's mouth. Luban surmised that this location was most advantageous for the Gale Beast's cultivation. It would be unlikely to abandon it. Indeed, our soul power is dwindling. We must avoid another ambush from that black cat, Flanders remarked as he and Luban made their way toward the valley's periphery. Upon exiting the core area of the Divine Wind Valley, they found Feng Xiaotian and others waiting outside. Seeing them emerge, several elders of the Feng family let out a sigh of relief, silently expressing gratitude that nothing had gone amiss. Otherwise, the fall of such a talent would be difficult to explain to the Fire Clan. So, Brother Tang, did you find anything? Feng Xiaotian inquired, steeling himself for the question. Observing the dejected expressions on Luban and Flanders' faces, he suspected they had found nothing significant, but to avoid any misunderstanding, he felt compelled to express his stance. The whereabouts of the purely offensive soul beast had been relayed to him by his grandfather. Its authenticity was of little consequence to him. To his astonishment, Luban's subsequent remarks left Feng Xiaotian utterly dumbfounded. We encountered the soul beast you mentioned, the one that devours storms, but regrettably, it escaped. Luban lamented. Brother Feng, we may need to trouble you in the days ahead. Since we failed to subdue that beast, we shall remain in Divine Wind City, investigating the valley daily. Luban succinctly outlined their upcoming plans to Feng Xiaotian and the others, mindful of the propriety of conducting affairs on someone else's territory. While Luban conversed with the young members of Feng Xiaotian's team, Flanders engaged in a lively discussion with the 4 elders of the Feng family. Due to Luban's presence, the elders, despite their superior cultivation, displayed no hint of condescension. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, and for the subsequent month, Luban and Flanders ventured into the core of the Divine Wind Valley each day, searching for the Gale Beast. They frequently encountered it, yet could never capture it. Each encounter ended with the Gale Beast swiftly fleeing on the wind, leading to a relentless tug of war. Chapter 57. The final probe. The Gale Beast was aware that Luban and Flanders could not match its speed, and thus it engaged them in battle before making its escape. Luban reasoned that the Gale Beast, knowing it was not their match, lingered because it was reluctant to part with the rich spiritual energy of the Divine Wind Valley, prompting him to continuously seek ways to counter the beast. He pondered what forms of attack could incapacitate the Gale Beast without endangering its life, a matter that required experimentation. The Gale Beast was the most cunning soul beast Luban had encountered since awakening his martial spirit. It was aware of its superiority and, upon any unexpected encounter in the core area, would evade immediately, providing no opportunity for a second strike. Despite the stalemate, both Luban and the Gale Beast remained undeterred, leading to a prolonged tug-of-war lasting 2 years. Look, Tang Air and the others are heading to the core area of the Divine Wind Valley again. Wow. 2 years have passed, and they remain unscathed. How peculiar. Indeed, it is strange. Is this still one of the continent's 10 deadly locations? It seems more akin to a tourist attraction. What is so strange about it? I believe Tang Air and his companions have barely ventured deep, merely lingering at the edge of the core area. Agreed. Even a Title Douluo would face peril within. I refuse to believe Tang Air and his group are superior to a Title Douluo. I've heard that the family head and the elders will accompany them this time. We can only wait for Tang Air to embarrass himself. Let us follow them and see. Today marked Luban's return to the Divine Wind Valley, but unlike previous visits, he was accompanied by Feng Batian and the 12 elders, who were eager to uncover the mystery. What is going on? The Divine Wind Valley is our ancestral land, historically fraught with danger. How is it that Tang Air and Flanders have been visiting regularly for 2 years, emerging unscathed? As news spread, many within the Feng family began to question whether something unusual was afoot in the valley. A group of over 80-level Soul Douluo spoke in hushed tones about the core area, while a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy roamed freely within. If this continued, their reputation would be at stake. Thus, they resolved to form a group and investigate the core area. Senior Feng, allowing so many young members of the Feng family into the core area is far too perilous. Luban was taken aback by the throng of young followers trailing behind him, likening it to a bustling market. It was crucial to note that within the core area resided a Gale Beast with a cultivation exceeding 10,000 years. Based on his 2-year experience with the beast, Luban estimated its cultivation to be no less than 30,000 years, truly terrifying. If not for Flanders, a sensitive attack-type soul master aiding him, he would not dare confront the Gale Beast alone. What of it? It is merely a soul beast that can summon winds. We have long been aware of that. Feng Batian waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. Tang Air, our young members rank among the best on the continent. Feng Batian glanced at Luban, beginning to extol the virtues of the younger generation of the Feng family. Luban was well aware of his exceptional talent, yet he understood that the Feng family was no less formidable. Huh? Luban's lips twitched. Where did this misplaced confidence stem from? Should they encounter the Gale Beast? He could foresee the elders lamenting their folly. In the past 2 years, Luban has engaged in numerous exchanges with Feng Batian, gaining a profound understanding of his character. Feng Batian is known for his generous demeanor, albeit somewhat overly concerned with appearances. The disparity between Feng Xiaotian and Feng Yu and Luban is so vast that when Feng Batian speaks of them, it feels as though they are equals. Frequently, he praises Feng Xiaotian in Luban's presence, asserting that at his age, Feng Xiaotian could also become a soul king. Tang Air, since the esteemed elders of the Feng family are inclined to expose the younger generation to the world, we ought not to dissuade them any further. With a calm smile, Flander remarked that once we advance a bit further, they will encounter no danger. Upon hearing Flander's words, the expressions of Feng Batian and the other elders of the Feng family grew serious. They jested, suggesting that in front of so many juniors, they would protect them. One might mistakenly believe they were Title Douluos. Cough, cough. With our seasoned veterans present, how could we allow you to take the lead? At a critical moment, Feng Batian once again exhibited his commanding presence, confidently stating that they, the old bones, would take the forefront, allowing the younger generation to witness the formidable prowess of advanced soul masters. As his words resonated, Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and the other younger members of the Feng family erupted in cheers. The family head is powerful and majestic. The Feng family is invincible. Soon, amidst the jubilant cheers, the majority of the Feng family marched boldly into the Godwind Valley. reaching the core region. Upon entering the core area, the winds on the storm plain surged dramatically, increasing tenfold. Had it not been for the protective efforts of the Feng family's defensive elders, the younger members would have certainly been swept away. At that moment, Feng Xiaoyan, Feng Yu, and the other members of the God Wind team were enveloped in a robust, earthy yellow protective shield, the fierce winds creating ripples across its surface. As they entered the core zone, Feng Badian and the other elders immediately assumed a vigilant stance. The dangers of this area had been described in terrifying detail within their ancestral texts. Having been steeped in such lore from a young age, they instinctively felt a surge of tension. Be cautious. As they proceeded, Luban suddenly spotted a shadow darting ahead and immediately called out. Having activated his martial spirit domain, he was acutely sensitive to the slightest stirrings around him. That creature has appeared. Restrain it quickly. Upon seeing the rift wind beast emerge, he shouted to the elders of the Feng family. Don't make a fuss. It's merely a black cat. Witness the unique soul skill of the Feng family. The grasping hand. As he spoke, the sixth elder of the Feng family leaped forth, embodying his martial spirit, with 8 soul rings gently rising beneath him. He then extended his right claw forward, instantly creating a powerful suction force at a distance of 100 meters, uprooting all vegetation in its path and drawing it towards him. In an instant, dust swirled around, creating a grand spectacle, which excited the Feng family juniors, who exclaimed in admiration of the grasping hand. However, soon after, a disdainful howl pierced the air as the black cat remained motionless, seemingly unaffected by the grasping hand's influence. The ground beneath it was undisturbed. Not good. Old Six, retreat quickly. At this moment, Feng Badian finally recognized the extraordinary nature of the black cat before him, and he hastily shouted out. Unfortunately, it was too late. A tempest of soul energy had already erupted from the mouth of the initially small, resembling a wisp of smoke, it swiftly transformed into a horizontal tornado, hurtling towards the sixth elder of the Feng family. Windshield. In this critical moment, Feng Batian unleashed his second soul skill, instantly conjuring a colossal shield of wind before the sixth elder. Chapter 58. The conditions of the instant Feng Batian made his move. 2 defensive soul masters from the Feng family simultaneously activated their protective soul skills. In an instant, 3 layers of protective barriers surrounded the sixth elder, whose face was etched with urgency. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, the sixth elder resolutely released his 7th soul skill, manifesting his martial spirit, which instantly doubled his attributes. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the barriers were shattered, as if a tornado were ravaging a parking lot, rendering the Feng family's defensive skills utterly feeble. They unleashed a gust that penetrated through the defenses and struck the sixth elder directly. The scene of battle was exceptionally stunning, leaving the members of the Feng family in a state of shock and disbelief. Heavens, this is terrifying. What manner of soul beast is this, with such formidable attacking prowess? The spectators were astonished to witness the Riftwind beast unleash a mere ordinary attack, a simple exhalation that could effortlessly shatter the defenses of the venerable elders. The sheer incredibility of its strength was terrifying. Fortunately, the multitude of defensive skills deployed earlier mitigated the damage sustained by Elder Lu, allowing Feng Badian to exhale a sigh of relief. Gazing at the black cat before him, his expression turned grave. Defend. At this moment, not only Feng Badian but also the elders of the Feng family realized the gravity of their predicament. The cultivation level of the soul beast far exceeded their expectations. Thus, as soon as the family head Feng Batian's words fell, the elders promptly formed a defensive formation. Each hastily summoned their martial souls, embodying them and bracing for the imminent threat. Observing the 8 soul rings swirling beneath the elders' feet, the Feng family disciples were understandably tense. Fortunately, after vanquishing Elder Lu, the Rift-Wind beast refrained from further aggression, instead displaying a hint of caution, as if sensing a formidable presence within the opposing ranks. How? For 2 years. Why do you humans relentlessly pursue me? The Rift-Wind beast rose on its hind legs, speaking coldly. The Feng family members stood in stunned silence. This was unprecedented. A soul beast that could articulate human speech. To be frank, Rift-Wind beast, I am drawn to your soul rings, Luban said with a composed smile. Humph. You truly have audacity, the Rift-Wind beast retorted with a snort, its face marred by a fierce expression. Yet, beneath its gaze lingered a complex emotion. This young man before it exuded a refreshing sincerity, devoid of pretense. If you desire my soul rings, you may have them, provided you agree to one condition. The Rift-Wind beast stated, its eyes momentarily clouded, as if recalling past events. Speak your request. If it lies within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill it. Upon hearing the Rift-Wind beast relent, Luban's heart soared with joy, his excitement impossible to contain. He had initially believed that capturing the Rift-Wind beast would take considerable time, yet it had unexpectedly yielded. Unlike the other soul beasts he had encountered, the Rift-Wind beast was exceptionally swift, making it nearly impossible to coerce into submission. For the past 2 years, Luban had attempted to engage it, but each time, the beast had eluded him. Assist me in hunting a soul beast, Luban proposed. After 2 years of confrontation, the Rift-Wind beast had come to recognize Luban's formidable attacking power. A level 50 Soul King's ordinary attack was astonishingly more potent than that of the nearly 400,000 pure attack attribute Soul Beast before it. Had it not been for its swiftness, Luban would have surely captured it long ago. This young man was indeed a prodigy, earning its respect. What kind of Soul Beast possesses such a cultivation level? Upon hearing the Rift-Wind Beast's peculiar request, Luban's brows furrowed in astonishment. Assisting a Soul Beast in hunting another was an unprecedented proposition for him. However, he understood that if even the Rift-Wind Beast found it challenging to contend with this other Soul Beast, its cultivation level must be unimaginably high. In the extreme north, there exists a Soul Beast with a cultivation level nearing 700,000, the Rift-Wind Beast stated coldly, its gem-like eyes reflecting a deep and ominous shadow. Remembering the ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Empress, it felt a lingering bitterness. Years ago, it had discovered a celestial herb, the deep sea ice lotus, in the extreme north, but when word spread, the Snow Empress learned of it, subsequently inflicting grave injuries upon it and seizing the herb. Thus, a grudge had been forged, one that the Rift-Wind Beast harbored to this day. Very well, I accept your condition. With the Rift-Wind Beast's cooperation, I am quite confident in slaying a Soul Beast of 70,000 cultivation level. However, how could I be assured that you won't renege on your promise later? A Soul Beast's word is not something I can easily trust. If I were to assist the Rift-Wind Beast in defeating a powerful adversary, only for it to betray me and flee, it would be quite the jest. Moreover, I do not believe a Soul Beast would so readily sacrifice a human. This is utterly irrational. In the heart of the Shinkong Valley, upon overhearing the conversation between Luban and the Splitting-Wind Beast, the members of the Feng family found themselves engulfed in confusion. Including Feng Batian and the esteemed elders, they stood frozen in place, their pupils constricted, their faces etched with disbelief. What on earth had they just heard? A Soul Beast daring to negotiate terms with a Soul Master, to hunt a Soul Beast of 700,000 years of cultivation? At that moment, Feng Batian felt compelled to question whether they truly understood the implications of 700,000 years of cultivation. A mere Soul King at level 50, conversing with a Soul Beast of unknown cultivation, about hunting the most formidable beings on the continent. If he had not heard it with his own ears, he would have deemed it utterly preposterous. The far north, a forbidden zone for humanity. The mere thought of that icy expanse sent a shiver down the spines of the Feng family elders. It was one of the 3 most perilous locations on the continent, a place even a Title Douluo would hesitate to enter alone. Yet now, the words of Luban and the Splitting-Wind Beast seemed to trivialize the danger. As if they were jesting. What on earth was happening? The elders of the Feng family collectively turned their gazes toward Luban, their minds filled with silent skepticism. How could a level 50 individual, lacking even a 5th spirit ring, possess the audacity to pursue a Soul Beast of such ancient cultivation? To my astonishment, it appears that Tang Air possesses quite the talent for boasting. As for Feng Xiaotian and Feng Yu, among others from the Divine Wind team, they have long been rendered speechless by the conversation between Luban and the Rift Beast. Such a grand spectacle is beyond the participation of mere children. Yet, witnessing it firsthand is truly unimaginable. As Feng Batian was about to interject a warning, the atmospheric conditions in the core zone abruptly shifted. Ominous dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by incessant thunder and lightning. The oppressive weight of the clouds made it difficult for everyone to breathe. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 40,000-year mark, ready to face the heavenly tribulation. There is no need for deceit. To alleviate Luban's concerns, the ceased to suppress its cultivation and soared into the air, hovering majestically, surveying the crowd like a sovereign of the cosmos. The stark contrast between its diminutive form and the overwhelming might it commanded was striking. A formidable aura radiated throughout the core of Shinfeng Valley, causing other Soul Beasts to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Feng Batian and the other elders of the Feng clan were gripped with terror upon witnessing the reveal its true power. Good heavens, there exists a Soul Beast with a cultivation level of 40,000 years in the heart of Shinfeng Valley. Chapter 59, The Extreme North. What a concept this is. Generally, a Soul Master of Douluo's caliber cannot hope to contend with a Soul Beast of 100,000 years, let alone one of 400,000 years. Such a notion is simply beyond imagination. It turns out that the ancestral teachings of the Feng family are indeed true. There exists a Soul Beast in the Valley of Divine Winds that can unleash hurricanes from its mouth. Previously, Feng Batian had doubted this, suggesting it merely to instill fear in the younger generation of the Feng family, to deter them from reckless actions. However, upon witnessing this phenomenon with their own eyes, Feng Batian and the elders of the Feng family finally comprehended the meaning of shock. They had, astonishingly, laid eyes upon a Soul Beast that had cultivated for 400,000 years. At this moment, the young prodigies of the Feng family were utterly terrified by the formidable aura released by the Windbreaker Beast. Were it not for the elders of the Feng family assisting them in withstanding the pressure, they would likely have perished by now. The might of a Soul Beast with 400,000 years of cultivation is not something a mere Soul Master of around level 20 can withstand. Yet, this extraordinary Soul Beast was negotiating terms with Tang Air, suggesting a sacrificial offering. The members of the Feng family found themselves increasingly convinced that they were ensnared in a dream. Very well, it is settled. At this moment, Luban finally understood why the Windbreaker beast sought him out for negotiations. It was aware of its impending demise and wished to eliminate its former adversaries first. When shall we embark? Observing Luban's urgency, the Windbreaker beast shook its head, stating that the two of them, plus itself, would not suffice. The adversary we are to confront is the sovereign of the extreme north, surrounded by many formidable protectors. I suggest you gather more allies. This little fellow has never ventured to the extreme north and is unaware of its terrors. The Windbreaker beast proceeded to elaborate on the potential adversaries they might encounter. The parties agreed to set out for the extreme north in 3 days. During these 3 days, Luban began fervently seeking assistance. The favor owed for the sale of a 6-winged frost centipede skeletal remains to the Shui family was now called upon. Additionally, the Fire Clan had previously promised their support, allowing for 3 interventions when within their capacity. Now was the time to invoke that promise. In a flurry, urgent letters were dispatched from the Divine Wind City's post station to the cities of Tianshui and Qihua to hunt a soul beast of 700,000 years of cultivation in the extreme north. Upon receiving Luban's correspondence, the higher-ups of the Shui family and the Fire Clan were thrown into a frenzy. Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, along with 12 guardian elders, rushed to Divine Wind City. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Fire Clan, Huowudi, led 12 guardian elders of his own towards Divine Wind City in haste. Simultaneously, the members of the Feng family could no longer remain idle. Feng Batian sought out Luban and Flander, expressing that the Feng family also wished to contribute. The extreme north has long been regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity, with very few soul masters daring to venture there. This expedition, led by the Wind Beast, presents an unparalleled opportunity to traverse the frigid northern lands. Senior Wind, if there is anything you wish to convey, please do so candidly. Flanders, observing Wind Batian's elaborate discourse, understood that there exists no such thing as a free lunch. One does not exert effort without recompense. The Wind Clan's willingness to engage must surely be motivated by ulterior motives. Ahem. Our Wind Clan aspires to acquire the soul bone that will be produced following the sacrifice of the Wind Beast. Upon hearing this, Wind Batian offered a sheepish smile and, under Flanders' pressing inquiries, finally divulged their intentions. Regardless of the cultivation age, any sacrificial spirit beast will yield a soul bone. For instance, the 400,000-year-old Wind Beast from the Divine Wind Valley, once it voluntarily sacrifices itself, will undoubtedly produce a soul bone. The mere thought of a 400,000-year-old wind-type soul bone sends shivers down the spines of Wind Batian and the elders of the Wind Clan. They remain puzzled as to why the Wind Beast would be inclined to negotiate with Luban. What? Flanders' lips twitched at Wind Batian's audacity in openly discussing the purchase of a 400,000-year-old soul bone. Truly, the boldness of their request was astonishing. Of course, if this presents any difficulty, we can settle for the soul bone of a 700,000-year-old spirit beast instead, though we are uncertain if its attributes would be suitable. Noticing Flanders' astonishment, Wind Batian shook his head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Luban could not suppress a twitch of his lips, astonishingly. They were not satisfied with the 400,000-year-old soul bone, and were seeking the 700,000-year-old one. I am aware that you have been tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of pure offensive spirit beasts. Should you agree to my terms, I can reveal a location to you that guarantees fruitful results. Wind Batian, being the head of the Wind Clan, gradually began to unveil his primary proposition as he sensed Flanders and Luban's reluctance to relent. Upon hearing of the whereabouts of pure offensive spirit beasts, Luban's interest was finally piqued. At this juncture, soul bones were of lesser importance to him than locating spirit beasts to obtain soul rings. He remained confident that as long as his strength increased, soul bones would not be a scarcity in the future. After the demise of a 100,000-year spirit beast, a soul bone can be obtained. While such acquisitions may be rare for others, they are rather straightforward for him. Following a spirited exchange of words, Luban and Flanders reached in accord with the Wind Clan. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, as dawn broke, the formidable forces of the Water Clan and the Fire Tribe arrived in succession. Tang, my boy, after 2 years, your audacity has truly grown bolder. What cultivation do you possess to dare set your sights on the northernmost realm? The Water Clan patriarch, Shui Luotian, and the Fire Tribe leader, Huowudi, having just reached Shinfeng City, promptly sought out Luban to inquire about the situation. This young man has become increasingly arrogant over the years. One might mistakenly believe he has reached the pinnacle of Douluo, daring to hunt the sovereign of the far north. Furthermore, even a peak Douluo cannot contend with a soul beast that has cultivated for 700,000 years. Senior Fire, Uncle Shui, please come in, said Feng Batian, who had already been seated for quite some time in the hall, clearly having awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Huowudi and Shui Luotian, he quickly stood to greet them. Old Feng, what is going on with you today? You seem rather tense and reserved. Huowudi remarked, perplexed by Feng Batian's hesitant speech. Shui Luotian also shared a look of confusion. He was most familiar with Feng Baishan's character, who in the past would have delighted in lounging comfortably on his territory. Yet now, he appeared rather dispirited. "Allow me to introduce our companion and ally for this journey, the elder of the Li F Ing Shu," said Luban, as everyone entered the hall, introducing the who was seated prominently at the forefront. "Enough, enough, you humans are such a hassle," he interjected, waving a paw dismissively, signaling for them to stop the unnecessary chatter. "What manner of soul beast is this, so formidable, yet capable of human speech?" At this moment, witnessing the imposing demeanor of the Rift-Wind Beast, both Huowudi and Shui Luotian were utterly astonished. The Rift-Wind Beast, a venerable entity hailing from the Valley of Divine Winds, boasts an impressive cultivation of 400,000 years. To prevent any misunderstandings, Luban offered a thorough explanation. Indeed, upon hearing of the Rift-Wind Beast's cultivation, Huowudi and Shui Luotian sprang to their feet, their hair standing on end, instinctively backing away from the creature. Chapter 60. The Three Great Kings. Alas, it was utterly unexpected that this seemingly inconspicuous little black cat was, in fact, a soul beast of 400,000 years of cultivation. No wonder I always felt something was amiss with Feng Batian. After introducing the Rift-Wind Beast to the assembly, Luban commenced detailing the operational plan. The objective is to collaborate with the Rift-Wind Beast to hunt down the sovereign of the extreme north, a soul beast of 700,000 years of cultivation. Now, let us invite the esteemed Rift-Wind Beast to elaborate on the circumstances of the extreme north. As Luban's words fell, the Rift-Wind Beast began to relay its knowledge of the extreme north to the gathered audience. The region is under the dominion of three formidable kings: a snow woman with a cultivation of 700,000 years, an ice emperor scorpion nearing 400,000 years, and a titan blood demon king with 200,000 years of cultivation. These three kings hold immense authority in the extreme north, reigning as the most powerful beings, governing the soul beasts of this frigid land. In such an inhospitable environment, they are virtually invincible, regarded as superlative soul beasts. Our target this time is the foremost among the three kings, the Snow Empress, revered by all creatures of the extreme north. The Snow Empress is a being crystallized from the purest ice attribute elemental force, possessing an extraordinarily rare and supreme ice attribute. The essence of the Snow Empress, the Ice Snow Woman, is formed from the most pristine ice attribute, an elemental force at the core of the extreme north. Upon hearing the Rift-Wind Beast's introduction, the assembly within the Feng family palace collectively gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with fear. Historical records on the continent merely labeled the extreme north as a forbidden zone for humanity, yet it harbors such formidable soul beasts, surpassing even those of the starred Douluo Great Forest. Truly, it is unfathomable. At this moment, both Huowudi and Shui Luotian felt a pang of regret for personally embarking on this venture. With their limited strength, traversing the extreme north could very well spell disaster. Their current forces would find even the core of the starred Douluo Great Forest fraught with peril, let alone attempting to hunt the rulers of the extreme north. The existence of soul beasts with 700,000 years of cultivation was a revelation to them. The fact that there were three soul beasts with over 200,000 years of cultivation in the extreme north was utterly staggering. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, I promised to bestow upon the Shui family and the Hua clan a soul bone of 100,000 years each. Observing the trepidation on Huowudi and Shui Luotian's faces, Luban decisively offered a substantial incentive. Although the elite members of the Shui and Hua families had come to assist in accordance with a prior commitment, they were nonetheless undertaking significant risks. Luban and Fran had previously assured that neither family would be tasked with endeavors beyond their capabilities. Thus, such rewards were indeed warranted. Speaking thus, to alleviate the concerns of the assembly, Luban unleashed his martial soul, manifesting the four great soul rings. This time, there was no pretense, for soul rings, one yellow, one purple, one black, and one red, rose slowly from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a breathtaking display. The sight of such a configuration, featuring soul rings of the highest caliber, each reaching up to 100,000 years, left the entire audience in a state of stunned silence. Including Feng Batian, Shui Luotian, and Huowudi, all stood with their mouths agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment, and their gazes revealing an incredulous expression. My goodness, the second soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring, and the fourth soul ring is directly a 100,000-year soul ring. Is this truly human? Esteemed seniors, I am thoroughly confident in this endeavor, so please rest assured and harbor no doubts. Luban spoke with an air of self-assurance and a cheerful demeanor. Given his current prowess, it is exceedingly difficult for anyone to inflict harm upon him, unless an ultimate Douluo intervenes. At this moment, Luban displayed his strength without concern for his safety. Meanwhile, Flender, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After years of effort, this young lad had finally matured. At the tender age of 12, he had reached the rank of a Soul King at level 50, marking a historic milestone for the continent. As the eldest brother of Shrek Academy, Luban was indeed the pride of the institution. Witnessing Luban's capabilities, the three clan leaders no longer hesitated and agreed to proceed. Following a series of preparations, they set forth toward the extreme northern region, accompanied by their strongest warriors. The leader of the Fire Clan, Huowudi, donned a striking robe of flames. His complexion was crimson, and his eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. Trailing behind him were 12 elders from the Wind Clan, all adorned in similar fiery robes, exuding an intense heat that seemed capable of melting the icy world around them. Shui Luotian, the head of the Water Clan, wore a flowing blue robe that rippled like water. His gaze was deep as the ocean, seemingly able to encompass all. The 12 elders behind him were similarly clad in blue, surrounded by a gentle mist that imparted a sense of tranquility and depth. Fengbatian, the leader of the Wind Clan, wore a green robe that blended seamlessly with the surrounding forest. His eyes were sharp as a gust of wind, as if they could pierce through anything. The 12 elders of the Wind Clan, dressed in green robes, appeared to be enveloped in a whirling breeze, exuding an air of swiftness and agility. The leaders and elders of the three clans gathered together, advancing northward with great momentum. After 2 days, they finally reached the outskirts of the extreme northern territory. Upon arrival, they tempered their presence and silently proceeded toward the core region. As they entered the extreme northern land, even the Riftwind beasts became apprehensive. They cautioned the group to act discreetly to avoid attracting the attention of the soul beasts in this frigid realm. With that, the Riftwind beast took the lead, followed closely by Luban and Flinder, continuing their journey toward the heart of the territory. Observing this, the three clans of Water, Fire, and Wind hastily followed suit. Before them lay the extreme northern land, a breathtaking expanse clad in a shroud of snow and ice. The temperature was exceedingly low, and the biting wind felt as though it had frozen the very air. The distant sky displayed a profound shade of blue, devoid of the sun's warm embrace, leaving only an endless chill and gloom. Occasionally, a few snowflakes gently descended from the heavens, dancing gracefully as if to narrate the solitude and silence of this icy realm. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and each step would elicit a crunching sound beneath their feet. Among the snow, some ice crystals sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling myriad tiny stars twinkling in the vastness. The ice crystals, each possessing a unique form, some resembling sharp blades while others akin to translucent gems, swayed gently in the frigid wind, producing a melodious and crisp sound. The biting wind howls past, stirring up swirling snow mist, rendering the far northern expanse both hazy and enigmatic. Despite the fact that the elders of the three prominent families are formidable soul masters of the highest caliber, they too cannot escape the penetrating chill and overwhelming solitude that envelopes this place. It feels as though everything here is frozen in time, with each moment stretching into a heavy eternity. It is truly difficult to fathom how such an extreme environment could harbor so many soul beasts. As the Riftwind beast had claimed, under the guidance of the Riftwind beast, Luban and his companions traversed numerous treacherous ice mountains, spending the better part of the day to finally arrive at the heart of the far north. Initially, they believed the previous conditions to be harsh. However, upon entering the core zone, they were met with the true meaning of icy rain mercilessly lashing against their faces. Chapter 61. A first encounter with the Ice and Snow Emperors. Ice crystals whirl chaotically in the sky, and any ordinary person who steps into this realm could instantly find themselves pricked like a hedgehog. The ground lies thickly carpeted with snow, concealing countless ice crystals beneath its surface. These ice crystals, each uniquely shaped, resemble sharp blades or translucent gems, shimmering in the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance, as if the entire ground were adorned with a carpet of jewels. Before me lies a vast expanse of crystalline sea, its surface shimmering and resplendent, a breathtaking spectacle. Within this sea of ice, countless islands emerge, each uniquely shaped. Some resemble towering peaks, while others evoke the majesty of castles, floating serenely as if they were enigmatic fortresses of ice. Navigating through the myriad of islands, the Riftwind beast finally comes to a halt in proximity to a magnificent palace. This palace, entirely translucent, appears to be constructed from an assembly of countless ice crystals. Its roof, walls, and floor radiate a dazzling brilliance, as though each fragment of ice harbors a mysterious power. Bathed in sunlight, the palace emits a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a dreamlike vision. A collective gasp of awe escapes the lips of onlookers at this wondrous sight. From the Riftwind beast's solemn demeanor, Luban understands that they have arrived at their destination. Before them stands the residence of the Snow Emperor, a sovereign of the frigid north, whose abode shines like a brilliant gem, starkly contrasting with the surrounding icy realm. This place is truly a symbol of glory in the far north. How, Snow Emperor, my old friend, step forth for a battle. Upon arrival, the Riftwind beast wasted no time and immediately engaged in combat. Its mouth agape, a violent whirlwind emerged with great majesty, surging towards the Snow Emperor's palace. The strike reverberated, causing the surrounding icebergs to shatter and the earth to tremble. Had it struck the palace, it would have surely been obliterated in an instant. However, just as the tempest was about to engulf the Snow Emperor's palace, a formidable barrier of ice and snow emerged, enveloping the crystalline palace in a protective dome, repelling the howling winds of the Riftwind beast. Soon, the heavens and earth shifted hues, and Luban felt a sudden chill envelop him, as blasts of icy winds and snow erupted before his eyes. In that moment, a woman materialized in the midst of the palace's expanse. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and exuding an air of elegance and mystery. Her long hair, as white as freshly fallen snow, cascaded over her shoulders like winter's delicate flurries. Her features were exquisite and ethereal, resembling finely carved ice crystals, radiating an aura of frigid beauty and nobility. Her eyes were deep and serene, akin to a tranquil lake frozen in winter's grasp. Adorned in an ice-blue gown, the hem danced upon the snowy ground, resembling a wisp of ethereal azure mist. The gown was embellished with countless shimmering ice crystals, akin to stars upon the snow, exuding a mysterious and captivating radiance. Around her neck, she wore a necklace of ice crystals, featuring a magnificent gem that sparkled with the clarity of winter's heart. Her slender hands, seemingly sculpted from ice and snow, were adorned with exquisite rings, each imbued with an essence of boundless power. On her feet, she wore ice crystal shoes, inlaid with several blue gems that emitted a mesmerizing glow. The aura of cold nobility that enveloped her seemed to be the very essence of the pure and frigid northern realms. Recognizing her identity at a glance, the assembly understood that she was none other than the sovereign of the far north, the Ice Queen, the Snow Empress. Riftwind beast, I have spared you thrice. Since you remain obstinate, you shall remain here. The Snow Empress spoke, her voice imbued with a chilling resonance. She cast a detached glance at Luban, Flandra, and the others, her demeanor unyielding and devoid of any discernible emotion, as if they did not exist at all. In the eyes of Luban and others, there exists a blatant disregard, a stark and unadulterated indifference. Indeed, who aside from the limit Douluo could possibly capture the attention of the dominator of the extreme north, who possesses a cultivation spanning 700,000 years. Snow Emperor, you have usurped my fortune. Today, even if I, the rending wind beast, must perish, I shall ensure we both meet our end together. The rending wind beast, shedding its usual lethargy, turned irritable upon the Snow Emperor's appearance, its expression darkening significantly. One could say it was gnashing its teeth in rage. The treasures of heaven and earth rightfully belong to those destined to possess them. My acquisition of the deep-sea mystic ice lotus is undoubtedly a result of my own fate. Furthermore, I had pledged to spare you thrice in the future, a promise I have honored. The Snow Emperor coldly remarked, unwilling to engage in further entanglements regarding this matter. The rending wind beast had previously provoked her thrice in the extreme north, each time meeting with failure. Within the heart of the Snow Emperor, a surge of wrath had already arisen, vexed by the relentless attachment of a creature akin to the wind-splitting beast. The act of usurping one's fate is akin to the most grievous of sins, akin to slaying a parent. Snow Emperor, regardless of your cunning justifications today, your demise is inescapable. The wind-splitting beast stood resolute, its eyes ablaze with fury, embodying an air of determination. As the tribulation approached, it became apparent that survival was beyond its reach. Having witnessed the astonishing prowess of Luban 2 years prior, it had proactively broached the subject of an alliance. With Luban's formidable offensive capabilities, it believed that their combined strength would surely vanquish the Snow Emperor, thus allowing it to meet its end without regret. Cackling, a voice emerged from the depths of the Snow Emperor's palace. I had wondered who it might be. It is merely you, this black cat. Almost immediately, Luban and his companions beheld the emergence of a mutated soul beast, possessing a human form with a scorpion's tail, appearing beside the Snow Emperor. The woman was voluptuous and strikingly alluring, her scorpion tail extending at least 3 meters behind her, resembling a ribbon of ice-blue silk, graceful and smooth. The tail tapered elegantly, its contours reminiscent of the purest ice crystal, shimmering with a radiant brilliance. This dazzling light danced in the sunlight, reminiscent of a string of crystalline ice beads, breathtakingly beautiful. At the tip of the scorpion tail lay a long and venomous stinger. This venomous stinger is slender and sharp, resembling a finely crafted curved blade. The tip of the stinger glimmers with a chilling light, as if it possesses the ability to pierce through anything. As the scorpion tail sways, the surrounding air seems to freeze, emanating an intense coldness. This frigid aura is akin to an invisible force capable of instantly immobilizing its adversaries. So, it appears this venomous scorpion is also present. Upon the emergence of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Riftwind beast snorts softly, maintaining an impassive facade, yet harboring a flicker of concern within. After all, the Ice Emperor's cultivation approaches 400,000 years, rendering its strength nearly equal to his own. Moreover, they find themselves in the extreme northern territory, the very lair of the Ice Emperor. where the abundance of ice elements greatly amplifies the combat prowess of both the Ice and Snow Emperors. As the Ice Emperor makes its appearance, the elders from the Feng clan, Fire tribe, and Water family exhibit palpable tension. Feng Batian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian display expressions of shock, their pupils constricting, sharing a collective anxiety. How could these two beast kings be together? This defies the laws of science. The stronger the soul beast, the more pronounced its territorial instincts become. Even among kin, conflict is unavoidable, let alone between different clans. In Chapter 62, the ferocious Snow Emperor makes its appearance. Much like the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor disregards the presence of Luban and the others, directing all attention toward the Rift-Wind Beast. Although the Rift-Wind Beast harbors some apprehension, it has no intention of retreating. Time is of the essence. Before its demise, it is determined to settle the score with the Snow Emperor. Attack! Tang Air and I will confront the Snow Emperor. You all distract the Ice Emperor. With a fierce cry, the Rift-Wind Beast launches an assault on the Snow Emperor. In an instant, the entire arena is enveloped by an invisible force, causing the Rift-Wind Beast to vanish from sight, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Akin to a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, the air is abruptly torn apart as an ethereal blade of wind rushes forth, shattering the tranquility of the northernmost lands. This wind blade emanates a piercing chill, as if it could slice through the very atmosphere. Wherever it passes, snow is sent swirling, and the ice crystals on the ground are swiftly leveled, creating a profound chasm. Simultaneously, the Rift-Wind Beast emits a deafening roar, brimming with ferocity and might. The sound reverberates through the air, instilling a deep sense of dread. Surrounding soul beasts retreat in the face of such overwhelming power, fearful to approach. The Rift-Wind Beast, embodying pure offensive prowess, possesses no skills, only the most unadulterated and extreme wind attribute attacks. This ultimate wind attribute assault is astonishing in its sheer power and devastating capacity. When the attack is unleashed, the ferocious wind transforms into an indomitable blade, inflicting severe damage wherever it sweeps through. The extreme attacking prowess of the Riftwind Beast possesses formidable cutting strength. At this moment, whether it be the solid surface of ice or the dense mass of rock, they become as fragile as mere paper under the onslaught of its supreme wind. Once a target is struck, it is inevitably severed in an instant. In addition to the physical harm inflicted, this ultimate strike also carries a potent wind attribute damage. This wind attribute damage will permeate the target's body, wreaking havoc on its meridians and internal organs, resulting in profound internal injuries. Furthermore, this extreme assault is accompanied by a potent force of shock, causing the surrounding air to undergo violent fluctuations, thereby generating formidable shockwaves. These shockwaves not only inflict harm upon the targeted entity, but also exert a profound influence on the surrounding creatures. The moment the Riftwind Beast launched its assault, even the revered elders of the Luban Flandre, three great families, were left dazed, as if the very fabric of reality were trembling. Faced with the full force of the Riftwind Beast strike, even the Snow Empress, with her 70 millennia of cultivation, dared not underestimate it. She promptly unleashed her domain skill, Imperial Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Radiance. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the Snow Empress, seeming to freeze the very air around her. This frigid essence rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire battlefield. Wherever the domain skill spread, snowflakes cascaded down like delicate ice crystals, each radiating a brilliant luminescence. Simultaneously, the sunlight above was obscured by clouds, yet under the reflection of the snow dance, it burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. The interplay of light and cold wove together to create a unique tableau, illuminating the snowflakes and transforming the battlefield into a dreamlike realm of light and shadow. Under the influence of the Snow Dance Radiance domain skill, the wind blades of the Riftwind Beast appeared to be thwarted by invisible ice and snow cages, diminishing in potency. At that moment, Luban, standing beside the Riftwind Beast, was taken aback by the Snow Empress's domain skill. It was truly formidable, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Within the confines of the Snow Dance Radiance, Luban felt an excruciating chill, as if his very soul were being encased in ice. Under the dual pressure of light and cold, his movements began to slow, his soul power seemingly bound, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of obstruction. In stark contrast, the Snow Empress thrived within her domain, moving with unparalleled agility, her figure flitting through the blizzard, light and ethereal, nearly impossible to capture. At a critical juncture, Luban resolutely activated his archer domain. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, for soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, slowly ascended, swirling around him. The adverse effects of the Snow Dance Radiance dissipated in an instant. Noticing the configuration of Luban's soul rings, the Snow Empress's icy demeanor finally softened. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing with disbelief. How could a mere human possess such extraordinary talent? However, Her instincts as a master ignited a sudden sense of unease within her. She could not shake the feeling that this young man posed a genuine threat. It had been years since she had felt such a sense of crisis. This unsettling presence must be eradicated. With resolve, the Snow Empress unleashed her mightiest single-target attack skill. Imperial Sword, Ice Extremity Peerless. In that moment, a colossal ice sword materialized in her hand, emanating an icy glow, as though sculpted from the purest ice crystals. The sharpness of this blade was beyond imagination, capable of cleaving through the very air itself. As the Snow Empress swung her sword, an intense wave of frigid air erupted forth. This chill, akin to the blade of a colossal 40-meter ice sword, causes the very air to tremble in its wake. After carving a flawless arc through the sky, it miraculously splits into countless delicate shards of ice. The icy blades descended upon Luban like a torrential downpour, each one radiating a chilling luminescence, resembling a dazzling rain of ice crystals. Be careful! The Wind Beast urgently shouted a warning as it witnessed the Snow Emperor forsaking itself to launch an assault on Luban. Despite Luban's formidable offensive prowess, he was merely a level 50 Soul King, possessing rather feeble defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Frande, alongside Feng Batian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian, had already engaged in a fierce battle against the Ice Emperor, rendering them unable to assist Luban. Observing Luban endure such a fierce onslaught, a wave of anxiety washed over the spectators. Should anything happen to Luban, none of them would leave the extreme north alive today. As the storm of ice crystal swords penetrated the archer's domain, Luban felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If he were to withstand this move with sheer physical strength, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothing but fragments. The Snow Emperor's technique is executed with remarkable swiftness. The moment Luban sensed the oncoming sword intent, he immediately activated his primary skill within the domain, the Resistance Halo. Upon the activation of the Resistance Halo, a golden, elastic barrier swiftly enveloped him. This golden protective shield not only withstands skillful assaults, but also reflects the attacks of close-range foes. As Luban's spiritual energy level ascends, the duration of his skill has remarkably extended from an initial 20 seconds to an impressive 50 seconds. The resistance aura radiates a brilliant light, as if imbued with extraordinary power capable of repelling all forms of aggression. Within the aura, Luban stands resolute, enveloped in a sacred luminescence, resembling a majestic golden warrior. When the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched, encounters the resistance aura, the entire scene transforms dramatically. The piercing chill clashes violently with the intense radiance, producing a deafening roar. This formidable force seemed capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Chapter 63. The Snow Empress is overpowered. Amidst this fierce collision, ice and light intertwined, creating a unique tableau. Within this tapestry of ice and illumination, it appeared as if a scene of snow and light was dancing together. The radiant brilliance illuminated the surrounding ice and snow, while the piercing cold added a refreshing chill to the luminosity. In this symphony of ice and light, the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless, and the resisting halo vividly interpreted the essence of power and beauty. Hiss! It was blocked. As the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless concluded, the sight of that proud and upright figure standing amidst the celestial expanse caused all present to collectively gasp in astonishment. At this moment, even the usually unflappable Snow Empress and Ice Emperor were agape, their elegant faces etched with disbelief. Their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. How could this be? Her most powerful single-target attack was thwarted by a mere 4-ring Soul King. What kind of divine technique was that golden light shield to be so extraordinarily formidable? It is known that even a typical Title Douluo would suffer severe injuries from this attack, if not face the risk of losing their life. Now it is my turn to strike. Luban raised his gaze towards the Snow Empress, speaking calmly, Storm Beast, lend me your speed. As soon as Luban's words fell, the Storm Beast reluctantly drifted to his side. Almost instantly, its cat-sized body surged in size, quickly transforming into one as robust as a calf. Luban leapt atop the Storm Beast, soaring into the air. At this moment, the Snow Empress was suspended in midair, her domain unable to encompass him. To ensure her defeat, she must be enveloped within the archer's domain. The Storm Beast raced through the winds, moving effortlessly in the air, its speed rivaling that of the Snow Empress. If their cultivation levels were equal, the Snow Empress would surely lag behind the Storm Beast. After all, the Storm Beast was a wind-type soul beast, naturally swift. Luban had yet to reveal his true form, still disguised in divine skin as a golden-clad descendant of archers. He drew back the sun-shooting bow, targeting the Snow Empress. With a basic attack exceeding 11,000, augmented by the archer's domain, his attack doubled. Once within the coverage of his domain, a single basic attack would inflict over 220,000 points of damage. Even the slightest misstep by the Snow Empress could lead to injury. The Storm Beast quickly caught up with the Snow Empress, and Luban released an arrow that almost instantaneously reached her. Unfortunately, the Snow Empress possessed domain skills. And within the Emperor's cold sky, Snow Dance Radiant Sun domain, her senses were exceptionally acute. Before the lightning arrow could reach her, she detected its trajectory. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a snow palm, intending to shatter the lightning arrow. Whoosh! To her astonishment, the lightning arrow pierced through the snow palm. And at that moment, evasion was clearly too late. Luban's arrow struck the Snow Empress directly, sending her hurtling several meters away. Fortunately, the snow palm had acted as a buffer, preventing her from sustaining critical damage. Otherwise, a reckless blow of such magnitude would have resulted in dire consequences. Even so, the Snow Empress felt a tremendous force coursing through her body, causing her internal organs to ache painfully. Hiss! In this moment, the Snow Empress was taken aback. She distinctly observed that the youth opposite her had not summoned the power of soul rings, nor was he employing soul skills. He merely released a simple arrow, which nearly inflicted injury upon her. It was truly astonishing, almost inconceivable. When did such an enigmatic prodigy emerge on the continent? Witnessing the Snow Empress suffer an injury due to her oversight, the Gale Beast rejoiced, for the scene before it mirrored its expectations perfectly. Anyone who underestimated Luban would surely pay dearly. The Gale Beast carried Luban, relentlessly pursuing their opponent. Luban unleashed a barrage of lightning arrows from the sun, bowed towards the Snow Empress. Emperor's Palm. Great cold, no snow. Realizing the potency of Luban's basic attacks, the Snow Empress refrained from engaging directly and swiftly employed another skill, Great Cold, no snow, to counteract. She gracefully leaped to evade the arrows aimed at her, and soon, a tremendous chill coalesced in her palm, resembling a crystalline orb that radiated brilliant light. With a sharp incantation, the icy energy erupted from her hand, transforming into a colossal icy palm imprint that glimmered with splendor. The frigid imprint, imbued with piercing coldness, cut through the sky, striking at the barrage of lightning arrows launched by Luban. Thus, both sides became entrenched in a fierce standoff. Come at me. You can't touch me. Luban taunted as he pursued the Snow Empress, provoking her and causing her brow to furrow in anger. The Gale Beast, unable to contain itself, felt an urge to bite him. This is a duel between top-tier masters. Can we not take it seriously? Even though it harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Snow Empress, Luban's flippant demeanor during such a critical battle appeared almost frivolous. At that moment, not only the Gale Beast, but also the Ice Emperor and his companions, witnessing this fierce clash from a distance, were left utterly astonished. Even Flinder, upon hearing Luban's taunts, felt his lips twitch. Had he not been his student, he would have had an overwhelming impulse to deliver a reprimand. The Ice Emperor was shocked that a mere human youth could force the Snow Empress into such a desperate situation, leaving him profoundly astonished. The members of the three prominent families, Wind Dominators, Fire Invincibles, and Water Sovereigns, were equally stunned by Luban's formidable prowess. Heavens! Can a youth of such tender years truly contend with the most formidable soul beasts of the continent? Will there be enough space for Luban in the future? Young man, what type of soul master are you? Even the usually frigid Snow Empress could not help but inquire. I am a limit output type, an offensive soul master pursuing ultimate output. Luban replied nonchalantly. The warm-up is over. My true attack begins now. To perish at the hands of the continent's foremost archer. The Snow Empress had ample reason to take pride. Radiant Knight, 9 thunder strikes. After a fierce exchange of 300 rounds, Luban recognized the necessity to escalate his efforts. The Snow Empress possessed a formidable cultivation of 700,000 years, replenishing her soul power effortlessly in this frigid northern realm. If the battle continued, they would eventually deplete their soul power. Without hesitation, Luban unleashed his most potent skill, the third ability of the archer domain, 3000 Thunderfall. The first arrow was released, carrying a mere 10% of its attack power, over 2,000 points. After the Snow Empress executed her skill, Great Cold, no snow, she sensed a marked decrease in Luban's attack power, leaving her quite astonished. Could it be that his soul power was nearly exhausted? The second arrow. Just as the Snow Empress allowed a flicker of optimism to surface, Luban's second lightning arrow shattered her illusion, as she realized its attack power was increasing. Following the invocation of 3000 Thunderfall, the atmospheric conditions above the extreme north shifted dramatically. Ominous clouds gathered, pressing down ominously, filled with thunderbolts. At that moment, Luban stood amidst the storm clouds, surrounded by crackling lightning, as if he were a deity emerging from the sea of thunder. His formidable presence suppressed the Snow Empress's domain of Snow Dance, Radiant Sunday. The third arrow. The third lightning arrow of 3000 Thunderfall was released, boasting 40% of its basic attack power, nearly 50,000 points. The increasingly formidable power of the assault deeply moved the Snow Empress, intensifying the sense of unease within her. What an extraordinary skill this is, so perplexing. It is her first encounter with an attack that intensifies with each wave, truly outrageous. As a series of lightning arrows are unleashed, the Snow Empress finds herself increasingly strained in her response. The sixth arrow. As the sun-shooting bow draws back the sixth lightning arrow, The sky enveloped by the archer's domain is filled with dancing lightning serpents, the density of thunder growing ever greater, resembling a vast sea of thunder. The realm of the Snow Empress, cold heaven, snow dance illuminating the sun, is compressed to nearly nothing. She senses a dire threat, realizing that she cannot withstand the arrow before her. This is the sensation of a formidable warrior, typically devoid of error. Ice Emperor, flee swiftly, the Snow Empress shouted urgently, imploring her companion to escape the impending peril. In that moment, everyone sensed the resolute cry of the Snow Empress, profoundly shaken by the formidable assault of Luban. Heavens! What divine thunderbolt is this? Armed with thunder arrows, what extraordinary skill is this that wields such terrifying might? Luban's sixth arrow amplified his normal attack by a staggering 2 times, transforming an attack power of over 220,000 into an overwhelming 660,000. Such ferocious strength exceeded what the Snow Empress could possibly withstand. Only a soul beast of pure defensive nature, aged 70,000 years, might withstand such a thunderous strike from Luban. A being like the Snow Empress, composed of ice elemental cosmic energy, was utterly incapable of countering Luban's extreme assault. Moreover, the Snow Empress discerned that Luban's attack contained the extreme power of fire elements. Initially, this force had little effect on her, but as his attack power surged exponentially, the fiery essence became her undoing. Now, faced with both lightning and fire elements, and uncertain of how many more arrows Luban could unleash, the Snow Empress felt her doom was sealed. With no hope of survival left, her only desire was to escape the range of the thunderstorm. However, with the presence of the Gale Beast, a natural speed soul beast, even her last glimmer of hope was extinguished. No. Upon hearing the Snow Empress's desperate cry, the Ice Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. After years in the far north, it was the first time she witnessed the Snow Empress in such a dire state. The Snow Empress was not only her closest friend, but also the object of her affections. The Ice Emperor instantly grasped the meaning behind the Snow Empress's words. She was urging her to flee and abandon her. Yet, how could the Ice Emperor forsake her? The Snow Empress was not merely her dearest friend, she was the love of her life. In a moment of critical urgency, the Ice Emperor summoned her most formidable skill, the wrath of the Ice Sovereign. Instantly, a blizzard erupted across the battlefield, distinct from any before, freezing anything that came into contact with it, inflicting immense ice damage. With her 200,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Emperor's wrath of the Ice Sovereign swiftly immobilized Flinder and the elite of the wind, fire, and water families. She did not continue her assault, but instead raced towards the Snow Empress. She could not bear to witness the Snow Empress's demise. She was determined to save her. Even if salvation was impossible, she would willingly perish alongside the Snow Empress. As the Ice Emperor wailed and rushed towards her, the Snow Empress, who had resigned herself to death, felt a flicker of life return. Seeing Luban's sixth arrow hurtling towards her, she unleashed her full power, soaring towards the realm beyond the thunder. Zzz. The sound of the lightning arrows drew near, and the Snow Empress, bereft of time for contemplation, relied solely on her instinct to flee. In that moment, evading the lightning arrow was no longer her concern. Run. All that occupied her mind was the singular desire to escape. As the lightning arrow was aimed at the Snow Empress, the Ice Emperor's anguished cries echoed across the far north. Tears streamed down her face, her heart chilled by despair. Boom. Feeling the thunderous approach of the arrow behind her, the Snow Empress understood her fate was sealed. With one final desperate cry, she urged, "Don't worry about me, just go." With that, the Snow Empress closed her eyes. At this moment, her entire being surged with soul power, attempting to self-destruct. As the sovereign of the far north, she resolved to maintain her regal dignity even in death. She refused to become a mere soul ring for humanity. No. Hearing the Ice Emperor's cry once more, the Snow Empress pondered. Why had the lightning arrow not yet arrived after such a lengthy interval? At that moment, not far behind, Luban was grumbling. "Elder, why did you suddenly pause just now? Oh woo. You certainly hit hard. Look at the state I've been reduced to." At this juncture, Luban was enveloped in thunder, riding atop. Meanwhile, stood with its fur bristled, emanating thick smoke and a scent reminiscent of charred meat. Noticing this, Luban displayed a hint of embarrassment. "Hurry up and catch up, I cannot cease my skills." Upon hearing Luban's words, gritted its teeth, enduring the torrent of electricity coursing through its body, and suddenly accelerated to rejoin the Snow Empress. Seventh arrow. As the time limit approached, Luban successfully unleashed the seventh lightning arrow. With a staggering multiplier of 6.4, it boasted nearly 1.3 million points of attack power. A force the Snow Empress could not possibly withstand. However, at that moment, the Ice Emperor had already arrived beside the Snow Empress. The onlookers beheld the two sovereigns of the far north simultaneously proclaiming, "The pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors." In this moment, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress hovered gracefully in midair, emanating an aura of chilling coldness, as if the very air around them had succumbed to frost. A formidable surge of icy energy coalesced in their palms, transforming into two magnificent crystalline handprints that radiated resplendent light. With a gentle incantation from both, the icy imprints in their hands instantaneously merged, evolving into an even grander crystalline handprint. The icy crystal imprint emanates a chilling aura, as if it possesses the power to cleave through all things. At this moment, the Snow Empress's domain skill, Emperor's Cold Sky, Snow Dance Shining Sun, merged with the Ice Emperor's Eternal Frozen Domain, resulting in the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. The frigid snowflakes intertwined with the hard ice crystals, coalescing into a vast world of ice and snow. Within this frozen realm, everything seemed to stand still. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the ice layers reflected a brilliant radiance, saturating the entire space with an aura of cold and light. In this expansive icy world, the figures of the ice and snow emperors flickered as if merging with the domain itself, embodying the majesty and allure of rulers from the farthest north. Empowered by the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, the ice crystal imprints forged from the pride of the two ice and snow emperors surged in power, growing more massive, akin to a mountain, as they advanced towards the seventh Thunder Dragon arrow shot by Luban. My heavens, it is a fusion skill. At this moment, the elders of the three great clans, Wind Dominance, Fire Invincibility, and Water Luotan, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, their faces etched with shock. They had witnessed many martial soul fusion techniques among soul masters, yet the fusion of skills between soul beasts was a first for all, especially a fusion between the two great rulers of the farthest north. Chapter 65, Dreaming Ice Silkworm. With a cultivation of 700,000, the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor with 400,000 years of cultivation unleashed their fusion skill, the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. A display of astonishing might. Even the most elite Title Douluo among soul masters would find it challenging to preserve their lives against such a strike. Yet, astonishingly, this thunderous blow appeared slightly weaker than the seventh thunder arrow released by Luban. If the prowess of the Ice and Snow Emperors astonished the crowd, Luban's demonstration now made the experts of the three clans question their very existence. One could hardly believe that this was merely a soul king of level 50. One might mistake him for an ultimate Douluo. The Wind Beast had never before witnessed the fusion skills of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, leaving it utterly astounded. Should the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors strike it, its demise would be assured. At this moment, observers beheld the ice crystal giant palm formed by the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, its surface a blend of snow white and emerald green. The upper half of the palm displayed a snowy hue, while the lower half shone in vibrant green, the two colors merging at the center. They transformed into two yin-yang fish, resembling a Taiji symbol. The yin-yang fish, with their heads and tails connected, formed a circular Taiji pattern, and the palm's center instantaneously generated a vortex with the appearance of a black hole. Everywhere it passed, not only the snowflakes, but even the light itself seemed to be consumed. At that moment, the thunder dragon conjured by Luban's seventh arrow came crashing in like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the black hole at the center of the ice crystal giant palm. Crack, crack, crack. As the two ultimate techniques clashed, the crowd heard the sound of the void shattering. Soon after, cracks spread across the ice crystal giant palm, and in an instant, it shattered completely. With a spurt of blood, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor fell pale, their faces even grayer than the icy hues surrounding them. Though their fusion skill had managed to withstand Luban's seventh thunder arrow, they were left severely injured, devoid of strength to retaliate. Why are you so foolish? The Snow Empress gazed at the Ice Emperor beside her and sighed, her eyes filled with compassion. Without you by my side, my existence is dull and devoid of joy. The Ice Emperor's lips curved into a gentle smile, a bittersweet yet serene expression gracing her face. Devoid of any fear in the face of death, to die alongside the Snow Empress brought her a sense of fulfillment. In the skies above the farthest north, the Ice Goddess and the ice-blooded Emperor Scorpion stood defiantly, confronting death. One exuded an air of noble beauty, while the other radiated a chilling allure. Their regal presence moved the hearts of onlookers, and their resolute demeanor evoked a profound sense of melancholy within. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intentions. Their remaining soul power surged forth in a dramatic explosion. They were prepared to self-destruct. At this moment, the elders of the Wind, Fire, and Water clans gasped in alarm. They intended to declare their resolve through death, to show humanity how a true ruler ought to perish. Luban knocked the eighth thunder arrow on his bowstring, yet it remained unloosed for a long while. He sensed that even the ice and snow of the far north mourned. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, a tie is here. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens and the earth, the third king of the far north, the Titan Snow Demon King, arrived with an army of soul beasts. Humans, my queen of the far north shall not be humiliated. The crowd turned towards the voice, witnessing a tide of soul beasts surging towards the Snow Empress's palace. Leading them was a colossal figure, towering like a mountain. emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. His skin was a pale blue, seemingly draped in a layer of ice crystals that emitted a faint azure glow. His ice blue eyes were deep and cold, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. A mane of white hair cascaded down his back, contrasting sharply with his icy complexion, presenting an imposing figure. Every muscle of his robust form was clearly defined, each one seemingly harboring immense power. His arms were thick and powerful, with colossal hands and long, strong fingers adorned with ice-blue scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. The commotion caused by the battle between Luban's group and the Ice and Snow Emperors did not go unnoticed by the soul beasts of the far north. Learning that human experts had banded together to assault the Snow Empress, the soul beasts, led by the Titan Snow Demon King, hurriedly rushed to their aid. Upon seeing the towering figure, Luban and his companions instantly recognized the identity of their visitor. After all, prior to their mission, the Wind Beast had provided them with detailed information about the three great kings of the far north. Atai, why have you come? This matter today is between me and the Wind Beast. You need not involve yourselves. Upon the arrival of the Titan Snow Demon King and his army, the Snow Empress furrowed her brow, her eyes reflecting deep concern. She did not wish for the soul beasts of the far north to suffer due to her actions, especially with Luban's strength far exceeding her expectations. Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, not only Atai, but I, the dreaming ice silkworm, have arrived. As soon as the Snow Empress's words fell, a boisterous voice echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, everyone beheld a plump, round ice silkworm soul beast, as white as jade, perched upon the massive shoulder of the Titan Snow Demon King. Hiss! The sight of the ice silkworm, measuring over 10 meters in length and more than a meter in girth, left wind dominance, fire invincibility, water luotian, and others utterly astonished. Typically, ice silkworms were no larger than a finger, yet this one appeared as if it had transcended its kind. How many years of cultivation must one possess to reach such a level? Tianming, what chaos are you attempting to create? Upon seeing the arrival of Tianming Ice Silkworm, the Ice Emperor spoke coldly. The deceased Ice Silkworm was originally intended for her to break through her cultivation, yet unexpectedly, it had taken a liking to her, expressing its affections each time they met, much to her annoyance. Although the Tianming Ice Silkworm boasted nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation, its strength was rather feeble. In the frigid northern lands, the Ice Silkworm family represented the lowest echelon of soul beasts, serving as mere sustenance for her ice-blue Emperor Scorpion clan. Naturally, she held the Tianming in disdain for its weakness. Of course, I am here to rescue you, the Tianming Ice Silkworm declared with a facade of seriousness, for it was a soul beast with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and extraordinary mental prowess. It had observed the previous confrontations between the Ice and Snow Emperors and humanity with keen clarity. The Titan Snow Demon King, capable of rallying such a vast army of soul beasts for support, was alerted by none other than it. Upon hearing the Tianming's proclamation, the Ice Emperor rolled her eyes, while the Snow Emperor beside her curled his lip, equally filled with skepticism. Wind Splitter Beast, shall we strike a bargain? The Tianming Ice Silkworm ignored the doubts of the Ice and Snow Emperors and directly broached negotiations with the Wind Splitter Beast. I am aware that your 400,000 years of life are drawing to a close, and you seek to take the Snow Emperor with you. However, I possess a means for you to continue existing, provided you can set aside your grievances with the Snow Emperor. Grr. The Wind Splitter Beast scoffed derisively at the statement. Little Ice Silkworm, who do you think you are? Survive? How audacious of a mere Ice Silkworm to attempt to deceive me. Humph. To die alongside me is a privilege for the Snow Emperors, the Wind Splitter Beast retorted coldly, its resolve unyielding. It held no trust in the words of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, harboring a poor impression of the soul beasts in the extreme north. If anything were to happen to the Ice and Snow Emperors, you shall not leave the frigid northern lands alive, not a single one of you. The Titan Snow Demon King threatened fiercely, his countenance fierce. Today, he was prepared to expend the lives of all soul beasts in the extreme north to ensure the Wind Splitter Beast's demise. A chorus of soul beast howls erupted across the battlefield at the Titan Snow Demon King's command, with an overwhelming multitude of ferocious beasts, ice bears, snow leopards, snow wolves, Titan snow demons, filling the horizon, their presence formidable, ready to wage war at any provocation. Foolish novices, do try your luck, the Wind Splitter Beast replied coldly. Undaunted by the Titan Snow Demon King's threats, it was well aware of the strength of its companion, Luban, whose formidable offensive capabilities could carve a path through the siege of soul beasts in the northern lands. Regardless of the outcome, the Wind Splitter Beast had already condemned the Snow Emperor to death in its mind. Noting the Wind Splitter's obstinacy, the Tianming Ice Silkworm turned its gaze towards Luban. Human youth, your intervention on behalf of the Wind Splitter Beast, I surmise, is due to its promise of sacrifice? Luban nodded in affirmation, offering no denial. Such matters are easily comprehensible to anyone with a modicum of intellect. The Riftwind Beast is unfamiliar with the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, yet as a traveler from another realm, Luban possesses profound knowledge of it. I wish to hear the perspective of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. I have a method that can not only grant you a soul ring, but also allow the Riftwind beast to survive in some capacity. Would you be willing to try? The heavenly dream ice silkworm spoke confidently, acknowledging Luban's formidable strength, yet warned that should the soul beasts of the extreme north fight to the death, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to leave unscathed. Luban responded calmly, "Let's hear it. If feasible, I shall persuade the elder Riftwind beast to understand the grievances between it and the Snow Emperor." The heavenly dream ice silkworm was acutely aware of its own cultivation, which surpassed 1,000,000 years, with an immense spiritual power. With its assistance, the beasts of the extreme north would indeed be no match. Should a great battle ensue, they would undoubtedly perish in the extreme north. How can you trust the nonsensical ramblings of the soul beast from the extreme north, Tang Air? Seeing Luban swayed by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, the Riftwind beast grew anxious. Do you not wish to continue living? Luban merely responded with a faint remark, leaving the Riftwind beast deep in thought. Perhaps we should consider his plan. Luban's resolve wavered, and the heavenly dream ice silkworm rejoiced, hastily detailing its divine creation scheme. If Luban were to agree to forge a soul contract with the Riftwind beast, the latter could exist in a spiritual form. When Luban ascends to divinity, the Riftwind beast would then become a divine beast, acquiring eternal life. Upon hearing the heavenly dream ice silkworm's proposal, the members of the three great families, including Flanders, were left astounded, their mouths agape. They had never anticipated such miraculous means existed in the world. Even more shocking was the realization that they had heard tales of divinity from the lips of a soul beast. 100-level ascension to divinity. Eternal life. How could this be possible? Does a deity truly exist in this world? At this moment, even the Windbreaker beast felt a flicker of emotion. It was well aware of Luban's extraordinary talent. If what the dream ice silkworm proclaimed were indeed true, then Luban was destined to ascend to a godlike stature. In that eventuality, it too could transform into a divine beast, attaining eternal life. This enticing proposal indeed stirs the heart. I believe it is worth a try. Upon hearing Tianmeng Bingsan's words, Luban calmly addressed thee, stating that should he deceive us, even after your sacrifice, I shall still assist you in vanquishing the Snow Emperor. In response, the nodded, agreeing to the terms. If what that little ice silkworm claims about the Snow Emperor holds true, we shall erase the grievances between us. The situation took an unexpected turn, leaving both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor in a state of astonishment. It was indeed fortuitous that they could avoid conflict in their frigid realm. Snow Empress, why do you linger? Quickly invite our human friend into the palace for a respite. Upon hearing the ruinous wind beast's agreement, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was filled with delight, boasting with an air of self-satisfaction. Particularly, as she noticed the Ice Emperor's demeanor soften towards her, a wave of quiet triumph washed over her, as if to proclaim, "Behold the prowess of heavenly dream." In the Snow Empress's palace, an accord was reached, and the sacrificial ceremony commenced. The ruinous wind beast, following the teachings imparted by the heavenly dream ice silkworm, entered into a soul contract. As the ritual unfolded, the ruinous wind beast emanated a brilliant radiance, akin to golden flames igniting. The luminescence intensified, enveloping the beast entirely. Within this dazzling light, its form gradually became transparent, as if transformed into a mere wisp of light. The surrounding air began to quiver violently, as if an invisible force was coalescing. A powerful surge of energy pulsed from the ruinous wind beast, causing everything nearby to tremble in response. This energy was imbued with wildness and untamed spirit, as though it sought to engulf the entire world. Ultimately, upon the completion of the sacrifice, the ruinous wind beast ascended as a crimson beam, soaring into the heavens. This beam resembled a resplendent star, illuminating the expanse of the extreme north sky. Gradually, the beam faded into the ether, leaving behind a ring of red light suspended in the air. The halo radiated a warm glow, seemingly imbued with the soul and power of the rift-wind beast. It gently descended, coming to rest beside Luban, gradually merging into his being. In that moment, the essence and strength of the rift-wind beast became one with Luban, a part of him forever. Luban sat cross-legged, surrounded by 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, spiraling around him. Then, from the very spot where the rift-wind beast had vanished, a dazzling light erupted, blinding those nearby. As the brilliance stabilized, the onlookers beheld a resplendent soul bone. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a left leg bone. Gasp! That was a soul bone of 400,000 years. At that moment, witnessing the soul bone born from the sacrifice of the rift-wind beast, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, utterly astounded. Especially the members of the Feng family. Each one flushed with excitement, their faces aglow. According to their agreement, this 400,000-year left leg bone rightfully belonged to them. Ah! Just as the crowd erupted in ecstatic exclamations, Luban, who was absorbing the soul rings, suddenly cried out in agony, startling everyone. At that moment, The veins on his forehead bulged, his entire body drenched in sweat, his twisted visage clearly reflecting immense suffering. What was happening? Shouldn't voluntary sacrifice not manifest in such a manner? Flander, guarding Luban, wore an expression of deep concern. Previously, during the sacrifice of the six-winged frost centipede, the process had been remarkably effortless. Chapter 67. External Soul Bone, Wind, and Thunder Wings. What is going on? Could we be schemed against? This is bad. If Tang Air encounters misfortune, we are all doomed. Indeed, the three kings of the extreme north will not allow us to leave alive. I was careless. I had sensed the ill intentions of that ice silkworm. Alas, I knew the god-making plan was a deception. Now, with Luban experiencing this unexpected turmoil, the elders from the three prominent families standing guard wore tense and anxious expressions. The previous joy and excitement had vanished in an instant. If they could not survive to leave the extreme north, then all prior accomplishments would be mere illusions. Flander clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury. The masters of fire invincibility, wind supremacy, and water sovereignty exchanged grave and heavy glances, aware that if anything happened to them, the three families would be utterly finished. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant light erupted from Luban's back, a mysterious power surging forth from within him. This power shone like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Luban's aura transformed, becoming sharp and formidable, as if he were one with the very heavens and earth. Subsequently, a pair of immense wings unfurled from his back, seemingly forged from the energies of wind and thunder, sparkling with resplendent light. The wings resembled those of a mighty eagle, yet appeared even larger and more awe-inspiring. Each feather seemed crafted from black gold, emanating a chilling and enigmatic presence. The emergence of the wings caused the surrounding air currents to become tempestuous, as if an invisible force swirled around them. This power was both potent and mysterious, as if it could rend asunder any obstacle. In that moment, Luban's aura peaked. His gaze deepened and illuminated, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. He flapped his wings, generating a powerful gust that sent the decorations within the palace tumbling. The strength of those wings seemed boundless, propelling Luban forth toward the great hall's entrance, soaring directly into the sky. Suddenly, the unexpected actions of Luban sent shockwaves throughout the entire hall. The elders from the three prominent families were left utterly astounded, their mouths agape and faces etched with disbelief. Flander, Fongbatian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian hastily pursued the situation outside the grand hall. The presence of an external soul bone indicated that this young human was truly favored by fate. Upon exiting, the quartet encountered the rulers from the extreme northern lands, including the Ice Emperor and the Dream Ice Silkworm, who were waiting just outside. The Dream Ice Silkworm gazed skyward at Luban's striking figure and couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "An external soul bone?" Upon hearing this, Flander and the others felt their pupils constrict, their expressions transforming into shock. Good heavens, Luban had unexpectedly acquired an external soul bone. External soul bones are a miraculous existence, rarer and more precious than the 6 major categories of soul bones. If the probability of encountering the 6 types of soul bones in arms, head, and torso is 1 in 10,000, then the emergence of an external soul bone is an astonishing 1 in 10 million. Remarkably rare indeed. Unlike the 6 categories, external soul bones evolve alongside the host's cultivation. Over the course of thousands of years, the Soul Masters have compiled a ranking of their most treasured items, known as the Soul Master Dream List. The external soul bone consistently ranks second, just below the almost mythical 100,000 year soul ring. Now Luban had unexpectedly obtained an external soul bone, a flight type 1 with a staggering age of 400,000 years. The sheer incredibility of this situation was overwhelming. As Luban gained yet another formidable tool, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress exchanged complex glances. The sudden emergence of such a prodigious young human was not a favorable development for their kind. Should this golden-clad youth unleash his wrath upon the soul beasts, none would be able to withstand him across the continent. Are you worried for the soul beasts of the extreme north? The Dream Ice Silkworm inquired, raising its body and flashing its bright, intelligent eyes. Noticing the Snow Empress's furrowed brow, it quickly grasped her thoughts. Do you have a plan? The Snow Empress asked nonchalantly, seeing the Dream Ice Silkworm's fearless demeanor. It's quite simple. As the saying goes, heroes may falter in the face of beauty. I suggest you marry this young human. The Dream Ice Silkworm replied with a silly grin. That way, I can be with my beloved Bing Bing. No sooner had the Dream Ice Silkworm spoken than a chilling sensation enveloped its body, slowly encasing it in ice and rendering it immobile. Then came the synchronized rebuke from the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress. Seek death. Ah! The ensuing cries of the Dream Ice Silkworm echoed throughout the extreme north as it fell victim to the combined might of the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, sending shivers down the spines of the soul beasts in the vicinity. Meanwhile, in the air above the Snow Empress's palace, Luban unfurled his black gold wings, dancing gracefully through the sky at incredible speed. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Innate Quality. Full Soul Power, Leveling Up, Soul Power. 60, 0, 100, Soul Rings. Yellow, Purple, Black, Red. Red Soul Bones. Wind and Thunder Wings Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Attack, 9000. Fire Attack, 100000. Wind Attack, 350000. Items, Video Game Boy Skin, Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet. As he had anticipated, the sacrifice of the Rift Wind Beast had granted him the external soul bone, the Wind and Thunder Wings. After some experimentation, he discovered that the Wind and Thunder Wings did not possess skills, but instead provided a pure speed enhancement. When activated, he could soar at the peak speed of the Rift Wind Beast for 5 minutes, with the expectation that this duration would increase as his soul power rose. In addition to awakening the external soul bone, his soul power level shot up by 10 levels, propelling him from the 50th level Soul King to the 60th level Soul Emperor. Truly, the 400,000-year cultivation of the Soul Beast yielded immense rewards. Besides the boost in soul power, his 5th soul ring remained a purely offensive one, augmenting his basic attacks with an extraordinary 350,000 points of attack power, now also imbued with wind attribute damage. The Dream Ice Silkworm's divine plan had succeeded flawlessly. The Rift Wind Beast had not fully vanished. Luban noticed a small black cat with horns sleeping within his spiritual sea, unmistakably the Rift Wind Beast. I have heard that the soul beasts of the extreme north are numerous. Therefore, I propose this. Arrange for me to acquire 2 100,000-year soul bones. Luban stated as he gently descended before the Snow Empress, articulating his request. In this venture, he had pledged to provide the Fire Clan and the Water family with a soul bone aged 100,000 years, naturally requiring it to be sourced from the extreme north. Upon hearing Luban's demand for such a soul bone, the 3 formidable sovereigns of the extreme north, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King, were instantly taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of ire. Young man, do not overreach. Do you truly think we fear you? One of them exclaimed. Indeed, we would rather shatter into pieces than remain whole in disgrace. The extreme north shall not be dishonored. Let us engage in battle. I dare say, few of you will escape the clutches of the extreme north. This domain belonged to their spirit beasts, and they would never submit to humanity. Luban's words implied he regarded them as mere livestock on his territory, demanding soul bones as if they were his to take. You possess numerous spirit beasts in the extreme north. Surely some are nearing the end of their lifespan? Luban replied with a calm smile. If I were to search personally, I might inadvertently cause casualties. Rest assured, I am not one to indulge in senseless slaughter. These 2 soul bones are merely to repay a favor, and I shall never engage in indiscriminate killings hereafter. With this, the Snow Emperor's faction gradually lowered their hostility. Ultimately, through the mediation of the Dream Ice Silkworm, both parties reached an accord. They located 2 spirit beasts on the verge of death, allowing Luban to procure 2 soul bones of 100,000 years age before they departed. As they exited the extreme north, the members of the 3 great clans, Wind, Fire, and Water, were jubilant, having struck a resounding success. Each family had obtained a soul bone exceeding 100,000 years. In the aftermath, they mutually agreed to keep this venture a secret, vowing that the events of their journey to the extreme north must not be disclosed. Soon after the agreement was finalized, they returned to their respective homes. Led by Flinder, Luban set off towards Soto City. With affairs in the extreme north concluded, their next destination was Shrek Academy to find the master, as Luban required assistance for the acquisition of his 6th spirit ring. During Luban's years of training away from home, the master had often visited them, well aware of Luban's progress. However, due to his own limited strength, he refrained from accompanying Luban and Flinder, fearing he would be a hindrance. Similarly, Flinder had frequently returned to Shrek Academy over the years, for as the dean, his prolonged absence was untenable. Luban, besides you, our Shrek Academy has recently recruited a new batch of prodigies. On their journey back, Flinder gradually recounted the happenings within Shrek Academy to Luban. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Soto City, at Shrek Academy, the morning sun bathed the cobblestone path in golden light as Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun walked together towards the Academy's South Small Square. Today, the master was to conduct intensive training with them. Their laughter and chatter brimmed with youthful vigor and energy. Walking ahead, Tang San and Xiao Wu shared a quiet conversation, their expressions reflecting a profound understanding and closeness. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing walked side by side, maintaining a respectful distance yet embodying a unique harmony. Oscar trailed behind, playfully teasing Ning Rongrong, eliciting her delightful laughter. Ma Hongjun walked alone, his gaze resolute, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, their discussion turned to the legendary senior brother, their faces alight with surprise and curiosity. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, none had ever encountered the exceptionally gifted senior brother spoken of by the academy's teachers. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Dai Mubai stroked his chin, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. This senior brother conceals himself well. I too am curious about the extent of his power, he remarked, a note of challenge lacing his tone. Beside them, when Ning Rongrong asked Oscar, he scratched his head with a cheeky grin. I've never met the senior brother either. But they say he surpasses all of us gathered here. Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with eagerness. Is there truly such a genius in this world? Her tone brimmed with skepticism, as the talents present were already the most formidable she had ever encountered, leaving her unable to fathom anyone who could surpass them. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Having worthy opponents fosters greater growth. I am eager to see just how formidable this senior brother is. His voice conveyed a deep yearning for combat. At the small square of Shrek Academy, the master stood tall in a flowing black robe, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. His demeanor was composed and restrained, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Since taking Luban and Tang San as his direct disciples, his previous despondency had vanished, and now, as a teacher at Shrek Academy, he brimmed with vitality each day. With the recent enrollment of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, he was elated. At that moment, he listened intently to the conversations of the seven on their way. A smile graced the master's lips. It appeared that Luban, the legendary senior brother, had ignited a sense of rivalry among them. Good day, master. Upon reaching the small square, the 7 students bowed in unison. The master nodded with a smile. I overheard your discussions on the way here. Now, I have news for you. The senior brother you wish to challenge will be returning to the academy in the next couple of days. As the master's words fell, a flurry of murmurs erupted among them. Master, what is Luban's current spirit power level? Tang San inquired confidently, his fists clenched. Having endured the pressure of Luban's prowess for years, he was now at the 29th level, believing he could finally surpass Luban. Master, is Luban truly as formidable as you claim? Can he withstand my 8th segment throw? Xiao Wu brandished her fists playfully, her lips pursed in a provocative manner. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others also wore eager expressions, ready for what was to come. In recent years at the academy, the students have been subjected to daily praises of the so-called senior disciple by Master Zhao Wuji and several other teachers, which has left them feeling quite disgruntled. Observing their expressions, the master shook his head, choosing not to disclose the specifics of Luban's rank and prowess, for such revelations would be too disheartening, likely shattering the spirits of these young minds. Just yesterday, he received word from Flanders, learning that Luban had attained the formidable level of a 60-level Soul Emperor. Even he, accustomed to the grandest of experiences, was left momentarily dazed. Should Dai Mubai and the others discover Luban's true capabilities, they would undoubtedly question the very essence of their existence. You 7 should familiarize yourselves with one another, for today I shall mold you into a cohesive team. Once Luban returns, you shall challenge him together, the master stated with a serene smile. Though it was evident that, even united, these 7 prodigies would pose no threat to Luban, the prospect of engaging him in playful competition remained appealing. Talents such as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were filled with pride. Without facing some adversity, their growth would be stunted. Thus, the entire day was devoted to the master successfully forging this group of extraordinary individuals, which he aptly named the Shrek 7 Monsters. Chapter 69. The 7 monsters challenge Luban and Flanders emerged from the frigid northern lands, journeying southward towards Shrek Academy. Time passed swiftly, and within 2 days, they began to recognize the familiar scenery as they approached the academy. Lush green meadows, dense forests, and meandering streams greeted them with warmth and nostalgia. In the distance, the iconic architecture of Shrek Academy began to materialize. We have returned. Upon entering the village, Flanders let out a jubilant roar. No sooner had he spoken than an uproar ensued within the academy. 5 teachers and the 7 students hastened towards the village entrance. There, a middle-aged man donned in black-framed glasses approached them, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth. 6 years had passed since Luban embarked on his journey. He had transformed from a tender 6-year-old child into a dashing young man. His large, dark eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Flanders, Luban, you 2 have finally returned, exclaimed Vice Principal Zhao Wuji as he rushed forward, his face aglow with excitement. Upon seeing Luban, he felt an urge to test his abilities and ascertain the extent of his growth. Greetings, teachers. As the master approached, Luban respectfully saluted him and the other Shrek Academy instructors. The master nodded with a smile, then proceeded to introduce Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others to Luban. Little 3, Xiao Wu, and all my junior brothers and sisters, greetings. Luban beamed as he waved at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. In recent years, the Shrek 7 monsters have indeed gathered once more. As a traveler from another world, Luban instantly recognized Dai Mubai and the others. Tang San, having grown up, lost the adorableness of his childhood. His blue hair cascaded naturally, framing his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his visage akin to a jade crown. Clad in a blue outfit, he adorned his waist with the moonlight over 24 bridges, exuding an added air of gallantry compared to his earlier self. In contrast, Xiaowu appeared even more charming than during her time in Notting City. Her slender figure and fair complexion complemented her large, expressive eyes, their long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Adorned with 2 delightful rabbit ears and dressed in a pink short skirt, the hem danced lightly with her movements. Daimubai, tall and handsome, bore flowing golden locks that fluttered in the wind. His sharp, enigmatic gaze radiated a wild aura. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing possessed a graceful figure and striking features, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. Her black eyes were cold yet resolute, complemented by a delicate nose and softly tinted lips. Clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, she boasted an exceptionally ample figure that belied her age. Oscar's large, peach blossom eyes were particularly striking, brimming with curiosity and wit, as a playful smirk graced his lips. Nearby, Ning Rongrong was exceptionally beautiful and charming, her exquisite features softened by her large, affectionate eyes. With a graceful posture and long hair cascading over her shoulders, she wore a blue gown intricately embroidered with delicate patterns, exuding an air of nobility. On the far side, the rotund Ma Hongjun drew attention with his stout frame, his dark skin and fiery red hair resembling a blazing flame. Luban, you have finally returned, Tang San said with a smile, stepping forward to deliver a friendly punch to his shoulder. Come, let us spar. Xiaowu joined in, playfully waving her small fists in front of Luban, displaying a spirited challenge. Dai Mubai and the others, unfamiliar with Luban, responded with smiles and nods. Following this, accompanied by the group, Luban and Flander entered Shrek Academy. In the principal's office at Shrek Academy, Master, Zhao Wujuan, Xiao Xian, and 3 other teachers gathered. At present, aside from Master and Flander, the others were unaware of Luban's prowess, fueling their curiosity. After all, Luban possessed an innate spirit power of level 20, astonishing everyone upon his first arrival at Shrek Academy. 6 years had passed, and they were eager to ascertain the extent of Luban's advancement. Luban, there are no outsiders here. Release your spirit rings. There is no need for concealment, Master said with a gentle smile, pride evident on his face. In recent years, he frequently visited Luban, offering considerable guidance in his cultivation. The Master's astonishment was profound regarding Luban's extraordinary practice of leveling up through battles with spirit beasts. In recent years, following the theoretical framework of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, another 10 theories have been successively published. Today, this has evolved into the 20 core competencies of martial souls. Despite facing ridicule from the spirit master community, the Master remains unfazed, for the example of Luban is ever present. Once Luban achieves fame across the continent, those who mock him will come to realize the extent of their folly. As soon as the Master's words fell, Luban unleashed his martial soul. The martial soul manifested. Before our eyes, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, rose slowly from beneath his feet, swirling around him. The vivid colors illuminated the entire principal's office in a kaleidoscope of brilliance, akin to the flickering of neon lights. 100,000-year soul ring? Gasp. Witnessing this, Zhao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and others collectively inhaled sharply in disbelief. This was utterly astonishing. Good heavens, the 3rd soul ring was a 10,000-year black soul ring, and the 4th soul ring was the coveted 100,000-year red soul ring, a dream for every spirit master on the continent. How could this be? It felt as though they were ensnared in a dream, far too fantastical to be real. Well, Wujia, there's no need for you to compete with little Luban. You are not his match at this moment, Flinder remarked with a cheerful glance at Zhao Wujia. Upon this return, Zhao Wuji's eager demeanor was unmistakable. He was aware of his penchant for combat, relishing in the art of sparring with others. Yet, the disparity between the two sides was undeniably vast, rendering any competition unnecessary. After all, Luban had already triumphed over the formidable alliance of the 2 kings from the far north. What could a mere soul sage like Zhao Wuji's possibly achieve? Goodness, Luban, how on earth did you manage that? You have truly astonished me, old Zhao. Zhao Wuji circled around Luban incessantly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The other instructors shared his sentiment, equally stunned into silence, at a loss for words. By the way, Luban, what is your current soul power level? Zhao Wuji's composed himself and inquired once more. 60 level Soul Emperor. I have returned to discuss the acquisition of my 6th soul ring with my teacher. What? 60 level Soul Emperor? As Luban's words hung in the air, the crowd collectively gasped. My heavens, a 12-year-old Soul Emperor. Is this even human? Luban's current prowess far surpassed any previous records on the continent. Luban, when you spar with Tang San and Xiaowu later, make sure to conceal your strength. The Master patted Luban's shoulder, a calm smile gracing his lips. Those youngsters have been strutting around since joining Shrek Academy, and it is high time to temper their arrogance. Chapter 70. The Shrek 7 are outmatched in the small square of Shrek Academy. All faculty and students gathered. With the teachers serving as judges, Luban was to engage in a brief sparring session with the Shrek 7. Upon hearing that the master intended for them to collectively confront the legendary senior brother, the Shrek 7 wore expressions of defiance. They believed that no matter how formidable Luban was, he could not possibly contend with all 7 of them, even without the assistance of the formidable Zhao Wujis. They anticipated significant challenges in a united front, let alone facing a peer like Luban. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. The captain, Dai Mubai, shouted, prompting the Shrek team to release their martial souls. Each one, brimming with pride, proclaimed their soul power levels to Luban. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger. 37 level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, 29 level Control System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, 29 level Close Combat Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix. 27 level Assault System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Ghostly Cat, 27 level Agility System Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage, 29 level Support System Tool Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, 26 level Support System Tool Soul Master, Soul Rings, 2 yellow. Let the match begin. As the opposing team activated their martial souls and summoned their soul rings, Luban smiled, not even bothering to summon his own. With his current strength, he found no need to employ his martial soul against the Shrek 7. The 40,000-year-old Linfeng beast had not only augmented his attack power by 35,000 points, but had also fortified his physique with the remaining 5,000. Even without his martial soul, the enhancement from such an abundance of attribute points rendered him beyond the reach of Tang San and his companions. Furthermore, the fusion of the 40,000-year-old external soul bone, Wind Thunder Wings, had propelled his speed attributes to their utmost limits. Senior brother, you are incredibly arrogant. The captain, Dai Mubai, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Luban's nonchalance. This young man certainly needed a proper lesson. Control, Dai Mubai shouted, and in an instant, Tang San comprehended the command, decisively unleashing his first soul skill. Bind. Thick tendrils of blue silver grass erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare Luban. Observing this, Luban merely smiled, effortlessly leaping as if riding the wind, soaring over 10 meters, causing Tang San's control skill to miss its mark. Upon witnessing the scene, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters were all taken aback. They were acutely aware of Tang San's blue silver grass, which could ensnare them in an almost instantaneous manner, a feat that most soul masters would find impossible to evade. To their astonishment, it seemed ineffective against Luban. Charge, commanded Dai Mubai, directing the agility-type soul masters to launch an offensive. At that moment, Luban's speed was astonishingly beyond expectation. It was imperative for Zhu Zhuqing to restrain him, allowing Tang San to execute his control techniques. With a seamless understanding, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill, the Ghostly Shadow Stab. As an agility-type soul master, her speed doubled in an instant as she dashed toward Luban. With the embodiment of the ghostly spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing's fingernails elongated, becoming as hard as tempered steel, glinting with a chilling light as they pierced toward Luban. However, just as she was about to make contact, Luban's speed surged once more. With a light leap, he evaded Zhu Zhuqing's grasp. Zhu Zhuqing pursued relentlessly, but Luban continued to elude her, displaying an effortless mastery of his speed. The Shrek 7 monsters wore solemn expressions, as Luban's swiftness surpassed their wildest imaginations. Support. At this critical juncture, Dai Mubai signaled the support-type soul masters to join the effort. Ning Rongrong, clutching the resplendent 7 treasures glazed tower, began to chant. The famed 7 treasures were renowned for their abilities, especially the second, which enhanced speed. Ning Rongrong activated her second soul skill. A radiant beam of 7 colors shot forth from the tower, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and augmenting her speed by 30%. Zhu Zhuqing became a blur, as swift as lightning, darting like the very wind, yet still failed to confine Luban. In the small square, Luban's form resembled willow catkins dancing in the breeze, elusive and unpredictable. Each time Zhu Zhuqing neared him, he would merely accelerate, leaving her in a state of frustration. Brothers, hold nothing back. Let us unite our strength. In that moment, Dai Mubai recognized the necessity of their collective assault to restrain Luban's speed. Otherwise, they would never be able to engage him. With that, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun surrounded Luban from 4 sides, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar remained in the rear to provide support. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Spotting Luban approaching, the stout Ma Hongjun decisively unleashed his first soul skill, spewing forth a searing flame to obstruct Luban's path. White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Seeing Luban impeded, Dai Mubai promptly activated his second soul skill, launching a milky white sphere of soul power toward Luban. The sphere traveled with remarkable speed, arriving almost instantaneously within effective range, leaving Luban no time to evade as he met it with his fist. Blue Silver Bind. Seizing the opportunity while Luban's speed diminished, Tang San once again employed his control skill. This time, there was no failure. The blue-silver grass surged from the ground, swiftly ensnaring Luban's body. Behold! Upon witnessing Luban's immobilization, Xiao Wu's expression brightened with joy, and she hurriedly approached him. Second soul skill, enchantment. With a series of flirtatious winks and a playful kiss, she induced a momentary state of confusion in Luban. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's body twisted with the grace of a water snake, wrapping around Luban. As the waist bow activated, her waist's power surged, doubling in intensity, and she propelled Luban skyward with the resilience of a bowstring. Subsequently, she initiated the explosive 8-section throw. The 7 treasures shone with the brilliance of the glazed tower. Renowned for its prowess, the 7 treasures bestowed strength and swiftness. Ning Rongrong simultaneously activated the 7 treasures' glazed tower to enhance Xiao Wu's abilities. At this moment, the 7 monsters of Shrek unleashed their most formidable combination attack. The first slam, HM. The second slam, HM. The third slam, huh? The fourth slam, hey. In midair, the Shrek team shuddered at the sight of the violent Rogue Rabbit-esque strike. It was too brutal, too ferocious. The fifth slam. Just as Xiao Wu was about to execute the 5th move of the 8th slam, she suddenly noticed Luban awakening in midair, giving her a mysterious smile. Well done, everyone. Your cooperation has been quite harmonious. This battle ends here. With that, Luban seized Xiao Wu's ankle and hurled her away. Watch out, everyone! Dai Mubai exclaimed in alarm, attempting to warn them, but the disparity in strength was evident. Luban leaped into the air, sprinting towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Ghost Vine Parasitism. Tang San thought to himself, intending to use his second soul skill to restrain Luban's speed, only to be astonished to find it ineffective against him. Luban landed gracefully, and with 2 light punches, rendered Ning Rongrong and Oscar incapable of fighting back. Chapter 71. The Master's Inner Demons. With a simple display of power, Luban incapacitated the 3 of them. As Xiao Wu was flung away, Tang San utilized Ghost Shadow merging to catch her, relieved to find she was unharmed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood facing one another, their gazes resolute and fervent. Dai Mubai transformed into a white shadow, swiftly darting towards Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if he aimed to slice through everything in his path. Zhu Zhuqing moved like a black lightning bolt, rushing forward to meet him. The two extended their hands, intertwining their fingers tightly. An invisible force gripped the surrounding air. As a tremendous energy slowly coalesced between them, the 2 figures crossed in midair, and a powerful surge of energy erupted instantaneously. A colossal white tiger phantom materialized, a magnificent creature adorned in pure white fur with black stripes, exuding an imposing presence. Its purple eyes seemed to burn with a fierce, cold flame, radiating an aura of boundless authority. The spectral white tiger, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shouted in unison, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. An enormous white tiger, measuring 8 meters long and 2 meters high, lunged at Luban. Haha, the white tiger you fused into is quite adorable. Luban laughed heartily upon seeing the spectral white tiger. He then condensed his soul power into a massive piece of red cloth, waving it at the white tiger with abandon. While the others engaged in a bullfight, he took on a tiger. His antics appeared rather ridiculous. The observing masters, including Flanders, were left in stunned disbelief, their mouths twitching in astonishment. Can we not make a mockery of this? They are employing a martial soul fusion technique. Can we show them some respect? The spectral white tiger continued to pounce at Luban, yet each attempt was effortlessly evaded. After approximately 15 minutes, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exhausted their soul power, bringing the contest to a close. The entire sparring session saw the 7 monsters of Shrek utterly defeated. They couldn't even compel Luban to use his martial soul, let alone keep up with his speed. Alright, today's sparring concludes here. Mubai and Tang San, your performance was commendable. Your coordination has greatly improved from the outset. After the sparring, the master provided a brief summary. Luban's display left a profound shadow over the 7 monsters of Shrek, making them acutely aware of the existence of those who surpassed them and solidifying Luban's esteemed position. In the Shrek Academy principal's office, Luban, Flanders, and the master gathered to discuss Luban's acquisition of the 6th soul ring. Based on information received from Fongbatien, it was highly likely that a purely offensive ultimate attribute soul beast existed within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Since the master hailed from this lineage, it was imperative for him to be informed and provide guidance. To their surprise, Fongbatien had visited the Heavenly Lake. Upon hearing Flanders' account, the master expressed his astonishment. The Heavenly Lake is the sacred ground of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, rarely accessible to outsiders. To enter, one must either be a direct descendant of the family or receive approval from the Elder Council. Given Luban's current standing, He could only gain entry with the Elder Council's consent, which was virtually impossible due to his status as an outsider. The master found himself in deep contemplation. Unless she accompanies me, it may be possible to persuade the Elder Council to allow Luban's entry into the Heavenly Lake. Sensing the master's turmoil, Flanders quickly realized whom he referred to. Xiaogang, it's been 20 years. How long do you plan to continue evading? Flanders pushed his glasses up, unable to restrain a sigh as he urged. Allow me some time to ponder. The master replied, sorrow etched on his face as he exited the office. Flanders gestured for Luban to follow, suggesting that sometimes Luban's words might carry more weight than his own as the master's direct disciple. That night, the autumn wind whispered, and the crimson leaves danced. The master stood beneath the night sky, gazing up at the myriad of stars, reminiscing about the moments of the past. Tears occasionally slipped down his cheeks. Luban approached, draping a cloak over the master's shoulders and quietly standing by his side. The master's gaze was imbued with deep sorrow as he began recounting his past heartbreaks to Luban. He closed his eyes, seemingly lost in the painful memories. Taking a deep breath, the master struggled to compose himself, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. I once tried to escape, to liberate myself from that relationship. Yet, the determination and devotion of Erlong made it impossible for me to forget. After a moment of silence, as if organizing his emotions, he continued. It has been 20 years since I have evaded, avoiding encounters with her. Looking at Luban, he asked with a hint of confusion, if you were in my position, what would you do? Luban listened intently to the master's narrative, feeling the weight of profound sorrow and helplessness. Master, life is fleeting, merely 100 years. Why concern oneself with the opinions of outsiders? If it were me, I would heed my own heart. Not concerning oneself with outsiders' opinions? Following one's heart? The master suddenly found clarity in his disciple's words, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. Indeed, I have lived so repressively these years, overly focused on others' perceptions, attempting to prove myself to my family and the world. With a sigh, the master lamented, realizing he had not been as open-minded as a child. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night gave way to dawn. The following day, the master prepared his belongings to seek out Flanders. What are you planning to do? Flanders was taken aback by the master's preparations, fearing he had inadvertently caused the master to leave Shrek Academy. What do you mean? I am going to find her. The master said firmly, each word carrying the weight of his resolve. What? Flanders exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Have you finally come to terms with it? Luban is right. Life is but a fleeting moment, soon to pass. Why concern myself with the opinions of outsiders? After yesterday's enlightening conversation with Luban, the master felt an immense sense of relief, his body unusually light. Very well, let us set forth, he declared. Witnessing the master finally find clarity brought immense joy to Flanders, who hastily prepared for their journey, well aware of Lu Erlong's whereabouts. A day later, they arrived at Tiendo City. The trio of Luban, Flanders, and the master stood before the grand entrance of an academy. Towering over them were massive gates adorned with 8 gilded characters, Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing stone lion sculptures, their fierce expressions and piercing gazes seemingly safeguarding the academy. Their presence added an air of solemnity and grandeur to the entrance, befitting an elite Soul Master Academy within the imperial city of Tiendo, capable of overshadowing the entire Shrek Academy. Chapter 72. First encounter with Lu Erlong. Stop. Outsiders are not permitted to enter the academy. Approaching the gates of the Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy, Flanders strode confidently forward, only to be intercepted by a security guard stationed at the entrance. We are friends of your Dean Lu. We have matters to discuss, Flanders explained nonchalantly. However, the guard smirked derisively. Sir, please, can you come up with a better excuse? People like you come by every day. Hurry along, or we shall not hesitate to be ungracious. Upon hearing this, Flanders' brows furrowed in displeasure. Just as he was about to lose his temper, the master placed a calming hand on his shoulder. At that moment, the master produced a metallic token from his storage soul tool bracelet. The token was pentagonal, about the size of a palm, appearing remarkably sturdy and durable. Its surface was engraved with a complex design, featuring various elements: a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete human figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. Upon seeing the master hold up the token, the guard's forehead instantly broke into a cold sweat, his face draining of color. Is that the elder's token from the spirit hall? The guard trembled, his fear evident as he beheld the 6 symbols inscribed upon the token. This insignia was something he had only encountered within the pages of books, a legendary artifact he never anticipated witnessing in person today. The young one, lacking the discernment to recognize greatness, humbly implored forgiveness from the esteemed individuals present. The guards, terrified, immediately knelt and bowed their heads in contrition. Shall we proceed inside now? The master remarked with an air of indifference. He then lifted his leg and stepped through the grand entrance of Bluba Academy. Upon entering, a wide pathway unfolded before him, leading directly into the heart of the academy. Towering trees lined the sides of the road, their leaves gently swaying in the soft breeze, producing a rustling sound. As he ventured deeper into the academy, the first sight that greeted him was an expansive plaza. At the center stood imposing statues of notable figures, while surrounding them were fountains and flower beds, infusing the academy with an essence of vitality and vigor. Flanking the plaza were the main buildings of the academy. These structures embody a classical architectural style, characterized by towering stone columns, exquisite reliefs, and magnificent rooftops, exuding an air of antiquity and grandeur, typical of academic architecture. Within the confines of Douluo Academy, lush trees provide shade, and the fragrance of blossoms permeates the air. Pathways and lawns intertwine, creating a scene of extraordinary tranquility and beauty. Students gather in small clusters to engage in scholarly discussions or sit alone on the grass, basking in the sunlight and gentle breeze. The number of scholars and the scale of the academy are unparalleled by Shrek Academy. The entire institution appears as if it is ensconced within a forest, with only a few buildings visible amidst an expanse of verdant and dense foliage. Traversing through the square and surrounding edifices, Luban and his companions make their way deeper into Douluo Academy. Upon entering, they have already gleaned from the students the whereabouts of Dean Lu Erlong's residence. As they proceed inward, a modest wooden cabin soon comes into view. The environment here is tranquil, a serene retreat from the clamor of the front yard, exuding a natural calmness. The rustic appearance of the wooden cabin harmonizes beautifully with the surrounding trees and grassy expanse. The vibrant potted plants enliven the space, creating an atmosphere of comfort and warmth. When Erlong, an old friend, arrived, he stepped out to greet them. As they approached, Flander called out boisterously, and soon a modestly dressed woman gracefully emerged. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a simple black cloth dress, with a piece of fabric elegantly pinning back a strand of her azure hair. Her somewhat pallid face bore delicate and captivating features, her eyes like painted landscapes. Tall and with porcelain-like, fair skin, she exuded an aura of femininity accentuated by her curvaceous figure beneath her fitted robe. Upon seeing the master, her previously vacant gaze instantly sparkled with life. "Xiaogang, is that you?" Erlong exclaimed, leaping to the master's side and grasping his arm tightly, her melodious voice tinged with a quiver. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks, and her trembling form conveyed a profound excitement that even Luban, standing nearby, could deeply sense. The master, too, had reddened eyes, his lips quivering, rendered momentarily speechless. Flander, with a sigh, broke the silence, saying, "It has been 20 years. Our golden triangle has finally reunited." He patted Luban on the shoulder, signaling him to move aside, lest he become a third wheel. Luban scratched his head, somewhat disgruntled, and retreated a short distance, his curiosity about the reunion evident. An hour passed swiftly. When the master and Erlong reappeared, they were hand in hand, exuding the sweetness of long-separated lovers. "Little Ludan, come here and let the mistress see you." Erlong beckoned, having been astounded by the master's earlier mention of Luban's circumstances. She never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary individual on the continent. "Mistress, I am Luban," he said, scratching his head, correcting Erlong's pronunciation, which elicited a hearty laugh from her. "This young lad has quite a sweet tongue," she remarked. "Luban, showcase your talent. Erlong is no stranger, and you will need her assistance to obtain your 6th spirit ring," the master encouraged. His face aglow with vitality, noticeably more spirited than before. The heaviness that once enveloped him had vanished. Luban nodded and released his martial spirit. 5 soul rings gradually emerging from beneath his feet. Yellow, purple, black, red, red. Hiss. Witnessing Luban's 5 magnificent soul rings, Erlong was utterly astounded. Xiaogang was indeed correct. Luban was a prodigious talent, arguably the most gifted individual on the continent. A 12-year-old soul emperor. How astonishing. If word of Luban's talent spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir across the continent. Erlong, Luban's strength is now remarkable. He could easily surpass any ordinary Title Douluo, Flander noted, observing Erlong's astonishment with a grin. He recounted Luban's heroic feats in the extreme north against the ice and snow emperors, leaving Erlong wide-eyed and agape, astonished at the growth of this 12-year-old boy. With this, their return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be devoid of any concerns. Subsequently, Flander disclosed the happenings at Shrek Academy to Erlong, mentioning that aside from Luban, there were 7 other remarkable prodigies there. Erlong's eyes sparkled with interest, as if contemplating a heist. "Flander, I think you should merge Shrek Academy with the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendo City. You should remain the principal," she proposed. Her previous aspirations of being the principal dissipating upon seeing the master, she directly offered the Blue Tyrant Academy to Flander, leaving him taken aback. Just as he was about to decline, the master urged him, affirming Erlong's point that for the future of Tang San and the others, Shrek Academy indeed needed to relocate. Chapter 73. Returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. The master began to recount the environment for spirit manifestation training and the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy tournament. Shrek Academy was merely a nameless small institution outside Soto City, not officially registered, rendering it ineligible to participate in the prestigious tournament. This is detrimental to the future development of the children. After a profound discourse by the master, Flinder gradually unraveled his emotional turmoil and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the Golden Iron Triangle shifted their focus to the quest for the sixth soul ring for Luban. Flinder recounted the information conveyed by Feng Batian to Lu Erlong once more. The following day, the group departed from the Blue Tyrant Academy, heading towards the location of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, nestled in the northeastern region of the Tiando Empire, specifically in the Jiolong Mountain area. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is situated not far from Tiando City, and within half a day's time, Luban and his companions arrived smoothly. Similar to Shinkong City, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is also established on a mountain, albeit on a considerably larger scale. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family has erected 9 magnificent cities across the 9 peaks of Jiolong Mountain. The peaks here are steep and towering, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a path to the celestial realm. The entire architectural complex of the sect is built against the mountains, tier upon tier, arranged with a sense of harmony, exuding a grandiose aura. At the foot of the mountain, several winding rivers flow incessantly. Upon arriving in the Jiolong Mountain area, Luban and his companions paused, guided by the master, to appear at the mountain's base, where they boarded a large vessel bound for Jinlong City atop Jinlong Mountain. This was Luban's first visit to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and the sight before him left him in awe. A river, dozens of meters wide, spiraled up along the mountain, a truly wondrous sight. It resembled a colossal dragon coiling around the entire peak. According to the master, there are 8 similar rivers like the one before them. Each of the other 8 peaks also has a river winding gently upwards. From a distance, they appear as 9 great dragons ascending. Hence, this place is named Jiolong Mountain. Such a paradisiacal realm can only be occupied by a formidable sect like the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. The 9 peaks are governed by the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Among them, Jinlong Peak, home to Jinlong City, is the residence of the family head and serves as the administrative center of the entire sect. Jinlong City is the largest among the 9 cities. The boat ride from the foot of the mountain to the summit took an hour. Upon reaching the peak, the pier was bustling with people, a lively scene. Disembarking, the master took the lead, guiding Luban and the others into Jinlong City. In the city lord's residence, the Yu family's grand courtyard, in the main hall, the master knelt before a middle-aged man seated in the main position. This man was Yu Yuanjin, the current patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, and the father of Master Yu Xiaogang. Despite his imposing stature and robust build, he had surpassed the age of 70. His skin bore a deep bronze hue, as if imbued with the essence of time, exuding a calm yet authoritative presence. Dressed in a blue robe adorned with dragon patterns, he displayed the dignity and status of his family. A golden belt adorned his waist, set with a blue gem that shimmered brilliantly. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin gazed at Yu Xiaogang with a complex expression, his hands tightly clasped, occasionally sighing. Over the years, how have you fared? Father, I have been unfilial, causing you worry, Yu Xiaogang replied with reddened eyes. Despite the mockery from others in the family, his father Yu Yuanjin had always treated him kindly. I have been researching the theory of martial souls and have made significant progress. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin's expression tightened, revealing a hint of regret in his eyes. It was indeed a pity that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul had mutated into such an oddity. As for Yu Xiaogangs claims regarding his research on martial soul theory, he dismissed them, believing his son was merely evading reality. Yu Yuanjin gestured for Yu Xiaogang to rise and stated, "You need not prove anything to others." The master, aware of his father's disinterest in his research, interjected, "Father, my theory has been successfully practiced on my disciple, and I believe it will soon gain recognition across the continent. This time I returned mainly for my disciple, hoping he can undergo the baptism at Tianqi Lake." Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin turned to Luban, his eyes flashing with thunderous light, his aura gradually pressing down. Surprised to find Luban unfazed, Yu Yuanjin continued to increase his pressure, raising his soul power to level 50, yet Luban remained indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. The master, at level 29, felt the immense pressure and began to sweat profusely, while Luban, at the center of this pressure, showed no reaction whatsoever. Observing this, Yu Yuanjin escalated his soul power suppression further. At level 60, Luban still remained unaffected. At level 70, nothing changed. Lu Erlong approached the master, assisting him away from Luban's position. At this moment, the air around Luban seemed to solidify as the overwhelming waves of soul power cracked the very floor of the hall. What an extraordinary young man, so resilient, Yu Yuanjin thought, astonished that this 11 or 12-year-old boy could withstand his 70-level soul power pressure. Unconvinced, he gradually increased his soul power suppression to 80, yet still, he could not force out the boy's martial soul. Completely dumbfounded, Yu Yuanjin realized that even for an 80th level Soul Douluo, Such a powerful force would necessitate the release of their martial soul to resist. Young man, how old are you, and what is your soul power level? Yu Xiaogang inquired, retracting his soul power pressure. Not wishing to continue the probing, he realized that if this peak 96 Title Douluo could not suppress the boy, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Noticing Luban's hesitation, the master gave him a reassuring glance, indicating that he should speak freely. Luban then bowed respectfully and said, Senior, I am 12 years old and a 60-level 5-ring Soul Emperor. 12? A 60-level Soul Emperor? Upon hearing Luban's words, Yu Xiaogang, seated upright, was utterly astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Release your martial soul and soul rings. Let me see. Recognizing Yu Xiaogang's status, Luban no longer concealed his abilities and summoned Luban number 7. With the martial soul manifesting, 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, rose slowly, swirling around him. The dazzling light illuminated the entire hall in a riot of colors. Chapter 74, The Conditions of the Elders. A red 100,000-year soul ring, and 2 of them. The second soul ring is 1,000 years, the third a 10,000-year one. My heavens, what a divine configuration of soul rings. As Yu Xiaogang observed Luban's martial soul and soul rings, he was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. How could this be possible? This youth, who possesses the peak title of Douluo, has not even attained a 100,000-year spirit ring, and his 9th spirit ring remains merely a black 10,000-year spirit ring. Yet, before me stands a boy exhibiting 200,000-year spirit rings, which is rather disheartening. The crux of the matter is how could one so young withstand the overwhelming energy impact of such ancient spirit rings? This left Yu Xiaogang utterly perplexed. Father, I hope you will not disclose anything regarding Luban's talents, the master implored, noting his father's astonished expression, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Although Luban's power is formidable, it has yet to reach an invincible level. He must remain discreet in his development. If word of his talents were to spread, countless Title Douluo would surely come seeking trouble. Gradually regaining his composure, Yu Xiaogang nodded slowly. The talents of this young man are indeed extraordinary, and should they be made public, they would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. What is the true nature of his spirit rings? Alongside his astonishment, curiosity swelled within Yu Xiaogang. How could his body possibly endure the shock of a 100,000-year spirit ring? Observing his father's astonished demeanor, the master resumed his explanation of the theoretical framework of the 20 core competencies of martial souls. Provided that the soul beasts voluntarily sacrifice themselves, the constraints of spirit rings can be transcended, allowing spirit masters to absorb them perfectly, regardless of their age. The spirit rings possessed by Luban are the result of such voluntary sacrifices by the soul beasts, which accounts for their current form. Upon hearing his son elucidate Luban's exceptional situation, Yu Xiaogang found himself with a newfound appreciation for martial soul theory. It has become evident that such theory is crucial for the growth of a prodigy. Without theoretical guidance, who would dare absorb a 1,000-year soul beast for their second spirit ring or a 10,000-year soul beast for their third? No one would be foolish enough to risk their life in such a manner. Historical records over millennia indicate that numerous spirit masters have perished due to the overwhelming energy of soul beasts during absorption. The more gifted the disciple, the more cautious the great families tend to be. Yet, this caution distances them from the ranks of true prodigies. As the master continued his explanation, Yu Xiaogang listened attentively, his gaze on Luban growing increasingly fervent. If only he could persuade this extraordinary youth to join the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. No wonder his son had been absent from the family for so long. He had returned specifically for this remarkable boy. For outsiders, gaining entry to the sacred lake for the baptism is exceedingly difficult unless they become disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Xiaogang cast a glance at Luban, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. The master, perceiving his father's thoughts, instantly comprehended. Father, Luban will not join any family. No family possesses the strength to command his loyalty. The master stated with a wry smile. Luban's current strength is certainly capable of dominating the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. For a powerful individual, the most vital aspect is the aversion to constraints, and Luban embodies this principle. He is destined to become a figure of reverence across the continent. How could he simply join any family? Joining a family on the continent means submitting oneself to its rules. Take the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, for example. The regulations are numerous and quite intricate. The master's prolonged absence was largely due to this very reason. Elder, I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and find it difficult to cope with the constraints of a family. Please forgive me, Luban interjected, echoing the master's sentiments with an apology. Is there truly no alternative? If I can gain entry to the sacred lake, I will owe the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family a favor, and should danger arise in the future, I can lend my assistance thrice. Upon hearing Luban's declaration, Yu Xiaogan's heart soared with joy, though he maintained an expression of contemplation. Luban's promise would be disregarded by any other prodigy, but it was quite different for them. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect ranks second among the continent's sects, second only to the Haotian sect. They would not take seriously the words of a gifted youth offering to assist in a vague manner. However, Luban was no ordinary individual, and Yu Xiaogang regarded his promise with significant importance. After all, possessing 200,000-year spirit rings and being a 12-year-old spirit emperor foretold that he would inevitably become one of the continent's most elite experts. To forge a connection with him early on would greatly benefit the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. After deliberating on Luban's commitment, Yu Xiaogang proposed a new plan. There are indeed other methods available, provided the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family consent. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Now, you will follow my arrangements, Yu Xiaogang declared, his mind already set on a course of action. In the grand hall of the Dragon City Lord's mansion, the 9 elders convened. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is situated in the Jiolong mountain region, featuring 9 peaks, each guarded by an elder. These 9 individuals, along with their descendants, are all direct descendants of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. On this day, the esteemed leader, Yu Xiaogang, summoned the elders for a council. He informed them of the master's return with his disciple, who wished to undergo the baptism of the heavenly lake. Upon hearing the name of Master Yu Xiaogang, many elders concealed their disdain, though their hearts brimmed with contempt. After all these years, this so-called waste had the audacity to return, and not just alone, but accompanied by an outsider, seeking entry into the heavenly lake for a baptism. Had he lost his senses? I observed the child's talent. It surpasses that of our clan's contemporaries. What? Upon hearing Yu Xiaogan's remarks, several elders swiftly expressed their discontent. How could a disciple trained by a waste be compared to the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Since the leader made such a claim, if Yu Xiaogang's disciple could defeat our Zixia Peak prodigy, I would concede to his entry into the heavenly lake for the baptism. The third elder's sentiments echoed strongly. I from Yuchuan Peak share this sentiment. Indeed, I, too, wish to witness what kind of disciple Xiaogang could cultivate. Should he best my Qingyun Peak genius, I would grant my approval. Haha, it has been many years since the leader has praised someone so. My Yaoguang Peak disciples are also eager to witness what true talent looks like. I, too, have no objections. As long as Xiaojiang's disciple can defeat the genius of Tianji Peak, I will consent to his entry into the heavenly lake for baptism. The 9 elders quickly responded to Yu Xiaogan's words. Their opinions were remarkably unified. All were eager to witness this so-called genius spoken of by Yu Xiaogang. In truth, they believed this was merely Yu Xiaogan's attempt to save face for his son, Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 75, Battle of the 9 Mountain Disciples. They were acutely aware of Yu Xiaojiang's true abilities. The illustrious Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan's top-tier beast martial spirit had mutated into that of a mere pig. With innate soul power barely reaching level 1, he was doomed to never attain level 30. Ridiculed and ostracized by his peers, he eventually could no longer bear it and chose to leave home. Soon after, tales of a so-called theory of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits emerged, which they found utterly ludicrous. As Yu Xiaogang returned to the clan, they anticipated a spectacle of misfortune. The elders had no faith that a waste could cultivate any formidable disciple. With the elders in agreement, Yu Xiaogang nodded, and the council reached a formal accord. Provided that the master's disciple could conquer the prodigies of the 9 mountains, he would be permitted entry into the heavenly lake for baptism. The heavenly lake, a sacred ground of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, is situated at the heart of the 9 mountains, surrounded by the peaks. It is a naturally formed lake at the summit. Within this lake, the power of thunder permeates, creating an extraordinary phenomenon. Particularly for soul masters with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, entering the heavenly lake for cultivation can refine their entire being with the essence of thunder. The longer one remains in the lake, the purer the baptism of thunder they endure, which greatly benefits future cultivation. It can be said that the heavenly lake is the very foundation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Historically, it has been regarded as a forbidden zone, inaccessible to outsiders. Once the council's agreement was finalized, news quickly spread. The master had returned to the clan, bringing his disciple who wished to enter the heavenly lake for baptism, and would challenge the prodigies of the 9 mountains. Upon this announcement, an uproar erupted among the 9 mountains. The disciples were utterly astonished. How audacious for an outsider, deemed a genius, to provoke the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. A mere waste could not possibly produce any formidable talent. Indeed, how bold to challenge the disciples of the 9 mountains. They regarded it as merely an opportunity for amusement. Humph, let them come. I relish the thought of trampling on external so-called geniuses. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Do they think anyone can provoke our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect at will? Our Zixia Peak genius, at the tender age of 12, has already attained level 21, boasting 200-year soul rings. How dare they challenge me? It is indeed true that typically, only disciples from prominent families possess the optimal soul ring configurations. The first soul ring of the master's disciple is likely a mere white 10-year soul ring. A day later, in the central square of Jinlong City, the atmosphere was electric, bustling with excitement. A circular arena had been hastily erected in the center for the purpose of competition. Today marked the day of Luban's challenge against the disciples of the Nine Mountains. The stands were filled with eager spectators, all keen to witness the clash of so-called geniuses. Who is Luban? Stepped forward for battle. Soon, as the appointed time approached, a boy of roughly 11 or 12 sprang onto the stage, shouting, "I, Lei Yin, genius disciple of Xiaogang, hereby extend a challenge." Below the arena, upon witnessing this, Luban also leapt up, landing on the stage. Looking at the youthful challenger, Luban smiled and shook his head. "You are insufficient. Summon your clan's most formidable talents to face me. Bring them all." Such audacity, such boldness. Seeing Luban's arrogant demeanor in the center of the arena, a chorus of furious outcries erupted from the crowd, especially among the 11 and 12-year-old prodigies of the Nine Mountains, who were incensed beyond measure. This is an unabashed display of contempt towards them. To be together while putting on such an act is truly outrageous. Young man, congratulations. You have successfully provoked my ire. Facing Luban, Lei Yin's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. "I will not cease until you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency." With that, he activated his martial spirit. The martial spirit manifested. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, encircling his body. Lightning-like energy coursed through him, and blue thunder flashed in his eyes. In an instant, with the embodiment of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit, Lei Yin underwent a remarkable transformation. A formidable aura emanated from his being, swiftly enveloping the air around him. As this presence expanded, the disciples with lesser cultivation felt an invisible force pressing down upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Suddenly, a dazzling radiance erupted from Lei Yin, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance and authority. His physique grew tall and imposing, as if he had truly transformed into a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. "This is the true embodiment of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit," exclaimed a disciple from the arena below. Other disciples nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting awe and envy. Lei Yin let out a deafening roar, his voice reverberating powerfully. He unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As he activated the skill, his eyes sharpened, and within the depths of his pupils, flashes of lightning danced. He swiftly swept his hands in front of him, accompanied by a dragon-like howl, as a dazzling surge of electric light gathered between his palms, gradually forming a colossal dragon claw. The dragon's claw emanated a chilling majesty, as if it possessed the power to rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Dark currents of terrifying electricity coursed along the claw, each arc appearing almost alive, leaping and roaring with a ferocious vigor. As the Thunder Dragon Claw was unleashed, the aura of Lei Yin surged to its zenith. His entire form was enveloped in a blinding radiance of electricity, causing the very space around him to tremble. The onlooking disciples below the arena were awestruck by the overwhelming force before them, their eyes filled with both fear and reverence. Lei Yin's first soul ring had been acquired from the hunt of a 400-year-old thunderstorm dragon, a testament to its formidable prowess. The Thunder Dragon Claw was indeed a powerful technique, capable of both ranged and close-quarters assaults, rendering it nearly inscrutable. It was clear that the opponent would be unable to evade this attack. Survival was improbable, and severe injury was all but certain. How fitting, let him boast. A lesson in humility would serve him well. Behold, that young man is so terrified he hasn't even dared to unleash his martial spirit. The battle on the arena was on the verge of eruption, with the prodigy Lei Yin from Xiaogang commanding an imposing presence, while his opponent, Luban, stood silently, his martial spirit still unmanifested. At that moment, the younger disciples from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan began to mock him. Just moments ago he had boasted with bravado, yet now he appeared paralyzed by fear at the onset of battle. Truly amusing. The Thunder Dragon Claw sped through the air towards Luban, distorting the surrounding atmosphere and refracting a kaleidoscope of colors, accompanied by a thunderous crackle that resonated loudly. However, just as the Thunder Dragon Claw was about to strike Luban, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow as the claw grazed past his ear, ultimately dissipating into the air. What just transpired? The disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan below the arena halted in astonishment, utterly bewildered. He evaded it? My goodness. How swift must he be? Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as they felt they had witnessed a mere illusion. Luban's speed was astonishingly rapid. Had the Thunder Dragon Claw not missed its target, they would have believed they were experiencing a mirage. Chapter 76. The prodigies of the Nine Mountains emerge unlike the younger disciples of the clan. The elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan observed with clarity. In the instant the Thunder Dragon Claw had been unleashed, Luban executed a swift sidestep, his movements akin to teleportation, exhibiting a speed that was almost unfathomable, even for those of them who were Soul Douluo experts at level 80 or above. It is essential to note that the Thunder Dragon Claw's ranged attack was delivered with remarkable rapidity, nearly instantaneous. Even the most skilled practitioners, possessing high soul power, would struggle to evade it as effortlessly as Luban had. Too weak and lacking in speed. In the center of the arena, Luban stood resolutely, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor, as if addressing an inexperienced novice. Lei Yan, taken aback for a moment, could hardly believe that his first soul skill had been so easily evaded by Luban. Furthermore, Luban had yet to release his martial spirit. Hearing Luban's taunts, Lei Yan's face flushed with indignation, unable to conceal his displeasure. "Do not be so arrogant, boy," he retorted, before unleashing his second soul skill, his most formidable strike yet, lightning strike. Standing firm in the arena, Lei Yan closed his eyes, seemingly communing with the thunderous forces of nature. The surrounding air grew charged with an unusual energy, distant rumbles of thunder rolling ominously, accompanied by gusts of wind that sent his garments fluttering. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from his body, as if a miniature sun was igniting within him. Following this, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his form, cascading outward in all directions. The thunderbolts were robust and resplendent, each one embodying a terrifying force capable of annihilating all in its path. With a low growl, Lei Yan thrust his hands forward. As he moved, the scattered thunderbolts converged instantaneously into a colossal beam of lightning, propelled by an overwhelming might towards Luban, who stood not far away. Where the lightning beam traversed, the air seemed to be torn asunder, its momentum surpassing even that of the thunder dragon's claws. A deafening roar erupted from the arena as the spot where Luban stood was engulfed in radiant lightning, a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from the point of explosion. The entire platform trembled under this surge, on the verge of collapse. Heavens, how could this be possible? Look at the sky. Is he truly human? Astonishingly, Luban was soaring, having evaded the devastating assault of the thunderbolt. Remarkable. Without even considering the sheer force, his speed was simply unrivaled among his peers. Oh, the way Luban glided through the air was exhilarating, exuding an undeniable charm. In the moment the thunderbolt struck, Luban effortlessly walked through the air, a skill bestowed by the Wind Rift Beast, having fused with the external soul bone of the Wind Thunder Wings and the Wind Rift Beast as his spirit. Luban now possessed this extraordinary wind attribute ability. At this moment, as Luban strolled through the air, he appeared as an otherworldly sage, captivating all present. Even Yu Xiaogang and the 9 elders were left in awe at his ethereal grace. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lei Yan was rendered speechless by Luban's display. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he hadn't even grazed the hem of Luban's garment. What is the meaning of disparity? This was the vast chasm that lay before them. You are not worthy. Next. As the momentum of the thunderbolt dissipated, Luban gently descended onto the arena, waved his hand, and spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lei Yan's face turned crimson, realizing that even if the battle continued, it would only end in his disgrace as he would be forced to retreat amidst the crowd. From Yuchuan Peak, I, Lei Yuer, have come to challenge. With that, a 12 or 13-year-old girl leaped onto the stage. The girl, sporting a single ponytail, appeared exceptionally competent, clad in regal purple attire. Upon her arrival, Lei Yuer briefly introduced herself before summoning her martial spirit, activating 2 yellow 100-year soul rings. Instantly, this elicited a cacophony of excitement from the onlookers, as Lei Yuer was renowned as one of the top talents at Yuchuan Peak, possessing innate soul power at level 9. Without further ado, Lei Yuer began to unleash her soul skills, intending to deliver a decisive strike to Luban. Having witnessed the previous battle, she recognized Luban's formidable strength and remarkable speed, which aligned perfectly with her own expertise and agility. Her first soul skill, Thunderwing. Standing tall, her eyes sparkled with a lightning-like brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she rapidly formed seals before her chest, accompanied by a resolute shout. Thunderwing. In an instant, the air behind her seemed to be ripped apart by an invisible force, as a pair of massive thunderous wings unfurled gracefully. The wings were composed of countless minute arcs, each shimmering with brilliant radiance. As the tumultuous power of thunder leaped upon them, the moment the wings unfurled, a formidable wave of energy emanated from Lei Yuer, radiating outward. With each flap of her wings, robust bolts of lightning erupted, spreading in all directions. Spectators could only catch glimpses of her lightning-like figure darting through the air, each appearance accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder and a dazzling flash of lightning. Many youthful prodigies struggled to discern Lei Yuer's precise location, left only with fleeting afterimages in the sky. Her second soul skill, Thunder Fist, was unleashed immediately after the manifestation of the thunder wings. With a fierce cry, she proclaimed, Thunder Fist. Her right fist was enveloped in a dense aura of thunderous power, forming a colossal shadow of a thunderous fist. With the aid of the thunder wings, this punch emanated a chilling might. The first soul skill accelerated her movements, while the second soul skill initiated a close-range assault. This was a deftly executed combination of soul skills. In that moment, Lei Yuer transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards her target. Her right fist clenched tightly, the thunder fist wielding cataclysmic force as it descended upon Luban with ferocity. In response to Lei Yuer's pursuit, Luban's speed surged once more. As he darted through the air with astonishing swiftness, his feet seemed to tread upon the very air, as if walking upon clouds, evading the onslaught of both the thunder wings and the thunder fist. Luban's figure appeared exceptionally agile against the backdrop of the thunder, each flicker leaving a graceful arc in its wake. He resembled a delicate bird, soaring freely through the skies, deftly dodging the concentrated storm of lightning. The ferocious power of the thunder unleashed by the wings spread through the air, each bolt imbued with destructive force. Yet, Luban seemed to have mastered the speed of the wind, evading the lethal strikes at the very last moment. Every strike of Lei Yuer's thunder fist was terrifying, as if it sought to rend the very air asunder. Yet Luban appeared to foresee the trajectory of her attacks, always materializing in another location at the critical moment, flawlessly dodging the seemingly fatal thunder fist. Chapter 77. All present are worthless. The two moved with astonishing speed, enacting a mesmerizing chase in the sky. Their figures traced elegant arcs through the air, moving at a pace so swift it left onlookers breathless. Such extraordinary speed is difficult for the average person to grasp. Its agility has undoubtedly surpassed the limits of human capability. How could this be possible? As the battle unfolded, the onlookers noticed that Luban's speed was increasing dramatically. He had barely exerted himself in the previous match. His current velocity surpassed that of his fight with Lei Yin by more than double. Yet, despite this, the talented spectators observed that Luban appeared completely at ease. In contrast, Lei Yuer was increasingly struggling as time progressed. With a determination to confront rather than flee, she bit her lip in frustration. After pursuing for quite some time, she had yet to even brush against the hem of Luban's garment. Just as she seemed close to catching up, he suddenly escalated his speed, leaving her in the dust. Occasionally, he would flash a devilish smile, further inciting Lei Yuer's ire. Her teeth clenched in anger, wishing nothing more than to devour Luban whole. Dear girl, speed is inherently a facet of strength. If you cannot catch me, it simply signifies your inadequacy, Luban remarked with a nonchalant smile, which Lei Yuer found infuriating. You are no man, she finally shouted in exasperation before leaping off the arena. After a quarter of an hour of relentless pursuit, Lei Yuer unleashed her two formidable soul abilities, but her soul power was rapidly depleting, and she was unable to sustain the effort any longer. Goodness, is this even possible? Luban was taken aback by Lei Yuer's sudden shift to a proactive stance. He had not anticipated that this young girl would display such audacity in her defeat, and she proceeded to chastise him, her demeanor radiating resentment. Do not be so arrogant. For the Dragon Peak Su Tianlong is here to challenge you. Just as Lei Yuer exited the arena, a robust voice resonated throughout the venue. A young boy, seemingly around 13 or 14, ascended the stage. Yu Tianlong, clad in a thunderous battle robe, exuded an imposing presence. His lofty demeanor indicative of a prodigious talent long heralded by the masses. With Yu Tianlong's entrance, the young disciples below erupted into a chorus of cheers. At just 13 years of age, he possessed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial soul and was a formidable level 29 assault system soul master. He ranked among the top 5 in the entire younger generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, eclipsing even Lei Yin and Lei Yuer in popularity. Despite his ostentatious manner of speaking, Yu Tianlong approached Luban with a serious self-introduction, revealing a commendable level of decorum. The carefree demeanor of the young lad evoked no ill feelings in Luban. With a resolute spirit, he invoked his first soul skill, the arrow of the Thunder Dragon. Yu Tianlong closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, as he began to meticulously channel the immense soul power within him. His body transformed into a vortex of soul energy, where formidable strength converged and spiraled. At the behest of Yu Tianlong's will, the soul power commenced a languid flow within him. It resembled meandering streams that coalesced into a mighty river. The force contained within this river seemed capable of annihilating all that existed in the heavens and the earth, instilling a profound sense of dread. With his hands forming intricate seals, every gesture resonated with power and rhythm. His body appeared to merge with the ambient soul energy, and with each movement, the spiritual force began to metamorphose. Gradually, it crystallized into slender threads, as if sculpted from the purest jade, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. These delicate threads gradually coalesce, forming a colossal arrow in the shape of a dragon. It emanates a gentle golden light, reminiscent of a thunder dragon winding and spiraling within the jade celestial dragon's body. With a low roar from the jade celestial dragon, this immense arrow is instantaneously unleashed from within. It cleaves through the air with a deafening roar, a sound akin to the dragon's mighty roar, resonating with a profound sense of awe. The second soul technique, thunder tracking. At the moment the thunder dragon arrow is cast, the jade celestial dragon simultaneously employs its second soul technique to lock onto its target. The first soul technique serves as an offensive maneuver, while the second technique is designed for tracking, creating a seamless combination of skills. The synergy between the two is impeccable, leaving the opponent with no means of evasion. The only option is to withstand the onslaught. As thunder tracking is activated, the Thunder Dragon arrow appears to come alive, autonomously pursuing Luban. It soars through the sky like a silver arrow, hurtling forward with unrelenting speed. Wherever it passes, the air seems to ignite, radiating an intense brilliance. This light bathes the entire arena in a golden hue, both beautiful and magnificent. At this moment, Luban feels a profound sense of being locked onto, as the instant the Jade Celestial Dragon employs its second soul technique. This is the intuition of the strong. At this moment, had he employed the external soul bone, wind and thunder wings, Luban would have possessed absolute confidence in evading the targeted pursuit. However, facing a mere child yet to reach the 30th level, such an action was entirely unnecessary. After all, it was a soul bone of 400,000 years, and utilizing it would be somewhat unfair. As the Thunder Dragon arrow approached, Luban made no attempt to glide through the air to evade. Instead, he stood proudly and defiantly upon the arena, bracing himself to take the hit directly with his body. This audacious maneuver left the onlookers in utter astonishment. The timid young boys and girls in the audience had already covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the sight. They could not fathom facing such a formidable strike without even unleashing their martial spirits. Surely, they would lose their lives in the process. What audacity this individual possessed. Many spectators peered through their fingers, eager to witness the catastrophic outcome awaiting Luban. At that moment, as Luban prepared to absorb the Thunder Dragon arrow with his body, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family shook their heads in dismay. They thought to themselves how reckless the youth had become, utterly ignorant of the peril involved. The Thunder Dragon arrow was no trivial matter. Should it strike true, one would either perish or sustain severe injuries. However, what transpired next left the crowd utterly flabbergasted. As the Thunder Dragon arrow made contact with Luban's body, it vanished as if a mud dragon had plunged into the sea or a raindrop had merged with water, returning to the flow of countless rivers. Aside from stirring gentle ripples of electricity around Luban's form, it caused no further disturbance whatsoever. At that moment, the entire arena collectively gasped in astonishment. One by one, they rubbed their eyes, their faces etched with disbelief, inwardly exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Upon witnessing his most formidable strike being met head-on by Luban's unwavering physique, Yu Xiaogang stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. How could one continue to fight under such circumstances? Following Yu Xiaogang, other prominent prodigies from Yuheng Peak and Qingyun Peak emerged to challenge, only to suffer devastating defeats. Faring even worse than Yu Xiaogang and Lei Yuer, who were thoroughly outmatched by Luban, akin to mere children being toyed with. Is this what the so-called talented disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect amount to? As the series of confrontations concluded, Luban stood proudly at the center of the arena, surveying his surroundings with a composed smile that bore an unmistakable hint of disdain. "You pitiful lot dare to label my master as worthless? In my view, you are all the true failures here." Chapter 78. The Thunder Team Overwhelmed Failures. Mere failures. Such sharp words echoed back to the gathered elite, causing their faces to tremble with indignation and humiliation. Their lack of strength left them helpless. In their eyes, Luban's prowess was almost absurd. Throughout the competition, he had not even unleashed his martial soul, yet had vanquished numerous talents from the 9 mountains. His presence on the stage loomed like Mount Tai, instilling immense pressure upon them. Observing their juniors unable to raise their heads in the face of Luban's scorn, the 9 elders wore grim expressions, clearly displeased. They had not anticipated that this young contender possessed such formidable strength, single-handedly rendering their family's prodigies incapable of holding their heads high. It was truly astonishing. They had made prior commitments that they could not retract, especially with the eyes of the entire sect upon them. Luban's usual demeanor was well known to them. He was typically modest and gentle, his words as soothing as a spring breeze, embodying the image of a refined gentleman. Yet today, he had cast aside his usual restraint, speaking boldly, clearly intent on restoring his master's honor. At this moment, the master felt his eyes welling up with emotion, deeply touched. Lu Erlong sensed the master's trembling form and grasped his hands in a gesture of comfort. Flinders stood by, grinning foolishly at the arena, feeling immense satisfaction in having such a student as Luban. The results of this contest swiftly spread throughout the entire Jiulong Mountain region, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. The news reached the Thunder Advanced Soul Master Academy, where the students were incensed. "That brat Luban is unbearably arrogant and must be taught a lesson," they exclaimed. "How dare he declare that the talents of the 9 mountains are failures? He deserves to be taught a lesson." They were determined to showcase the true depth of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family's prowess, to demonstrate what true genius entails. Word had it that the Thunder team was preparing to strike back, and anticipation grew. With excitement, they learned that the 7 members of the Thunder team had announced their intention to challenge Luban the following day. How dare he provoke the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? They were resolved to ensure that Luban would not escape unscathed. Thus, after Luban's triumph over the 9 mountain prodigies, the next day arrived, and the Thunder Team emerged. Eager to restore their family's honor, they approached Yu Xiaogang and the 9 elders to express their intentions. Ultimately, the Council of Elders agreed to the impending duel with Luban. On that day, the Great Soul Arena of Jinlong City was teeming with spectators, as the descendants of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family gathered to witness the contest. In the main arena, Luban stood facing the 7 members of the Thunder Team. The team captain, Yu Tianxin, and the vice captain, Lei Dong, wore expressions of evident displeasure. They had approached their clan leader, Yu Xiaogang, the previous day, only to be met with the unexpected demand that their entire team challenge Luban. Such a request felt like a grave insult to their abilities. At the tender age of 13, they had already attained a soul power level of 30, possessing 3 soul rings, making them among the most gifted individuals in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. To be summoned to confront a youth who appeared no older than themselves was, in their eyes, a blatant affront. Luban, unleash your martial soul quickly. We shall grant you 3 moves. Otherwise, once we strike, you shall have no opportunity to retaliate, Yu Tianxin declared, her long hair flowing gracefully. In response, Luban smiled nonchalantly. Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, he summoned his martial soul, Luban number 7, cleverly disguising his soul rings as a 3-ring formation using the auditing skin of the gaming boy. 2 yellow rings of 100 years and 1 purple ring of 1,000 years materialized. With a rapid succession of sounds, Luban controlled his power, launching 7 energy spheres from his dragon's mouth gun directly at the Thunder Team. Aware of Luban's prowess, Yu Tianxin and the others did not dare to underestimate him. Although they had permitted Luban 3 moves, their martial souls were already activated. As the energy spheres approached, they attempted to absorb the impact with their bodies, only to be violently jolted back, nearly toppling off the arena. The onlookers were left in astonishment, as the Thunder Team narrowly escaped a catastrophic defeat. Yu Tianxin and her companions were equally shaken. Luban's casual strike had nearly concluded the battle. Defend. As Luban's second attack loomed, Yu Tianxin lost her previous composure and shouted urgently. The defensive soul masters of the Thunder Team swiftly invoked their soul skills to fortify their defenses. Thunder Armor. The second soul skill manifested, enveloping each member of the Thunder Team in a brilliant layer of thunderous armor, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the defensive soul masters positioned themselves at the forefront, forming a protective formation. With great effort, they barely managed to withstand Luban's second casual strike. Although the defensive spirit master successfully blocked Luban's attack, the impact on his physical state was considerable. It felt as though his internal organs were being struck by a hammer. Leaving him burdened and breathless, his complexion flushed. Observing this, Captain Yu Tianxin decisively commanded the auxiliary spirit masters of the Thunder Team to intervene before Luban's third assault. If they failed to act, they would likely be unable to endure the next blow. They were allowed to endure 3 attacks from Luban without retaliation, solely focusing on defense. Should they miss their opportunity to counter, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the Thunder Team. Thunder Staff, second ability, control. As the auxiliary spirit master unleashed his second soul skill, the defensive capabilities of the Thunder Team surged by 30%. With the combined effect of the Thunder Armor, they barely managed to withstand Luban's third casual strike. Once the 3 attacks had passed, the 7 members of Yu Tianxin's team wore grave expressions, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated Luban's offensive strength to be so formidable. Even without utilizing his soul skills, he had compelled their strongest defenses to emerge. Truly remarkable. Luban, what type of spirit master are you? Yu Tianxin inquired, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Output type battle spirit master, Luban replied with a nonchalant smile. Be cautious. I am a ranged attacker, and you may not even reach the hem of my garments before you face defeat. Humph, such arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the might of our Thunder Team. Offended by the condescending attitude of this youth younger than herself, Yu Tianxin felt a surge of determination. Now that 3 attacks had passed, it was time for the Thunder Team to reveal their true strength. With a commanding voice, Captain Yu Tianxin initiated the most powerful assault. Control. Charge. All-out attack. Assist. The vice captain of the Control Spirit Masters, Lei Dong, took the lead, followed by the Agile Attack Spirit Masters who launched their assault. The 3 powerful Attack Spirit Masters, led by the captain, soon joined in. Protected by the Defensive Spirit Masters, the Auxiliary Spirit Masters advanced swiftly in formation, continuously releasing enhancement skills. Chapter 79. The Assault on the Heavenly Pool Lake Lightning Line and Twine. The vice captain Lei Dong activated his first skill, ensnaring Luban with a line of electricity. He then unleashed his second and third soul skills, aiming to impose comprehensive control and restrictions on Luban. Lei Dong's martial spirit was the Thunder Spider, and his second soul skill was web binding. In an instant, the air became saturated with a rich aura of energy, as if an invisible force was coalescing. As the skills were activated, intricate silver webs emanated from the martial spirit Thunder Spider. The webs appeared to be woven from the most resilient metal, exuding a faint silvery sheen. They spread across the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. The webs floated gracefully, resembling mysterious incantations, radiating powerful waves of energy. With Luban already constrained by the lightning lines, the webs swiftly ensnared their target, subsequently unleashing a formidable binding force. Under the influence of this power, Luban seemed utterly immobilized, as though crushed beneath an invisible mountain. The moment the webs ensnared Luban, the third skill of Thunder's movement, the Thunder Cage, was unleashed. With Luban already restrained, a square cage of lightning swiftly encircled his form. Witnessing Luban's successful confinement, the arena erupted with piercing screams. It is crucial to understand that once a battle is dominated by a control-type Soul Master, the outcome is often sealed. What followed was an onslaught from the opponent. As anticipated by the audience, the agile attack-type Soul Masters of the Thunder team rushed in, decisively unleashing their first and second skills to mount a fierce assault. Simultaneously, the powerful attack-type Soul Masters of the Thunder team quickly followed suit, with the auxiliary Soul Masters enhancing their skills, directing a deluge of offensive techniques towards Luban. Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunder's Might, Wrath of Thunder. A myriad of attacks inundated Luban, submerging him in a tempest of lightning. Just when everyone believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, a contented moan escaped Luban amidst the storm of lightning. Indeed, bring it on. Your attacks are insufficient. Let the storm rage even fiercer. During his previous confrontation with the prodigy of Joshan, Luban had unexpectedly discovered that after merging with the external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings, his body could absorb the power of lightning to facilitate the evolution of the wings. The lightning energy before him was undoubtedly the finest nourishment for this evolution. As the Thunder team's initial wave of powerful attacks subsided, they were astonished to see Luban standing on the arena, grinning broadly and chuckling incessantly, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. The audience, with mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief, was filled with astonishment, their hearts exclaiming the unbelievable. How is this possible? The Thunder team executed their maneuvers with ferocity akin to a tiger, yet the damage appeared negligible. Not only did Luban remain unscathed, but he also wore a contented expression, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. At this moment, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan narrowed their eyes in astonishment, their hearts filled with inexplicable dread. A collective gasp echoed as they beheld the incredibility of the situation. This young man was immune to the power of thunder, a phenomenon that defied nature itself. Particularly for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, who specialized in thunder-based attacks, this was akin to encountering their nemesis. As expected, the ensuing battle unfolded without surprise. Luban refrained from retaliating, allowing the 7 members of the Thunder team to unleash their assaults. Regardless of the combination attacks, cooperative maneuvers, skill enhancements, or formation adjustments they employed, they failed to inflict even a trace of damage. Ultimately, the 7 members of the Thunder team expended their spirit energy, concluding the contest amidst the awkwardness of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, who found their long-held glory utterly shattered by Luban. The younger generation had been completely overpowered, revealing an insurmountable disparity in strength, as Luban had scarcely lifted a finger. The difference between the two sides was glaringly apparent. As the 2 days of competition drew to a close, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan dared not utter disparaging remarks about the master, for Luban had indelibly branded them with the label of waste. To continue making such statements would be a self-inflicted humiliation. Luban's resounding triumph over the young generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan rendered the 9 elders speechless, leading the Elder Council to ultimately grant Luban entry into the Heavenly Pool Lake. The following day, Master Luban and his companions, accompanied by the clan leader Yu Xiaogang, arrived at the forbidden ground of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, the Heavenly Pool Lake. Nestled among the mountains, the Heavenly Pool Lake sparkled like a brilliant jewel, embraced by 9 peaks that resembled colossal dragons soaring through the clouds, guarding this mystical lake. Standing atop the true dragon peak, Luban gazed toward the Heavenly Pool Lake, envisioning a vast ocean of thunder. The lake crackled with lightning, its surface roiling and surging. The power of thunder appeared almost alive, at times coalescing into powerful energy columns, only to disperse into countless delicate arcs of electricity, transforming the lake's surface into a colossal vortex of thunder. The thunderous energy of the Heavenly Pool Lake was filled with ferocity and might, instilling a sense of trepidation. Each clap of thunder seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the world, while every flash of lightning promised to illuminate the darkness. Under the might of this thunder, the entire lake exhibited a tempestuous unrest, as if it sought to devour all within its reach. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan deemed the Heavenly Pool Lake a forbidden zone due to the presence of numerous thunder-type spirit beasts, making it exceedingly perilous. Young disciples desiring to cultivate here required the accompaniment of an elder. On True Dragon Peak, clan leader Yu Xiaogang elaborated on the particulars of the Heavenly Pool Lake to Luban. Nodding in comprehension, Luban then leaped into the lake. Upon entering the water, Luban was instantly enveloped and eroded by the power of thunder, akin to plunging into an ocean of electricity. He discerned that the deeper he descended, the more potent the thunderous energy became. As this force coursed through his body, Luban distinctly felt it transforming him. It was no wonder that the disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan possessed such formidable physiques. It was evidently the result of the Heavenly Pool Lake's refining effects. After spending an hour submerged, Luban sensed that the thunderous energy had grown more refined than before, confirming its exceptional quality. Prolonged exposure here promised to be the ultimate sanctuary for thunder-type spirit masters. It became apparent why the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan had established their stronghold in the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Such a bountiful natural cultivation environment was likely unparalleled across the continent. As Luban continued his descent, it was not merely for the purpose of cultivation, but rather to seek out spirit beasts with pure offensive attributes. According to the intelligence provided by Fongbatian, such creatures were likely lurking beneath the depths of the Heavenly Pool Lake. With each mile of depth traversed, the thunderous energy intensified, displaying a remarkable and systematic pattern. The rhythmic stratification phenomenon ignited a fervent passion within Luban, who sensed that the depths of Tianqi Lake were undoubtedly extraordinary, concealing profound secrets. Perhaps he might encounter an extraordinary opportunity once again, akin to his prior experience in the ancestral grounds of the Fire Tribe. This sensation within Luban became increasingly palpable as he descended further. Chapter 80. Encountering a giant dragon. As Luban continued his descent, the water grew progressively colder and the pressure intensified. He ventured deeper, where the power of thunder at the lake's bottom became ever more potent, as if he were immersed in a realm dominated by lightning. With each additional fathom of descent, the surrounding light diminished, yet his formidable spiritual energy enabled him to perceive everything clearly. As he delved further, he began to encounter an increasing number of soul beasts after traversing a mile. The soul beasts emanate a brilliant radiance of lightning, clearly identifying them as thunder-type soul beasts. Their forms vary greatly, and their cultivation levels are equally diverse, yet all exude a formidable power of thunder. The deeper Luban descends, the more formidable the soul beasts he encounters become. Initially, he encounters only simple fish-type soul beasts, all within a century of cultivation. However, upon reaching a depth of 10 miles, a plethora of thousand-year thunder-type soul beasts begins to emerge. Luban's first encounter is with a colossal thunder lizard, its body darting like lightning, continuously spewing forth bolts of electricity from its mouth. Unlike terrestrial lizards, these thunder lizards in the Heavenly Pool Lake possess a somewhat dragon-like shape, which is quite astonishing. Fortunately, Luban is now a level 60 soul emperor, endowed with 5 extraordinary soul rings. The aura he radiates is particularly impressive to these thousand-year soul beasts. Consequently, upon sensing Luban's presence, they retreat, refraining from any attempts to obstruct or harass him. Thus, Luban progresses smoothly deeper into the Heavenly Pool Lake. As more thunder-type soul beasts appear, the lake's bottom grows increasingly illuminated. These creatures serve as luminous sources in the water, casting a daylight-like brightness upon the lake's depths. Strangely, the deeper he dives, the brighter the lake bottom becomes, an extraordinary phenomenon. 10 miles, 100 miles, 500 miles. When he reaches a depth of 1,000 miles, Luban is utterly astonished. Goodness, the Heavenly Pool Lake is akin to an endless abyss. No wonder the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaogang, spoke of the lake with such gravity, his eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. Indeed, this place is unfathomable. At the depth Luban currently descends to, it is rare for anyone from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family to have ventured this far. This depth also serves as a warning from Yu Xiaogang regarding the perilous threshold. Should one exceed this depth, danger may strike at any moment. In the past, Yu Xiaogang incurred significant costs to invite the head of the Feng family, Fongbatian, to delve into the mysteries of the depths of Tianqi Lake, reaching a profound depth of 1,000 miles. However, they did not remain submerged for long before encountering a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, which launched an attack on them, nearly costing them their lives. Ultimately, they emerged severely injured, retreating in disarray. These secrets were recently divulged to them by Yu Xiaogang. His intentions were quite apparent. Upon witnessing Luban's extraordinary talents, he sought to forge a bond of fate and consequence. As they continued their descent, Luban realized that Yu Xiaogang had spoken the truth. Although the number of soul beasts at this profound depth had diminished significantly, each one exhibited an astonishing cultivation level exceeding 100,000 years. Among them, at a depth of 1,100 miles, he first encountered a colossal sea turtle, radiating a formidable aura that unmistakably indicated its age surpassed 100,000 years. Delving deeper, at a depth of 1,500 miles, he came across an immense octopus. The octopus possessed tentacles spanning 100 meters, and upon the sudden appearance of Luban, it instinctively attempted to strike. However, Luban, with his agile form, evaded the attack while simultaneously unleashing his soul energy, which frightened the octopus away. From the nature of that assault, he discerned that the Thunderhand octopus boasted an impressive cultivation of approximately 150,000 years. Such a presence would undoubtedly cause a stir in the outside world. Descending further, at a depth of 2,000 miles, Luban encountered a thunder shark dragonfish, a creature with a remarkable appearance and a cultivation level of 200,000 years. Fortunately, at this juncture, Luban had already summoned his 5 soul rings, successfully intimidating the thunder shark dragonfish into retreat. Astonishingly, even at a depth of 2,000 miles, the bottom remained elusive, leaving Luban in a state of profound amazement. The depth of Heavenly Pool Lake far exceeded his expectations, truly a marvel to behold. This is likely the deepest point on the continent, and I never expected the Heavenly Lake to be so enchanting and mysterious. At this moment, Luban decisively activated the external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings. He was uncertain of how much deeper it went beneath him and knew he had to accelerate. It is important to note that the consumption of soul power in the Heavenly Lake is extraordinarily rapid, akin to being embroiled in a battle of equal caliber. He could not endure for long. Upon deploying the wind and thunder wings, Luban's speed surged instantly, exceeding tenfold, allowing him to glide through the depths of the lake with the grace of a fish, racing towards the lake bed. 3,000 miles. 4,000 miles. Soon, he reached a staggering depth of 9,000 miles. At this depth, Luban could distinctly perceive an overwhelming pressure. Even with the enhancement of the wind and thunder wings, his speed had significantly diminished, effectively exhausting the acceleration provided by the wings. At this moment, should a battle ensue with the soul beast, he would possess no advantage in speed whatsoever. The depth of the thunderous power here is unimaginably dense. Previously, it was merely lake water interspersed with thunder, but now it resembles a sea of lightning with water flowing through its fissures. Roar! Just as Luban stood in astonishment, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from not far below. He halted, gazing at the unfolding scene, and instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Before him lay a blue lightning tyrant dragon, quietly coiled, emanating a chilling aura of dominance. Its immense form stretched an astonishing 900 meters in length, resembling a towering mountain. Its body was encased in a thick layer of blue scales, each scale shimmering with the clarity of precious gems, radiating a cold luminescence. The head was particularly colossal, nearly constituting a third of its entire body. Its gaping maw seemed capable of devouring everything, with 2 elongated fangs at the corners of its mouth gleaming ominously, evoking dread. Its eyes were like 2 enormous sapphires, exuding a profound and mysterious light. With each breath it took, bolts of lightning erupted from its mouth, akin to celestial thunder descending upon the earth, instilling an overwhelming sense of majesty and oppression. Hiss! It was indeed a blue lightning tyrant dragon of 900,000 years of cultivation. Upon observing the dragon, Luban swiftly discerned its formidable power. The pressure exerted by this dragon surpassed that of the combined might of the ice and snow emperors. He was astonished to discover such a formidable soul beast lurking beneath Heavenly Pool Lake. Should word of this reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar across the continent. One must understand that in the outside realm, even a soul beast with a mere 100,000 years of cultivation is a rare sight, often regarded as legendary. Just like the forest kings, the Titan giant ape and the forest emperor, the azure bull python, their terrifying reputations are built upon their approximate 100,000 years of power. Yet even so, the majority of Title Douluos are no match for them, let alone this blue lightning tyrant dragon with its 900,000 years of cultivation. Luban sensed that even the nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king from the outer seas would not stand a chance against it. Chapter 81. The Million-Year Soul Beast Human. Recognizing the effort you have put into your cultivation, depart swiftly. This is not a realm for you to tread. As Luban approached, the blue lightning tyrant dragon opened its thunderous eye, coldly warning him. Ah, old dragon, I am merely passing by. You are not my target, so there is no need for concern. Luban waved his arm with a casual smile. Though this blue lightning tyrant dragon appeared as an invincible behemoth to others, in his presence, it seemed insignificant. With the enhancement of his 5 soul rings, he wielded an attack power of 460,000 points through basic attacks, which would double under the coverage of his archery domain, reaching over 900,000 points, an amount that this ancient dragon could not hope to withstand. Roar! Seeing that Luban was unfazed, the blue lightning tyrant dragon became enraged, letting out a furious roar. Instantly, the entire lakebed was engulfed in turmoil and unrest. Seeking death. A mere human dares to belittle me. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was infuriated. With its mouth agape, a pillar of lightning, as thick as a human waist, surged forth, aimed directly at Luban. Humph, old dragon, I was merely trying to converse with you, yet your temper is quite formidable. Luban retorted. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. With that, he unleashed his martial spirit, Luban number 7. As his martial spirit manifested, he propelled himself closer to the blue lightning tyrant dragon, using his wind and thunder wings. Then, with his left hand, he fired a spirit power light ball from the dragon's mouth gun, which collided with the oncoming lightning pillar. Boom! The violent clash sent waves surging through the depths of the thunderous sea, 9,000 miles below. The collision reverberated throughout the entire Tianqi Lake, creating a tumult of swirling eddies, causing the creatures within to tremble in fear, hastily retreating from the depths. Such a level of confrontation was beyond their capacity to endure. A single misstep could lead to their untimely demise. In a single exchange, Luban unleashed a staggering 46,000 points of damage, shattering the thunder pillar of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. As the clash concluded, the residual force of the soul energy orb continued to strike the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, eliciting a pained howl from it. Simultaneously, it was filled with dread and astonishment, utterly shocked by the incredible strength of this human adversary. It was simply unfathomable. It seemed that victory was beyond reach. From whence does this extraordinary being emerge? No, I cannot allow the formidable sister to look down upon me. I must test my mettle once more. With a fierce roar, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus unleashed its most potent attack. Nine Heavens Dragon Explosion. As the skill was enacted, Luban found himself instantly targeted, with 9 colossal thunder dragons descending from the heavens, striking towards him from various angles. The convergence of these dragons would result in a cataclysmic explosion, capable of obliterating even a peak Title Douluo into nothingness. The power was indeed formidable. In the split second that the 9 Heavens Dragon explosion approached, Luban sensed the imminent peril to his life. Despite his extraordinary offensive prowess, his defensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. He could not afford to be struck by this skill, otherwise his life would be forfeit. At a critical juncture, Luban resolutely activated the archer's domain, unleashing his sole defensive skill. Upon activation, a golden, elastic barrier materialized around him. With the elevation of his spirit power, the duration of this skill had now extended to 60 seconds. As the 9 thunderous dragons closed in on Luban, they were repelled by the protective shield, inflicting no harm upon him. However, it did significantly deplete his spirit power. Old dragon, you dare to play for real? Witnessing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus employ its ultimate attack, Luban's countenance turned cold. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with this ancient dragon, yet after enduring successive assaults, he resolved to teach it a lesson. With that, Luban launched another spirit power energy orb from his dragon mouth gun. Under the auspices of the archer domain, the attack power doubled, delivering a staggering assault of over 900,000. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, upon witnessing this, felt a chilling sense of impending doom as its fur stood on end. In a desperate bid for survival, it activated its defensive skill, Thunder Armor. Instantly, it was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, forming a formidable armor that successfully withstood the casual strike from Luban. Big sister, save me. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, overwhelmed by fear at the sight of Luban's escalating power, cried out in terror. It was evident from their earlier encounters that it was no match for the youth before it. Even a mere casual strike from Luban compelled it to utilize skills for defense. Should the battle continue, defeat was inevitable. Having lived for so long, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus possessed keen instincts. Sensing the dire situation, it called for assistance. Just as it finished speaking, a small girl appeared, her delicate finger pointing forward, unleashing a diminutive golden lightning dragon no larger than a palm. This petite creature intercepted Luban's attack and successfully blocked the projectile. Where did this little girl come from? Such formidable power. Luban marveled, astonished by the strength of her strike, which matched his own. The girl appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, adorned in a green dress, resembling a sprite that had emerged from a forest. Her skin was as fair as jade, with large, bright eyes that sparkled like 2 radiant stars. Her lush green hair cascaded down her shoulders, swaying gently with her movements. Despite her diminutive stature, she exuded an aura of immense strength, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning, akin to a princess dancing amidst a swarm of butterflies. Child, who are you? And what brings you here? Luban inquired cautiously, attempting to glean information about the enigmatic girl. Humph, and who are you to invade my territory and bully my little brother? The girl retorted, hands on her hips, her indignation palpable. Luban was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. This cannot possibly be your territory. This has been my domain for 1,000,000 years. I am the ruler here. The girl raised her chin defiantly, her pride evident. Hearing this left Luban dumbfounded. 1,000,000 years? Could it be that this little girl was a spirit beast that had attained sentience? He was filled with an inexplicable awe. Little girl, may I inquire about your true form? Before the girl could respond, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus swiftly transformed into human form. As the girl opened her mouth to speak, it rushed forward, covering her lips. Big sister, this human does not come with good intentions. He is surely plotting something. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus urged, aware of the treachery that lurked in the human heart, having spent years in the depths of the heavenly pool lake. No worries, here I am the boss. He cannot defeat me. The girl waved her hand dismissively, brimming with confidence and pride. Just as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was about to speak again, The girl shot at a fierce glare, silencing it. She then beckoned to Luban with a playful smile. Come, I will show you my true form. But be warned, do not cry in fright. With that, the girl leaped and vanished before Luban's eyes, only to reappear a mile away in an instant. Luban gasped in astonishment at her incredible speed, akin to teleportation. The girl was capable of such swiftness even at the depths of the 9,000-mile lake. It was utterly astounding. Despite his best efforts, even if he ran at full speed, he could not catch up to her. It was no wonder she was so self-assured. No matter how powerful Luban was, if he could not land a hit during a battle, it would be of no consequence. Regaining his composure, Luban followed the girl deeper into the lake. They descended to approximately 10,000 miles, where Luban finally beheld the rocky bottom. At this moment, he was struck with awe, not merely by the lake's unimaginable depth, but by the astonishing sight before him. The depths of the heavenly pool lake were shrouded in mystery, resembling an ancient, forgotten realm. In this secluded corner lay a magnificent lightning plant, its appearance nothing short of breathtaking. Arguably the most spectacular Luban had ever encountered. Towering and resplendent, its crown was lush, each branch seemingly sculpted from lightning, emanating a soft blue glow. The trunk was deep brown, adorned with intricate patterns that told tales of countless lightning strikes it had endured. Each line was profound and powerful, akin to ancient runes, embodying the essence of lightning and the resilience of life. Most astonishing of all, violent bolts of lightning danced around the crown of the thunderstrike tree. The lightning crackled like silver dragons, weaving through the treetops and emitting a deafening roar. Each flash illuminated the lake's depths, evoking a profound sense of awe and grandeur. This is my true form, the million-year thunderstruck wood. Beautiful, isn't it? At the bottom of the heavenly lake, the little girl stood proudly atop the thunderstruck wood and proclaimed. At that moment, even the previously domineering blue electric tyrant dragon bowed its proud head before the unparalleled thunderstruck wood, its eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Heavenly. It truly is a million-year plant-type soul beast. Upon witnessing the striking appearance of the thunderstruck wood, Luban was utterly astonished. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with the little girl, he discerned her terrifyingly potent attack power, devoid of any soul power fluctuations. It was highly likely that she was a pure, attack-oriented soul beast of extreme attributes. With this realization, a fervent excitement ignited within Luban. To encounter a million-year pure attack-type soul beast as his sixth spirit ring was almost beyond belief, a dreamlike scenario. Little one, your true form is truly splendid. What is the purpose of remaining at the lake's bottom? Would you care to join your uncle for some adventures outside? After conversing with the little girl and the blue electric tyrant dragon, Luban perceived that their intelligence was rather limited. Thus, he began to entice her. If he could convince a million-year soul ring, it would be a remarkable achievement. My true form cannot leave this place, the little girl replied, shaking her head, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. For a million years, aside from having a blue electric tyrant dragon subordinate, she had no companions at the lake's bottom, rendering her existence rather dull. However, since you have come down, why not stay and play with us? The little girl, transformed from the thunderstruck wood, suddenly had a bright idea, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she gazed at Luban. I have a way to allow you to leave the lake's depths and explore the outside world. Would you be willing? Luban, eager to coax her, engaged in conversation. After his journey to the far north, he had learned from the heavenly dream eye silkworm about forming a soul contract to acquire a soul spirit. As long as the little girl was willing to become his soul spirit, she could leave Heavenly Lake and exist alongside him. All right, you only need to play with me at the lake's bottom for a year, and I will agree to become your soul spirit. To Luban's surprise, the little girl readily accepted his proposal, eliciting a surge of joy that he could hardly contain. Very well, you have my word, Luban replied seriously. Now, let us seal our promise with a pinky swear, no deceiving. With that, Luban and the little girl linked their pinky fingers, solidifying the simplest yet most precious of agreements. For the following year, Luban remained within the blue electric tyrant dragon clan, visiting the heavenly lake daily to play with the little girl. This astonished the members of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. They never expected Luban, an outsider, would come to their sacred lake and linger there daily. The younger members of the clan expressed their envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, Master Flander and the duo of Lu Long and the others, upon hearing Luban's recounting of his experiences after emerging from the lake for the first time, were left incredulous. Luban, you haven't been deceived, have you? They questioned, expressing their disbelief. You may have been tricked. With higher cultivation, soul beasts possess greater intelligence. A million-year soul beast's intellect surpasses that of humans. You might have been played by that little girl. As time passed, Flander's incredulous chatter continued, with even Master and Lu Long feeling the absurdity of the situation. Soul beasts are notoriously proud, rarely offering themselves willingly. Yet, astonishingly, due to Luban's few words, a million-year plant-type soul beast was inclined to voluntarily offer itself, a notion that seemed utterly unfathomable. As time flowed by, a year swiftly passed. On this day, Luban once again descended to the depths of Tianqi Lake, where he discovered the thunderstruck wood. Lele, our agreed-upon date has arrived. Ah, so soon, the little girl exclaimed, her face filled with surprise, astonished at how swiftly time had passed. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. How about you accompany me for another year? Upon hearing this, a dark cloud of frustration enveloped Luban's brow. Indeed, his master's concerns were warranted. The little girl had clearly breached their agreement. Truly, Luban, if you accompany me for another year, I promise I will become your spirit and follow you into the outside world. Noticing Luban's displeasure, the girl approached him, shaking his arm with her large, sparkling eyes. Exuding an air of innocence, she expressed her desire for more playtime, and the earnest look in her eyes softened Luban's heart, leading him to nod in agreement. For the sake of a million-year soul ring, he thought, not just 1 year, but even 3 or 5 years would be worthwhile. Chapter 83. The king's 9 trials commenced. Time flowed like a swift river, and before long, another year had slipped away. When Luban once again broached the subject of their agreement with the thunderstruck wood, it came as no surprise that she had once more reneged. She demanded yet another year of play, infuriating Luban to the point of gritting his teeth. Could it be that he was truly being outwitted by a mere child? If this were to come to light, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. For 2 years, he had been outsmarted by a mere child, ultimately gaining nothing. The thought alone would leave even Luban feeling a tinge of shame. Yet, at the bottom of Tianqi Lake, employing force was futile. Over the past 2 years, Luban had sparred with Lele, and within his striking range, the thunderstrike wood was undeniably no match for him. However, the crux of the matter lay in the depths of the lake, where he could not match her speed. Even if he wished to resort to intimidation, it was ineffectual. After hunting soul beasts for so long, Luban found himself in an unprecedented predicament. At this moment, he felt utterly trapped. This is truly the final year, Luban. You must trust me, Lele reassured him, her gaze brimming with sincerity, making her words seem profoundly genuine. With a determined grit of his teeth, Luban ultimately acquiesced once more. Thus, another year slipped by. Now at the age of 15, Luban had blossomed into a striking young man. Upon re-entering Tianqi Lake and encountering Lele again, it was no surprise that she had once again reneged on their agreement. For the 3rd time, Luban found it unbearable. His time was far too precious to squander. Alas, Lele, I never imagined you would be this way. It deeply saddens your brother Luban. At the lake's bottom, he lamented in a final farewell. You shall not see me again. I must take my leave. Though his face portrayed sorrow and resentment, his heart raged with scathing rebukes directed at Thunderstrike Wood. Once his strength had grown, he would ensure she regretted her actions. Currently unable to match her speed, he vowed retribution for today as humiliation in the future. Farewell. Take care, no need to see me off. Thunderstrike Wood had yet to respond when her guardian, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, chuckled with a sinister glint in his eyes, reveling in Luban's misfortune. Shaking his head, Luban prepared to depart, unable to bear lingering in this place any longer. Who would have imagined that he would be deceived for 3 years by an innocent-looking little girl? What a disgrace. At that moment, Luban felt a chilling emptiness within, uncertain of how to explain this to his masters. All right, brother Luban, I promise you, isn't that enough? As Luban began to swim upstream, Thunderstrike Wood swiftly blocked his path. Really? Upon seeing this, Luban's heart soared with joy. This place is so dreary, I've had my fill of it. It's time to venture outside. The little girl beamed with delight. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus, witnessing this, turned pale. Boss, how can you be so foolish? Becoming a human soul spirit, what difference is there from being dead? The little girl shook her head resolutely. My mind is made up, Xiaolong. Do not dissuade me further. After I am gone, you must take care of Tianqi Lake and protect our home diligently. At this moment, Luban perceived determination on the little girl's face and felt sorrow and resilience emanating from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Let us begin. The Thunderstrike Wood smiled gently at Luban, indicating that he should commence the contract signing ceremony. Luban nodded and, following the method imparted by the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, presided over the ritual. How? At the very moment the contract was sealed, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus let out a heart-wrenching roar, imbued with profound sorrow. Subsequently, the entire Tianqi Lake seemed to boil, with tumultuous waves surging from the depths to the surface, while countless soul beasts joined in lamentation. The bubbles they expelled caused the lake to resemble a cauldron in a furious boil, presenting a scene of terrifying spectacle to onlookers. The younger generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, along with the elders who were undergoing refinement in the lake, were startled and hastily emerged to observe the unfolding situation. With the fusion of Luban's blood essence and the essence of the Thunder Wood, the soul contract between the two parties was formally established. Soon after, a golden million-year soul ring materialized at the lake's bottom, gradually descending upon Luban. The voluntary sacrificial act blended seamlessly, without any hindrance. Yet, Luban's countenance once again contorted in agony. Simultaneously, the wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him, voraciously absorbing energy. These wings, An external soul bone birth from the wind-splitting beast had previously inherited primarily the speed attributes of that creature. With the absorption of energy and evolution, the wind thunder wings began to progress towards the realm of lightning. Previously, they were enveloped by leaping thunder serpents, but now they had transformed into a mighty thunder dragon. Their colors shimmered with a brilliance as if they were colossal wings woven entirely from thunder itself. The sacrifice of the million-year thunderstrike did not yield a soul bone. Rather, it was assimilated by the wind thunder wings, resulting in a qualitative evolution. Upon the completion of the soul ring absorption, the wind thunder wings had fully evolved. Luban exhaled a long sigh of relief, filled with joy. At that moment, he felt an immense enhancement in all his attributes, marking a significant leap forward. Most notably, his mastery over lightning elements had intensified considerably. Now, even while remaining at the bottom of the sky pool lake, he experienced no discomfort without the need to channel his soul power. Immersed in the sea of thunder, he felt remarkably invigorated. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Sharkmouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 70, 0-100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black, Red, Gold Soul Bones, Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000, Soul Skills, Attack, 700, Attack, 1, 350, Attack, 9, 000, Fire Attack, 100, 000, Wind Attack, 350, 000, Lightning Attack, 900, 000, Items, Arcade Kid Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Having successfully acquired the 6th Soul Ring, there were significant changes in Luban's information panel. First, his soul power level increased by 10 levels, soaring from Soul Emperor at level 60 to Soul Saint at level 70. Additionally, a golden soul ring appeared in the soul ring section. The wind thunder wings underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming a true representation of speed. Merging with the energy of the million-year thunderstrike with soul bone, the wind thunder wings conferred a staggering enhancement of 1 million speed points to Luban. Now, his speed was unparalleled across the continent. 1 million points of speed was no trivial matter, nearing the realm of the divine. Simultaneously, the soul skill brought forth by the 6th soul ring indeed provided a pure offensive enhancement, adding 900,000 points of attack power to Luban's normal attacks. Furthermore, his attack power now encompassed a vast amount of thunderous energy, with fire attribute attacks, wind attribute attacks, and now lightning attribute attacks. Luban's offensive prowess could undoubtedly be deemed the greatest on the entire continent. Just as Luban completed the absorption of the 6th soul ring, a resounding prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 84. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament. Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has reached 70, and the King's Inheritance Assessment is now unlocked. The assessment comprises 9 stages, with bountiful rewards awaiting upon the completion of each stage. First stage assessment. Achieve victory in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Tournament. Receiving the flood of information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Luban was astonished. In his previous life, the Shrek 7 monsters possessed the Sea God's inheritance, while the Spirit Hall had the angelic 9 trials. To think he had now acquired the King's 9 trials was truly remarkable. In this manner, his 7th spirit ring was destined to descend. As far as he was aware, when one successfully passes a trial in the Sea God 9 tests, not only does their spirit power elevate, but they are also rewarded with a perfect spirit ring. This seemingly inferior Sea God inheritance was indeed remarkable. Thus, his King's 9 tests rewards would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary. The gains from this expedition were truly substantial. Luban composed himself, bid farewell to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus dragon, and departed from the depths of the heavenly lake. Did you succeed? Upon reaching the shore, Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the others quickly surrounded him, their faces etched with concern. 3 years had elapsed, and they were growing increasingly impatient. Luban nodded affirmatively. I have acquired my 6th spirit ring. As he spoke, he unleashed his martial spirit, and 6 spirit rings gradually ascended from beneath his feet. When they beheld the golden spirit ring on the outermost layer, the 3 were rendered utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. They collectively inhaled sharply. My goodness, it was a golden spirit ring. They were only familiar with the red 100,000-year spirit rings, and this was their first encounter with a million-year golden spirit ring. The shock coursed through them, leaving them momentarily speechless, their disbelief palpable. How astonishing it is that a million-year spirit beast would voluntarily sacrifice itself. If someone else had claimed such a feat, they would have surely dismissed it as implausible. Yet, Luban had repeatedly demonstrated the extraordinary before their very eyes. It was utterly remarkable. What about the soul bone? What type of soul bone did you acquire this time? Master, regaining his composure, inquired eagerly. According to his theory of the 20 core competencies of martial spirits, a voluntarily sacrificing spirit beast, regardless of its cultivation level, would produce a soul bone. Luban's previous experiences had validated this theory, and thus, it was certain that this million-year spirit beast's voluntary sacrifice would also yield a soul bone. This soul bone is somewhat unique. It did not manifest separately, but rather fused with my previous external soul bone, the thunderstorm wings, resulting in an evolution of the thunderstorm wings. As he explained, Luban revealed the thunderstorm wings, which were now two magnificent lightning wings that appeared truly spectacular, leaving Master and the others once again in awe. What a prodigy! Luban's fortune is simply extraordinary. The greatest shortcoming of a spirit master who specializes in extreme output is speed, and now it seemed that his needs were perfectly addressed. This time, the external soul bone has evolved into a million-year-old one, eliminating the speed deficiency of Luban. With both swiftness and formidable attack power, who in the entire continent could possibly rival Luban? After successfully obtaining the sixth soul ring, Master and his companions swiftly departed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and returned to Shrek Academy. However, the current Shrek Academy is no longer the dilapidated institution lacking even outer walls that it once was, situated on the outskirts of Soto City. It has relocated to Tiendo City, merging with Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. The new Shrek Academy boasts a significantly larger scale, with a student body and faculty that has expanded beyond the meager few of the past, now comparable to other esteemed Soul Master Academies. On this day, the Master summoned Luban, the 7 members of Shrek, and several substitute students from the original Blue Tyrant Academy to discuss the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Today, I shall elucidate the rules of this prestigious event. It is not merely a contest of honor. It serves as a rigorous test of strength and intellect for each of us as Soul Masters. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is held once every 5 years, with participants being the elite from their respective academies, and none exceeding the age of 25. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the preliminary round, the qualifying round, and the finals, each with distinct rules and requirements. The Master articulated clearly, pausing momentarily before continuing. In the preliminary phase, each academy will dispatch 7 members to engage in a team battle of 7 against 7. At this stage, the primary test is the collaborative abilities and combat skills of the participants. The subsequent qualifying matches will assess individual prowess and performance. The format is rather unique. The competing teams will still field 7 members, but instead of team battles, they will engage in one-on-one duels. The victor will remain in the arena, while the defeated side will send forth another challenger until all members of one side have succumbed. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, the Master felt a profound sense of pride and contentment. He understood that these young prodigies were adequately prepared to conquer the stage that rightfully belonged to them through their strength and intellect. In this prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, Shrek Academy's singular ambition is to claim the championship. Finally, the Master surveyed the gathering with unwavering confidence and declared, "With Luban among us, our triumph in this tournament is assured, and we shall encounter no unforeseen setbacks. Shrek Academy is destined to emerge victorious." Yet, he acknowledged that the necessary protocols must still be observed. The Master chose not to disclose Luban's true capabilities to Tang San and the others, wishing to prevent them from relying solely on his strength. This tournament serves as an essential trial for them, and he believed they would experience substantial growth. Once the competition concludes, these remarkable individuals will graduate. Achieving the honor of winning the championship together will undoubtedly become a cherished memory for them. Rest assured, Master, the 7 monsters of Shrek will not disappoint you. We are confident in our ability to secure victory in this tournament, Tang San affirmed, his hands clenched tightly, exuding an air of assuredness. Following their fortuitous adventure in the Sunset Forest, where they discovered the ice and fire yin-yang eye and acquired a wealth of celestial herbs, their soul powers had surged dramatically. Tang San had reached the remarkable level of 41 at just 15 years old, a controlling type battle spirit master whose prowess was truly extraordinary across the continent, particularly having refined his body with the 8-point profound ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. He successfully acquired a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th spirit ring, a feat he deemed exceptional and unparalleled on the continent. Thus, Tang San brimmed with confidence. A few days prior, when Luban returned, he sought to engage Luban in a friendly spar to showcase his astonishing 4th soul ring, only to be intercepted by the Master. Little Sand is correct. The 7 monsters of Shrek will undoubtedly astonish the entire continent in this tournament, Captain Dai Mubai added, reinforcing Tang San's sentiment. At 17 years of age, he had already attained the impressive level of 44 as a strong offensive battle spirit master, making him virtually unstoppable among his peers. He possessed absolute confidence in leading the team to victory. Hee, Luban, in this competition, you can just accompany us as a spectator. There's no need for you to step onto the battlefield, Xiao Wu declared, lifting her proud little head, brimming with confidence while teasing Luban. Xiao Wu is right, senior brother. You've been as absent as a free-range chicken, Ning Rongrong chimed in, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Having undergone the celestial herbs purification, The 7 of them had experienced a tremendous enhancement in strength, leading them to believe that Luban would not need to intervene in this contest. Moreover, they were confident that if they united once more, they could triumph over Luban. Although they were aware of his formidable prowess, each member of the Shrek 7 monsters felt a surge of confidence. On the day Luban returned to the academy, they approached him to issue a challenge, but were ultimately halted by Master Flender, who informed them that henceforth, no student or teacher at Shrek Academy would be permitted to challenge Luban. This is simply a quest for self-inflicted torment. Master Flander and the others do not wish to impose any psychological burden or leave lasting shadows on Tang San and Xiao Wu, these little prodigies. Very well. This time it is up to you. I shall remain in the background as a cheerleader, offering my encouragement and support. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled lightly, unfazed by the playful jests of his companions. It is entirely normal for youths of their age to possess a competitive spirit. There is no need to prove anything in front of these younglings. Now, as the foremost powerhouse of the continent, it is essential to maintain the regal demeanor befitting a king. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly elapsed. On this day, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, a grand opening ceremony was held for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, hosted in the magnificent Tiando Arena. As the most prestigious tournament in the realm of Soul Masters, this event garnered immense public attention. Attendees ranged from commoners and nobles to members of the royal family and prominent Soul Master clans. Among the distinguished guests were Emperor Shuya of the Tiando Empire, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Saruth, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui clan, Huo Wushuang, the leader of the Fire clan, Feng Batian, the head of the Feng clan, and Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The presence of these formidable figures from the continent's top 10 Soul Master families caused quite a stir, even among the Tiando royal family. It is noteworthy that such a congregation of influential leaders had never been seen at previous competitions. The opening ceremony attracted over 100,000 spectators. As the various participating teams from prestigious Soul Master academies entered the arena, the host began to introduce each team, while on the VIP platform. Emperor Shuya engaged in conversation with Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji, discussing the teams entering the arena. Esteemed guests, might there be any teams that catch your eye? Emperor Shuya inquired, adorned in a golden robe and a crown embellished with diamonds, a serene smile gracing his lips. In response, Ning Fengji, known for his close ties to the royal family, was the first to speak. Apart from the Tiando Royal Academy's first team, which is a seeded team guaranteed a place in the finals, I have indeed taken a liking to another team among the 28. Dressed in an apricot-colored robe and wearing the 7 Treasures purple gold crown, Ning Fengji's gaze shifted frequently among the teams below as he spoke. Oh, which team has captured your favor, Master Ning? Emperor Shuya asked, his interest piqued. I wish to keep that a secret for now, Ning Fengji replied with a smile, his lips curling in a teasing manner. However, I am certain that the championship will undoubtedly belong to the Empire. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Saruth, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, who had been sitting quietly beside Emperor Xia with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He scanned the arena, focusing on the 28 competing teams, attempting to deduce which team Ning Fengji was referring to. It is well known that the Spirit Hall has historically claimed victory in this competition, and he found it hard to believe that a team capable of defeating their younger generation could emerge. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School is indeed as meticulous as ever, remarked Huo Wudi, the leader of the Fire clan, as he took the opportunity to interject. I too have my eyes on a particular team, and I am quite confident they can secure the championship for the Tiando Empire. Although you may be unfamiliar with the academy, if I mention the term extreme output style, then you should understand the validity of my assertion. Dressed in a fiery red robe that matched his spirited demeanor, Huo Wudi was direct and to the point, unlike Ning Fengji. Upon hearing the mention of extreme output style, Emperor Shuya, Ning Fengji, Saruth, and others immediately became intrigued. In recent years, the phenomenon of output-type soul masters has stirred considerable excitement, appearing rather enigmatic. As people continue to delve deeper, it becomes increasingly evident that output-type soul masters possess remarkable prowess. A substantial number of young soul masters across the continent are gravitating towards this path. Prominent families, well-versed in the intricacies of this domain, are fervently aiding their descendants in pursuing extreme output development. Are you suggesting that this competition will showcase the brilliance of extreme output soul masters? Inquired the curious Emperor Shuya. Is it possible that there are soul master academies willing to impart knowledge on such an uncertain path of martial soul development? Indeed, Your Majesty, replied Huo Wudi with a nod. This competition will undoubtedly elevate output-type soul masters onto the historical stage, and the entire contest is sure to be intense and thrilling. Moreover, to be candid, our Blaze Battle team has also cultivated output-type soul masters in recent years. While we may not vie for the championship, securing second place should be well within our grasp. Upon hearing Huo Wudi's assertion, the distinguished guests erupted in a flurry of reactions. Feng Batian, head of the Feng family, was the first to voice his discontent. Old Hua, while I concur with your earlier statement regarding the potential of output-type soul masters in this competition, your claim that your Blaze Academy will clinch second place is utterly preposterous. It is not only your clan that has nurtured output-type soul masters. Our Feng family has also developed our own. We are absolutely confident in our ability to secure second place. Following Feng Batian, Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, interjected, asserting that his family too has produced output-type soul masters, and that the strength of the Tian Shui battle team has significantly improved, ensuring their triumph in attaining second place. What is happening here? Emperor Shuya pondered, bewildered as he observed the continent's eminent figures now vying for second place. It was astonishing to witness those possessing output-type soul masters speak with such confidence, seemingly disregarding even the first team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Are output-type soul masters truly that formidable? However, having interacted with these seasoned individuals for many years, Emperor Shuya understood that their claims were not made lightly. Their confidence undoubtedly stemmed from substantial backing. Chapter 86. Tang San feels capable once again amidst numerous elite factions, renowned for their unwavering pride. A surprising concession of the top position left the Snow Knight Emperor astounded. Pray tell, which team do you deem the foremost? He inquired, his expression a canvas of bewilderment. As for the champion of this competition, let us not entertain such thoughts. With that little monster in play, no academy team stands a chance. Indeed, that little monster was an extraordinary talent, and his institution, Shrek Academy, was destined to be invincible. Agreed, echoed Fire Invincible, Wind Dominator, and Water Luotian, each eager to elucidate, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor utterly flabbergasted. What an exaggeration. Is Shrek Academy truly that formidable? Following the gaze of the esteemed figures, he turned towards the contestants clad in an unappealing shade of green, finding nothing particularly remarkable about them. At that moment, not only the Snow Knight Emperor, but even Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, felt a wave of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the heads of the 10 great families would share his sentiments. They all held Shrek Academy in high regard, and judging by their expressions, they appeared even more confident than he was. He pondered how this could be. His faith in Shrek Academy stemmed from his daughter, Ning Rongrong, being a part of it, granting him an intimate understanding of the 7 Shrek monsters, each of whom was a prodigy of considerable strength. Moreover, he had witnessed Tang San's remarkable prowess firsthand during a clash with 3 from the Titan family. His strength was formidable. With him in the mix, Shrek Academy had a substantial chance of claiming the championship in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. As for the Master Brother, whom Ning Rongrong often spoke of, he had yet to meet him, but had heard he was even more exceptional, a claim Ning Fengji found hard to believe. As the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji were left in stunned silence, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, could no longer maintain his indifferent demeanor. He interjected, "The ultimate output method has been thoroughly researched by our Spirit Hall for many years. No one on this continent possesses a deeper understanding than us. Our team is destined to secure victory once more. Salus, while blue emerges from indigo, it appears your Spirit Hall may face disappointment this time," came the retort. Indeed, the outcome of this competition will undoubtedly alter the landscape of the entire continent. It is not that we underestimate your Spirit Hall team. Rather, you have no inkling of the formidable strength of your opponents. Hearing this, Salus's countenance darkened, the displeasure evident upon his face. He was taken aback that the 10 great families dared to openly oppose the Spirit Hall, a sight he had never witnessed before. Even the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji were astonished by the 10 great families' audacity. What had transpired today that had emboldened them so? Historically, no one dared to publicly challenge Salus's authority, for he was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, a position of great esteem. Just as Fire Invincible and Wind Dominator finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang, seated at a high position, voiced his thoughts for the first time. The esteemed heads of families are correct. The process of this competition will be nothing short of spectacular, though the outcome is already determined, he stated calmly. As the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and a pinnacle Title Douluo at level 96, he bore the highest status among those present. His words commanded respect, even from Salus, who listened intently. Very well, we shall await the outcome, Salus replied with a huff, confident that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would provide the audience with a surprise. Soon, the 28 teams from the Tiando City competition area assembled, and the esteemed figures concluded their discussions. The host then invited the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Snow Knight Emperor, to declare the commencement of the tournament. I, Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, representing both the Empire and the organizers of this tournament, hereby declare the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Following his announcement, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji, as leaders of the top 3 sects, also addressed the audience. Once all had spoken, the host invited Salus to initiate the draw for the first round of the preliminary competition. In the first round, Songhui Academy faced off against Zixing Academy. In the first round, the Tiando Royal Academy's second team squared off against Shrek Academy. The draw concluded swiftly, igniting a fervor among the audience. Particularly, when the match between the Tiando Royal Academy's second team and Shrek Academy was announced, it sparked an endless stream of discussions. The Tiando Royal Academy, though labeled as the second team, was known for its formidable strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary team. This time, they drew a name they had never heard of, Shrek Academy, which made the draw seem rather intentional. Just look at Shrek Academy's uniforms in a foul shade of green, resembling something that had just emerged from a village. The Tiando Royal Academy clearly aimed to find a soft target to assert their dominance. At this moment, upon hearing their names drawn, Tang San and his companions displayed equally bewildered expressions, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. It is important to note that today marks the opening ceremony of the grand competition, with only one match scheduled, which appeared to be rather theatrical in nature. To their astonishment, they found themselves pitted against the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, recalling the doubts and disdain they had faced previously, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others eagerly volunteered, determined to use their strength to emphatically silence the skeptics. "Third brother, I request to fight," exclaimed the stocky Ma Hongjun, his hands clenched tightly, brimming with eagerness. Tang San shook his head, advising against rashness. "Let us proceed according to plan. There are many matches ahead, and we must not reveal too much of our strength just yet. For this match, I, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, along with Talon, will take the stage." As the vice-captain of the Shrek team and the only control-type soul master within the group, Tang San clearly held the reins of command over the entire squad. Furthermore, Master Flander had previously stated that they would not interfere in the preliminary rounds, allowing the Shrek 7 to manage themselves. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Through years of collaboration, Tang San had undoubtedly become the core leader of the team, with most of the Shrek squad following his lead. At that moment, Luban, who was on the periphery of the action, casually suggested, "Why not let me make my debut as well? It would be a good omen." "Luban, your presence is not required for this match. Just stay back and observe," Tang San replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. He was certain of victory. "With our current strength, we can guarantee to end the battle within a minute." Tang San declined Luban's request to fight, convinced that even without Luban, they could clinch the championship in this prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. "Very well, I wish you all the best," Luban responded, waving his hand. What more could he say? Following half an hour of preparations, the competitors from both teams took to the stage. As the participants from the two teams entered, the host eloquently introduced the lineups and the status of each team. Shrek Academy Team, Captain Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, Level 44 Assault-type Soul Master. Vice Captain Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Level 41 Control-type Soul Master. Team Member Xiao Wu, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Level 37 Close Combat Assault-type Soul Master. Team Member Talon, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 38 Assault-type Soul Master. Team Member Huang Yuan, Martial Soul, Lone Wolf, Level 35 Assault-type Soul Master. Team Member Jingling, Martial Soul, Skeleton, Level 35 Agility-type Soul Master. Team Member Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff, Level 35 Support-type Soul Master. Upon hearing the host's introduction of the Shrek Academy team, the audience fell into stunned silence. Eyes widened in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How could it be? A modest Shrek Academy possessed not one, but two Soul Masters above level 40. Their lineup was more impressive than that of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team. It is worth noting that the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy had only one member who had just reached level 40. Previously, the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy had donned light golden uniforms, appearing gallant and formidable. However, as the true lineups were announced, their earlier sense of superiority vanished. At this moment, even the Emperor of Snowy Night, seated in the VIP section, displayed an expression of shock. Realizing why the prominent figures surrounding him held Shrek Academy in such high regard, the disparity in strength was evident. With a grave expression, the Emperor understood that they were likely to suffer a loss in this first round, which would undoubtedly tarnish the royal family's reputation. "I hereby declare the first match of the preliminary round, Tiando Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy, officially begins." As the referee's voice echoed, both sides swiftly released their martial souls, gearing up for battle. Upon witnessing the Shrek Academy team, Tang San's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose slowly, causing the audience to collectively gasp in astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, faces reflecting sheer shock. The 4th soul ring was a black 10,000-year ring. How could that be? The Shrek team's soul ring configurations were nothing short of astonishing. Even the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy were momentarily dumbfounded upon seeing Tang San's 4th black 10,000-year soul ring, their hearts gripped by fear. The pressure brought forth by a 10,000-year soul ring was no trivial matter. They were likely to face defeat in this round. Charge! Attack! Seizing the moment while the Tiando Royal Academy team was stupefied, Tang San decisively commanded his team to launch a furious offensive. In an instant, under the leadership of Captain Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Huang Yuan, and Talon, 4 powerful assault-type soul masters, along with Jing Ling, the agility-type soul master, leapt forward simultaneously. Unleashing their full speed without reserve, they immediately activated their strongest third soul skills, demonstrating their confidence in delivering a swift conclusion to the battle. White Tiger Transformation. Just before colliding with their opponents, Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, transforming into a formidable white tiger, his body radiating a golden glow that exuded power and majesty. Wolf Transformation. Huang Yuan activated his most potent attack soul skill, boosting his attack power and speed by 50%. Demon Ape Golden Body. Talon unleashed his third soul skill, enhancing his attack power and strength by 50%, his eyes blazing red, resembling a ferocious gorilla. Witnessing the Shrek team's immediate activation of their third soul skills in an attempt to annihilate them, the captain of the Tiendo Royal Academy shouted, "Defend." As soon as he spoke, 2 defense-type soul masters from the Tiendo Royal Academy swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront, promptly activating their third soul skills to brace for impact. The entire team quickly adjusted their defensive formation. Oh, they didn't fall for it. Tang San mused, surprised by the swift defensive response from the opposing team. Such behavior is uncharacteristic of the Tiendo Royal Academy's team. Initially, I assumed that Dai Mubai and his companions, acting as the spearhead, would inevitably fall victim to the encirclement of the opposing assault-type spirit masters. I anticipated they would seize the opportunity to dismantle the enemy's offensive capabilities. To my surprise, the seemingly arrogant second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy opted for the most conservative strategy. 2 defensive spirit masters activated their collective defense skills, prepared to withstand the initial onslaught. Given this, a counter strategy was in order. One could overpower 10 with sheer force, directly breaching their defenses. With this thought, Tang San executed the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and swiftly followed suit. Blue Silver Prison. Upon reaching the casting range, Tang San unleashed his 4th 10,000-year spirit ability. Without any forewarning, a multitude of glossy black blue-silver grass surged forth from the ground, transforming into 7 of the most formidable cages. This sudden burst of skill caught the opponent completely off guard, ensnaring them all within the confines of the blue-silver cage. In this moment, over 100,000 spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. Tang San's crowd control abilities left everyone astounded, their hearts reverberating with shock. Incredible. In an instant, he had immobilized the entire opposing team, signaling that this match could almost be declared over. It was hard to believe that less than a minute had passed since the battle commenced, and yet it seemed to be drawing to a swift conclusion. The White Tiger Meteor Shower. Observing the enemy ensnared within the blue-silver prison, Dai Mubai, in perfect harmony with his teammate, unleashed his most formidable strike. As his 4th soul skill activated, a golden light erupted from his body, forming countless golden spheres of soul power, each the size of a fist, surrounding him. These spheres swiftly targeted the 7 members of the Tiendo Royal Academy, bombarding them relentlessly. First came the crowd control, followed by a powerful group assault. The seamless coordination of the Shrek team left the onlookers in awe. It was clear that if this 4th soul skill landed, the battle would reach its conclusion. At that moment, the fans of the Tiendo Royal Academy were on the edge of their seats, their hearts pounding, nearly reaching their throats, filled with tension. Surely not. Could they really be facing defeat in under a minute? Meanwhile, on the VIP platform, the expressions of the royal figures, including the Snow Knight Emperor, turned grave as they recognized the dire situation. The second team of the Tiendo Royal Academy represented their royal dignity, and such a swift defeat would be a monumental embarrassment. Your Majesty, do not despair. There remains a glimmer of hope, calmly stated the Academy's instructor, Meng Shinji. Oh, upon hearing this, not only did the Snow Knight Emperor show surprise, but other dignitaries on the platform also displayed astonishment. Given the current circumstances, it was difficult for them to believe that the Tiendo Royal Academy's second team could turn the tide. Yet, just as the dignitaries expressed their disbelief, a voice rang out from the arena. The auxiliary soul master of the Tiendo Royal Academy's second team exclaimed, "Attack light." As her words fell, a golden radiance emanated from her, enveloping the output-type battle soul master behind her. The third soul skill, Attack Light, activated, instantly enhancing his attack power by 50%. The output-type battle soul master, who was the only level 40 soul ancestor in the team, circled with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings around him. At that moment, as the auxiliary soul master's support skill was unleashed, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had already advanced, encroaching upon his attack range. Sword Rain. The output-type battle soul master, wielding the azure-edged sword, decisively activated his 4th soul skill. Though his attack power did not reach the monstrous levels of a certain renowned figure, it surged 5-fold, far surpassing that of a conventional assault-type soul master. His 4th soul skill, acquired from slaying a 4,000-year-old ferocious soul beast, possessed tremendous might. As Sword Rain was unleashed, its power exceeded 20,000 points. And with the auxiliary Soul Master's preceding boost, the attack power soared by an additional 50%, reaching a staggering 30,000 points. Sword Rain could target a single enemy or unleash a barrage upon multiple foes. When striking an individual, its formidable power was unmatched. And even when dispersed among the 7 members of the Shrek Academy, each would still face an overwhelming attack of 20,000 points. Realizing the impending threat of Sword Rain, Tang San and Dai Mubai's expressions shifted drastically. Their bodies bristled with unease, cold sweat trickling down their backs as they felt the lethal force of the skill. Defense, Tang San shouted, quickly casting soul skills in an attempt to resist. Blue Silver Prison. He directed his 4th soul skill towards his teammates, forming a dark blue prison as a protective barrier around Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others. With no defensive soul master in the Shrek team, Tang San had no choice but to deploy his control skills to thwart the oncoming assault. Blue Silver Entanglement. As the Blue Silver Prison enveloped them, Tang San activated his 1st soul skill, creating a second layer of protection within the prison. At this moment, a protective barrier woven from blue silver grass formed around the 7 members of the Shrek Academy, while simultaneously, the auxiliary soul master, Jiangzhu, decisively invoked her 3rd soul skill to initiate group healing. The situation on the battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving the surrounding spectators gasping in astonishment. The Shrek team, once in a position of dominance and poised to conclude the battle, found themselves unexpectedly thrust into a defensive stance. The sudden shift left everyone dumbfounded. Thunderous roars echoed as a flurry of sword strikes divided into 7 streams, crashing upon the Shrek 7. The might of the sword rain was formidable, shattering both the Blue Silver Prison and Blue Silver Entanglement, sending Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others flying. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the referee counted down, he decisively announced the outcome of the match upon seeing that the Shrek Academy team remained down. In the first round of the preliminary match, the Royal Academy of Tiendo triumphed over Shrek Academy. As the referee's words fell, the arena erupted in fervent cheers. Today's contest was thrilling, full of twists and turns, and utterly exhilarating. Indeed, I initially believed that the Royal Academy of Tiendo would lose, only to witness an astonishing turnaround in the end. Incredible. The output-type soul masters are truly remarkable. Indeed, they are astonishingly powerful. I never anticipated such prowess from output-type soul masters. My goodness. Today I finally witnessed the legendary output-type soul master. How magnificent. Oh my, so this is what an output-type soul master is like, truly fierce. Unbelievable. The output-type soul masters are indeed extraordinary. In just a minute, the battlefield transformed in rapid succession, leaving the audience in awe. Particularly, the final efforts of the output-type soul master turned the tide, making everyone acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this emerging martial soul development faction. One individual managed to reverse the entire situation, which was nothing short of astounding. Bravo, bravo, bravo. The Emperor of Snowy Night expressed his excitement from the VIP stage, offering repeated praise. Dream Instructor, your choice of this output-type soul master is truly commendable. Your Majesty flatters me. Yu Jian is a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As an output-type soul master, today's performance was merely a warm-up, Dream Machine replied with a grin. Before long, the first team of the Royal Academy of Tiendo will present an even greater surprise to your Majesty. In stark contrast to the joy evident on the faces of the Tiendo royal entourage, the likes of Huo Wudi and Shui Luyan from the 10 great families were left bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion upon witnessing Shrek Academy's defeat. This shouldn't be. With that little monster Luban present, how could Shrek Academy lose so miserably? Haha, weren't you all so confident about Shrek Academy before? It seems they are not as formidable as you thought. With Shrek Academy's defeat, Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall taunted, provoking embarrassment among the prominent families such as the Shui, Hua, and Feng clans. They truly did not expect the situation to unfold as it did. After the 2 universities concluded their matches, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu slowly rose, coughing frequently, their bodies bearing the marks of battle. On the stands, Ning Rongrong and the others hurried onto the stage to tend to their injuries, assisting Tang San and the others in departing the grand arena. On the way back, Tang San wore a face of shame, never anticipating the sudden reversal at the last moment, being completely overwhelmed by a single opponent. It was truly embarrassing. After their initial defeat, the members of Shrek Academy finally recognized the terrifying nature of output-type soul masters. Victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. This defeat serves as a valuable lesson about the emergence of this new faction of output-type soul masters. As they walked, the master offered comfort. In the second round, I will send Luban into battle, allowing you to witness what a true output-type soul master is. Time passed swiftly, and soon a day had gone by. In the Tiendo City competition area, all preliminary matches of the first round concluded. Subsequently, the draw continued to determine the matchups for the following day's battles. Xiangjia Academy vs. Shrek Academy. Upon seeing that their opponent for tomorrow's match was Shrek Academy, The members of Xiangjia Academy were filled with excitement. They had witnessed the previous day's match and concluded that the Shrek Academy members were no match for them. Haha, who would have thought we would encounter that academy that emerged from the cesspool? How amusing. Without a doubt, tomorrow's match would pose no challenge. Everyone should take the day to relax. Indeed, the strength of the Shrek Academy team was already lacking, and with their injuries from yesterday, they posed no threat to us. Tomorrow will be merely a slaughter. Our goal for this competition is to secure a place among the top 3. The Shrek Academy members are nothing to be concerned about. They are insignificant. Chapter 89. The strongest defense is vulnerable. The following day, as dawn broke, the 28 participating teams gathered once more at the Grand Seoul Arena of Tiendo. Today, 14 matches were scheduled. The contest between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia Academy was placed as the 3rd match. Now, let us welcome the teams from Xiangjia Academy and Shrek Academy to the arena. Following the conclusion of the first 2 matches, the host promptly announced the entrance of the next teams and introduced the lineups as they entered. The Shrek Academy team. Team member Luban, Martial Soul, Luban number 7. Level 40 Output Type Soul Master. Team member Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Fire Phoenix, Level 41 Assault Type Soul Master. Team member Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul, Nethercat. Level 41 Agility Type Soul Master. Team member Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul, 9 Treasure, Glazed Tile Pagoda, Level 41 Support Type Soul Master. Team member Oscar, Martial Soul, Sausage. Level 41 Support Type Soul Master. Team member Tai Long, Martial Soul, Mighty Gorilla, Level 38 Assault Type Soul Master. Team member Jiangzhu, Martial Soul, Healing Staff. Level 35 Support Type Soul Master. Upon seeing the lineup of Shrek Academy, the spectators erupted in ridicule. Shrek Academy is utterly laughable, sending 3 Support Type Soul Masters into battle. Haha, truly amusing. How could they possibly fight like this? I guarantee Shrek Academy won't last a minute. No, 1 minute is far too generous. I suspect they will concede immediately once the battle commences. Surely they cannot be that weak. They at least have an Output Type Soul Master. An Output Type Soul Master might be useful against other teams, but against the strongest defense of Xiangjia Academy, it will prove utterly ineffective. Indeed, Xiangjia Academy proclaimed yesterday that they would defeat Shrek Academy within a minute. In the VIP section, as Luban took the stage, prominent figures like Shui Luotian, Huo Wudi, and Feng Batian wore smiles, thinking that this young man was finally losing his composure. At level 40, is this not merely bullying children? With the presence of this prodigy, Xiangjia Academy could not possibly secure a victory. Esteemed guests, what are your thoughts on Shrek Academy's match today? The Emperor of Snowy Night inquired with a smile from his seat of honor. The leaders of the Shui, Hua, Feng, and even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had previously held high hopes for Shrek Academy. After the Royal Academy of Tiendo's second team triumphed over Shrek Academy, it had undoubtedly enhanced the royal family's prestige. Your Majesty, yesterday Shrek Academy merely held back. Today, they will surely triumph. I have great confidence in Shrek Academy. Indeed, there is no doubt that Shrek Academy will emerge as the champion of this tournament. As the formidable forces of the Shrek Academy stood resolutely, the Snowy Night Emperor observed in astonishment. It was remarkable how this group exuded such confidence, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of defeat. Are you jesting? With this lineup, you believe you can triumph over us at the Elephant Armor Academy? The words of Huyen Zhan, the leader of the Elephant Armor sect, dripped with disdain. The Output Type Soul Masters are utterly ineffective against our unparalleled defenses. The Elephant Armor sect, ranked 6th among the continent's 7 great sects, boasted formidable strength and a legendary martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, known for its extraordinary defensive capabilities. Huyen Zhan, a peak Title Douluo at the age of 89, surpassed even the ordinary Title Douluo in prowess, holding an exalted position. Indeed, I have faith in the strength of the Elephant Armor Academy. This time, we shall surely make these old geezers eat their words, interjected Salus, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. As the esteemed figures engaged in their discourse, members of both teams ascended the battle platform. The third match of the second round of the preliminary rounds commenced. With the referee's announcement, the battle ignited. Both teams instantly unleashed their martial souls and activated their soul rings. At that moment, for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, slowly ascended from beneath Luban's feet, swirling around him. Positioned behind him were Talon and Ma Hongjun, followed closely by Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Jiangzhu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Such an arrangement left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Goodness, are they mad? How can Output Type Soul Masters stand at the front? One onlooker laughed. This must be a new recruit for Shrek Academy. They don't even understand positioning. Another chimed in. I'm dying of laughter. Do they even comprehend what an Output Type Soul Master is? Seeing Shrek Academy's unconventional positioning, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy erupted into laughter. They were well aware of the immense power Output Type Soul Masters wield, but their lack of defense rendered them vulnerable. Typically, such Soul Masters would find themselves positioned at the rear, even behind Support Type Soul Masters. This unprecedented maneuver by Shrek Academy was a source of amusement for them. Nonetheless, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy were not to be underestimated. They fully recognized the formidable might of output-type soul masters. Without hesitation, they unleashed their martial souls and initiated their transformation. Each member of the Elephant Armor Academy bore the Diamond Mammoth as their martial soul, embodying a purely defensive development. As the Diamond Mammoths manifested, the entire battle arena trembled. 7 colossal mammoth apparitions rose from the members, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the arena in a kaleidoscope of colors. Captain Huyen Li, upon embodying the Diamond Mammoth, appeared as if sculpted from pure diamond, his already impressive 2-meter stature now exuding an even more formidable presence. The other 6 members of the Elephant Armor Academy mirrored Huyen Li's transformation, their already formidable physiques becoming terrifyingly imposing. Standing on the battle platform, they resembled 7 towering mountains, casting an overwhelming sense of pressure upon their opponents. Younglings, you still have time to concede. Otherwise, you shall face a most painful fate, Huyen Li scoffed at Luban, who stood at a distance. Luban, unfazed, replied with a calm smile, "Reveal your abilities quickly. Once I make my move, you shall have no opportunity to respond." Standing tall, he radiated an air of mastery. Despite his youth, he emanated a kingly aura, his stature unaffected by the imposing presence of Huyen Li and his 6 companions. His haughty demeanor was unmatched by anyone from the Elephant Armor Academy. "Foolish boy, you seek your own demise." Huyen Li's fury ignited at Luban's arrogance. Prepare to witness the might of the ultimate defense. Chapter 90. Tang San's bold proclamation, all-out attack. At Huyen Li's command, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy simultaneously unleashed their soul skills, launching their assault. Mammoth Guardian, Diamond Fortress, Diamond Armor, Mammoth Charge. The 7 members, all direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, focused on extreme defense, their soul skills imbued with attributes of fortitude and strength. Under Huyen Li's command, they unleashed their most powerful soul skills, charging toward the members of Shrek Academy. This sudden maneuver resembled 7 small mountains charging across the Douluo platform, causing the ground to tremble violently. The onslaught was monumental, evoking a sense of impending dread. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As the distance diminished, the feeling of pressure intensified dramatically. Huyen Li aimed to leverage the unparalleled defense of their team to breach the Shrek Academy's lines in a single, decisive blow. However, at that pivotal moment, Luban finally sprang into action. He gracefully raised his left hand, wielding the dragon mouth gun, and unleashed a rapid succession of 7 soul power orbs. These projectiles hurtled toward the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy. It is noteworthy that Luban's casual strike boasted an attack power exceeding 130,000. Should it collide with Huyen Li and his team, they would undoubtedly be obliterated. Fortunately, after years of rigorous training, Luban had mastered the art of controlling his strength to an extraordinary degree. With this strike, the opponent would not lose their life. A thunderous sound erupted as the soul power orbs almost instantaneously struck Huyen Li, creating a cacophony on the battle platform. In the astonished gaze of over 100,000 spectators, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy were sent flying from the arena without a glimmer of resistance. The crowd gasped, swallowing hard, their bodies covered in goosebumps. My goodness, the power of this attack is astonishing. The team known as the strongest defense on the continent, the Elephant Armor Academy, was effortlessly defeated by an output-type soul master. This surreal scene seemed almost dreamlike, utterly inconceivable. Defeated? Goodness. The Elephant Armor Academy has been overcome in a single move. Hiss. Is this the might of an output-type soul master? Such overwhelming attack power. Ah, how embarrassing. Did the Elephant Armor Academy not claim they would secure victory within a minute? Indeed, who would have imagined that the output-type soul masters of Shrek Academy were so ferocious? Unbelievable. Before the match, one would think Shrek Academy was merely coasting along, filled with support-type soul masters. Yet here they were, completely dominating. What a display. One individual single-handedly dismantled one of the 5 element academies. Truly remarkable. Woo-woo, Luban is so handsome. Who would have thought such a striking figure existed on the continent? As the fierce battle concluded effortlessly, Luban stood upon the stage, exuding an air of calm detachment. Light cascaded through the arena's apex, casting a dappled golden halo around him. In that moment, his countenance was as serene as still water, devoid of any turbulence. His eyes resembled deep, clear lakes, reflecting the entire world within their depths. They conveyed a sense of composure and depth, as if all of existence lay within his grasp. Standing tall, with a straight spine akin to a sword and a broad, sturdy chest, his hands naturally fell at his sides. His steps were light and steady, hair fluttering gently in the breeze, presenting an ethereal and carefree appearance. At that moment, Luban, standing on the battle platform, resembled a transcendent immortal, his tranquil demeanor evoking a sense of sublime peace and detachment from the mundane. The audience sensed the unique aura of a master emanating from him, a quality that seemed uncharacteristic for one of his age. Yet, this charisma and grace were concentrated within the 15-year-old Luban, inciting envy among the onlookers. Many young women in the stands felt their hearts flutter, their eyes ablaze with dreams of having a boyfriend like Luban. How could this be? Witnessing the direct descendants of the elephant armor sect, cultivated with such effort, fall so easily, Huyen, the sect master, gasped in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. As the sixth largest sect on the continent, and reputed for its formidable defense, the Diamond Mammoth had suffered such a devastating defeat. Upon seeing the match's outcome, Platinum Bishop Salus of the Spirit Hall bore a heavy expression, feeling utterly humiliated to have been bested by a mere child. Meanwhile, figures like Shui Luotian, Feng Batian, and others from the 10 great families bore smiles, their expressions indicating they were not surprised. They silently ridiculed, astonished that such formidable strength had appeared at the Soul Master competition, flaunting before a crowd of youngsters. Luban was truly audacious. As the match concluded, Luban and his companions descended from the battle platform amidst the resounding cheers of the audience. With this victory, Shrek Academy had entered the public eye, the majority of previous derision gradually fading away. Time passed, and over the next 5 days, Shrek Academy participated in the preliminary rounds. Encountering no formidable opponents, the 5 teams they faced lacked even a single Soul Master of level 40, allowing Shrek Academy to effortlessly secure consecutive victories. In these competitions, Luban did not participate. They were solely conducted by Tang San and his companions. Their consecutive 6 victories propelled Shrek Academy to stand out, placing them among the elite tier of all participating teams in the Tiendo City competition. Shrek Academy. On that day, Master Lu Erlong and his companion bore solemn expressions as they emerged from the heavenly duel arena, having learned the draw results for the upcoming competition. Xiao San, our previous arrangements must be altered. We need Luban to participate this time to ensure absolute certainty. Tomorrow, our adversary will be the Tianshui Academy, one of the 5 elemental institutions whose prowess surpasses even that of the Elephant Armor sect, and they are likely to possess output-type battle spirit masters. Upon returning to the academy, the master made his way to the small square, where he found Tang San organizing the plans for the following day's match. He shared the intelligence regarding Tianshui Academy with everyone. After numerous rounds of competition, the group had gained considerable insight into Tianshui Academy's tactics, primarily relying on ice attribute assaults. Teacher, I believe we should proceed with our usual strategy for tomorrow's battle, Tang San asserted, his hands tightly clasped. I possess immunity to ice, which presents an excellent opportunity for me to hone my combat skills during this match. I am confident that I can lead our team to victory against Tianshui Academy. With 5 consecutive victories under his belt, Tang San's confidence surged, and he felt he was no less capable than Luban. He despised the notion of relying on Luban for every solution. Through the forthcoming contest, he aimed to vindicate the Shrek 7 monsters, to proclaim to all that he, Tang San, was the standout among them. Reflecting on Luban's previous displays of brilliance, Tang San felt a twinge of resentment. He had always believed that his dual martial spirit talent was on par with Luban's. Chapter 91. The second defeat of Shrek Academy. Seeing Tang San's unwavering determination, the master paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Given their confidence, why not trust them? Moreover, it would indeed be somewhat unfair to have Luban take the stage. Without the extraordinary presence of Luban, Tang San and the others would have the opportunity to continuously adapt and enhance their combat techniques and skills. Before long, a day had passed. On this day, the 8th round of the preliminary competition commenced, with the match between Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy taking center stage as the opening event. As the host announced the bout, the competitors from both teams strode confidently onto the Soul Arena, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience. Supporters of both Tianshui and Shrek Academy filled the stands, with Tianshui Academy enjoying a notable popularity owing to their flawless record of 7 victories and the presence of their stunning female athletes. As the 2 teams lined up and exchanged courteous greetings, the referee made his way to the center of the arena, signaling for the match to begin. Upon the referee's command, the 14 participants aligned themselves in 2 rows, bowing respectfully to one another. You dare to withhold your output-type soul masters from the battlefield? Today, victory seems elusive for you. It would be wise to concede and conserve your strength for tomorrow's match, stated Shui Binger, the captain of Tianshui Academy. Her demeanor composed yet revealing a flicker of disappointment as she scanned the arena for Luban, who was conspicuously absent. It was laughable, she thought, that Shrek Academy would resort to such tactics against them. Even with Luban on the field, she was confident in her ability to secure a win against Shrek Academy. The notion that Shrek Academy would allow their output-type soul masters to remain sidelined was utterly absurd. As Shui Binger's words fell, her teammates from Tianshui Academy echoed their sentiments. Casting disdainful glances towards Tang San and his companions, their expressions rife with arrogance and disregard. Let us see what unfolds, Tang San replied solemnly, his determination unwavering. Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu shared the sentiment of outrage, their fists clenched tightly, embodying a readiness to engage in battle at a moment's notice. As the match commenced, the referee's signal ignited a flurry of movement from both sides. In synchrony, they unleashed their martial spirits, enveloping the arena in a dazzling display of brilliance as their soul rings shimmered, causing the audience to erupt in excited exclamations. Both teams boasted optimal soul ring configurations, their lineups truly magnificent, leaving spectators captivated and breathless. In this match, Shrek Academy deployed their full-strength lineup. The 4 substitute spirit masters, Jiang Zhu, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling, did not take to the field. This marked the debut of the Shrek 7 monsters as a collective unit. Except for Xiao Wu, whose spirit power level stood at 39, the remaining members surpassed 40, attaining the rank of Spirit Master. This formidable assembly could be deemed the most extravagant among the 28 teams in the Tiando City competition. At this moment, even the members of the opposing Tianshui Academy were taken aback by Shrek Academy's formidable lineup. Only 3 of their own had reached the 40th level, revealing a significant disparity in spirit power between the two sides. Shui Binger exhaled deeply, relieved that the opponents had not deployed any offensive spirit masters. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. It was unexpected that Shrek Academy had disciples from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Had this been in the past, they would have proven exceedingly difficult to handle. Attack, commanded Tang San decisively, observing the hesitation of the opposing team. Dai Mubai Mahangjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly advanced, with Tang San positioned centrally, following suit. Oscar and Ning Rongrong remained at the rear, responsible for support and replenishment. The Shrek 7 monsters initiated their assault, advancing towards the center of the arena. Freeze! At that moment, as Tang San and his companions drew near the attack range, Shui Binger called out sharply and unleashed her first soul skill. Suddenly, her first yellow 100-year spirit ring glimmered brilliantly, and Tang San's group felt an immediate chill envelop them. Immobilized by a thick layer of deep blue ice without a moment's chance to react. Not good. Tang San's heart sank as he realized the dire situation. They had fallen victim to an instant area control skill, which was perfectly suited to counter him. This was exceedingly troublesome. At this very moment, if the opposing team had deployed an offensive spirit master, their fate would be sealed. As Tang San had anticipated, seeing the Shrek Academy's 7 members ensnared, Shui Binger seized the opportunity for a decisive strike. Had there been an offensive spirit master on the opposing side, she might have entertained them a while longer. But there was no necessity to prolong the encounter with Tang San and his companions. Let us conclude this battle, Shui Binger stated coolly from the platform. Following her command, the last girl in the formation of Tianshui Academy unleashed her 4th soul skill, Water Droplets Intersect. The young output-type battle spirit master stood in the center of the soul-fighting platform, her eyes firmly shut, as a gentle and mysterious luminescence began to emanate around her. The light rippled like water, soft and enchanting. With a sudden exclamation, her eyes flew open, and her hands were gracefully raised. The air above the soul-fighting platform quickly became saturated, as if invisible moisture was condensing. As her words echoed, the radiance in her hands erupted instantaneously, transforming into countless tiny droplets that shot forth towards her opponent. These droplets crisscrossed through the air, forming a dense network of formidable power that appeared utterly terrifying, akin to a barrage of arrows gleaming with a chilling blue light. Blue Silver Prison. At that moment, Tang San, witnessing the scene, was struck with astonishment. He swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest, and a powerful soul force surged from his body, coalescing into resplendent blue light. He unleashed his most formidable 10,000-year soul skill. With a low shout, he thrust his hands forward. In an instant, the blue light expanded rapidly, morphing into myriad blue-silver vines that spread outward at an astonishing pace. These blue-silver vines swiftly intertwined in the air, forming 7 indestructible cages that encased the Shrek 7 monsters tightly within. Simultaneously, the support-type spirit master Ning Rongrong decisively activated her soul skill to provide assistance. She was acutely aware of the formidable offensive power of the output-type battle spirit master. Recalling their previous defeat due to carelessness at the hands of the second team from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. In the face of a similar predicament, Ning Rongrong dared not hold back, directly unleashing her most formidable 4th soul skill. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile shimmered with brilliance. Renowned as the 9 Treasures, its 4th command was Control. As the incantation was uttered, 7 radiant beams of light erupted from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower, cascading upon the Shrek 7 monsters. Instantly, their defensive capabilities surged by 50%. However, the struggles of the Shrek 7 monsters proved futile. At that moment, Shui Binger also let out a powerful shout, invoking her support. The vice-captain, Shui Wu, promptly activated her soul skill. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. No sooner had Shui Wu spoken than a dense, looming cloud materialized above the heads of the Shrek 7 monsters. The emergence of the dark cloud nullified the enhancement from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Countless droplets, akin to arrows, surged toward the Shrek 7 monsters. Given that these droplets were born from nearly 5,000 years of soul rings, their collective explosive assault was beyond the capacity of Tang San and his companions to withstand. The clash of their fourth soul skills erupted in a cacophony of sounds that reverberated throughout the arena, creating an overwhelming spectacle that left the audience in awe. They could not help but exclaim in admiration at the might of the output-type Battle Soul Masters. To them, it appeared as though the blue-silver prison was gradually being pierced by the droplets, and it was only a matter of time before the defenses of Shrek Academy would be breached. "You all retreat. I shall confront them," Tang San declared solemnly. Sensing the immense depletion of soul power, the offensive prowess of the opposing output-type Battle Soul Masters was simply too formidable for anyone but him to withstand. Moreover, within the Shrek 7 monsters, there were no defensive Battle Soul Masters, and Ning Rongrong's defensive support had been restricted, leaving it to him to employ his soul skills as a barrier. These are an utter waste of spirit, unable to endure for long. If this continues, in less than 5 minutes, his soul power will be completely depleted. The only current method lies in his personal abilities, which might offer a glimmer of hope for victory. Speaking thus, Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silver Binding, forming 6 thick ropes of blue silver grass that hurled Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others off the stage. Subsequently, his body erupted violently, and 8 black golden spider legs sprouted from his back. With the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. His defensive capabilities surged dramatically, as the lances acted like windshield wipers against the onslaught of water droplets. Then, Tang San employed the Tang Sek's ultimate skill, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, significantly enhancing his speed as he sprinted towards the Tianshui Academy team. Humph, such naive aspirations. Shui Binger instantly deciphered Tang San's intentions. Sensing the formidable threat from the 8 spider lances behind him, she was resolute in denying him any opportunity to approach. Frozen, without hesitation, she activated her first soul skill, Ice Seal, an instantaneous restricted skill that rendered the target unable to evade within its range. Tang San, having been locked onto by Shui Binger, had barely taken a few steps before being encased in a layer of solid ice, immobilized. This battle was destined to conclude here. As Shui Binger's words fell, the output-type Battle Soul Masters of Tianshui Academy launched their most powerful attack soul skill, unleashing countless water droplets toward Tang San's position. The sound of relentless strikes echoed as Tang San was forcefully propelled off the soul fighting stage by the overwhelming power of the water droplets. The battle was over. Victory belonged to Tianshui Academy. With the referee's declaration, the arena erupted in fervor. It was spectacular, truly splendid. No one had anticipated that the Tianshui team also possessed output-type Battle Soul Masters. Indeed, in the previous 7 matches, their output-type Battle Soul Masters had not taken the stage. Shrek Academy was not lacking in strength either, but alas, they had encountered their nemesis. It was indeed a pity. The lineup of Shrek Academy was genuinely intimidating. With 6 soul ranks, a sight unimaginable in past competitions, the output-type Battle Soul Masters were truly formidable, capable of turning the tide in every encounter, their prowess astonishing. As the match concluded, the audience in the stands engaged in animated discussions. The lineup of Shrek Academy would find it difficult to secure victory against other teams. This time, the instantaneous skill restrictions imposed by Tianshui Academy have allowed the offensive Soul Masters to exhibit their extraordinary prowess. The flawless collaboration at Tianshui Academy has once again illuminated the talents of the offensive Soul Masters. At this moment, even the previously skeptical Emperor of the Snowy Night, seated in the VIP area, has altered his stance, offering generous praise instead. "I apologize for my daughter's earlier behavior. I hope it did not cause you any embarrassment," Shui Luodian remarked, casting a glance at Shui Binger on the soul fighting platform, who wore a proud and haughty expression and smiled sheepishly. Amidst the watchful eyes of numerous esteemed figures, the girl remained oblivious to the need for restraint, presenting herself as though she were exceptionally formidable. The likes of Huo Wudi and Feng Batian exchanged glances, while Shui Litian's beaming countenance bore a hint of pride. Meanwhile, Tang San and his companions, wearing expressions of dejection, departed from the soul fighting platform. Tang San's face was particularly marked by remorse. Their recent defeat not only ended their 6 consecutive victories, but also relegated them from the top tier. Should they suffer another loss, their situation would become precarious. It is worth noting that among the 28 competing teams in the Tiando City division, only 5 would advance to the promotion rounds following the preliminary matches. Failing to secure a position within the top 5 would result in elimination. Currently, Shrek Academy's points were tied with those of Xiangjia Academy, both standing at 5th place. With 19 more preliminary rounds to go, Shrek Academy could afford to lose no more than 1 additional match if they hoped to qualify. Having already succumbed to 2 defeats in the total of 8 preliminary matches, the pressure weighed heavily upon them. As time passed, 5 days swiftly elapsed. During this period, Shrek Academy did not encounter the 5 Elements Academy again. Their opponents were all rather weak entities. Unsurprisingly, they achieved yet another consecutive victory. On that day, Within the plaza of Shrek Academy, the Shrek 7 convened to deliberate on the arrangements for their forthcoming battle. At that moment, Master and Lu Erlong approached with solemn expressions. The draw results were in. They were to face the Blaze Academy tomorrow. The strength of Blaze Academy was no less formidable than that of the Water Academy. Having maintained an unblemished record since the commencement of the competition, their true capabilities had yet to be fully unveiled. However, based on prior experience, it was certain that Blaze Academy possessed soul masters specializing in offensive powers. Hence, I propose that Luban should take the field in tomorrow's match. Master articulated his thoughts, prompting Tang San and the others to reflect deeply. They had encountered the might of offensive soul masters on numerous occasions, suffering considerable setbacks at their hands, which indeed posed a significant challenge. Master, I believe there is no need for Luban to participate. We can certainly secure victory tomorrow. Tang San expressed his confidence, asserting that the Shrek 7 were capable of overcoming Blaze Academy. Their previous defeat against the Water Academy had stemmed from being countered by their skills, but this time, facing Blaze Academy, he felt assured of victory. Tang San, with clenched fists, declared, "We, the Shrek 7, are the best and shall not be intimidated by offensive soul masters." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others nodded in agreement. After 2 prior defeats, a certain trepidation had crept into their hearts regarding offensive soul masters. If this continued, it could become a psychological barrier detrimental to their future growth. They were determined to rely on their own strengths to conquer Blaze Academy. Despite their adversaries' offensive prowess, Tang San passionately articulated his perspective, resolutely vowing to triumph over Blaze Academy and prove himself. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of the Shrek 7, Master nodded in affirmation. Indeed, these young individuals ought to venture forth and reclaim their confidence. A day swiftly passed. The following afternoon, Master, accompanied by Luban and the Shrek 7, entered the grand arena of the Heaven Do Empire. In the 14th round of the preliminaries, the 10th match commenced, pitting Blaze Academy against Shrek Academy. On the battle platform, an announcer declared the entrance of both teams. Upon observing the lineup of Shrek Academy, the vice-captain of Blaze Academy, Huo Wu, shook her head with a smile, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. How amusing it is that they do not allow their offensive soul masters to compete. This match has already lost its significance, Huo Wu remarked, standing opposite the Shrek 7 with a gaze full of provocation and derision. Is the supposed strength of Shrek Academy merely propped up by your so-called control and support soul masters? Without offensive soul masters, how much power do you truly retain? It is laughable. Humph. Even without offensive soul masters, we shall still prevail against you. Huo Wu's taunts elicited a cold snort from the captain of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai. Tang San and Xiao Wu, infuriated by Blaze Academy's contemptuous demeanor, seethed internally. As the referees signaled the start of the match, Dai Mubai intended to lead the charge, eager to teach the Blaze team a lesson, but was halted by Tang San. Boss Dai, do not act impulsively. They possess offensive soul masters, and it is evident they are trying to provoke us into initiating the attack, turning us into easy targets, Tang San explained. Upon hearing Tang San's reasoning, the previously restless hearts of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun calmed instantly. They recalled their earlier encounter with the Water Academy, a shiver running down their spines. The operation was indeed reminiscent. As soon as they recklessly launched their attack, they would undoubtedly suffer a fierce onslaught from the opposing offensive spirit masters. The Shrek 7 quickly stabilized, forming a defensive formation, preparing to adopt a counter-offensive strategy. At this moment, the 14 members of both teams had already unleashed their spirits and activated their spirit rings. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Observing the opposing team constructing their defensive formation, Huo Wu's lips curled into a cold smile. How amusing. In the face of absolute strength, no formation would prove effective. Long-range attack. With her declaration, the output spirit master from the Chihua Academy, stationed at the rear, decisively activated his 4th spirit skill. This spirit master wielded a blazing bow, resplendent in crimson hues, radiant sun-piercing strike. His eyes glimmered with fervent light as he inhaled deeply, channeling his spirit power to coalesce a searing flame energy upon the bowstring. With a fierce shout, he released the string, sending forth a dazzling burst of fire. The light instantaneously transformed into a blazing pillar, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds, radiating with destructive heat and force, shooting directly towards the Shrek 7's position. The 4th skill of this Chihua Academy output spirit master was a long-range area attack, capable of enveloping the entire arena. Hence, when the Shrek 7 hesitated, forming their defensive stance, the Chihua team wore expressions of mockery rather than concern. They relished the prospect of the Shrek Academy members keeping their distance, allowing them to unleash their full offensive without hindrance. Meanwhile, the opposing team would find themselves bereft of any countermeasures. Suddenly, a wave of intense pressure descended upon the Shrek 7 as they faced this unforeseen assault. They reacted swiftly, but the 7 colossal arrows, resembling pillars of fire, were too swift to evade. Defend. Tang San roared. Realizing that evasion was futile, They could only release their spirit skills to withstand the onslaught. White Tiger Meteor Shower. The captain, Dai Mubai, resolutely unleashed his most powerful attack spirit skill. Lacking defensive spirit masters, the Shrek team often relied on their offensive capabilities to counter the enemy's spirit attacks. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing, as an agile attack-type spirit master, possessed weak defenses. A hit from the enemy skill would surely leave her gravely injured. Dai Mubai would not allow his beloved to fall into peril. Thus, he decisively activated his fourth spirit skill. His spirit power surged outward, enveloping the vicinity in a pale golden mist. The mist swiftly coalesced into golden orbs the size of fists, which then hurtled toward the incoming fiery arrows like meteors. The impact of the first clash erupted into a thunderous roar across the arena, shaking the very ground as if it were on the brink of collapse. The meteor shower collided with the fiery pillars, creating a spectacle of overwhelming magnitude. The searing flames raged above the arena, and spectators nearby could feel their skin burning from the heat. Again, after the initial clash, Huowu wore a smile, with no output spirit masters remaining. The Shrek Academy team had once more opted for a defensive formation, left to endure the blows passively. Radiant Sun-piercing strike. Following this, the output spirit master from the Chihua team unleashed his most potent attack spirit skill once more. Tang San realized he had miscalculated his strategy yet again. If this continued, they would remain on the defensive. However, with the fierce assaults from the Chihua Academy's output spirit master, altering their strategy to engage in close combat seemed utterly impractical. With no other recourse, Dai Mubai activated his fourth spirit skill, the White Tiger Meteor Shower, to counter the Radiant Sun-piercing strike. In that instant, both sides became entangled in a battle of spirit power attrition. The 9 treasures were in play. Ning Rongrong tirelessly deployed her third spirit skill to replenish Dai Mubai's spirit power. Meanwhile, the Chihua Academy's support spirit master was equally engaged in restoring the output spirit master's energy with a super recovery sausage. Such a pure battle of spirit power consumption was exceedingly rare, leaving the audience in awe. On the arena, Shrek Academy's food system spirit master, Oscar, tirelessly produced recovery sausages to restore his teammates' spirit power. On the opposing side, the Chihua Academy had similarly equipped a food system spirit master, immersing both teams in a true contest of spirit power depletion, one side on the offensive, the other wholly defensive. The present circumstances clearly indicated that the Shrek Academy team was at a disadvantage. Should Captain Dai Mubai exhaust his spirit power, they would find themselves entirely at the mercy of their opponents. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun were increasingly anxious. Under the current combat style, they felt powerless. As the contest of spirit power progressed, Tang San's expression grew increasingly grave, for their spirit power consumption was vastly greater than that of the Chihua Academy. Dai Mubai could not hold out much longer. As the White Tiger Meteor Shower clashed with the Radiant Sun-piercing strike, he led the entire team closer to the adversary. Each movement brought them marginally nearer, yet this was their only option. Alas, I truly should not have listened to Xiao San, sighed the master from the stands. Given the current situation, victory seemed impossible. One output spirit master had effectively restrained the entire Shrek team. No need to worry, teacher. If we lose this time, I shall return to the stage in the subsequent preliminary rounds, replied Luban, smiling as he reassured, dismissing the significance of the match's outcome. As long as he was on stage, the Shrek Academy would not face defeat. There was nothing to be concerned about. Chapter 94, Luban's Declaration, Blue Silver Prison. As anticipated, in a matter of moments, Dai Mubai's spirit power was depleted, while the output spirit master from the Chihua Academy continued to draw upon an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Ultimately, Tang San had no choice but to employ his fourth 10,000-year spirit skill defensively. It must be noted that each attack from the output spirit master was exceedingly formidable. The Shrek Academy had to utilize 2 or even more spirit skills in conjunction to withstand the assault from their opponents. Consequently, the consumption of spirit power was immense. Radiant Sun-piercing strike. Another fierce collision ensued, leaving the Shrek Academy entirely on the defensive. After only 3 rounds, Tang San had lost a significant portion of his spirit power. You all retreat. I shall handle the rest, he declared, employing his first spirit skill, Blue Silver Bind, to fling Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others off the arena. He then decisively activated his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, employing Ghost Shadow Mist to charge toward the Chihua Academy team. Seeing Tang San's phantom approach, Huowu's lips curled into a dismissive smile, as if everything was unfolding according to her expectations. Binding Halo. With her spirit sense extending outward, Huowu swiftly activated her first spirit skill, locking onto Tang San. As he leaped forward, a fiery red light suddenly enveloped him, and in an instant, Tang San found himself trapped within the luminous halo. At that moment, a colossal pillar of fire surged towards them, and Tang San was once again struck by the formidable assault of the offensive spirit masters from the Blaze Academy. With a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena, Tang San was hurled backward by the shockwave generated by the blast. Victory to the Blaze Academy. The referee proclaimed with fervor announcing the outcome of the match. The competition concluded, and the surrounding spectators erupted in a chorus of cheers, fervently rallying behind the 7 members of the Blaze Academy team. In the stands, participants from other academies were also engrossed in the unfolding contest, engaging in spirited discussions. It was laughable that the Blaze Academy had not permitted their offensive spirit masters to take the stage, squandering such a powerful lineup. Indeed, the Shrek Academy lacked the requisite strength, and while they excelled in ostentation, it seemed their journey in this prestigious Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy tournament had reached its terminus. However, some speculated that if Shrek Academy managed to secure victories henceforth, they might still qualify. That's merely theoretical. In reality, it's implausible, came a derisive response. Indeed, there are other formidable contenders such as the Gale Academy and the Thunder Academy. Shrek Academy stands little chance of triumph. Another defeat would see Shrek Academy irrevocably relegated from the upper echelon, plummeting from the top 5 ranks. Shrek Academy is finished, with no prospect of resurgence. If they were to encounter our Gale Academy, we could easily vanquish them, echoed the sentiments of the crowd. Thus, amidst the scornful jeers, the 7 members of Shrek descended from the battle platform, their faces etched with dejection. Tang San was particularly tormented, having previously been thwarted by the Tianshui Academy, and now facing a tactical blunder. For a time, the members of Shrek Academy were downcast and dispirited. You should not reject new developments. Only by accurately understanding offensive spirit masters can we devise countermeasures. Master consoled them on the way back to the academy. In the upcoming matches, I shall deploy Luban to showcase what true extreme output looks like. Upon hearing Luban would take the field, Tang San dared not voice any objections. With no path of retreat left, should they falter again, elimination would be inevitable. With their senior brother Luban in the fray, their collective strength would ascend to new heights, capable of sweeping away all adversaries. The evening wore on until the conclusion of the 14th round of preliminaries. Subsequently, the Snowy Knight Emperor personally conducted the draw for the matchups of the following day, revealing that Shrek Academy would face Gale Academy. Upon hearing this news, the participants of Gale Academy were jubilant, confident in their assured victory given Shrek Academy's previous performance. The night swiftly passed, and daybreak arrived, heralding the commencement of the 15th round of preliminaries in the Tiendo City competition zone. 14 matches were scheduled for the day, with the showdown between Shrek Academy and Gale Academy slated for the final bout. As the referee's words echoed through the arena, both teams made their entrance onto the battle platform. Observant spectators noted a significant change in Shrek Academy's lineup, as they had opted to field their offensive spirit masters this time, with Luban replacing the food-type spirit master Oscar. After the teams entered and exchanged courteous greetings under the referee's watchful eye, a smirk of disdain crossed the lips of Feng Xiaotian, the captain of Gale Academy. Upon seeing Luban on the field, now you realize the necessity of a lineup change, but alas, it is too late, he mocked. Prepare to experience the might of Gale Academy. Cherish this opportunity to face the top-ranked team, for you shall have no regrets in your defeat. Observing Feng Xiaotian's arrogant demeanor, Luban felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If this fellow were to discover that Tang Air is indeed himself, I wonder if he would still be able to laugh. In future competitions, whether it be you from the Kamikaze Academy or any other institution, I sincerely hope that upon encountering Shrek Academy again, you will willingly concede defeat. Luban replied with a nonchalant smile, remarking that his control over the intensity of his strikes is rather difficult to gauge. Should he inadvertently injure you, it would be quite unfortunate. Luban's words ring true. His strength is extraordinarily formidable at present, and attempting to regulate his minimum attack power poses quite the challenge. A moment's carelessness could easily result in harm. One must understand that a casual strike from him bears an attack power exceeding 130,000. Even a Title Douluo would be reduced to mere fragments, far beyond the capacity of these youthful contestants to withstand. Despite his intentions to restrain himself, the potential for unforeseen accidents remains ever present. Haha, young man. You are quite audacious. Feng Xiaotian chuckled heartily in response. I hope you can maintain this rebellious spirit when the time comes. Upon hearing Luban's words, the audience in the stands erupted in murmurs of disbelief and derision. It is crucial to note that Kamikaze Academy currently ranks first, boasting a legion of fans. Thus, hearing Luban's boastful claims incited frustration and laughter among the crowd. Who is this guy? He is far too arrogant. Indeed, when we face him, he'll be unrecognizable. I recall, he has only appeared once before, defeating the Elephant Armor Academy. Humph, he is merely an output-type battle soul master. It's not as if Kamikaze Academy lacks those. Alas, it seems Shrek Academy is in for a beating this time. They deserve it. They chatter away without the strength to back it up. And now they will pay the price. It's truly amusing that a team dares to challenge Kamikaze Academy. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. In the VIP section, witnessing his grandson's arrogant demeanor, Feng Batian felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have rushed onto the stage to deliver a thorough beating to that young man. How brazen. He ought to consider who stands before him. Even he would refrain from acting out in front of Luban, a formidable individual who has swept across the northernmost lands, rendering even the ice and snow emperors utterly submissive. Of course, Luban's identity has been kept under wraps by the higher-ups, remaining undisclosed to the younger generations of the family. Chapter 95. Victory against Kamikaze Academy. The match commenced. After both parties exchanged pleasantries, the referee's command signaled the official start of the battle. The 7 members of Shrek Academy and the 7 members of Kamikaze Academy positioned themselves at opposite edges of the battle arena, unleashing their martial spirits. Spiraling soul rings ascended from beneath their feet. In terms of soul power levels, Shrek Academy held the advantage with 6 soul sects and 1 39th rank soul master. Conversely, Kamikaze Academy boasted only 5 soul sects, yet their imposing presence was not diminished in the slightest. As the battle began, Luban called out lightly, "Defend." In this competition, everything was orchestrated by Luban. As the esteemed elder brother of the Shrek Academy, his presence rendered Demingbai and Tang San without a voice. Once Luban finished speaking, Demingbai and Ma Hongjun swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked either side. Tang San and Ning Rongrong occupied the center, with Luban standing at the rear of the formation. In truth, given Luban's current prowess, he could easily have dominated the battlefield as he had against the Elephant Armored Academy, ending the confrontation with a single decisive move. However, this time, the master instructed him to cultivate the team's synergy, enabling Tang San, Demingbai, and the others to understand how to collaborate effectively with the output-type Battle Soul Masters. Thus, Luban adopted the present formation. This is the most common and reliable formation for output-type Battle Spirit Masters. Haha, did you think only the Blaze Academy possessed long-range archers? Observing that the Shrek Academy had adopted the same defensive formation as yesterday's encounter with the Blaze Academy, Feng Xiaotian smiled faintly, a hint of indifference gracing his lips. Today, allow you to witness the prowess of the output-type Battle Spirit Masters from the Windstorm Academy. Attack! As Feng Xiaotian's voice fell, the last output-type Battle Spirit Master of the Windstorm Academy, a level 43, activated his 4th soul ring with a sudden brilliance. Piercing Arrow, the output-type Battle Spirit Master, named Feng Poyan, wielded the martial soul of the demon arrow Yellow Bee. In that moment, he drew a deep breath, his soul power surging within him, akin to relentless ocean waves. Then he opened his mouth wide, and a dazzling radiance erupted forth. That brilliance instantly coalesced into the form of sharp arrows, each exuding a chilling gleam, as if capable of penetrating any obstacle. These piercing arrows are not of ordinary nature. They are forged from the formidable soul weapon, the wind-piercing demon arrow, known as the Yellow Hornet. Infused with potent wind attribute soul power, their velocity is astonishing, rendering the eye unable to keep pace. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air is sharp and jarring, as if intent on tearing the entire soul-fighting arena asunder. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the spectators in the stands are enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The audience is profoundly shaken, their eyes riveted on the arena, fearful of missing any captivating moment. At this juncture, the burden shifts to Shrek Academy, as all eyes await their response. The piercing arrows, designed for mass-targeted assault, evoke an immediate sense of crisis in Tang San and Dai Mubai. This sensation had only just emerged when a barrage of soul force arrows swiftly pierced through the air from the opposite side. The sound reverberated like the furious roar of demons from the depths of hell, capable of tearing through the very fabric of space, instilling a profound sense of terror. At that moment, Luban sprang into action, raising his left hand, the dragon mouth gun, and unleashing a flurry of fire against the incoming arrows. Countless spheres of soul energy erupted forth, instantaneously devouring the onslaught of arrows. The mightiest attack skill of Feng Poyan was effortlessly neutralized by Luban's casual strike, leaving the surrounding spectators in a state of shock and awe. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, their faces etched with astonishment. Many exclaimed in disbelief, for they had witnessed Luban, without even deploying a soul skill, dismantling the adversary's lethal move with mere simplicity. Support. The occurrence was so bizarre that Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, promptly commanding his support team to take action. Like a gentle spring breeze, the auxiliary spirit master from Shinfeng Academy, upon hearing the command, immediately activated his 4th soul skill. With palms pressed together, soul energy surged within him, and a gentle yet powerful force began to rise slowly from his palms. This energy resembled the warm sun of spring, comforting and soft, yet brimming with boundless strength. As this energy enveloped Feng Poyan, a miraculous transformation took place. The already formidable aura of Feng Poyan surged dramatically in that instant. His eyes gleamed with an even sharper brilliance, as if 2 flames were igniting within. His muscles tightened, seemingly harboring an infinite reservoir of power, poised to erupt at any moment. With the continuous effect of the gentle spring breeze skill, Feng Poyan's offensive capability escalated at an astonishing rate. Each strike became more ferocious and incisive, The piercing arrows, in that moment, transformed into even sharper and swifter projectiles, tracing dazzling arcs through the air that left the audience in sheer awe. Extravagant display. As the piercing arrows were unleashed, Luban sensed their power had increased by approximately 50%, yet for him, it held little significance. With a decisive motion of the dragon mouth gun, Luban unleashed another barrage, sending forth spheres of soul energy that once again consumed the incoming arrows. Hiss! How could this be? The entire audience collectively gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Their faces filled with incredulity. Is the basic attack truly this formidable? Please, the opposing side is executing their most powerful strike under the enhancement of a support-type spirit master. Yet Luban seems to treat it as a mere jest, effortlessly neutralizing it. Is this truly human? As the fierce offensive was effortlessly countered once again by the opposing side, the members of the Shinkei's academy, including Feng Xiaotian, felt the mounting pressure. Continue. Feng Xiaotian signaled for the assault to persist, eager to observe how long the adversaries could endure. Perhaps this state of Luban's would not be sustainable. The ensuing clash saw both sides engaging in a relentless exchange of attacks and defenses, battling through hundreds of rounds. The offensive spirit master, Feng Poyan, was on the verge of exhausting his soul force, while Luban maintained an air of nonchalance. Continue the assault. I shall advance to restrain them. Feng Xiaotian instructed Feng Poyan to keep up the long-range assault, while he himself utilized his soul skill to dash toward the Shrek Academy team. With a swift motion, he unleashed the gale wings. Enormous azure wings unfurled from his back, propelling Feng Xiaotian into rapid flight, significantly increasing his speed. The Twin Wolves manifestation. Activating his enhancement skill, a phantom of a swift two-headed wolf materialized, merging seamlessly with his form. Feng Xiaotian's attributes, attack, defense, agility, and strength, skyrocketed by 50%. With the Gale Magic Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes, he swiftly crossed over the center of the battle arena, positioning himself above the Shrek Academy team, where he promptly unleashed his self-created soul skill. This is also his most formidable move at present. Upon activation of his skill, the Gale wings meld seamlessly with his arms, and 3 sharp blades, each approximately 3 feet long, suddenly spring forth from between his fingers. His figure then transforms into a series of afterimages, swirling around his opponent with astonishing speed. With each rotation, the blades in his hand strike fiercely at his adversary, emitting blinding glimmers of cold light. Chapter 96. A Relaxed Journey, Extravagance. Observing this, Luban cast a calm glance into the air, instantly locking onto the silhouette of Feng Xiaotian. Subsequently, he unleashed a soul power energy orb from his left-handed dragon's mouth gun, as Feng Xiaotian executed the 4th move of his Gale Demon Wolf 36 strikes. He was violently hurled away. Luban, showing no restraint, unleashed a barrage from the dragon's mouth gun, sweeping across the Shinkei's academy team. The 6 energy orbs were now twice as powerful as before, turning the tables and launching a direct counterattack. Faced with such overwhelming force, the members of Shinkei's academy were caught off guard and were swiftly knocked off the soul battle platform one by one. Luban's decisiveness in this battle was reminiscent of his previous encounter with Xiangjia Academy. The spectators watched in stunned silence, collectively gasping in disbelief. It is worth noting that prior to this match, Shinkei's academy had dominated the scene, holding the top position in the Tiando City competition with an unbroken winning streak. To think that they would be defeated today by the relatively unknown Shrek Academy is nothing short of astonishing. Good heavens, was Luban's move truly this powerful? The Shinkei's academy team appeared utterly defenseless. How incredible! The might of Luban's strike could easily rival that of a Title Douluo. It seems that the Shinkei's academy team has encountered a genuine adversary this time. Luban's move is simply insurmountable. What kind of soul skill is this? To defeat the Shinkei's academy team with a single blow is truly shocking. What has happened to the Shinkei's academy team? Why are they so vulnerable before Luban? This ordinary attack from Luban is incredibly formidable, akin to a divine punishment descending from the heavens, rendering resistance impossible. Luban's move is utterly breathtaking. I have never witnessed such a powerful soul skill. It transcends the limits of humanity. The Shinkei's academy team has certainly faced a downfall this time. The output-type soul masters of Shrek Academy are astonishingly strong, an invincible presence. The output-type soul master is truly monstrous. This casual strike is nothing short of a crushing defeat for the Shinkei's academy team. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but also the members of the other 26 participating academy teams wore expressions of sheer astonishment. They were all too familiar with the prowess of Shinkei's academy and never anticipated such a devastating loss. How is this possible? At the location of Tianshui Academy, Captain Shui Binger gazed in astonishment at Luban's proud figure on the soul fighting platform. How powerful! This fellow Luban bears an uncanny resemblance to Tang Er. Meanwhile, at Qihua Academy, Huowu recalled Tang Er as she witnessed Luban effortlessly defeat the Shinfeng Academy with a single strike, without even employing a soul skill. Luban's extraordinary normal attack was strikingly similar to that of Tang Er, both displaying unparalleled prowess. At the VIP stand, witnessing the utter annihilation of Shinfeng Academy, Emperor Shuya and Salas exchanged glances, desperately trying to maintain their esteemed demeanor, yet their constricted pupils and racing throats revealed their profound astonishment. Observing the calmness of Shui Luotian, Huo Wudi, and Feng Batian, the esteemed figures suddenly realized that these individuals must possess a profound understanding of Shrek Academy. As Luban's extraordinary performance unfolded, even the likes of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Dalachen Xian and Bon De Gu Rong, wore expressions of shock. Previously, Ning Rongrong had mentioned a senior brother at Shrek Academy with formidable strength, which they had dismissed as jest. It now appeared to be a veritable truth. In today's match, it was evident that Luban single-handedly orchestrated the victory, while the other 6 merely served as support, contributing nothing to the battle, which concluded without a single soul skill being employed. It appears that they have indeed underestimated Shrek Academy. Luban's prowess surpasses that of other assault-type soul masters, placing him in an entirely different league. With the referee's declaration, Shrek Academy emerges victorious in this match. Under the watchful gaze of over 100,000 spectators, Luban, accompanied by Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, descends from the battle platform. Thus far, the preliminary rounds have progressed to the 15th round, with 12 remaining. In the upcoming matches, Luban is set to participate each time, having previously proclaimed that any team facing Shrek Academy ought to surrender immediately, lest they face dire consequences. Initially, some academies, stubborn in their resolve, disregarded Luban's ominous warning. However, as Luban consistently concluded each bout with swift decisiveness, dispatching opponents with a single move, the aftermath for those who dared challenge Shrek Academy was often devastating. Numerous participants sustained severe injuries, with many rendered unable to continue in subsequent matches. A wave of trepidation spread, and the mere mention of Luban struck fear into the hearts of many. Consequently, upon encountering Shrek Academy, teams hastily opted for forfeiture. In the 21st round of the preliminaries, the 8th match features Shrek Academy pitted against Thunder Academy. On that night, as the 20th round of the preliminary matches concluded, the Emperor of Snowy Knights finalized the draw for the following day. Meanwhile, the leading instructor of Thunder Academy boldly announced their withdrawal from the upcoming match. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. It was inconceivable that Thunder Academy, one of the 5 prestigious elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, would shy away from the competition. Given their current standing as the top academy, one would expect them to face Shrek Academy, even if defeat was certain. Yet, their outright forfeiture was utterly shocking. With Thunder Academy's withdrawal, the subsequent matches became mere formalities for Shrek Academy. Every team that drew them in the lottery chose to forfeit as well. Thus, until the conclusion of the preliminaries, Shrek Academy achieved an uninterrupted series of victories, ultimately finishing with 24 wins and 3 losses, securing 3rd place. The 5 academies advancing from the Tiando City region were Shinkong Academy, Thunder Academy, Shrek Academy, Chihua Academy, and Tianshui Academy. Each member of these 5 teams was rewarded with substantial imperial honors, receiving the noble title of Viscount. After a month's respite, the second round of the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament commenced. The venue for this round was not the Tiando Soul Arena, but rather the Imperial Royal Arena. The other 5 regional competitions in Tiando City had also selected their advancing teams, culminating in a total of 15 academies participating in the advancement matches. Initially, many academies from other regions were unaware of Shrek Academy's formidable reputation, leading to a general indifference toward them. Some noble academies even issued open provocations, such as the Balak Advanced Soul Master Academy from the Balak Kingdom, which openly ridiculed Shrek Academy's olive green uniforms during the matches. The result was a swift and brutal response from Luban, who delivered a series of punishing blows. The participants from Balak Academy emerged grievously injured, unable to continue competing, and Luban's actions served as a stark warning to the other academies. Particularly notable was the sight of the strongest elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, such as Shinkong and Thunder Academies, forfeiting when faced with Shrek Academy, leaving the other competitors utterly bewildered. Following this, no academy dared to challenge Shrek Academy again. It was understood that the other 5 regional academies of the Tiando Empire were subordinate to the empire itself, and their teams lacked the strength to contend with the renowned 5 elemental academies, much less Shrek Academy. As news of the 5 elemental academies' reactions spread, the understanding of Shrek Academy's terror became apparent. Consequently, when faced with Shrek Academy again, they chose to forfeit. Thus, throughout the 7-day, 7-round cycle of the advancement matches, Shrek Academy only participated in a single contest, ultimately emerging as the undefeated champions and securing their place in the grand finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. The finals were held not within the borders of the Tiando Empire, but at the Spirit City, located at the juncture of the Tiando and Xinglua empires. Following the conclusion of the advancement matches, the 16 teams from the 2 empires set forth to Spirit City, which served as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall on the continent and remained an independent entity, free from the dominion of either empire. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, held in Soul Master City, underscore the Soul Palace's profound appreciation for this prestigious event. The journey from Tiando City to Soul Master City is remarkably swift for agility-focused Soul Masters like Flinder, taking merely 2 days to arrive. In contrast, the 16 participating teams, escorted by the Imperial Royal Knights, traverse the distance at a more leisurely pace. The group, led by Luban, departing from Tiando City, required nearly 10 days to successfully reach their destination. Soul Master City, as the headquarters of the Soul Palace, stands majestically at the heart of the continent. Its grandeur and imposing presence commanding attention. The city walls soar toward the heavens, seemingly capable of brushing the very skies. Adorning these walls are intricately carved representations of various soul patterns, each exuding an air of mystery and authority. Upon entering Soul Master City, one is immediately captivated by the expansive avenues. Flanking these thoroughfares are uniquely styled edifices, blending classical charm with a contemporary flair. Each structure emanates a powerful wave of soul energy, as if every stone and tile harbors boundless vitality. The streets are alive with a ceaseless flow of people, be they soul masters or disciples of the Soul Palace, each person radiating an aura of pride and confidence. It is as if they collectively proclaim the honor and pride of residing in Soul Master City. At the heart of this vibrant city lies a grand edifice, the Hall of the Pope. The hall soars majestically into the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur that stirs reverence within the soul. Its exterior, crafted from the finest materials, glistens with a resplendent brilliance, resembling a magnificent jewel embedded in the heart of the city. From the outside, the Papal Palace commands an imposing presence, radiating an air of authority that instills a sense of trepidation. Before the Papal Palace stands an extraordinarily large and magnificent sculpture of a 6-winged angel, towering with grandeur. The sculpture towers majestically to several dozen meters, nearly rivaling the height of the Papal Palace. Its form is both elegant and divine, resembling an angel descending to earth, bestowing boundless hope and faith. Crafted from the finest rare metals, the sculpture is shaped through exquisite forging techniques, with each wing radiating a resplendent glow, as if forged from pure gold. Under the sunlight, the silhouette of the 6-winged angel is distinctly visible against the sky. Its wings are unfurled like an immense golden canopy, enveloping the entire Papal Palace. The expression on the sculpture's face is lifelike, with piercing eyes that exude an air of majesty and mystery. The corners of its mouth are gently uplifted, seemingly smiling down upon the multitude of souls in Spirit City. Its posture is both regal and graceful, akin to a noble sovereign, safeguarding the glory and legacy of the Spirit Hall. The venue for this final competition is situated not far from the entrance of the Papal Palace, in a grand plaza. A colossal fighting arena has been temporarily erected in the plaza, reinforced by numerous soul-guiding devices. Its scale is quite impressive, rivaling that of the main arena at the Heaven Do Spirit Arena. Surrounding the plaza, there are numerous accommodations, such as inns and hotels. Upon arrival, the 16 competing teams from the Heaven Do Empire were assigned to nearby star-rated hotels. The final competition consists of 5 rounds. Early that morning, all participating academies, under the guidance of personnel from the Spirit Hall, gathered in the Grand Square before the Pope's Palace. Subsequently, Principal Flander represented the Shrek Academy to draw lots. In the first round of the competition, the 2 seed teams from the Great Empires and the Spirit Hall's direct entry team did not engage in battle. A total of 30 teams from the 2 Great Empires were drawn for the matches. Soon, the drawing concluded, and Flander returned with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with the results. We drew the Beast Academy of the Heaven Do Empire. However, upon seeing that their opponent was the Shrek Academy, they promptly forfeited. Upon hearing this, Master Lu Erlong and the participants from Shrek Academy were filled with joy. According to the competition rules, in the second round of the finals, the top teams from the previous qualifiers of both empires would receive a bye. This meant that Shrek Academy would advance directly to the top 10 without contesting the first 2 rounds. Upon learning the outcome, Flander departed with the members of the Luban team, as their extraordinary prowess rendered it unnecessary to observe the battles of the Star Luo Empire's academies. The final competition consisted of 5 rounds, with a day's rest between each match. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 5th day. This time, Flander once again represented Shrek Academy in the draw. Currently, only 10 teams remain in the 3rd round of the competition, each formidable in their own right. This time, Shrek Academy directly encountered the seed team from the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing the results of the draw, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions changed dramatically, their eyes betraying a palpable excitement. Dai Mubai approached Luban, saying, "Master brother, I hope you refrain from excessive interference in this competition. I wish to vanquish our opponents using my own strength. This is the only opportunity for Zhuqing and me." He then recounted the grievances he had with Davis, the captain of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. As a time traveler, Luban understood the implications of Dai Mubai's words. While he could conceal family rivalries from Tang San and Xiao Wu, he could not deceive Luban. He was acutely aware of the power struggle between this prince of the Star Luo Empire and his elder brother. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were not the legitimate heirs of their families, inherently overshadowed by their elder brother Davis and sister Zhu Zhuyun. They could only compete with Davis and Zhu Zhuyun on equal footing if they emerged victorious in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. The power struggles within the Star Luo Empire were exceedingly ruthless. The defeated party faced immediate obliteration to prevent internal discord. Rest assured, I shall not intervene unless absolutely necessary during today's match. Upon hearing Luban's promise, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing bowed deeply in gratitude. Chapter 98, The Star Luo Royal Battle Team. In the third round of the finals, the first match pitted the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy against Shrek Academy. On the soul fighting stage, as the referee announced the commencement, the participants from both teams entered the arena. By the third round, only 10 teams remained, with 23 others having been eliminated. According to the competition rules, the second-place teams from the two empires would receive a bye in this round. Thus, only 8 teams would compete today, leading to 4 matches. Remarkably, the first match featured Shrek Academy facing off against the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, one team being the champion from the Heaven Do Empire, and the other a seed team directly qualified from the Star Luo Empire, both possessing formidable strength. Consequently, as the 14 competitors took to the stage, the surrounding Soul Masters erupted in cheers. As a prestigious and established team, the reputation of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team far surpassed that of Shrek Academy. Particularly with many Soul Masters from the Star Luo Empire present, the excitement was palpable as they witnessed their empire's strongest team take the stage. Victory for Star Luo. I hear this lineup is the strongest we've ever fielded. Indeed, the Star Luo Royal Battle Team had not shown their full strength in previous matches, and this time, 2 unfamiliar faces had appeared. I'm so emotional, I can hardly wait. I, too, am eager to see just how powerful our empire's strongest team truly is. Champions. I believe our empire will undoubtedly secure the championship. As Luban took the stage and observed the opposing team members, he appeared to grasp the situation entirely. The 2 leaders of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team bore an uncanny resemblance to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, leaving Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others in a state of astonishment. Their resemblance is astonishing, akin to that of twins. Truly, they are siblings by blood. Mubai? I never expected you to reach the finals, remarked Davis, captain of the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Yet his demeanor remained relaxed, clearly dismissing Dai Mubai's presence. Now you have the audacity to confront me, your elder brother. You have made significant progress. Humph, Davis, spare me your pretentiousness. Today, I shall certainly defeat you and claim the family inheritance, Dai Mubai replied in a low voice. Feeling nauseated by his brother's lecturing demeanor. Throughout their years in the Xingluo Empire, Davis had often belittled him, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him to assert his dominance in the contest for the family legacy. Our dandy has finally grown a spine, Davis laughed heartily, his brother's words falling on deaf ears. In this match, you possess not a shred of chance to win. Prepare to witness what true strength entails. As Davis's words faded, a referee announced the commencement of the match. The participants from Shrek Academy and Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy unleashed their martial souls, each surrounded by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around them. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience as they beheld the formidable lineup. Each participant a soul grandmaster equipped with optimal soul ring configurations, an intimidating sight indeed. Such a formation would have undoubtedly signified a championship standard in previous competitions. Attack. The match commenced with the Xingluo Royal team launching the offensive. Davis, a powerful assault-type soul master, led the charge, decisively activating his soul skill as he advanced. As a level 49 soul grandmaster, he was brimming with confidence. White Tiger Vajra transformation. During his charge, Davis first employed his third soul skill. He inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. His body began to levitate slightly, the surrounding air seemingly solidified by his imposing presence. A faint golden glow enveloped his skin, resembling a gilded statue shimmering under the sunlight. With the infusion of soul power, his aura surged dramatically, his muscles expanded, and he became a towering figure, akin to an immovable mountain. His fists clenched tightly, radiating the essence of cataclysmic power. In that moment, he transcended humanity, embodying the true essence of a white tiger, majestic and formidable. The White Tiger Vajra transformation is a self-enhancement skill, and upon its activation, Davis's offensive capability, defensive strength, and overall power doubled instantly. White Tiger Vajra transformation. Witnessing Davis's punch hurtling towards him, Dai Mubai activated his third soul ring, unleashing the same soul skill as he swiftly approached to counter. As brothers, both Dai Mubai and Davis not only shared the same martial soul, the Evil Eye White Tiger, but their first 3 soul skills were identical as well. As members of the imperial family of the Xinglor Empire, the inheritance of such soul skills was commonplace, with records detailing which skills were most effective, thus making it entirely normal for descendants of noble families to possess similar abilities. Boom. In an instant, the arena's center erupted as the two assault-type soul masters engaged in a fierce battle. Phantom piercing. Observing the clash between the brothers, Zhu Zhuqing decisively employed her first soul skill, swiftly entering the fray. Sister, your opponent is me. On the opposite side, Zhu Zhuyun, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's actions, would not remain idle and similarly unleashed phantom piercing to join the confrontation. The two sisters, utilizing their first soul skill, transformed into agile and swift phantom spirit cats, their eyes glimmering with sharp intensity, fixated on their adversaries. With a synchronized shout, the sisters vanished from sight, leaving only faint afterimages behind. Before the audience could react, they materialized before their opponents at an astonishing speed. Each of their claws shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, moving with such velocity that it seemed to transcend the constraints of time. The sisters traced elegant arcs in the air before launching themselves at their foes. At the moment of collision, the ghostly blue light erupted violently, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. The spectacle of their battle was profoundly exhilarating, rivaling the intensity of the clash between Dai Mu Bai and Davis. In confrontations between assault-type soul masters, the scene is characterized by ferocity, while battles involving agility-type soul masters present a contrasting elegance, showcasing a dynamic beauty. Both sides exemplified a violent aesthetic, one rooted in sheer force, the other in fluidity. Phantom slash. As the phantom piercing primarily enhances speed, the intensity of the combat escalated, prompting both sides to unleash their third soul skills simultaneously. Phantom slash, a close-range single-target attack skill, was activated as the sisters crossed their arms in a cruciform manner, unleashing 10 black soul power blades from their fingertips. The blades fused instantly, transforming into a ghostly blade approximately 3 feet long, cleaving towards their opponents. Chapter 99. Advancing to the top 6. The enmity between Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyun was well known among the participants, prompting all to quietly observe from their respective sides, allowing the four to settle their own fates. This battle can be perceived as both a test of prowess and a contest for supremacy. At this moment, the four combatants engaged in fierce conflict at the center of the arena have undoubtedly become the focal point. Soon, the two sides engage in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, yet neither has managed to claim victory. As their spiritual energy nears depletion, both sides simultaneously unleash their most potent techniques. The fusion of martial souls, the ethereal white tiger. In the heart of the arena, Dai Mu Bai stands proudly, his imposing figure reminiscent of a true white tiger. His gaze is steadfast and piercing as he looks towards Zhu Zhuqing, who stands beside him, nodding affirmatively. The two share an unspoken understanding, and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly darts towards Dai Mu Bai with the grace of an ethereal spirit cat. Their fingers intertwine, hands clasped, their essences merging harmoniously. With a unified exclamation, their bodies begin to radiate a brilliant light. The radiance emanates with a mesmerizing interplay of azure and silvery hues, as if imbued with a mysterious and formidable power. Their energies begin to surge dramatically, as though two potent forces are tumultuously roiling within them. Soon after, their bodies commence a gentle ascent, their silhouettes gradually merging into one. In that instant, their martial souls, the evil eye white tiger and the nether spirit cat, completely amalgamate, giving rise to the majestic form of a colossal nether white tiger. The majestic white tiger radiated an intense luminescence, its piercing eyes seemingly capable of devouring all darkness. As the ethereal white tiger fully coalesced, the entire arena trembled in response. A formidable aura emanated from its being, as if it sought to overturn the very battleground. The spectators surrounding the arena were awestruck by this overwhelming presence, filled with reverence and silently acknowledging its might. With a thunderous roar, the ethereal white tiger lunged ferociously toward its opponent. Concurrently, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun executed their martial soul fusion, unleashing their combined power. A colossal ethereal white tiger emerged, and in an instant, two winged, ethereal white tigers clashed fiercely in the air above the arena. Seeing their captain embroiled in a protracted battle, the members of the Star Luo royal team grew anxious. The support-type soul master hastily activated his soul skills to provide assistance. After such a lengthy struggle, it was time to bring the confrontation to a close. Observing the movements of the opposing support-type soul master, the Shrek Academy team understood they could not remain idle. Ning Rongrong decisively summoned the 9-treasure glazed tile, her 4 soul rings gradually illuminating, casting beams of supportive divine light upon Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. As the foremost auxiliary martial soul on the continent, the enhancement from the 9-treasure glazed tile significantly bolstered their strength, allowing them to suppress Davis and Zhu Zhuyun. With a ferocious roar, the ethereal white tiger unleashed a charging skill, striking the combined ethereal white tiger formed by Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, sending them flying. Blood trickled from the corners of Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's mouths as they were caught by their teammates, clearly sustaining serious injuries. Davis, wiping the blood from his lips, attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance, attributing their recent setback to Ning Rongrong's influence. Having had my fill of this playful skirmish, it is time to conclude the match, he declared, as his words hung in the air. A figure clad in purple robes at the rear of the Douluo royal team drew back the great bow in his hands. The clandestine development of output-type battle soul masters by various top-tier factions in the Heaven Do Empire had not escaped the notice of the Douluo Empire. Some years prior, upon receiving this intelligence, the Douluo Empire began to cultivate output-type battle soul masters in earnest. In the current team, this output-type battle soul master was the result of the royal family's extensive investment. Daihao, also a scion of the royal lineage with a father who was a prince of the Douluo Empire, wielded the Gaoro Bao as his martial soul. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he stood at the back of the formation, the bow and arrow in his hands emanating a dazzling radiance infused with soul power, as if containing the might to obliterate the very heavens. Activating his fourth soul skill, the most potent attack, he uttered a low incantation, then swept his bow forward with great force. A piercing sound reverberated through the air as a brilliant arrow sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling toward Dai Mubai with astonishing speed. The arrow radiated an intense aura of peril, as if it possessed the power to shatter all defenses. On the other side, the ensnared Dai Mubai sensed the looming threat of the projectile and reacted swiftly, his figure flickering as he attempted to evade the impending strike. Yet, the speed of the demon-breaking arrow seemed to transcend the very limits of time itself. No matter how Dai Mubai maneuvered, the arrow remained relentlessly locked onto him. Just as the arrow was about to reach its target, a formidable surge of soul power suddenly enveloped his body. The white tiger's protective shield, Dai Mubai exerted every ounce of strength to unleash the defensive soul skill, striving to withstand the onslaught of the demon-breaking arrow. However, the might of the arrow surpassed Dai Mubai's wildest imaginings. When the arrow collided with the faint golden barrier, it produced a deafening roar. The immense force instantly shattered the protective shield, delivering a powerful blow to the white tiger's diamond transformation. Despite the augmentation from Ning Rongrong, the demon-breaking arrow still pierced through Dai Mubai's second layer of protective barrier, striking his arm. The speed of the attack was so astonishing that Tang San and his companions were utterly unprepared. Be cautious. The arrows from the opposite side possess an uncanny ability to bypass defensive skills. After sustaining an injury, Dai Mubai was filled with alarm and hastily issued a warning. Previously, the White Tiger Guardian Barrier and the White Tiger Diamond transformation he had repeatedly unleashed had only served to impede the velocity of the demon-breaking arrow, offering little in the way of actual protection. This sentiment resonated deeply with Dai Mubai. He was not mistaken. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and the others were rendered utterly astonished. The spectators surrounding the arena gasped in disbelief. Wow, how astonishing. To disregard skill defenses, this is simply extraordinary. Witnessing the panic on their opponents' faces, the members of the Douluo royal team were filled with exhilaration. It was no jest. How could the output-type battle soul masters qualifying for their team be anything but exceptional? It is time to conclude. Captain Davis remarked with an air of indifference as he surveyed the members of Shrek Academy. Subsequently, Daihao drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows. 7 piercing arrows surged forth towards the members of Shrek Academy. Indeed, it is time to end this. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing this voice, the members of various academies from the Heaven Do Empire instinctively shivered. They recognized that the formidable figure from Shrek Academy was about to make his move. Anyone who had ever faced Shrek Academy could palpably sense the terror of Luban's attacks. Tat 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 tat. Luban raised his left hand, wielding the dragon mouth gun, and unleashed a barrage of 7 soul force orbs to confront the incoming arrows. As both teams' output-type battle soul masters engaged simultaneously, the audience held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation. In Chapter 100, the Academy of the Spirit Hall, 2 formidable forces clashed violently above the arena, producing a deafening roar. The orbs of light collided with the arrows, erupting in a dazzling display that momentarily blinded onlookers. The 7 piercing arrows, under the impact of the orbs, shattered like mere paper, disintegrating into countless luminous specks that vanished into the air. Yet, Luban's soul force orbs did not dissipate, having penetrated the arrows. They continued their relentless assault upon the members of the Douluo royal team. Boom. Davis, Zhu Zhiyun, and the others had yet to react when they were forcefully hurled from the arena. The battle concluded, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The only sound that lingered was the collective intake of breath from the crowd. Particularly, the spectators from the Douluo Empire stood in stunned disbelief, mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Defeated? How could this be? Their strongest team from the Douluo Empire had fallen so swiftly. This is simply akin to a dream. My goodness, the output-type Battle Spirit Master from Shrek Academy is incredibly impressive. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, it appears that they did not even utilize their soul skills. A mere casual strike concluded the battle. No mistake, they indeed refrained from employing any soul skills. With 4 soul rings remaining utterly still. My heavens, such sheer offensive power is utterly monstrous. Is this truly human? Hiss. It is no wonder they secured the top position in the Tiando Empire qualifying rounds. Luban is remarkable. Goodness gracious. Is this the level of strength attainable by a soul master? It is simply extraordinary, exuding an aura comparable to that of deities. Ah, Luban is so charming. I wish to bear his offspring. After a moment of astonishment, the surrounding audience erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. The crowd was utterly astounded by Luban's performance, proclaiming the prowess of the output-type Battle Spirit Master. The strength of Shrek Academy instilled an unusual tension among the other competing teams. Following today's battle, it became apparent that aside from the Spirit Hall Academy, they had lost their qualification to compete with Shrek Academy. It is noteworthy that the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy ranks among the best on the entire continent, second only to the Spirit Hall Academy and surpassing the Tiando Royal Academy. To be eliminated by a single strike from the output-type Battle Spirit Master of Shrek Academy is indeed a shocking outcome. Shrek Academy triumphs. With the referee's announcement, Shrek Academy officially advances to the top 6. In the stands, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy team wore solemn expressions as they witnessed Luban's performance, feeling a palpable sense of threat emanating from him. In this battle, they initially intended to assess the strengths of both sides, but they were astounded by the decisive defeat of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. A single strike sufficed, which was quite disconcerting. The combat style of Luban bore a striking resemblance to that of Tang San, remarked Xiaoyu, the captain of the Spirit Hall team, his face awash with astonishment. Aside from the difference in age, the similarities were undeniable. Hu Liana, Xiaoyu's sister, wore a solemn expression as she echoed his sentiments. A few years prior, during their training expedition, they had encountered Tang San, an experience that remained vividly etched in their memories, as if it had transpired merely yesterday. It was the first time they, the continent's most exceptional prodigies, had felt such pressure. Since that encounter, the Spirit Hall Academy had begun to nurture output-type Battle Soul Masters, achieving significant advancements over the years. Now, upon witnessing Luban, the same sense of pressure they had felt when facing Tang San resurfaced, inevitably causing unease within them. Do not fret. Had I been in the same position, I too would have been able to defeat the Star Luo Royal team in a single strike, interjected a confident youth clad in crimson, standing beside Hu Liana. As an output-type Battle Soul Master of the Spirit Hall team, he believed himself unrivaled in attacking prowess among his peers. He also held confidence in his ability to best Luban. In response, Hu Liana and Xiaoyu nodded, offering a semblance of reassurance to their team. As the third round of the finals concluded, 4 teams were selected to advance, alongside the 2 that had received byes, leaving a total of 6 teams remaining. The 4th round, however, would not feature any byes. In this draw, Shrek Academy encountered Kamikaze Academy. Given the illustrious reputation of Luban, Kamikaze Academy promptly announced their withdrawal upon seeing the draw results. Consequently, Shrek Academy advanced directly to the 5th round. In the 5th round, Tiando Royal Academy similarly conceded defeat, leaving only Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy as the remaining competitors. In the final match of the championship, Spirit Hall Academy faced off against Shrek Academy. As the referee declared the commencement, the participants from both teams entered the arena. On this day, the grand square before the Pope's Palace was filled with 33 teams vying for the championship. Anticipation hung thick in the air for this final contest. Moreover, even the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall had personally made an appearance, dressed in a resplendent golden gown that seemed woven from the purest rays of sunlight. She radiated a dazzling brilliance, making her appear as a divine being, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority. Grasping a gem-encrusted scepter and adorned with a 9-curved purple-gold crown, her presence was one of unparalleled nobility and grandeur. Her countenance was both cold and regal, akin to a finely crafted jade sculpture. With eyes as deep as the ocean, she seemed capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of those before her. A subtle smile graced her lips, radiating an undeniable air of dominance. Though she remained silent, Bibi Dong was undeniably the focal point of all attention. As the representatives from the Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy arrived, Bibi Dong announced the rewards for this elite competition among the continent's advanced soul master academies. With a few simple words, she produced 3 lustrous and translucent soul bones from her storage soul guide, causing the surrounding soul masters to collectively gasp in astonishment. In an instant, the entire square erupted with excitement. Who could have anticipated that the prizes for this competition would be soul bones? Their rarity was astounding, and to offer 3 at once, each appearing to be of at least 10,000 years of age, was unprecedented. The 3 soul bones included the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame arm bone of explosive combustion, and the wind leg bone of swift movement, each derived from soul beasts over 10,000 years old, with the wisdom skull originating from a creature exceeding 50,000 years in cultivation. With just a few words, BB Dong ignited the atmosphere, as such rewards had not been seen in years. It is essential to note that a single soul bone is exceedingly rare on the continent, let alone a 10,000-year-old one, and to award 3 at once was a testament to the spirit hall's generosity, leaving others in awe of their opulence. As the match commenced, the referee's announcement was swiftly followed by the release of martial spirits from both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy. The Spirit Hall team, comprising 7 members, boasted 3 Soul Kings. The captain, Xiaoyu, wielded the Moon Blade as a level 52 powerful attack-type Soul King. The vice-captain, Hulaina, with her Spirit Fox, was a level 51 control-type Soul King. Yen, the output-type Soul Master, possessed the Flame Lord as his spirit, also a level 51 output-type Soul King. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around them, the audience could not help but gasp in awe. Chapter 101. Enchantment. My goodness. The presence of Soul Kings in this tournament was previously unimaginable. With 3 Soul Kings leading 4 Soul Masters, their formation was virtually invincible. In any other academy's case, the battle would have been decided before it even began. However, facing Shrek Academy, there remained a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the onlookers. One side was overwhelmingly powerful, while the other remained shrouded in mystery. To this day, no one knew where Luban's limits lay. Thus, this match promised to be a spectacle worth witnessing. In the final showdown, Shrek Academy made a slight adjustment to their lineup, allowing Oscar to take the place of Xiao Wu. The battle commenced with the Spirit Hall Academy launching the first wave of attack. They did not intend to hold back, unleashing a deadly offensive right from the start. Xiaoyu extended his hand to high-five his sister, Hulaina, activating their martial spirit fusion technique, Enchantment. Xiaoyu, clad in silver garments with crimson eyes and short silver hair, manifested a scarlet crescent mark on his forehead upon the activation of his martial spirit. Hulaina, with her golden hair and dazzling golden attire, grew a fluffy tail from her back once her spirit manifested. Upon the execution of their fusion technique, Enchantment, a burst of red light enveloped them, and they slowly merged into a figure with flowing hair that blurred the distinction between male and female, wielding 2 blood-red crescent blades. The instant Enchantment was activated, a thick red mist was unleashed, spreading with astonishing speed. Before Shrek Academy could react, they were engulfed by the red fog. Within this mist, the 7 members of Shrek Academy felt their senses diminish by 50%, their soul power suppressed by the same margin, and their movements became sluggish. Most critically, their vision was obscured, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Seeing Shrek Academy fall prey to their trap, the other members of the Spirit Hall Academy could not suppress their smirks. Once ensnared within the Enchantment's control, their opponents were left vulnerable to their onslaught. They awaited victory with bated breath. It was over. Shrek Academy was destined to lose. The Spirit Hall team had previously triumphed over the Tiendo Royal Academy with this very technique. Alas, this red mist can obscure vision. It is truly formidable. We cannot see what is happening inside, and surely the Shrek team cannot perceive their surroundings either. How can they possibly fight under such circumstances? Such incredible martial spirit fusion techniques, akin to domain skills, it is truly wondrous. Just watch. It won't be long before the Shrek Academy members are thrown off the stage. As the spectators murmured, particularly the fans from the Spirit Hall Academy, excitement bubbled over, with many shouting and jubilation, believing the outcome was already determined. Full Moon. As the opponents succumbed, Xiaoyu swiftly unleashed his self-created soul technique. In the state of enchantment, he executed Full Moon, his most potent attack thus far. With a slow, deliberate motion, the red-haired Xiaoyu raised the crescent blades, a mysterious and powerful energy coalescing around him. His gaze flickered with a chilling light, as if he intended to slice through all obstacles. The crescent blades began to emit a faint glow, spinning at an astonishing speed, resembling a white full moon slowly rising in his hands. Then, with a low shout, Xiaoyu unleashed the crescent blades, which erupted with brilliant light, carrying an endless edge and murderous intent as they sliced towards the opposing team with ferocity. In that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by the luminous full moon. Luban, be cautious. At this juncture, Tang San had activated his purple extreme magic eye, perceiving 2 radiant moons hurtling towards him and Luban, prompting him to shout urgently. Do not panic, I can see it. As Tang San unleashed his first soul skill, Blue Silver Bind, ensnaring the 6 adversaries with the intent of flinging them skyward, Luban responded with a composed smile. Subsequently, he unleashed 2 soul power orbs from his dragon's mouth gun, targeting the approaching moons. A resounding crash ensued, as the moons were forcefully repelled, transforming back into 2 crescent blades. How did you discern the trajectory of my attack? The red-haired, evil moon, astonished, expressed disbelief as his soul skill was thwarted. It was remarkable that Luban could perceive the attack path despite the red mist created by the alluring specter, which could even restrain mental power. A mere red mist cannot thwart me, Luban proclaimed defiantly, standing tall upon the arena, exuding an air of dominance. In response to Luban's audacity, a mocking laughter echoed within his mind. Hee, Luban, you boast too much. Without my assistance, what could you possibly see? At this moment, in Luban's sea of consciousness, a small girl, transformed from the million-year thunderstrike wood, sat giggling incessantly. As a soul spirit, she possessed a degree of autonomy. While Luban was shrouded in red mist, she could see everything with clarity. Nearby, a small black cat slept peacefully. Indeed, it was the previously encountered Gale beast, still in slumber. Once awakened, Luban would possess two allies. Luban chose to ignore the playful remarks of the thunderstrike wood, having grown accustomed to its mischievous nature over the days. Tat 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 tat. He then launched two more soul power orbs towards the evil moon, into Hyena's martial soul fusion form. A thunderous roar erupted, and the spectators surrounding the arena beheld two figures soaring from the red mist, crashing towards the position of the martial soul hall team. Luban's strike had shattered the fusion state of evil moon and Hyena. With the alluring state disrupted, the pervasive red mist that filled half the arena dissipated. The members of Shrek Academy felt their negative states lift. At that moment, evil moon and Hyena were seen with blood at their lips and pale faces, clearly suffering significant injuries. The other members of the martial soul hall team were taken aback, astonished that their captain's martial soul fusion technique had been so decisively broken. Please, this is a fusion technique of two soul kings. Could it possibly be withstood by a soul sect? The occurrences unfolding before them were indeed incomprehensible. Yen, attack. Once evil moon steadied himself, he resolutely issued the command. Their martial soul hall team possessed two paramount offensive strategies. One was the martial soul fusion technique, and the other was the formidable attack power of Yen, the output-type battle soul master. Captain, Nana, leave the rest to me. Yen approached Hyena, patting his chest with confidence. He had harbored feelings for Hyena for quite some time and naturally wished to impress her. Flying sand, fiery blaze. Yen raised both hands, palms facing each other, as a powerful surge of soul power erupted from within him. This surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, imbued with the power to annihilate all in its path. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air began to distort and tremble violently, as if an invisible force were tearing at the very fabric of space. This is his fifth soul ability, a long-range area attack skill, Fiery Sandstorm. Accompanied by a low shout, he forcefully thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, forged from his soul power, that erupted from the palms of his hands. The flames were no ordinary fire. They radiated a profound crimson hue, as if encapsulating boundless fury and searing heat. Chapter 102, The Championship. The scorching flames transformed into myriad fiery meteors, hurtling towards the opposing Shrek Academy team. The might exhibited by the Millennium Soul skill appeared truly formidable. Concurrently, the auxiliary soul master from the Spirit Hall team wielded a resplendent golden scepter, from which streams of light continuously emanated. The golden scepter proclaimed, attack. With the enhancement of auxiliary light, Yan's tempestuous sand-like assault experienced an instantaneous increase of 50% in power. This could be deemed the most potent strike from the Spirit Hall team, surpassing even the enchanting fusion techniques of Xiaoyu and Hyena. Had it been another Academy's team, surviving such a blow would have been exceedingly difficult. At this moment, all eyes were once again riveted on Luban. Faced with such a formidable assault, the spectators were eager to see how he would respond. Empowered by his supportive skills, the ferocious might of Fei Shiquanyan was beyond the defensive soul techniques that the Shrek Academy team could muster. Yet, under the gaze of the crowd, Luban raised his left hand, wielding the dragon's mouth gun, and unleashed a barrage into the sky. A flurry of soul power orbs shot forth, hurtling toward the rapidly approaching fiery meteor. With a blend of basic attacks and casual strikes, many were taken aback by Luban's audacity. After all, he was dealing with a soul technique that had endured for millennia. Couldn't he show some respect for his adversary? With a resounding boom, the soul power orbs collided with the fiery meteor, exploding like a dazzling array of fireworks in the night sky, a breathtaking spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. It could be deemed the most magnificent clash witnessed in the competition thus far. In the initial round of confrontation, both sides proved evenly matched, as Luban's casual strike dismantled Fei Shiquanyan. This confrontation allowed Luban to hone his instincts, discerning the precise force with which to strike next. It is crucial to note that his casual blow now boasts an astonishing attack power exceeding 130,000 points. Should he miscalculate, the soul power orbs could obliterate the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team, leaving no trace behind. Having mastered his control, Luban decisively launched a second attack. As 7 soul power orbs hurtled toward them, the offensive Spirit Master Yen, with the support of an auxiliary Spirit Master, unleashed his 5th soul skill, Sandstorm Blaze. To counter the onslaught, Hyena sensed an imminent threat to her life from the incoming soul power orbs, and urgently commanded the defensive spirit masters within the team to activate their protective skills. Instantly, a circle of earthy yellow shields enveloped the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team. With a resounding crash, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The power of the soul power orbs released by Luban had evidently more than doubled compared to before. In an instant of collision, they shattered the sandstorm blaze, advancing ominously towards the Spirit Hall battle team. The sight left Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and the others in utter shock, as they had never anticipated Luban's basic attack to possess such formidable strength, capable of dismantling their most potent offensive. At that moment, the 4 soul rings surrounding Luban remained completely still, signifying that he had not utilized any soul skills, merely executing another casual strike as before. This is truly astonishing. Witnessing his most formidable strike being thwarted, Yin stood agape, utterly astonished. In his heart, he could hardly believe it. Thus, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team, amidst overwhelming shock, were propelled off the stage by the force of the soul power orbs. With this, the grand battle reached its conclusion. The surrounding spectators were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes wide open as if they might pop from their sockets. The majority of the Spirit Hall battle team's fans were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in incredulity as they beheld the trio of the golden generation from the Spirit Hall being effortlessly sent flying from the arena by Luban's casual strike. They stood there, dazed and motionless, their faces etched with disbelief. In the 5th round of the finals, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. It was not until the referee announced the results that the audience regained their senses, erupting into a frenzy. The soul masters of the Tiendo Empire rejoiced, their cheers echoing to the heavens, collectively exclaiming the prowess of Shrek Academy. After so many years of the Spirit Hall monopolizing the championship of the elite tournament for advanced soul master academies across the continent, this curse has finally been shattered. The dark horse from their empire, Shrek Academy, has sung its triumphant song, successfully defeating the Spirit Hall seed team and claiming the championship title. What an astonishing event this is. Upon witnessing the outcome from the VIP platform, Bibi Dong, despite her efforts to maintain an air of nonchalance, could not conceal the flicker of anger in her piercing gaze, revealing her deep dissatisfaction with the result of the match. As the Pope, Bibi Dong possesses a certain degree of poise. However, the elders of the Spirit Hall beside her showed no such restraint, their expressions heavy with discontent at Shrek Academy's triumph. After all, the rewards at stake were the 3 most coveted soul bones in history. As the battle concluded, Tang San and Dai Mubai surrounded Luban, erupting into cheers. The triumph of this competition can be attributed entirely to the remarkable contributions of Luban. Without him, they would have been eliminated in the preliminary rounds. The elder brother is formidable. The elder brother is handsome. The elder brother is simply dazzling. Dai Mubai and his companions lifted Luban into the air, their faces alight with excitement as they shouted joyfully. Below, at the Shrek Academy section, Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the yet-to-be-called Xiao Wu, along with Jiang Zhu and others, embraced one another in a frenzy of celebration. Oh, we have won. Shrek Academy is the champion. Even Master Flander, a stalwart figure, found his eyes misty with tears. Shrek Academy has been the fruit of his labor over the years, and witnessing Luban and the others claim victory filled him with immense joy and exhilaration. As they beheld Luban leading Shrek Academy to victory, Shui Luotian, Huowudi, Feng Batian, and others exchanged smiles, acknowledging one another with unspoken camaraderie. Although they were already aware of the outcome, seeing the Spirit Hall suffer a setback brought them considerable delight. As one of the continent's 10 great families, they privately harbored numerous grievances against the Spirit Hall, which had long exhibited arrogance and unchecked expansion. Observing the antics of Huowudi and his group, Ning Fengji, the head of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, couldn't help but twitch his lips. These old men were indeed cunning. No wonder they had been so confident before the competition, certain that Shrek Academy would emerge victorious. Given the output-type spirit masters they had cultivated, it was evident that these old-timers had been in cahoots with Shrek Academy long before. Accompanying Ning Fengji were the 2 Title Douluos of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. They had always doted on Ning Rongrong, treating her as their granddaughter, and upon witnessing Shrek Academy's victory, their faces also radiated joy. Their little princess has grown up. However, just as the audience erupted in exuberant cheers and jubilant leaps, the expressions of the Title Douluos in the VIP section suddenly shifted. Their gazes sharply focused on the Shrek Academy area. At that moment, a little girl, brimming with excitement, was dancing gracefully alongside her companions in celebration. Indeed, this little girl was Xiao Wu. So caught up in her exhilaration, she inadvertently dropped her heartbreaking red from her embrace. Without the aura of the sacred herb to conceal her presence, the Title Douluos instantly recognized Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 103. The King S9 Trials, the second trial heavens, that is a 100,000-year soul beast. Furthermore, it is a 100,000-year soul beast that has taken on a human form. Once a 100,000-year soul beast assumes human shape, it must begin its cultivation anew, resulting in a significant reduction in power. Observing Xiaowu's appearance, it was clear she had not yet reached maturity. This is indeed a sumptuous opportunity presented right before us. At this moment, even the usually aloof and dignified Bibidong exhibited a trace of excitement. The hunt for a 100,000-year soul beast not only grants the coveted 100,000-year soul ring, ranked first on the Soul Master's dream list, but also guarantees the acquisition of a soul bone. The worth of a 100,000-year soul bone far surpasses that of the 3 soul bones awarded in this Soul Master competition. I hereby declare the conclusion of this elite competition for the advanced Soul Master academies across the continent. The champion team may come forth to receive their award, Bibidong announced. Rising with a resplendent golden scepter towering 2 meters high, her tone calm yet commanding. You may ascend the stage to receive your accolades. I hold no interest in those 3 soul bones. Seeing Daimubai and Tang San urging him to take the stage, Luban shook his head with a smile, refraining from representing the Shrek Academy. It was not that he despised the honor, but rather that the sound of the system's reward echoed in his mind. Compared to the system's rewards, the 3 soul bones offered by the Spirit Hall were hardly worth mentioning. Mubai, as the captain, you should step forward to claim the prize, the master suggested with a smile. Indeed, Luban had little regard for those 3 soul bones, which could be justly distributed among others. It is well known that soul bones are exceedingly rare across the continent. Not everyone possesses the fortuitous luck of Luban to readily obtain soul bones and 100,000-year soul rings. Upon hearing this, Daimubai scratched his head in mild embarrassment, feeling uneasy under the gaze of so many esteemed individuals as he took the spotlight. Logically, it would be most appropriate for Luban to accept the award. However, with both Luban and the master having encouraged him, Daimubai decided against further protest and ascended the stage. As the Spirit Hall presented the awards to the participating teams, Luban found a secluded spot to meditate and begin receiving his rewards. Congratulations to the host for passing the Royal 9 trials, successfully completing the first assessment, and securing victory in this elite competition for advanced Soul Master academies across the continent. The system's notification resonated endlessly in Luban's mind. Now, the first phase reward is being issued. A perfect soul ring of 1 million years, a 10-level increase in soul power, an enhancement of the soul rings aged to 100,000 years, and an upgrade of the external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings, to 1 million years. Additionally, a piece of the million-year king's torso is granted. As the system's notifications continued, an overwhelming surge of soul power flooded Luban's body. Fortunately, being a system reward, this immense force was gentle, continuously transforming Luban's physique, enabling him to undergo an all-encompassing evolution without inflicting any pain. At present, Luban stood at the pinnacle of Soul Sage at level 70, ready to absorb and integrate the million-year soul ring. Luban sat quietly, taking a deep breath, his gaze filled with determination and exhilaration. As the brilliance of the soul ring surged into his body, he felt an unprecedented power raging within him. This force was powerful and tempestuous, as if it sought to rend his veins, bones, and even his very soul into fragments. However, in the face of this overwhelming power, Luban did not falter. Instead, he clenched his teeth and steadfastly upheld his will. Gradually, his skin began to emanate a soft luminescence, as if enveloped by a mysterious energy. His muscles, bones, and even organs were reinforcing at a visibly accelerated pace, every cell brimming with vitality and vigor. His meridians resembled rivers that had been widened, the soul force surging within them flowing more smoothly than ever before. Concurrently, Luban's mental realm underwent a profound transformation. His consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, traversing layers of mist to arrive at an expansive and boundless space. Here, he sensed the wisdom and mysteries contained within the soul ring, as if an ancient soul master were imparting to him the most exquisite techniques of soul force manipulation known to the universe. Soon, the fusion of the soul ring was successful, and the wind thunder wings began to evolve. At that moment, a pair of colossal wings unfurled slowly behind Luban. Each feather of the wind thunder wings shimmered with a dazzling radiance, as if forged from countless stars. As the evolution progressed, bolts of thunder appeared to emerge from the void, striking towards the wind thunder wings. These thunders harbored devastating power. Yet the moment they come into contact with the wind thunder wings, they are ingeniously absorbed. As the thunder continues to surge, the brilliance of the wind thunder wings grows ever more resplendent, as if a pair of divine wings belonging to the thunder god unfurl gradually behind Luban. Under the influence of this formidable force, the form of the wind thunder wings undergoes a radical transformation. Each feather becomes as tempestuous as the thunder itself, gleaming with a chilling luminescence. The entire outline of the wings becomes more streamlined, seemingly crafted in pursuit of ultimate speed. Soon, the evolution of the wind thunder wings reaches completion, and Luban begins to merge with the bones of the million-year king's body. At the moment the fusion commences, a powerful and enigmatic energy erupts from the soul bone, surging into Luban's body like an unbridled torrent. This formidable energy, seemingly imbued with the most pristine forces of the universe, coursed through Luban's meridians, permeating every cell of his being and initiating a transformation of his physique. His muscles and bones fortified at an astonishing pace, becoming increasingly resilient and powerful. Subsequently, the kingly torso bone gradually fused with Luban's spine. As the integration deepened, Luban sensed an intimate connection between his soul and the kingly torso bone. He could distinctly perceive the immense will and wisdom contained within the soul bone, a force that continuously washed over the depths of his spirit, solidifying and clarifying his mindset. Simultaneously, a powerful aura emerged within him, akin to a long-dormant mountain awakening, exuding boundless majesty and strength. When the fusion was finally complete, Luban felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. His stature grew taller and more imposing, resembling a grand mountain standing tall. His demeanor transformed dramatically, radiating an air of regal authority and dignity from within. Personal information panel. Host: Luban Martial Soul, Luban No. 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls, Innate Quality, Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 80, 0-100, Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black, Red, Gold, Gold Soul Bones, Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000, 000, Kingly Torso Bone, Defense 1, 000, 000, Soul Skills, Attack, 100, 000, Attack, 100, 000, Attack, 100, 000, Fire Attack, 100, 000, Wind Attack, 350, 000, Thunder Attack, 900, 000, Attack, 1, 000, 000, Items. Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet Chapter 104. Golden Holy Dragon. His soul power level surged 10 ranks, elevating him from a soul sage of level 70 to a soul Douluo of level 80. The kingly torso bone conferred an astounding 1 million points of defense, granting Luban a newfound capacity for self-preservation. The torso bone is among the most precious of the 6 categories of soul bones, and its fusion significantly enhanced Luban's physical attributes. 1 million defense points is no trifling matter. Luban could now withstand the majority of the most potent attacks from Title Douluos with his mere physical form. It is worth noting that even a million-year soul beast could not achieve a full defense value of 1 million points. Thus, with this level of defense, few could hope to breach Luban's fortifications across the continent. The system rewarded him with a 7th perfect soul ring, further augmenting his normal attack power by an additional 1 million points. Given Luban's current prowess, a full force strike could yield an attack power exceeding 230,000 points, capable of instantaneously vanquishing anyone on the continent. It can be said that Luban had truly become an invincible entity. Ding! The rewards for passing the first examination have been dispensed, and the second examination of the Kingly 9 Trials is now activated. Second examination: ensure the safe departure of the Shrek Academy members from Soul Master City. Just as Luban completed the rewards bestowed by the system, a series of chimes resonated in his mind. Upon seeing the examination content, a smile graced Luban's lips, for with his current strength, he could traverse anywhere on the continent with ease. Ensuring the safe return of the Shrek Academy members was exceedingly simple, almost a mere formality. This is quite similar to the Angel's 9 Trials of Qian Rengshu, presenting little in the way of challenge. In the Grand Plaza, Luban received his rewards in a secluded corner, while on the other side, Dai Mubai had already retrieved 3 soul bones from Bibi Dong at the VIP platform. The Shrek's 7 monsters gathered together, deliberating on the distribution of the soul bones. The left leg bone of the Swift Wind was allocated to the agile attack type soul master Zhu Shiqing. The right arm bone of the explosive flame was assigned to Ma Hongjun. The wisdom soul bone, embodying spiritual concentration, found its way into Tang San's possession. Shortly after the awards ceremony concluded, the distribution of the soul bones was swiftly finalized. To the astonishment of the audience, Bibi Dong and the elders of the Spirit Hall did not take their leave. Confusion enveloped the crowd, unsure of the unfolding situation. Just as the audience was taken aback, Bibi Dong rose from her seat and calmly remarked, "Have you all divided the rewards? Someone, capture that little girl." She pointed her staff at Xiao Wu, her tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek Academy were immediately alarmed. The master stepped forward, confronting the VIP platform with a challenging tone. "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" At Bibidong's command, 2 Title Douluo rose from their seats, dismissing the insignificant figure before them, a mere 30-level soul master. Just as they prepared to act, a graceful silhouette stood up from the VIP platform, blocking the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness, shouldn't we clarify matters before proceeding?" intervened Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Observing this, Bibidong's brow furrowed, and a chill crept over her expression. "Lord Ning, please conduct yourself accordingly. Should you obstruct the Spirit Hall's actions, the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School will become our adversary." At this, Ning Fingxi felt a shudder run through him. Although the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School was one of the top sects on the continent, its strength paled in comparison to the Spirit Hall, which was revered as the sanctuary for soul masters across the land, gathering the majority of their ranks. Opposing the Spirit Hall would lead to dire consequences for the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Seeing Ning Fingxi caught in a dilemma, the master decisively produced the Spirit Hall Elder's token given by Tang Hao, declaring, "I am a respected elder of the Spirit Hall and possess the right to know the truth of this matter." Tension escalated between the two parties, leaving the surrounding soul masters in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden change in the Pope's demeanor. Your disciple is not human. She is a 100,000-year transformed soul beast. Is that reason enough? At this moment, Bibi Dong, standing on the platform, delivered a succinct statement that ignited the atmosphere. What? A 100,000-year transformed soul beast? The shock rippled through the audience, including the members of Shrek Academy. It became clear why the elders of the Spirit Hall had displayed such fervent gazes. A 100,000-year soul beast had infiltrated the ranks of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, its power significantly diminishes, rendering it almost equivalent to a gift. This is indeed a 100,000-year soul ring, the pinnacle of every soul master's aspirations across the continent, an object of undeniable allure. If I am not mistaken, you are the elusive prey from years past, are you not? Bibi Dong's piercing gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu as she coldly remarked. I never anticipated you would come to me so willingly. Years ago, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the elders of the Spirit Hall, ventured into the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts. They encountered two shape-shifting soul beasts, one recently matured and the other merely a child. After a fierce battle, the young shape-shifting soul beast managed to flee. Observing Xiao Wu's age, Bibi Dong quickly deduced many things. Coupled with the seething hatred evident in Xiao Wu's expression, Bibi Dong began to comprehend her origins. And what of it? I would pursue you even from beyond the grave, Xiao Wu declared. Her head held high and her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual vivacious optimism. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's acknowledgement, the members of Shrek Academy were momentarily taken aback before regaining their composure. They rallied around Xiao Wu, shouting in unison, the seven monsters are united. Whether human or soul beast, we will not allow our companion to be captured. The Shrek 7 monsters displayed a resolute determination to stand against the Spirit Hall to the very end. Even in the face of death, they would not forsake their comrade. The 32 teams from the two great empires present for the competition were profoundly moved by the unwavering solidarity of Shrek Academy. Such a bond of life and death among friends is an exceedingly rare treasure. Today, they felt its significance deeply. The formidable 10,000-year soul ring lay before them, and the Spirit Hall would never relinquish it. The members of Shrek Academy were up against the Spirit Hall, and the only outcome could be death. No power on the continent has ever openly challenged the Spirit Hall. As long as we old-timers are still alive, it is not your turn to take the lead. With that, Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, stepped forward from the ranks, positioning himself at the forefront. At this moment, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong stood side by side, reminiscent of the glorious days when the Golden Iron Triangle fought together. Take them down. Show no mercy to those who obstruct us. With Bibi Dong's command, an elder from the Spirit Hall advanced. Sun and Moon Radiance, Golden Transformation. Simultaneously, Flander, the master, and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and formed a triangular formation. Flander shouted, and the three members of the Golden Iron Triangle unleashed their martial spirits, embodying their powers. The legendary fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle, the Golden Sacred Dragon, was once again manifested. In order for the Spirit Hall to seize their most valued disciple, they must tread over the bodies of these three. Chapter 105, The Mighty Yu Douluo. As Master Flander uttered a low command, the three of them simultaneously summoned the soul power within them, their soul rings twinkling like brilliant stars, shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. One by one, the soul rings affixed themselves to Yu Xiaogang's martial spirit, the three cannons of Luo. With each soul ring's integration, the aura of Luo grew increasingly formidable. Under the enhancement of the soul rings, Luo's physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its body gradually expanded, muscles hardening like iron, and scales gleaming with a golden radiance. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. In this moment, Luo was no longer the adorable martial spirit, but a sacred and majestic dragon. Then, Luo twisted its body and charged towards the Elder of the Spirit Hall with a powerful rush of wind. With the full cooperation of Flandra and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang's consciousness directed Luo in combat. In the sky, Luo transformed into a golden holy dragon, weaving through the air and causing intense fluctuations in the currents, as if it sought to rend the very heavens apart. At this juncture, the roar of the dragon resounded deafeningly, echoing throughout the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of awe deep within the hearts of onlookers. Overestimating oneself. At that moment, an exceptionally graceful elder of the Spirit Hall stepped forward with a cold snort. His features were strikingly handsome, delicate as a woman's, with an air of refined elegance. Golden hair flowed like silk in the wind, each strand shimmering with a crystalline sheen. His stature was tall and upright, skin as pale as jade, exuding an elegance and composure. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple, one might easily mistake him for a woman. This enigmatic figure was the elder of the Spirit Hall, the 95th ranked Title Douluo, Yu Douluo Yueguan. Upon his arrival, Yueguan immediately unleashed his martial spirit, causing 9 soul rings to spiral up from beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Each soul ring radiated a powerful brilliance, illuminating the surrounding sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Title Douluo. My goodness, it was indeed the legendary existence of the continent, a Title Douluo. The overwhelming presence of Yu Xiaogang at rank 95 instilled a sense of trepidation among the surrounding soul masters as they felt the immense pressure he exuded. Petals fall, hearts broken. In the face of Flandra and the others' martial spirit fusion technique, the golden holy dragon, Douluo Yu Xiaogang immediately unleashed his ninth soul skill. Instantly, the entire world seemed to change color. In his hand, he conjured a massive chrysanthemum, its petals emanating a brilliant light that illuminated the sky around them. With a gentle command from Douluo, the chrysanthemum erupted, transforming into countless petal blades that shot toward the golden holy dragon. As the most powerful attack, each petal of the ninth soul skill resembled a crescent blade, sharp and glistening coldly, seemingly capable of slicing through anything. In the first exchange, the golden holy dragon, transformed from Luo, was ensnared by the colossal golden vortex created by Douluo's ninth soul skill. The shattered celestial chrysanthemum spun wildly around the golden holy dragon, each petal resembling a giant crescent blade. The clash of the moon blades against the dragon's armor produced an eruption of sparks, accompanied by a thunderous roar, creating a grand spectacle. It was evident to all that the golden iron triangle was being significantly suppressed. Many spectators couldn't help but marvel, acknowledging that the Title Douluo was indeed a legendary figure of the continent, his strength truly terrifying, effortlessly overpowering even the fusion technique of 3 soul masters. This formidable power instills a sense of dread. As time passes, the radiance of the golden sacred dragon gradually diminishes. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong are drenched in sweat, realizing they have underestimated the might of the Title Douluo. Even with their martial soul fusion technique, they are no match for the formidable Douluo. It appears that they are trapped in a dire predicament. It is crucial to understand that the martial soul hall possesses numerous Title Douluo elders. A mere few could easily overwhelm them. Boom. The golden whirlwind formed by the golden sacred dragon and the Qirong Tong Tianju collided and soon dissipated. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong simultaneously coughed up blood, sustaining serious injuries. With the golden sacred dragon defeated, Douluo leaped towards Xiaowu. Douluo, your opponent is me. At this critical juncture, Bo, the esteemed elder of Shrek Academy, intervened. Mumph, old poison, how dare you oppose the martial soul hall? You truly seek a swift demise. Seeing his attack thwarted once more, Yuguan's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. My heavens, another Title Douluo. The audience gasped in astonishment at Bo's appearance. It is indeed the legendary Poison Douluo. Many trembled at the mere mention of this title. Although the Poison Douluo may not be the most terrifying among the Title Douluo, he is certainly the most sinister. His dark green hair resembled translucent jade, with each strand emitting a faint glow, seemingly imbued with toxic power. His eyes, akin to emerald gemstones, sparkled ominously. The toxic gleam within his green pupils evoked a sense of fear. While I have indeed faced many adversaries, I am currently an elder of Shrek Academy. Therefore, I cannot idly stand by while you harm the students of Shrek Academy. With that, Bo unleashed his martial soul and activated his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, the phosphorescent Snake Emperor. Suddenly, Bo's form expanded, as if a powerful force surged within him. His skin became smooth as jade, radiating a faint green luminescence as though soaked in venom. With a low growl, his body began to twist and transform, his arms extending into sharp serpent scales, each glimmering with a chilling light, exuding a toxic aura. Soon, a 30-meter-long, barrel-thick emerald serpent materialized before them, seeking death. Witnessing Bo's seriousness, Douluo erupted in fury, unleashing his 8th soul skill, Radiant Light of 1,000 Dimensions. Douluo clasped his hands together, his soul power surging wildly. With a commanding shout, a dazzling beam of light erupted from his palms, hurtling towards Bo. The beam of light dazzled brilliantly, resembling a colossal dragon twisting and soaring through the air, emanating a potent radiance and waves of energy. It moved with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously traversing the void towards the formidable Bo. At that moment, the entire battlefield was illuminated by this intense brilliance, rendering the surrounding spectators unable to open their eyes. The 9th soul skill was a group attack technique, while the 8th soul skill represented the strongest single-target assault of the Douluo. As a Title Douluo of the 95th rank, his ferocious assault placed immense pressure on Bo. My heavens, how powerful! Is this truly the nature of combat between Title Douluos? The spectacle was indeed breathtaking. Witnessing the clash between the Douluo and the Poison Douluo, the onlookers erupted in exclamations of awe, particularly the members of the 2 imperial teams who had come to compete in the Spirit City, each one brimming with excitement. It was indeed a magnificent display of prowess among the continent's elite. Chapter 106, The Ghost Douluo Strikes. Upon witnessing Yuguan unleash his most potent single-target attack soul skill, Bo realized the gravity of the situation and did not dare to underestimate it. Medusa's Gaze. Bo shouted, decisively activating the skill of his cranial soul bone. This is his ultimate soul skill, the most formidable attack he possesses. Upon unleashing Medusa's Gaze, the true form of his martial spirit, the Azure Phosphor Serpent Emperor, emits 2 petrifying beams from his eyes in an instant. This peculiar soul skill possesses an eerie quality, capable of petrifying even energy itself. Should a low-ranking soul master encounter it, they would instantly become mere mortals. At this moment, the gaze of Medusa fiercely collided with the radiant aura of the chrysanthemum Douluo. A brilliant explosion of light erupted in the air above the grand square before the Hall of the Pope, resembling the cataclysmic eruption of stars, a truly magnificent sight. The martial soul fusion technique of Flender and his companions, in conjunction with Douluo, momentarily seemed to impose a suppressive force upon the elder chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Xiaogang. Humph. A mere insect attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own limitations. On the VIP platform, Bibi Dong observed the audacity of the Shrek Academy group as they openly defied her command, letting out a cold snort. She then exchanged a significant glance with another elder beside her. At this critical juncture, the ghost Douluo emerged, tall and gaunt. The ghost Douluo appeared like a statue hewn from shadows. His black robe clung tightly to his form, as if it were an integral part of him. Or perhaps a layer of dark armor shielding him. The hem of his robe fluttered gently, producing a whispering sound in the chill wind, akin to murmurs in the night. His face, pale as snow, bore no trace of color, reminiscent of a long-slumbering corpse awakening abruptly. His eyes, profound and shadowy, devoured the surrounding light like a black hole. His hair, dark as the night sky, long and unkempt, suggested it had never known a comb. Upon witnessing this peculiar appearance, the gathered crowd quickly recognized the identity of the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were renowned across the continent. Their symbols adorned the order issued by the Spirit Hall. With his seventh soul skill, ghostly true form, the ghost Douluo unleashed his martial soul and then manifested his true form. As he uttered a low command, his body began an astonishing transformation. His skin gradually became translucent, as if enveloped in a faint black mist, and his figure twisted and expanded within this shroud. In the blink of an eye, a colossal, ghostly silhouette, towering several dozen meters, materialized out of thin air, suspended in the atmosphere, emanating an oppressive and terrifying aura. The head of the specter faintly revealed the pale visage of ghost Douluo, yet at this moment, it was marred by a grotesque and twisted expression. Its eyes resembled two immense green whirlpools, as if they were intent on devouring all surrounding light. The ninth soul skill, Hell's Wraith. As the ghostly voice fell, an unsettling, chilling aura began to permeate the air, as though an invisible force was stirring in the shadows. Following this, countless enormous shadowy hands erupted from the ground, exuding a terrifyingly eerie presence. The shadowy hands instantly rose hundreds of meters into the air, resembling towering, pitch-black peaks that enveloped the entire sky in a shroud of darkness. Amidst the spectators' astonishment, the shadowy hands lunged towards the golden sacred dragon. A mournful cry escaped the golden sacred dragon, akin to a creature grasped by the throat. The strength of ghost Douluo surpassed even that of chrysanthemum Douluo, rendering Master Flanders and Lu Erlong powerless against him. After all, ghost Douluo was a formidable Title Douluo at level 95, far surpassing ordinary Title Douluos. It is known that once a soul master reaches level 90 and becomes a Title Douluo, ascending to the next level becomes exceedingly arduous. Under the same conditions, a Title Douluo at level 91 would undoubtedly overwhelm one at level 90. At the Title Douluo stage, each advancement typically doubles one's strength. In no time, the golden sacred dragon struggled momentarily before being crushed by the shadowy hands. Master Flanders and Lu Erlong, with blood spilling from their lips, were once again injured, completely losing their combat effectiveness. The seven monsters stood united. Witnessing the injuries inflicted upon Master Flanders and the others, Tang San let out a powerful roar, and the Shrek 7 quickly executed their previously rehearsed formation to unleash their fusion technique. They would not stand idly by as Xiao Wu was captured by the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Tang San stood at the forefront, with Dai Mubai and Oscar lined up behind him. Each placed their palms against the back of the person in front, allowing their soul power to flow forward. Ultimately, their combined soul power converged upon Tang San, greatly enhancing his strength. With the Haotian hammer in hand, Tang San, bolstered by the spirit fusion technique, unexpectedly found himself able to manifest his martial soul's true form. It is known that only upon reaching level 70 and acquiring the seventh soul ring can a soul master exhibit their martial soul's true form. Wielding the enormous Haotian hammer, Tang San unleashed the chaotic cloak hammering technique towards Ghost Douluo's ghostly hand. How laughable, Ghost Douluo sneered. You probably have no idea of the prowess of a Title Douluo. Observing Tang San and his companions struggling to form a fusion technique at the level of 70, he regarded them with disdain. Upon seeing that hammer, I am incensed. You shall not leave the Spirit City alive today. The sight of Tang San wielding the Haotian hammer reminded Ghost Douluo of the grim memories of being struck by Tang Hao, stirring his resentment. Subsequently, the ghostly hand descended upon Tang San's Haotian hammer like a mountain. Boom. The hellish apparition, being the ninth soul skill, represented Ghost Douluo's most formidable offensive technique, naturally beyond the capability of the seven monsters fusion technique to contend with. This technique, when employed against peers like Tang San, is undeniably formidable. However, it proves inadequate when confronting an established Title Douluo. Given the sensitive identities of certain members within the Shrek 7 monsters, Ghost Douluo refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, Should Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai sustain injuries, the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Star Luo Empire would certainly object. Presently, the leader of the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, occupies the VIP platform, accompanied by two Title Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, whose strength surpasses that of both him and Yu Xiaogang. Naturally, it was imperative to avoid escalating the situation. In the ensuing moments, the Ghost Shadow Hand shattered the Haotian hammer with a single strike. Each member of the Shrek's 7 monsters experienced a tremendous backlash, spewing blood and sustaining significant injuries. Alas, the Spirit Hall is indeed powerful. As Ghost Douluo made his move, he swiftly subdued Shrek Academy, eliciting continuous gasps of astonishment from the crowd gathered in the Grand Square. The Spirit Hall rightfully stands as a sacred institution in the hearts of every soul master, with these Title Douluo level elders exhibiting truly formidable prowess. At this juncture, the various academy teams representing the Tiando Empire, witnessing Shrek Academy's predicament, were profoundly moved. They had not anticipated that Shrek would dare to oppose the Spirit Hall for the sake of a soul beast, an act of defiance against the singular superpower that dominates the continent. The number of soul masters within the Spirit Hall constitutes a staggering 70 to 80% of the entire continent, far exceeding that of both the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Their strength is unparalleled. Father, could you possibly intercede to safeguard the members of Shrek Academy? At this moment, observing the complete subjugation of Shrek Academy by the two esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, Shui Binger anxiously communicated with her father, Shui Luotian, through soul power. Her words were laden with urgency as she harbored concerns for Luban's safety. She hoped her father, representing the Shui family, could plead for leniency from the Spirit Hall. Given the status of the Shui family among the 10 great families, their words would carry some weight before the Spirit Hall. Rest assured, Shrek Academy will be fine. Just wait and see, Shui Luotian reassured her through soul power. Shrek Academy boasts the extraordinary existence of Luban, a being capable of effortlessly dominating the 3 kings of the extreme north. His strength is indeed terrifying. To this day, they have yet to witness Luban's true capabilities. At this moment, not only Shui Binger but also Huo Wu and Feng Xiaodian were fervently communicating with their elders through soul power, unwilling to accept the demise of Shrek Academy. Throughout the current Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, Shrek Academy's strength has garnered widespread recognition. They are a source of pride for the Tiando Empire and the entire Academy faction. However, the astonishment evident on the faces of Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and others indicated that their elders had likely conveyed the same sentiments as Shui Luotian. To refrain from worry, for Shrek Academy would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. While comforting words were offered, uncertainty regarding Luban's true strength lingered in their expressions. Luban, if you do not act soon, we shall need you to collect our remains. In this critical moment, Flinder's voice rang out, urging Luban to intervene promptly, for Xiao Wu was in imminent peril. At that moment, Luban was hidden in a secluded corner of the Grand Square, absorbing the 7th spirit ring. Flinder and the others were unaware of Luban's endeavors, mistakenly believing he was merely resting. Now that circumstances had escalated to this point, Flinder cast a sidelong glance at Luban, expressing his exasperation. The individual displayed an unsettling calm, seemingly oblivious to the injuries sustained by those around him, seated in a meditative posture, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing Flander's exclamations, the spectators were momentarily taken aback. What? Releasing Luban? Has Flander lost his senses? One could only sigh at the principal's insistence on thrusting every member of the academy into the fray. What could Luban possibly achieve in the arena? It was amusing to hear Flander speak as though he had previously contended against the 2 esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall. Alas, it seems the era of Shrek Academy is drawing to a close. A fleeting moment of glory, even if they were to seize victory, would ultimately amount to little. After all, they were facing a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Who could remain indifferent? The members of Shrek Academy appeared utterly bewildered. Observing Flander call out for assistance from a student, the onlookers, composed of soul masters, engaged in a flurry of discussions. Many expressed regret, questioning whether it was worth risking everything for a soul beast. Humph, a mere chrysanthemum, and a small spirit dares to bully my son? Yet, at this critical juncture, a resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a colossal shadow were quietly enveloping the surroundings. The previously bustling environment fell into an extraordinary silence, with every gaze involuntarily directed towards the same point above the Grand Square. A tall and imposing figure emerged, resembling a majestic mountain from below. The appearance of such a gigantic silhouette left the entire audience in astonished disbelief, collectively gasping in shock. Confronted by this massive presence occupying half the sky, each individual felt an overwhelming pressure. Step aside, the giant manifested, hurling a hammer from his hand, which upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to Tang San's Haotian hammer. As the hammer descended, the 9th soul skill of the Ghost Douluo, Hell's Wraith, was obliterated in an instant. The powerful shockwave from the Haotian hammer sent both the ghost Douluo and his companion flying. Tang Hao, how dare you wreak havoc in Spirit City? Upon witnessing Tang Hao's arrival, Bibi Dong abruptly rose from her throne, grasping her scepter, and coldly declared, Haotian Douluo, now that you are here, do not expect to leave alive. With a resounding clang, she planted her scepter into the ground, instantly unleashing her martial soul and activating her soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The audience below gasped in astonishment upon seeing the red soul rings swirling around Bibi Dong. It was, indeed, the legendary 100,000-year soul ring. One must understand that such a soul ring is exceedingly rare. Few soul masters on the continent have even laid eyes upon one. Were it not for the likes of Luban, the Shui family, the Fire tribe, and the Feng family, leaders and elders of the 10 great clans, none would have witnessed it. The immense pressure exerted by the 100,000-year soul ring rendered the soul masters below nearly immobile, stirring within them an involuntary urge to kneel. Moreover, from Bibi Dong's words, the identity of the newcomer was revealed. He was none other than the once greatest talent of the continent, the Haotian Douluo. The emergence of the Haotian Douluo was nothing short of shocking. What a remarkable spirit hall, Tang Hao murmured, quietly suspended in midair, his voice laced with cold resentment. Behold, this is the true form of Haotian. Casting a glance at Tang San amidst the crowd, he spoke indifferently. Subsequently, the 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, encircled him. The appearance of the 100,000-year soul ring shattered the pressure released by Bibi Dong. At this moment, the grand square erupted into chaos, with the crowd rubbing their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, utterly stunned. When did 100,000-year soul rings become so commonplace? In a mere moment, 200,000-year soul rings came into view, leaving many soul masters both astonished and envious. Truly, he is the Haotian Douluo, facing 3 opponents with an unmatched might that reveals no sign of faltering. At this moment, witnessing Tang Hao's icy demeanor as he confronted Bibi Dong and the formidable duo of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo, the crowd was profoundly shaken. Such formidable strength is required to achieve this. Although both are manifestations of the Haotian, the disparity between Tang San's previous display during the 7 monsters fusion technique and the current manifestation of the Haotian Douluo is as vast as heaven and earth. As the 7th soul ring shone brightly, the onlookers beheld a Haotian hammer, as large as a small mountain, materialize before them. Under the illumination of the 100,000-year soul ring, the once black Haotian hammer transformed into a resplendent black gold hue, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Do you dare? Upon witnessing Tang Hao unleash the Haotian true form, Bibi Dong felt a tightening in her chest and hastily activated her soul technique to confront him. Yet, Tang Hao, wielding the colossal Haotian hammer, did not aim his attack at them. Instead, the hammer swelled with the wind, growing even larger as it hurtled directly towards the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong. Upon realizing this, Bibi Dong was consumed with fury. She cast aside her previous demeanor of a calm queen. The Pope's palace was the emblem of the spirit hall, and its destruction would undoubtedly tarnish the hall's reputation. Thus, Bibi Dong, seething with anger, leaped forth along with the elders to meet the Haotian hammer. Hearing Flandra's call, on the other side, Luban had already completed the absorption of the 7th soul ring, successfully elevating his soul power by 10 levels to become an 80-level soul Douluo. Moreover, he had activated the 2nd examination of the King's 9 trials. According to the script from before his transmigration, Tang Hao's appearance should have allowed them to safely depart from Spirit City. However, the current task issued by the system, which required him to lead the team to safety, left Luban in confusion. Could it be that an unforeseen event was about to transpire? This seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Luban rose and made his way to the area where the Shrek Academy members were gathered in the Grand Plaza. At this moment, he observed a fierce clash unfolding in the skies. The Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao, had activated his true form, transforming into an immensely large black gold Haotian hammer, its might directed towards the administrative center of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace. On the opposite side of the sky, the Zhu Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, and the Ghost Douluo, Guomei, had also activated their martial soul true forms, joining forces with Bibi Dong to confront the Haotian true form. A gigantic, metallic glimmering flower known as the celestial chrysanthemum, along with a spectral figure imperceptible to the naked eye, engaged in battle alongside Bibi Dong against Tang Hao. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the assault on the Pope's palace, many ordinary elders within rushed to activate their soul rings, channeling their soul power in support. The two sides clashed fiercely, appearing evenly matched from the outside. Yet, at a critical moment, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength. The momentum of Bibi Dong and her companions was instantly suppressed, and the onlookers saw the once lofty elders of the Spirit Hall being struck down by the force of the Haotian hammer. Despite their combined efforts, they could not withstand Tang Hao's full-force strike, leaving the surrounding spectators in utter astonishment at such overwhelming power. Although intimidated by the Spirit Hall's authority, Their hearts could not help but acknowledge the might of the Haotian Douluo. The display of power was indeed terrifying. When Haotian struck with his hammer, although the force was significantly diminished by the combined efforts of Bibi Dong and her companions, the remaining impact still shattered the enormous angel statue standing before the Pope's palace. Spirit Hall, brace yourselves. One day, I shall reclaim all that you owe me. With these words, Tang Hao soared towards the location of Shrek Academy, bringing along Tang San and Xiao Wu, ready to depart. The earlier commotion was merely a tactic to attract the attention of Spirit Hall, facilitating his rescue mission. At present, his strength was insufficient to confront Spirit Hall directly, which was far more formidable than it appeared. Beyond the Pope's palace and the Elder Hall, Spirit Hall also housed the Douluo Offering Hall, where monstrous entities with soul power levels exceeding 96 resided, each one possessing an extraordinarily terrifying prowess. Tang Hao was acutely aware that this was not the time for a direct confrontation with Spirit Hall. His sole objective was to rescue his companions. As long as he departed with Xiao Wu, the rest of Shrek Academy would remain unharmed. However, just as Tang Hao prepared to leave, an overwhelming sound of soul power reverberated throughout the surroundings. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. This enigmatic man, clad in blue and gold robes, descended as though a deity had graced the mortal realm. Tall and strikingly handsome, he exuded an ineffable elegance and composure. His long hair billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a cascading galaxy, shimmering with starlight. His features were deep and enigmatic, revealing an age that belied his outward appearance of being in his 30s or 40s. As his gaze swept across the grand plaza, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present, making it difficult to breathe. The aura emanating from him was heart-stopping, far surpassing what anyone could imagine, even exceeding the combined might of Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. At that moment, the air around Shrek Academy felt as if it had solidified. With nothing but his presence, he seemed capable of imprisoning the very void, leaving Master and his companions in utter astonishment. As the most formidable theoretical master on the continent, Master quickly searched his memories and exclaimed, "To think he is still alive. We are in deep trouble." He recognized the towering figure in the sky. "Who is he?" asked Flinder, his expression grave. Initially elated by Tang Hao's appearance, he had hoped the crisis was over, only to realize that an even more formidable figure from Spirit Hall had emerged, Title Douluo, the former Judgment Elder and current head of the Elder Hall, as well as a high-ranking offering. He was also the biological father of the former Pope of Spirit Hall. Master continued to relay what he knew. Rumored to be a 99-level limit Douluo, he was among the most powerful beings on the continent. Known externally as the Invincible of the Skies, the name alone sent shockwaves through the hearts of the Shrek Academy members. This was a Title Douluo who wielded power comparable to that of Haotian Douluo. Moreover, he belonged to the older generation. While Tang Hao was merely a young representative of the Haotian lineage, his strength not readily comparable to Title Douluo. Soon, news of Title Douluo spread throughout the crowd, igniting excitement among the soul masters gathered for the finals. The once dominant figure who had overshadowed his contemporaries, Title Douluo, had made his appearance. "You may take the others, but leave that 100,000-year soul beast," Title Douluo stated calmly, his voice laden with authority, as if he were an omnipotent overseer. Each word was akin to a decree, impossible to contest. He cast a fleeting glance at Tang Hao, devoid of any murderous intent. After all, Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, was a figure of equal standing. Were it not for Tang Chun, the Haotian sect would have perished long ago. Recognizing Title Douluo's arrival, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he clenched his fists, aware that the day's events could not end peacefully. Reaching the level of Title Douluo, every advancement was exceedingly arduous. Thus, even among Title Douluos, those of higher rank possessed a significantly greater prowess. The pressure radiating from Title Douluo was evidently far superior to his own, a true testament to his status as a 99-level limit Douluo. "If you wish to detain us, let us see if you possess the capability," Tang Hao thought, his disposition resolute. Facing Title Douluo, despite feeling somewhat diminished in presence, he remained unyielding in spirit. "How amusing. It has been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner," Title Douluo remarked with a faint smile, intrigued by Tang Hao's defiance. Having traversed the continent for centuries, his name inspired trepidation. Yet today, he found himself challenged by a younger generation. This was indeed a curious turn of events. As Tang Hao and Title Douluo clashed, Luban looked up at the sky, his gaze filled with anticipation. He was eager to witness the pinnacle of combat prowess on the continent. With his current strength, Luban believed he could easily defeat Title Douluo. Yet the presence of the strongest representatives of the Soul Master realm was undeniably captivating. It was no wonder that the second task of the King S9 trials was to safely exit Spirit City. The unexpected appearance of Title Douluo had changed the dynamics. Based on past experiences, it was apparent that Title Douluo had not intended to intervene. However, this unforeseen development was likely a consequence of his own time-traveling endeavors. As Title Douluo materialized, the leaders of various factions in the VIP area immediately adopted serious expressions. Douluo was indeed the mightiest figure in Spirit Hall, and his existence had allowed Spirit Hall to dominate the continent for so many years. With him present, the chances for other factions to rise were virtually non-existent. Even those who had previously maintained their composure, such as Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Feng Batian, now bore grave expressions. They understood Douluo's formidable strength and realized that Luban might struggle to contend with him. Despite his extraordinary abilities, Luban was still no match for a legendary 99-level limit Douluo, a thought that instilled fear. After so many years without a true battle, I shall take this opportunity to stretch my limbs and witness the current caliber of genius on the continent, Douluo declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing Tang Hao with a nonchalant demeanor. He then made his move, choosing not to unleash his martial spirit or activate his soul rings. Instead, employing the oppressive aura of a limit Douluo to suppress Tang Hao. The chaotic hammer technique was unleashed. Feeling disdained, Tang Hao inhaled deeply, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly. At this moment, he began to unleash the unparalleled soul technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammer method. In that instant, one could see a resolute light flickering in Tang Hao's eyes. His figure shifted, and he surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards Douluo. The Haotian hammer in his hand sliced through the air with a howling wind, and in an instant, it descended upon the crown of Douluo's head. This seemingly simple strike embodies Tang Hao's entire strength and soul force, as if he aims to collapse the very heavens above. Yet, such formidable power is merely the initial move of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Immediately thereafter, Tang Hao's figure darted around Douluo like a wraith, wielding the Haotian hammer, which transformed into a myriad of afterimages, simultaneously assaulting Douluo from all directions. Each hammer strike landed with unerring precision upon Douluo's vital points, as if intent on obliterating him completely. With every swing, the soul power surging from the Haotian hammer unleashed terrifying shockwaves that radiated outward. The gusts of air sliced through the atmosphere like razor-sharp blades, producing a piercing howl. The chaotic hammer technique of your Haotian sect proves ineffective against me. While the audience was left in awe by the display of the chaotic hammer technique, Douluo, at the center of the storm, maintained an air of indifference. At that moment, a golden protective shield enveloped Douluo, completely nullifying Tang Hao's hammer strikes. Even the profound skills of the Haotian sect failed to breach Douluo's seemingly simple soul power defense. Upon witnessing Tang Hao being suppressed, the members of Shrek Academy wore expressions of anxiety, with Tang San filled with deep concern. The Haotian 9 absolutes. Yet, at this crucial moment, Tang Hao unleashed an even more formidable skill. Standing firm like a pine tree, he grasped the enormous Haotian hammer, as if he had merged with the very essence of heaven and earth. An intangible authority radiated from him, causing everything in proximity to tremble. As Tang Hao took a deep breath, two beams of brilliance erupted from his eyes. In an instant, he moved, transforming into a streak of light that surged toward Douluo. In midair, he swung the Haotian hammer, each strike seeming capable of tearing the fabric of space itself. The first of the Haotian 9 absolutes, the breaking heaven hammer, was set into motion. Raising the Haotian hammer high, Tang Hao brought it crashing down with immense force. This strike bore the cataclysmic power to obliterate worlds, hurtling towards Douluo. Following closely, the second and third strikes erupted forth like a raging torrent, submerging all in their path beneath the terrifying force of soul energy. In Tang Hao's grasp, the Haotian hammer danced with the grace of the wind, each swing infused with the might of thunder. In the face of the Haotian 9 absolutes, Douluo finally unleashed his martial soul, the six-winged angel. Despite this manifestation, he refrained from employing any soul skills. Above, 3 pairs of resplendent golden wings unfurled from Douluo's back, flapping with a swiftness akin to the wind, as rapid as lightning. Each strike from the Haotian 9 absolutes was deftly caught by Douluo's hand. Indeed, your Haotian 9 absolutes have reached a level of consummate mastery, yet they remain ineffective against me. After effortlessly receiving 9 attacks from Tang Hao, Douluo remarked calmly, "Do not hold back any longer. I am aware that your Haotian sect possesses the more formidable Great Sumeru Hammer. The Great Sumeru Hammer is a specialized cultivation technique of the Haotian Douluo." Douluo had previously engaged in combat with Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, and was well acquainted with its application. "As you wish." Upon hearing Douluo mention the Great Sumeru Hammer, Tang Hao bellowed, relinquishing any restraint. Great Sumeru Hammer. He activated this extraordinary divine technique without hesitation. As the Great Sumeru Hammer commenced, an intangible authority radiated from Tang Hao. He took a deep breath, gripping the Haotian hammer tightly. In his eyes sparkled a resolute light, and the soul power within him surged like a raging torrent, awakening all of his soul rings one by one. Under his command, the soul rings gradually merged, transforming into radiant beams of light that infused the Haotian hammer. As the power of the soul rings continually flowed into it, the brilliance of the Haotian hammer intensified, seemingly illuminating the entire sky. Tang Hao's form surged as he brandished the Haotian hammer, instantly charging towards Douluo. At that moment, Tang Hao let out a roar, and the soul rings on the Haotian hammer began to explode one by one. Each explosion resonated with a deafening sound, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The terrifying energy unleashed by the explosions surged into the Haotian hammer, amplifying its formidable presence. Tang Hao stood in the air like a war god, wielding the black gold Haotian hammer that radiated an aura of apocalyptic might. With all 9 rings detonating and their combined power channeled into the Haotian hammer, he achieved an ultimate output of pure strength. Witnessing Tang Hao unleash the great Sumeru hammer, the members of various academies in attendance gasped in awe. Goodness, the attack style of the Haotian Douluo resembles that of an ultimate output flow. Indeed, it seems as if all the power from the 9 soul rings has been channeled into the Haotian hammer. What do you mean resembles? This is clearly another form of ultimate output flow. How terrifying. It turns out that the Haotian sect has already mastered such an advanced style of ultimate output flow. Unbelievable. This is my first encounter with a close combat series of ultimate output flow. It is indeed astonishing. Who knew ultimate output flow could be wielded in such a manner? It appears that in the future, even without ranged soul techniques, martial souls can still evolve towards the path of ultimate output flow. Chapter 110. The overbearing Douluo in the skies. The fierce battle between the 2 Title Douluo left the spectators below in stunned silence. Such a formidable display of power was fortunate to be taking place in the air. Had it occurred on the ground, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a cataclysmic disaster. Both the Haotian Douluo and the Angel Douluo, renowned Title Douluo, wielded soul techniques capable of devastating an entire city. The onlookers had never anticipated that a clash between Title Douluo could be so terrifying. Now, as Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian sect's ultimate technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, a colossal Haotian hammer emerged, its might beyond imagination. With a single strike, an entire city could potentially be reduced to ruins. Moreover, upon witnessing the execution of the Great Sumeru Hammer, many were swiftly reminded of the concept of extreme output flow, as the two appeared strikingly similar. Previously, their perspective had been rather narrow, believing that only ranged combat soul masters, akin to Luban, could embody the essence of output. However, faced with Tang Hao's demonstration of the Great Sumeru Hammer, they finally grasped that extreme output flow could indeed be manifested across any attribute. The sheer might of an entirely strength-based extreme output flow, as demonstrated by Tang Hao, was equally formidable. The appearance of the Great Sumeru Hammer illuminated the minds of many, as if they had discovered a new direction for the evolution of extreme output flow soul weapons. This shattered the prior notion that only ranged archers could cultivate such a path. It is worth noting that throughout the continent, soul weapons capable of extreme output flow are exceedingly rare, and even numerous factions seeking to nurture such talents often find themselves at a loss. Now, with the sight of the Great Sumeru Hammer, possibilities for soul weapons expanded significantly. Amidst the fervent discussions, as Tang Hao unleashed the most powerful technique of the Haotian sect, the Great Sumeru Hammer, Douluo finally made his move. This pure power-based attack skill posed a significant threat to him. Therefore, Douluo decisively unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true form of the angel. As the true form manifested, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were transformed in hue. Douluo stood high in the sky, draped in a flowing robe, resembling an angel descended to the mortal realm. With a solemn declaration, his body began to radiate a dazzling brilliance, as if enveloped by divine power. His form gradually became indistinct, merging with the light of the universe. When the radiance faded, a completely new Douluo appeared before the onlookers. At this moment, he stood even taller and more imposing, with 3 pairs of enormous wings unfurling behind him, akin to a true deity of the angels. The angelic wings, pure and immaculate, shimmered with divine luminescence, seemingly containing boundless strength. Douluo's countenance grew more solemn and dignified, embodying the essence of a true angel's descent into the world. Around him, the elemental forces of light surged wildly, as if rejoicing at his arrival. A powerful aura emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of trepidation in those nearby. This aura was imbued with divinity and majesty, as if he were the sovereign of the universe, wielding dominion over all forces. The true form of the angel manifested, and the angelic domain inherent to his martial soul unfurled, significantly enhancing Douluo's prowess once more. In a bid to showcase the might of the spirit hall and the angelic deity before the soul masters of the world, Douluo invoked yet another soul skill, the Holy Angel Sword. This is his 6th soul skill. He aims to vanquish the Grand Sumeru Hammer with the angelic sacred sword, thereby establishing the might of the spirit hall. Douluo clasped his hands together, and a torrent of soul power surged within him, as if seeking to consume everything in his vicinity. With a prayer that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, a resplendent beam of light erupted from his palm, soaring towards the sky. In an instant, this beam of light coalesced into a magnificent holy sword, radiating a brilliant luminescence. The blade of this holy sword is resplendent and translucent, as if forged from the purest essence of radiant light. It emanates an intense glow and pulsating energy, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. As the angelic sword reaches completion, the very heavens seem to tremble in response. A formidable aura emanates from the holy sword, causing those in its vicinity to experience a profound sense of trepidation. This aura is imbued with sanctity and majesty, as if it embodies the most formidable power in the cosmos. Douluo, wielding the angelic holy sword, stands suspended in the air. His countenance is austere and resolute. With a gentle flick of his sword, a brilliant beam of light instantaneously cleaves through the void, hurtling towards the Haotian hammer. Where the radiance of the angelic holy sword passes, the air seems to be sliced apart in an instant, leaving a straight path in the sky. Its velocity is astonishing, traversing the void in the blink of an eye before colliding with the Haotian hammer. The black and gold luminescence of the great Sumeru hammer collides with the resplendent golden radiance of the angelic holy sword, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberates throughout the heavens, transforming the expanse above the Grand Plaza into a seething inferno. At the moment of impact between the great Sumeru hammer and the angelic holy sword, the entire sky shifts in hue. The colossal silhouette of the hammer begins to tremble violently beneath the dazzling onslaught of the sword's brilliance, as if it is striving to resist this overwhelming force. Ultimately, with a deafening crash, the great Sumeru hammer succumbs to the sharpness and might of the angelic holy sword, beginning to fracture at its core. The fissures rapidly spread, resembling a spider's web that ensnares the entirety of the hammer's body. Soon after, the massive silhouette of the hammer collapses, shattering into countless fragments that cascade down like scattered leaves. These fragments dance gracefully through the air, akin to a magnificent meteor shower. Bathed in sunlight, they shimmer with resplendent brilliance, as if each piece harbors astonishing power within. The fragments collided violently with the surrounding edifices, producing a deafening cacophony that obliterated any object in their path in an instant. The entire battlefield seemed to tremble in the wake of this cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwave rapidly propagated outward, hurling everything in its vicinity into the air. The power was so immense that it seemed capable of tearing apart all obstacles, reaching straight to the heavens. As the aftershocks gradually subsided, the onlookers finally beheld the scene upon the battlefield. The once mighty great Sumeru hammer had vanished, leaving only a multitude of fragments swirling through the air. Yet, Douluo remained steadfast, wielding the angelic holy sword, his countenance both austere and divine. His figure loomed large and formidable amidst the remnants, resembling a true deity descending upon the earth. This scene left everyone profoundly shaken. The renowned Douluo from the Douluo Continent unleashed his most formidable strike, only to be effortlessly repelled by the angel Douluo with a single sword. At that moment, all present collectively inhaled sharply. Witnessing the terrifying power of Douluo firsthand, a chill ran down their spines, causing an involuntary shiver to course through them. Such strength was truly overwhelming. They had not anticipated that the spirit hall harbored such a formidable figure. Among the audience, many were merely teenagers, lacking any prior understanding of an ancient being like Douluo, who had lived for nearly a millennium. They were only aware of the spirit hall's formidable might and profound heritage. As for the extent of its strength and terror, no one could articulate it until Douluo demonstrated his prowess today, allowing them to truly grasp the horror